Once a prodigy and the most talented student of the martial arts academy, his life took a drastic turn after a tragic accident. Little did he know, awakening a mysterious system would set him on a path to defy fate and rise once more. Yin Xiu, if you can't pay your tuition, just drop out. In your current state, staying at the academy is a waste of time, said his mentor, Yang Xiaoxiang, his words cold and cutting, leaving the 17-year-old Yin Xiu feeling as if his heart had been torn apart. Just a year ago, he had been the brightest star of the martial arts academy, reaching the 9th rank of a martial disciple at the age of 16, only one step away from becoming a martial artist, a goal countless people could only dream of. But an unexpected beast tide shattered everything. Not only did he lose his parents, but he was also gravely injured by a second-rank ferocious beast. His cultivation was completely destroyed, and his talent for martial arts dropped to a mere fraction of what it once was. Teacher Yang, please give me a little more time. I promise I can gather the tuition. Yin Xiu's voice was hoarse but resolute. In the year 5371 of the ferocious martial calendar, in a world overrun by beasts, only by becoming a martial artist could one live with dignity. He refused to accept a life of mediocrity and vulnerability. 10 days. I'll give you 10 more days, Yang Xiaoxiang replied indifferently. Returning home, Yin Xiu was consumed by despair. The tuition fee of 50,000 was a trivial amount to a martial arts family, perhaps the price of a single elixir, but to someone living off welfare like him, it was an insurmountable figure. His former friends, once close, now treated him like a stranger, and his relatives had cut ties with him after deeming him a worthless investment. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in his ears: the infinite critical strike system has been activated. Any martial arts-related action by the host will have a minimum of 3 times and a maximum of unlimited critical strike chances. Without hesitation, Yin Xiu threw himself into training. The Academy's Blood Qi 9 refinements technique received continuous critical strike bonuses 3-fold, 10-fold, 5-fold, and even an astonishing 1,000-fold. An hour of training was equivalent to 41 days of hard practice. In just a few short days, he rose from being crippled to reclaiming the first rank of a martial disciple, even reaching the power of 3 elephants. With newfound hope, Yin Xiu prepared to venture into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts and gather the tuition fee. However, as he stepped out of the academy, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure in Xiaodai. This girl, who had once confessed her feelings to him only to be gently declined, was now the academy's newly crowned goddess. Hey, Ren Xiaodai suddenly called out. Yin Xiu stopped in his tracks and looked at Ren Xiaodai, his expression calm. The air around them seemed to freeze, and a subtle tension hung between the two. What's this? You don't even have the courage to look at me now? Has losing all your cultivation taken away even the tiniest shred of confidence you had? Ren Xiaodai's voice carried a mocking tone. We're not close. Why should I look at you? Yin Xiu furrowed his brows slightly and turned away. Is there something you need? Those 3 simple words hit Ren Xiaodai like a wall. She had imagined that the now powerless Yin Xiu would treat her with deference. After all, she was the rising star of the academy, one of the most promising candidates destined to become a warrior. But instead, he responded with indifference, brushing her off. I heard that Mr. Yang has already given you an ultimatum. 10 days. If you can't pay the tuition by then, you'll be expelled. Honestly, dropping out and living as an ordinary person isn't so bad. At least you wouldn't have to risk your life fighting beasts every day. Thanks. Ren Xiaodai was momentarily at a loss for words. If there's nothing else, I have things to do. I'll be going now. Yin Xiu turned to leave. That sentence struck a nerve with Ren Xiaodai. Memories of her confession being rejected a year ago flooded back, and her expression twisted slightly. Yin Xiu, do you even realize how thankful I've been every single day over the past year? Thankful that you rejected my confession, thankful that I didn't become your girlfriend. If I had, not only would I be the laughingstock of the academy, but my entire life would have been dragged down by you. Soon, you'll drop out of school, while I will become a warrior. The gap between us will only grow wider until we're like 2 parallel lines that will never intersect. In the near future, you'll have no choice but to look up to me. Yin Xiu's face remained expressionless. What exactly are you trying to say? Tell me, do you regret it? Regret rejecting my confession back then? Pointless. As more and more students gathered around to watch, Yin Xiu turned and walked away. He called me pointless? Ren Xiaodai stood frozen in place, staring at his retreating figure. Her feelings were a tangled mess of bitterness and confusion. Why had she even stopped him today when she usually ignored him? Perhaps it was the faint smile he had shown earlier, a reminder of the brilliant, awe-inspiring boy he once was, the one she had admired so deeply. Still pretending. Don't think I can't tell you regret it. You regret rejecting my confession. You regret not being my boyfriend. Ren Xiaodai's expression twisted further. There's no way you don't regret it. Yin Xiu couldn't understand what was going on in Ren Xiaodai's mind. Showing up out of nowhere to ask if he regretted something? Ridiculous. After leaving the academy, Yin Xiu quickly put the incident behind him. He headed straight for the transit center, where trains departed every hour for the wilderness, the only way for warriors in training to venture out and hunt ferocious beasts. After paying the 200 coin fare, he boarded the train. Almost immediately, other passengers began approaching him with enthusiasm. Hey, buddy, heading out to hunt beasts? Need a team? Young man, what's your strength level? Hey, kid. Most of the passengers were also beast hunters, all looking to team up for safety. Yin Xiu politely declined several invitations. An hour later, the train arrived near the city walls. As the massive iron gate slowly opened, the wilderness came into view. Towering mountains, dense forests, and the distant, bone-chilling roars of ferocious beasts. Let me remind you all again, the train's safety officer announced sternly, the safe zone extends 200 kilometers in all directions and is marked with flags. Stay within this area. Do not venture into the warning zone or beyond. Proceed at your own risk. The wilderness was divided into 5 levels of danger: safe zone, warning zone, danger zone, forbidden zone, and death zone, each further categorized into 3 sublevels. The safe zone, where first-tier beasts roamed, was relatively secure. The 200-kilometer safe zone around Tianling City had been painstakingly cleared by the martial arts guild's president and vice presidents, providing a training ground for warriors in training. Before losing his martial cultivation, Yin Xiu had frequently hunted here, occasionally exploring the warning zone. He was familiar with the area. Declining another invitation to join a team, he headed off alone in a chosen direction. As he ventured farther, the number of people around him dwindled, but the growls of beasts grew louder. Suddenly, a loud howl echoed, and a massive gray wolf appeared before him. The beast stood about 1.5 meters tall, weighed over 500 kilograms, and was covered in coarse gray fur. Its fierce eyes locked onto Yin Xiu. A gray wolf, a first-tier lower-grade beast, Yin Xiu muttered, his eyes lighting up before turning serious. First-tier lower-grade beasts varied greatly in strength. The weakest had the power of 1 elephant, while the strongest could reach the power of 25 or 26 elephants. This wolf wasn't the strongest of its kind, but with its speed and powerful bite, it could hold its own against a second-tier warrior. For Yin Xiu, who only had the strength of 3 elephants, this fight wouldn't be easy. Howl! The gray wolf let out another roar and lunged like a drawn bow. Yin Xiu drew his Guanhong sword, a weapon gifted by the academy when he reached the 9th tier of martial training. The sword was 3 feet long, 3 inches wide, and razor-sharp, nearly refined in quality and capable of slicing through iron like butter. He sidestepped the wolf's attack and swung his sword downward. Martial skill, 1 sword slash. Just then, a system notification rang in his mind. Congratulations! Your attack has triggered a 100x critical hit. The power will be amplified by 100 times. The immense sword energy leveled a nearby boulder, and the gray wolf was sliced cleanly in half, dying instantly. 100x critical hit? That's 300 elephants of power. Even a 9th-tier warrior would have been slain. Such high multipliers are rare or really unlucky. Yin Xiu crouched down and began collecting his spoils. Yin Xiu skillfully began processing the corpse of a first-level gray wolf. His movements were practiced and precise. In no time, he had completed the dissection. He collected 100 milliliters of gray wolf blood and 2 gray wolf eyeballs, items worth over 3,000 coins. However, due to the inconvenience of carrying it, he decided to leave behind the wolf's pelt. Just as he was preparing to leave, a chilling sound of hissing caught his attention. Following the sound, he saw a massive black serpent, about half a meter thick and over 10 meters long, slowly emerging from the forest. Its crimson eyes glinted with a dangerous light. It was a first-level lower-grade ferocious beast, the black spinning snake. Attracted by the scent of blood, Yin Xiu narrowed his eyes and assumed a battle stance. You want to eat me? Let's see if you have what it takes. The battle was anything but easy. Though Yin Xiu possessed the strength of 3 elephants, capable of delivering a minimum of triple critical damage, amounting to the power of 9 elephants equivalent to a second-level martial apprentice, the black spinning snake, with its strength of 12 to 13 tons, also matched a second-level martial apprentice. The low probability of triggering higher critical hits made the fight a grueling stalemate. After 3 to 5 minutes of intense combat, the system suddenly alerted him. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 30x critical hit bonus. With a flash of cold light, Yin Xiu's rainbow sword slashed through the air in a sharp arc, severing the black spinning snake's head cleanly. You didn't expect my strike to be this powerful, did you? Yin Xiu murmured to himself. Honestly, neither did I. Over the next few hours, with the support of the infinite critical hit system, Yin Xiu dominated the first-level safety zone. The system's notifications came repeatedly. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 20x critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 50x critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has triggered a 30x critical hit bonus. In no time, 10 ferocious beasts had fallen to his sword. His spoils were abundant: 2 black spinning snake gallbladders, 4 mountain bear eyeballs, 2 gray wolf eyeballs, and various beast blood, with a total value nearing 30,000 coins. Had it not been for limited carrying space, forcing him to abandon numerous lower-grade materials, his earnings could have doubled. As the sun set, Yin Shou began his journey back. He remained vigilant, not only against ferocious beasts, but also against human hunters. Although the safety zone was patrolled by martial artists from the martial arts guild to maintain order, the lucrative rewards often tempted some to ambush returning martial apprentices. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and he soon arrived at Tianling City. Sticking to his plan, Yin Shou headed straight for the city's largest alchemy shop, 10,000 Medicine Pavilion. The moment he stepped through the door, a crisp and pleasant voice greeted him. "Welcome, esteemed martial artist. How may I assist you today?" The receptionist was a young woman with star-like eyes and radiant skin. Her jet black hair framed a gentle smile that was undeniably charming. Yin Shou had to admit, her beauty scored well above 95 points, surpassing even Ren Xiaodai. Moreover, she exuded a unique aura that set her apart from ordinary attendants. However, after enduring a year of hardship and setbacks, Yin Shou was no longer as frivolous as he once was. Calmly, he said, "I'm here to sell materials." With that, he placed all his collected items on the counter. The young woman maintained her smile as she began to calculate the prices. Gray wolf eyeballs, 1,000 coins each. Blood, 1,000 coins per 100 milliliters. Black spinning snake gallbladders, 2,000 coins each. Altogether, these materials are worth 27,000 coins. Would you like to sell them? Sell? Yin Shou replied succinctly. The transaction was completed quickly, and Yin Shou's account was credited with 27,000 coins. "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" the receptionist asked. Yin Shou initially intended to decline, but a thought crossed his mind. There were still 7 days left until the deadline, and judging by today's haul, he could gather enough for his tuition in just 2 days. With time to spare, he decided it was better to enhance his strength first. "I'd like to buy blood chi powder," he said. "Blood chi powder costs 10,000 coins per portion. How many would you like?" she asked. 10,000? Yin Shou's lips twitched in frustration. Gritting his teeth, he said, 2 portions. After paying 20,000 coins and receiving the powder, Yin Shou turned to leave. As he walked out, he couldn't resist muttering under his breath, "What a rip-off." The receptionist watched him go, her professional smile fading into a slight frown, her eyes reflecting a hint of puzzlement. Soon, another customer arrived, eagerly striking up a conversation with her. She quickly resumed her polished demeanor, skillfully engaging in the exchange. Back at his residence, Yin Shou couldn't wait to take out the blood chi powder. This first-level lower-grade medicinal powder was known for refining muscles and bones and boosting blood chi, staple for martial apprentices. However, its high price meant it was typically only affordable for disciples of martial arts schools or members of martial families. Yin Shou's ability to purchase it was entirely thanks to the critical hit system. He dissolved the powder in water and consumed it, immediately activating the blood chi 9 refinements technique. The system's notifications rang out. "Congratulations, your blood chi powder effect has triggered a 3x critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your blood chi powder effect has triggered a 15x critical hit bonus." Though he didn't achieve the coveted 1000x critical hit, or even a 100x, Yin Shou smiled nonetheless. He could feel a surge of immense strength coursing through his body, steadily growing. The effect of a single portion of blood chi powder was equivalent to weeks of arduous training. The strength of 5 elephants achieved. In the following days, Yin Shou's life followed an unusually consistent routine. Every morning, he would board the maglev train heading to the wilderness, where he hunted alone in this perilous land. What was called the safe zone was far from safe for ordinary martial practitioners. Every day, dozens of them lost their lives, and hundreds more were injured. The ferocious beasts earned their name due to their savage and irrational nature. However, this rule seemed not to apply to Yin Shou. With the power of the 5 elephants and a guaranteed triple critical strike, even Yin Shou's most basic attack reached the strength of 15 elephants, approaching the peak of a third-tier martial practitioner. If he triggered a 100-fold critical strike, even a 9th-tier ferocious beast would fall to a single blow. This level of power was so overwhelming that even martial artists would likely flee at the sight of him. As a result, Yin Shou's hunting trips were remarkably smooth. Every day, more than a dozen ferocious beasts fell to his sword, and the sale of their materials brought him an average daily income of nearly 30,000 credits. That morning, as usual, Yin Shou boarded the maglev train. Around him, passengers were engaged in lively discussions. "Have you heard? Recently, there's been a formidable martial practitioner in the safe zone. He kills over a dozen ferocious beasts every day without a scratch on him." "Of course I've heard. That guy is unbelievably strong. They say he uses a sword, and people in the wilderness are calling him Killing Sword. That powerful? Could he be a martial artist? No way. He's never used true essence, so he must be a martial practitioner. Maybe he's cultivated some kind of heavenly level battle technique or skill to become that strong. I saw him with my own eyes. He split a berserk tiger in half with one swing, and even cracked the ground. It was terrifying. At first, Yin Xiu ignored the chatter. But as the descriptions continued, he gradually realized how closely they matched his own actions, killing over a dozen ferocious beasts each day, using a sword as his weapon. As soon as he stepped off the train outside the city, his Guanhong sword was accidentally exposed due to the crowded surroundings. A startled gasp immediately broke out. It's the Killing Sword. The surrounding martial practitioners turned to look in unison. Hey, you've got the wrong person. I'm not the Killing Sword. Yin Xiu tried to deny. No mistake, the person insisted. I haven't seen the Killing Sword's face, but I've seen his sword. It's the one you're holding. You are the Killing Sword. Seeing the growing crowd of onlookers, Yin Xiu quickly left the scene. 10 minutes later, he chuckled to himself. A year ago, I never thought I'd become the kind of person people talk about as a strong fighter. Killing Sword? Not a bad nickname. That afternoon, around 3 p.m., after hunting 7 ferocious beasts, Yin Xiu returned to Tianling City. On the maglev train, he carefully wrapped his Guanhong sword to avoid attracting attention again. At the Myriad Herbs Pavilion, Yin Xiu skillfully placed the materials he collected on the counter. Welcome to, it's you again. You come and go so quietly. I thought you were a customer, the female attendant said with a hint of mock complaint. Over time, Yin Xiu had become acquainted with the attendant, a beauty with a solid 95-point charm. I'm a regular. No need for formalities, Yin Xiu replied casually. The attendant examined the materials on the counter. The blood of a saber-toothed tiger, the gallbladder of a black spiral snake, the heart of a dragon-winged bird. There's a lot less this time. Not feeling well? I'm fine. Just ran into some unexpected situations. Oh, I thought the Killing Sword had stopped killing for a moment there. Yin Xiu froze at her comment. She knew about the nickname too? Shortly after, he received over 17,000 credits for the materials. Combined with his previous savings, his total funds now stood at 170,000. He spent 120,000 on 12 portions of blood chi powder, leaving him with a balance of 50,000. As he was about to leave, the female attendant suddenly spoke up. Hey, we've seen each other a few times now. We're not exactly friends, but we're at least acquaintances. I still don't know your name. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking someone else's name? Yin Xiu countered. The attendant hesitated briefly before responding. I'm Mu Zixuan. The surname reminded Yin Xiu of one of the few martial masters in Tianling City, the vice president of the Martial Arts Guild, who also had the surname Mu. Seeing his silence, Mu Zixuan urged, Your turn. Me, Yin Xiu said lightly. I'm called the Killing Sword. With that, he ignored Mu Zixuan's indignant expression and left the Myriad Herbs Pavilion. That evening, in a luxurious villa in the upper district of Tianling City that resembled a castle, Mu Yinglong, the vice president of the Martial Arts Guild, had just returned home. He found his granddaughter, Mu Zixuan, sitting on the sofa with her cheeks puffed out in frustration. As a doting grandfather, the sight made him anxious. Who upset my precious granddaughter? Tell me, and I'll make them pay. In all of Tianling City, there's no one I can't deal with. Recalling the events of the morning, Mu Zixuan gritted her teeth. There's someone who made me mad. He bullied me. Bullying? A cold glint flashed in Mu Yinglong's eyes. As the vice president of the Martial Arts Guild and one of the few martial masters in the city, no one had ever dared to bully his granddaughter. Who is it? Tell me, Xiao Zixuan. I'll personally take care of him. It's... Mu Zixuan began but then paused. After some thought, she shook her head and clenched her fists. Forget it, Grandpa. Stay out of this. If I suffered a loss, I'll handle it myself. As for Mu Zixuan's attempt to establish familiarity, Yin Xiu felt no emotional response. If anything, he was slightly resistant. A year ago, he had many friends. They supported each other during hunts and fought side by side, even when surrounded by ferocious beasts. But after the beast tied, when he was left with nothing, those same friends grew distant. They feared being dragged down and avoided even greeting him. Since then, Yin Xiu had sealed his heart in ice. He no longer trusted anyone's kindness. He only trusted himself. Congratulations, your blood chi powder effect has received a 5-fold critical hit bonus. The system notifications flashed continuously, and a glimmer of excitement appeared in Yin Xiu's eyes. After consuming 12 portions of blood chi powder, he achieved astonishing critical hits of 150 times. Although he still hadn't triggered the elusive 1,000-fold critical hit, the immense medicinal power coursed through his body, perfectly absorbed by him. His strength surged step by step. 8 elephants, 9 elephants, breaking through the second-tier martial disciple level, 10 elephants, 12 elephants, and finally stabilizing at the power of 15 elephants. He was now just 3 elephant strength away from reaching the third-year martial disciple level. Feeling the boundless power within, Yin Xiu was both elated and melancholic. After a year, he had finally regained a fragment of his peak condition. Yet, a sigh soon followed if not for the severe injuries that had damaged his martial talent back then. The strength gained from these 12 portions of blood chi powder could have at least tripled, pushing him near the fourth-tier martial disciple level. I must find a way to repair my damaged martial talent, Yin Xiu vowed silently. Night fell over Tianling City. Before lying down, Yin Xiu softly said goodnight to a photo frame on his bedside table. Inside the frame was a heartwarming family portrait, a kind-looking woman, a gentle and warm man, and a young man with a radiant smile. The next morning, as Yin Xiu stepped into the classroom, he immediately felt the gazes of his classmates, some amused, some mocking, others gloating. Without paying them any attention, he walked straight to his seat and focused on the martial arts class about combat techniques. Halfway through the lesson, Instructor Yang Xiaoxiong suddenly pushed the door open. Yin Xiu, come with me to the office. As soon as Yin Xiu left the room, whispers erupted among the students. It must be about the tuition fees. Today's the final deadline. To think he was once so brilliant, the first to break through the 9th-tier martial disciple level. Now, he's just a failure. In the office, Yang Xiaoxiong's expression was cold. 5,000 tuition fees. Pay it now, or leave the academy immediately. To everyone's surprise, Yin Xiu calmly pulled out 5 stacks of bills. Teacher, here is the tuition fee. Yang Xiaoxiong froze. You? How could you possibly have? A trace of concern flashed in his eyes. Where did this money come from? It's my own money. Please accept it. Yin Xiu interrupted firmly. Wait, Yang Xiaoxiong said in a serious tone. Even if you pay the tuition, the annual assessment in half a month given your current state, not even at the first-tier martial disciple level you will almost certainly be expelled. Thank you, but I know what I'm doing, Yin Xiu replied before turning to leave. On the way back to the classroom, a mix of emotions surged in his heart. He understood that Instructor Yang meant well, trying to keep him away from the conflicts among martial artists. However, he couldn't accept such pity-driven concern. He was determined to live with dignity. Back in the classroom, his classmates, seeing that he hadn't been expelled, began speculating that this might be his last lesson. As the class ended, Wang Luyang suddenly appeared at the classroom door. Whispers broke out again. Isn't he here to settle the score with Yin Xiu? I heard he's already broken through to the 8th-tier martial disciple level. Yin Xiu is doomed this time. Just as Yin Xiu was about to avoid him, Wang Luyang's mocking voice rang out. Well, Yin Xiu, why are you trying to run away as soon as you see me? Afraid I'll witness how pathetic you look when you get expelled? Ha ha ha. The air around seemed to freeze. The students gathered in small groups, forming a circle, their gazes filled with various emotions, some entertained, others intrigued, but most filled with mockery and schadenfreude. Are you that free? Yin Xiu asked, frowning. His voice was calm, yet carried a hint of sarcasm. Wang Luyang froze. This so-called waste, whose cultivation had been completely destroyed, this Yin Xiu who was on the verge of being expelled, dared to speak to him in such a tone? Didn't you hear me? Yin Xiu repeated, his expression blank. I said, are you that free? Instead of focusing on your training, you're here strutting around like a cocky little kid? Little kid? Wang Luyang's gaze turned icy. You worthless failure, what good are words? You can't even pay your tuition and are about to be expelled. Your connection to martial arts will be severed forever, and you'll fade into obscurity among the masses. Meanwhile, I am destined to stand at the top as a martial artist. He stepped closer with disdain in his voice. Stop overestimating yourself, Yin Xiu. You're no longer the genius you once were. You're just a talentless failure with no cultivation left. To me, you're no better than an ant. The ridicule in the eyes of the onlookers grew sharper. Watching the once brilliant prodigy being humiliated ignited a strange sense of satisfaction in their hearts. Yin Xiu's gaze swept over the crowd before settling on Wang Luyang. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've already paid my tuition. For the next year, I'm still a student of Blue Rain Martial Academy. What? Wang Luyang's eyes widened, and the crowd fell silent. Yin Xiu pulled out a receipt from his pocket. I said, Wang Luyang, it seems I've let you down. I haven't been expelled because my tuition has been paid. As for my connection to martial arts, a faint smile tugged at his lips. It seems deeper than you think. All eyes turned to Wang Luyang, filled with amusement. His face turned pale, then flushed with anger, and a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. To him, this was all Yin Xiu's fault. If Yin Xiu had said earlier that he had paid his tuition, he wouldn't have been humiliated like this. Yin Xiu narrowed his eyes, calculating silently. Right now, he had the strength of 15 elephants. With a guaranteed threefold critical hit, that would be 45 elephants worth of power. equivalent to a fifth-tier martial apprentice. If he focused on agility and evasion, he could hold his own against Wang Luyang for a while. If he triggered a tenfold critical hit, 150 elephants worth of strength would be enough to defeat him. And if it were a hundredfold critical hit, there might not even be anything left of him to find. Though he didn't want to escalate things, if Wang Luyang insisted on making a move, he'd have no choice but to let him taste defeat once again. They'll kill you. Wang Luyang finally lost his composure and prepared to strike, heedless of their surroundings. Just as the tension reached its peak, a cold voice cut through the air. What are you doing? A powerful aura swept across the area, instantly suppressing Wang Luyang's killing intent. It was far beyond the level of a martial apprentice. Yang Shaoxiang, their instructor, approached slowly, his expression cold and his gaze sharp. What do you think you're doing? Wang Luyang's face twisted with frustration. Over the past year, he had tried to get his revenge on Yin Xiu several times, but Yang Shaoxiang always appeared at just the right moment to stop him. And now, it was happening again. Nothing, teacher. I was just here to check on a friend, Wang Luyang said through gritted teeth. Though his background made him unafraid of a teacher, he still had to consider the academy, especially the headmaster. Have you finished checking? Yes. Then why are you still here? Are you trying to intimidate someone? I'll leave now. Wang Luyang left in disgrace, but not before shooting Yin Xiu a venomous glare, his killing intent unmistakable. Yin Xiu sighed inwardly. He wasn't sure whether to feel grateful or frustrated by Yang Shaoxiang's intervention. Yin Xiu, Yang Shaoxiang said after a brief pause, his tone softening slightly. Your tuition hasn't been processed yet. I'll give you 2 more days. If you want a refund during this time, come find me. Use the money to start fresh, live an ordinary life. Don't stay at the academy. I can't always protect you. With that, Yang Shaoxiang dispersed the crowd and walked away. Yin Xiu watched his retreating figure for a long time but said nothing. Then he left the academy. He was heading back to the wilderness to hunt. Being a second-tier martial apprentice was far from enough. He needed to become stronger. What? Yin Xiu already paid his tuition? Where did he get that kind of money? Ren Xiaodai asked in disbelief. 50,000 wasn't a small sum. Even high-level martial apprentices would have to hunt dozens of beasts to gather that much. The dangers of such hunting were self-evident. But how had Yin Xiu, a powerless ordinary person, managed it? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either, her friend replied. But it's true. Yin Xiu showed the receipt in front of everyone, complete with the academy's stamp. Ren Xiaodai fell silent. She had assumed Yin Xiu would be expelled for failing to pay his tuition, that they would part ways and never cross paths again. But now, he had somehow gathered 50,000 and remained at the academy. This meant they would see each other again, have more interactions, and her emotions were a complicated mix. By the way, she suddenly asked, you said Wang Luyang went to find Yin Xiu. Did they fight? Was he hurt? By he, do you mean Wang Luyang or Yin Xiu? Her friend teased, emphasizing Yin Xiu's name. Ren Xiaodai didn't respond, but her eyes grew colder. Just kidding, just kidding. Her friend quickly waved it off, startled. Don't take it seriously. Don't worry, Yang Shaoxiang arrived later, so they didn't fight. They didn't fight. Ren Xiaodai exhaled in relief. Xiaodai, you still like Yin Xiu, don't you? Otherwise, why would you be so worried? Her friend asked curiously. Still like Yin Xiu? Something stirred in Ren Xiaodai's heart, but her expression quickly turned indifferent. Don't be ridiculous. His cultivation is gone, and his martial talent is wasted. He's not worthy of me. The gap between us will only grow, and eventually, will become 2 parallel lines that never meet. In the wilderness, a lone figure strode forward with a sword in hand. Yin Xiu's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, achieving critical hit bonuses of 20, 15, 30, 50, and even 700 times. After breaking through the power of 15 elephants, he navigated the wilds with ease, tripling his hunting efficiency. His footprints were no longer confined to the first-level safe zone, but extended throughout the second and third-level areas. Half a day's haul was astonishing. Earth Bear Essence Blood, 500 milliliters. Bloodthirsty Red Python Gallbladders, 5 pieces. Frenzied Lion Fangs, 10 pieces. These materials alone were worth 40,000. Unfortunately, Yin Xiu was ultimately alone, with limited carrying capacity. After each hunt, he could only take the most valuable parts, reluctantly leaving behind the less valuable materials. After killing a black wolf, his pack was full, so he decided to return to Tianling City. If only I had a storage-type weapon, Yin Xiu thought to himself. Such weapons, capable of creating subspace for storing items, were incredibly rare. Even in all of Tianling City, only a handful of people owned one. Just then, the sound of fierce fighting and arguing reached his ears nearby. Bastards! You're going to kill us for our loot? Aren't you afraid of being wanted by Tianling City? Wanted? Ha! If we kill all of you, who will know it was us? Next time, be smarter and don't flaunt your valuable materials. You'll get what's coming to you. Ha ha ha, we thrive on risk-free deals. As long as we get rich, who cares about karma? Yin Xiu glanced over and saw 7 martial apprentices surrounding 2 others. The victims were already on the brink of death, bloodied and battered, with bones exposed. Wilderness hunters? Yin Xiu muttered expressionlessly. The dying apprentice caught sight of Yin Xiu and clung to a glimmer of hope. Brother, these people are wilderness hunters. Help us. Not my problem, Yin Xiu replied coldly. How can you be so heartless? We're all warriors from Tianling City. Yin Xiu ignored them. A year ago, he might have stepped in, but not anymore. Over the past year, he had endured scorn and ridicule, struggling even to pay his tuition. Back then, no one had offered him a helping hand. Now, his only focus was on improving his own strength, no longer swayed by the plight of others. Soon, the 2 martial apprentices were beaten to death, their bodies left in pieces. The hunters gleefully collected their spoils, laughing uproariously. Yin Xiu remained indifferent, continuing toward the wilderness transport station. One of the hunters eyed him with malice. Boss, here's another fat target. Look at that bulging pack, must have some good stuff. Should we? He made a throat-slitting gesture. The others perked up, but their leader, a 7th-tier martial apprentice, slapped the man hard. Idiot. If you want to die, do it yourself, but don't drag us down. But boss, he's alone and looks young. Yeah, there are 7 of us. Taking him down would be easy. The leader's icy gaze swept over them, his menacing aura silencing them all. Do you fools even realize what it means for a young man to wander the wilderness alone with such a full pack? The leader said coldly. It means strength amid strength. He's a tough nut to crack, and the smart move is to leave him alone. The wilderness is vast. We don't need this one prey. Seeing their lingering skepticism, the leader added, didn't you notice the sword on his back? 3 feet of cold steel, gleaming with a deadly edge. If I'm not mistaken, that's the killing sword. Everyone's been talking about the one who slays over a dozen beasts in a single day. Killing sword? The group gasped, their ambition extinguished. A 1st-tier beast was as strong as a martial apprentice, sometimes stronger. Killing over a dozen beasts in a day meant he could easily take down just as many martial apprentices. Boss, good thing you stopped us in time. Otherwise, we'd already be dead by his blade. Back in Tianling City, Yin Xiu headed straight for the Myriad Medicines Pavilion. Over here. Over here. I'm right here. A crisp and melodious voice called out. Yin Xiu ignored it, walking straight to another counter. He emptied his pack of beast materials and said, please tally these up. I want to sell them all. Mu Zixuan puffed up her cheeks in frustration, feeling wronged. Ever since that day, Yin Xiu had deliberately avoided her counter every time he visited. As the granddaughter of Mu Yinglong, vice president of the Martial Arts Association, and one of the few martial masters in Tianling City, she had initially tolerated it. But now, she couldn't hold back any longer. She still hadn't settled the score for being played with. Mu Zixuan strode over, her face devoid of expression. Please move to my counter. Thank you. Mu Zixuan's voice, though polite, carried an undeniable authority. The receptionist at the counter immediately stood up and walked away briskly, afraid that even the slightest delay might offend this young lady. With a touch of elegance, Mu Zixuan seated herself on the counter stool, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Sir, is there anything I can assist you with? She asked. Yin Xiu silently packed up his materials, ready to turn and leave. But before he could, Mu Zixuan's delicate hand slammed down on the beast materials, a hint of ferocity emerging on her stunning face. Don't push your luck. In all my life, no one has ever dared to ignore me. Now someone has, Yin Xiu replied expressionlessly, reaching out to push her hand away. But the next moment, his brow furrowed slightly. This seemingly fragile hand was able to completely withstand his strength, equivalent to the force of 15 elephants, as if it were made of unyielding divine metal. So, she's a martial practitioner too, and quite skilled at that, Yin Xiu thought to himself. Noticing the surprise on Yin Xiu's face, Mu Zixuan withdrew her hand with a self-satisfied smirk. Her tone was firm yet soft. Don't waste your energy. No one in the Wan Yao Pavilion will serve you except me. Of course, you're free to go elsewhere if you're willing to accept their prices. Yin Xiu's expression stiffened slightly. The Wan Yao Pavilion was the premier martial arts alchemy shop in Tianling City. Not only did they offer the highest purchase prices, with a premium of up to 10%, but the martial arts pills they sold were also of the highest quality. Going elsewhere? The price difference alone would be heartbreaking. From the receptionist's attitude earlier, it was clear that with just one word from Mu Zixuan, the entire Wan Yao Pavilion would indeed refuse to serve him. Money was the key to cultivation resources. Yin Xiu wasn't about to turn his back on money, so he reluctantly sat down. I'll sell all these materials. Thank you for your trouble. Not so fast, Mu Zixuan said, her teeth clenched. We still have a score to settle. What's your name? And don't give me some nonsense like, killing sword, be careful, or I'll have you blacklisted from the entire Wanyao Pavilion. Yin Xiao, he replied calmly. Your grandfather is Mu Long. Yes, my grandfather. Mu Zixuan began to answer instinctively, but quickly caught herself, her expression turning furious. I'm the one asking you questions, not the other way around. Now, tell me, what's your real name? Yin Xiao's mind cleared. As expected, she was the granddaughter of Mu Long, the vice president of the Martial Arts Guild and one of the few martial masters in Tianling City. And according to rumors, the owner of the Wanyao Pavilion also bore the surname Mu. No wonder she could truly block him from doing business here. My name is Yin Xiao, he repeated. Yin Xiao? Mu Zixuan repeated his name, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. After being provoked so many times, she finally felt she'd gained the upper hand. Her eyes swept over the array of materials before her, curiosity evident. Where did you get all these materials? From the looks of it, there are over 100, and quite a few of them are mid-tier, first-grade quality. That doesn't seem relevant to our current transaction, Yin Xiao replied flatly. Answer honestly, and I'll give you a Wanyao Pavilion membership card with a 10% discount, Mu Zixuan offered, revealing her trump card. As the killing sword, Yin Xiao was not one to yield easily, but the allure of a 10% discount was simply too tempting. Without hesitation, he made the most logical choice. I hunted them myself. Really? You don't look like someone that's strong at first glance, Mu Zixuan teased. Thanks for the compliment. Yin Xiao glanced at the time, his impatience evident. Miss Mu, can we proceed with the transaction? I need to get back to my training. Ah, yes, of course. Mu Zixuan snapped back to reality, feeling inexplicably flustered. In all her life, she'd never talked to a member of the opposite sex for this long. At first, she was too angry to think much about it, but now that she'd been reminded, her cheeks flushed slightly. Soon, 42,100 taels were credited to Yin Xiao's account, bringing his total wealth to 117,600 taels, a result of 3 days' effort. I'll take 12 portions of blood chi powder, he said. Yin Xiao, your balance isn't enough, Mu Zixuan informed him. You promised me a 10% discount card, he reminded her. Right. Mu Zixuan quickly handed over the membership card. Despite their earlier unpleasantness, she had no intention of going back on her word. 108,000 taels were deducted swiftly, and the 12 portions of blood chi powder were delivered into Yin Xiao's hands. Thank you, Yin Xiao said simply before turning to leave. Hey, Mu Zixuan called out, annoyed. We've only just met, but we've talked quite a bit. That makes us acquaintances rounding up. We're practically friends. Could you not be so cold? Be a little warmer, more outgoing. Yin Xiao paused and turned back, his gaze meeting hers. That one look left Mu Zixuan rooted to the spot, her heart shaken. In his eyes, she saw profound sorrow and loneliness, buried beneath a mask of indifference. She couldn't fathom what kind of experiences could leave a 17-year-old boy with such an expression. I have no acquaintances, let alone friends, Yin Xiao said in an emotionless voice before turning and vanishing into the crowd. Mu Zixuan stared after him, a pang of regret surfacing. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so willful with him. Yin Xiao, however, remained unfazed. He cared little about offending the Wanyao Pavilion's heiress. Acquaintances? Friends? Ha, such terms sounded close. But if he hadn't been the killing sword, if he were just an ordinary person with no martial arts skills, scraping by in a Bay City, would she still use those words to describe their relationship? Even those comrades who had once fought alongside him now saw him as a burden. Why would she be any different? Back home, Yin Xiao composed himself and focused on his cultivation. He consumed the blood chi powder one portion at a time. Congratulations. Your blood chi powder effect has been tripled. Congratulations. Your blood chi powder effect has been quintupled. Congratulations. Your blood chi powder effect has been tripled. Congratulations. Your blood chi powder effect has been multiplied by 70 times. 5 or 6 hours passed quickly, and all 12 portions of blood chi powder were consumed. Unfortunately, no effects exceeding 100-fold appeared, and even 10-fold effects were rare. Night fell, enveloping the room in darkness. Yin Xiao opened his eyes, ending his training. From a drawer, he retrieved a grip strengthener and began testing his strength. 17 elephants of force. 19 elephants of force. 21 elephants of force. 22 elephants of force. Suddenly releasing the grip strengthener, Yin Xiao's face broke into a satisfied smile. Martial apprentice, 3rd rank achieved. In the wilderness, a life-and-death showdown was unfolding. Yin Xiao gripped the Guan Hong sword, his gaze cold and focused. Every move he made was a testament to the meticulous training he had received at the academy. Cross slash, sword thrust, gale step, all executed with seamless precision. Opposite him, a blazing fire leopard roared ferociously, flames erupting in all directions, yet he remained calm and composed. The battle raged on for 10 minutes until fate intervened for the young warrior. System notifications flashed repeatedly. Triple, quintuple, triple, and finally an astonishing 500 times critical hit multiplier. The sword's light surged explosively, radiating icy brilliance, and the incoming flames were instantly obliterated. The blazing fire leopard was cleaved in half before it could even let out a final cry. This luck, Yen Xiao muttered with a faint sigh as he began skillfully harvesting materials from the slain beast. The first-tier mid-grade beast yielded a decent haul, a blazing fire crystal and 100 milliliters of flame blood, with a total value of around 7,000. After checking his pack, Yen Xiao estimated that he needed to hunt 3 more beasts to fill it. However, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn, although he quickly dispatched another beast. A far greater danger was looming. Suddenly, strange roars echoed from all directions, laced with an unmistakable sense of fear. Even more unsettling, a large number of warriors were fleeing frantically from the same direction. As Yen Xiao hesitated, debating whether to stop hunting, a deafening roar shattered the sky. A violent gust of wind howled, and rocks crumbled. A massive creature came into view, standing 3 meters tall. It resembled the mythical Qiongqi, its body covered in thick scales. Its golden eyes gleamed with a chilling, terrifying light. A second-tier beast, the rampaging Qiongqi. This fearsome entity, which should have been confined to the danger zones, now appeared in the safe zone. It effortlessly slaughtered every living thing within a 100-meter radius. Over 10 warriors were devoured in an instant, and even the surrounding beasts were not spared. The moment those golden eyes locked onto Yen Xiao, a bone-chilling dread swept over him. Without a second thought, he abandoned all his gear and bolted. The gap between a warrior apprentice and a true warrior was as vast as the divide between mortals and gods. Even a 9th-tier apprentice was no match for a real warrior. Facing this second-tier beast, which rivaled a warrior in strength, Yen Xiao knew that direct confrontation meant certain death. With the critical hit system amplifying his gale step, triggering triple, quintuple, and triple boosts in succession, Yen Xiao ran for his life. Only one thought consumed him. He had to make it to the rail station, but fate was unkind. The tremors and the stench of blood from behind grew closer by the second. Worse still, in his desperate attempts to evade pursuit, he had veered off course and was unknowingly heading deeper into the perilous danger zone. Cornered and with no other options, Yen Xiao frantically began hurling stones at the beast. 15 times, 10 times, and triple critical hits triggered consecutively. But these attacks were little more than an itch to the rampaging Qiongqi. After several close brushes with death, their relentless chase finally brought them to the edge of a cliff. Yen Xiao stopped running. Towering cliffs loomed around him, the howling winds cutting through the air, and the abyss below seemed bottomless. He gripped the Guanhong sword tightly, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Even with the strength of 22 elephants and as a third-rank martial apprentice, falling from such a height would mean certain death. Rather than dying a meaningless death, he resolved to fight to the end. The raging Qiongqi slowed its pace as it saw its prey stop. A cruel, mocking expression appeared on its savage beastly face, as though it were a cat toying with a mouse, in no rush to deliver the fatal blow. There was only one chance for a strike. Yen Xiao slowly raised the Guanhong sword. This movement completely enraged the raging Qiongqi. It seemed incredulous that this insignificant human, no more than an ant in its eyes, dared to point a sword at it. Roar! The terrifying roar shook the mountains and forests, causing the earth to tremble. The raging Qiongqi lunged forward with ferocious speed. This time, Yen Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he charged ahead, swinging his sword in a horizontal slash, his face twisted with fury as he let out a desperate roar. Come on! Man and beast collided with an earth-shattering impact. The overwhelming force surged like a tidal wave. Yen Xiao coughed up blood and, unable to withstand the devastating blow, lost consciousness. Just before his mind faded into darkness, he vaguely heard a system notification. Congratulations! Your attack triggered a 500 times critical hit bonus. When Yen Xiao regained consciousness, the sharp pain jolted him awake. I'm not dead. He looked around and found himself at the bottom of the cliff. Mist swirled around him, and the towering stone walls pierced the sky, with no sign of the mountain's summit above. Beneath him, he felt something soft and warm. Looking down, he discovered the corpse of the raging Qiongqi, cleaved cleanly in two by a single strike. The truth became instantly clear. His final sword strike had triggered the 500 times critical hit, successfully killing the second-rank ferocious beast. However, the impact of their collision had sent them both plummeting off the cliff. Fortunately, the beast's corpse had cushioned his fall, allowing him to survive by sheer luck. After resting for a moment, Yen Xiao began to survey his surroundings. In the distance, he noticed a shimmering lake emitting a faint, multicolored glow. The air was thick with spiritual energy, like a fog, creating a scene that resembled a celestial paradise. A hidden realm? The term surfaced in his mind unbidden. Legends spoke of hidden realms left behind by fallen martial masters, serving as their legacies. Even the martial instructors at the academy had never witnessed one, though young Xiaoxiong's eyes glimmered with longing whenever he mentioned them. As Yin Xiu cautiously approached the lake, a weathered, ethereal figure suddenly appeared. Another successor has arrived? Junior Yin Xiu greets the senior, Yin Xiu said, bowing respectfully. Good, good, good. The figure repeated thrice, its tone calm and measured. I perished long ago, leaving behind this fragment of divine will to seek a fated successor for my martial legacy. Senior, may I be so bold as to ask how I might become your successor? Yin Xiu inquired. Though fate has brought us together, becoming my successor is no simple feat. You must pass 2 trials to enter the preliminary selection. Once you become a martial artist, you must then journey to the place of my burial and compete against other preliminary candidates. Only by defeating all rivals will you earn my legacy. Other candidates? Yin Xiu asked, his brows furrowing. Naturally. My martial techniques are unparalleled, a rarity through the ages. They must be passed on to the strongest talent. I have left 31 such hidden realms in total. Yin Xiu's mind raced. This meant that even after passing the preliminary selection, he might have to face up to 30 other competitors to claim the ultimate inheritance. Senior, may I ask what the first 2 trials entail? The phantom figure pointed towards the lake, and the water immediately began to boil and churn. Slowly, a stone steel forged from the skull of a colossal beast emerged from the depths. The surface of the steel radiated an ancient and mysterious aura, inscribed with a heaven-grade cultivation technique and a heaven-grade martial skill. You have 3 days. If you can comprehend the mysteries within and grasp the fundamentals, you will pass the first trial, the phantom's voice echoed, distant and ethereal. A heaven-grade cultivation technique. Even though Yin Xiu had mentally prepared himself, his pupils couldn't help but contract in shock. Cultivation techniques were divided into 4 levels: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Even the ordinary students of Lanyu Academy only practiced yellow-grade techniques. As the academy's former top prodigy, the best he had been taught by the headmaster was a profound-grade technique. Earth-grade techniques were closely guarded secrets of martial families, unattainable no matter the wealth offered. Heaven-grade techniques were treasures of unparalleled rarity, their appearance often triggering chaos and bloodshed. What happens if I fail the trial? Yin Xiu cautiously inquired, knowing that his damaged martial talent left him uncertain of success. The memory of this secret realm will be erased, but the heaven-grade technique and martial skill will remain as gifts for those destined, the phantom replied indifferently. Hearing this, Yin Xiu felt slightly relieved. He began focusing intently on the steel and quickly immersed himself in its intricacies. The heaven-grade cultivation technique was named 8 Extremes Battling the Heavens, symbolizing the power of the 8 extremes of the world, drawing strength from all directions to challenge the heavens. Its profoundness far surpassed the 9 refinements of vital energy, a profound-grade technique, by hundreds of times. As Yin Xiu began to cultivate, system notifications started to appear one after another. Congratulations! This comprehension triggered a 5-fold critical boost. Congratulations! This comprehension triggered a 20-fold critical boost. Congratulations! This comprehension triggered a 700-fold critical boost. The inscriptions on the steel seemed to come alive, and countless martial secrets surged into his mind like a tidal wave. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed, and finally, congratulations! This comprehension triggered a 10,000-fold critical boost. With this monumental critical boost, Yin Xiu's understanding of the 8 extremes battling the heavens had reached perfection. There were no more secrets left in this heaven-grade technique for him to uncover. Even more astonishing, as this technique replaced 9 refinements of vital energy as his primary cultivation method, his vital energy became several times more robust than before. Although his strength still measured at 22 elephant forces, his vital energy now carried the essence of the 8 extremes, granting him far greater endurance and resilience. How do you feel? The phantom asked calmly as the young man opened his eyes. I have comprehended it completely, Yin Xiu replied respectfully. Completely? Are you certain? The phantom's tone suddenly sharpened. Think carefully before you answer. If you dare deceive me, not only will you lose the heaven-grade technique, but your very life will be at risk. Yin Xiu smiled confidently. Before a senior like you, how could I dare to utter falsehoods? Then demonstrate it for me. Without hesitation, Yin Xiu began to perform the technique. Instantly, the essence of the 8 extremes radiated from his body, causing even the surrounding grass and trees to sway. The phantom was visibly stunned, though the mist surrounding him concealed his astonishment. The 8 extremes battling the heavens far surpassed ordinary heaven-grade techniques. Even the most gifted geniuses the Phantom had encountered in his lifetime required a month of seclusion to comprehend it. Yet this young man before him had mastered it in mere hours. Senior, what do you think? Yin Shou asked, a faint smile tugging at his lips after completing the demonstration. The Phantom composed himself with effort. Not bad. Among the geniuses I encountered in my lifetime, you'd rank above average. Then I shall proceed to comprehend the heaven-grade martial skill, Yin Shou said. The martial skill, called 8 Extremes Battling Strike, encompassed the essence of punches, sword techniques, kicks, and more, perfectly complementing the 8 Extremes Battling the Heavens technique. With the cultivation method as a foundation and the critical boosts from the system, Yin Shou's progress was astonishingly swift. By the time the hazy night descended, he had fully grasped the martial skill. All done, Senior. Would you like me to demonstrate it? Yin Shou asked, gripping his sword with anticipation. The Phantom shook his head. There's no need. It was unnecessary because the aura of the 8 extremes emanating from Yin Shou during his comprehension was proof enough that he had fully mastered the martial skill. To have comprehended both the 8 extremes battling the heavens and 8 extremes battling strike, in less than a day, such talent was monstrous. The Phantom sighed inwardly, lamenting that he was merely a fragment of consciousness. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly taken Yin Shou as a disciple to pass on his legacy. Congratulations, young one. You have successfully passed the first trial. This is your reward. Just drop your blood on it, and you can use it. With a light wave of his sleeve, the shadowy figure caused the lake's surface to churn and boil. From the swirling mist, a ring radiating a crystalline glow emerged, slowly floating toward the young man before him. Yin Shou's heart raced, for he had already guessed what it was. Trembling, he bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the ring. In an instant, a stream of information surged into his mind. Minor Universe Ring, a heaven-grade storage weapon with a 10 by 10 subspace. Unable to contain his excitement, Yin Shou slipped the ring onto his finger and sent his thoughts into it. Before his eyes, a dim, gray space unfolded. Thank you, Senior, he said earnestly. No need. This is what you deserve, the shadowy figure replied, waving dismissively. Now leave. When you break through to the 7th level of Martial Disciple, return for your second trial. Before the words had fully settled, Yin Shou felt the world around him spin. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the cliff. If not for the tangible ring on his finger, he might have thought the entire experience had been nothing but a dream. 7th level of Martial Disciple. Huh? Yin Shou mused to himself. With the critical strike system, it shouldn't take too long. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in frustration. Right. I forgot to ask the senior's name. Oh well, I'll ask next time. Back in the secret realm, the shadowy figure watched Yin Shou depart, unable to suppress his awe. To master both the 8 extreme skybreaking art and the 8 extreme skybreaking strike in less than a day. What kind of monster is he? No. He's beyond a monster's a prodigy. The figure sighed inwardly. If those old geezers find out about him, they'll go crazy trying to snatch him away. Regret tinged the figure's voice as he murmured, if only I were more than a mere wisp of divine consciousness, I would have taken him as my disciple on the spot. Then, as a thought occurred to him, a look of anticipation crossed his face. If he ever reaches that realm, he trailed off, muttering to himself, even with his extraordinary talent, breaking through to the 7th level of Martial Disciple will take at least 6 months. I might as well rest until then and look forward to our next meeting. That evening, the Myriad Medicines Pavilion had already closed for the day, and the employees were gradually leaving. Mu Zixuan, however, stayed behind, her brows furrowed. Strange. Yin Shou would usually come by to sell beast materials around this time. Why hasn't he shown up today? Could it be that he was really upset by what I said last time? The thought of possibly never seeing Yin Shou again stirred an inexplicable unease in her heart. Just then, she overheard a conversation between two colleagues. Did you hear? Something happened in the wilderness. What happened? I heard a second-tier fierce beast broke into the safe zone and killed dozens of martial disciples. The scene was horrifying. Are you serious? How could a second-tier beast end up in the safe zone? Mu Zixuan's heart skipped a beat as she thought of Yin Shou, who often operated in the safe zone. Anxiety surged through her as she urgently questioned her colleagues. Is what you're saying true? Startled by her sudden outburst, the two exchanged glances before nodding in unison. It's true. News has spread all over the wilderness. Back at home, Mu Zixuan locked herself in her room, ignoring her grandfather Mu Yinglong's calls. Staring out at the starry sky, she clung to a single thought. The safe zone is vast, and the wilderness even vaster. It can't be that coincidental. He's the killing sword. After all, there's no way he'd die so easily. The next morning, Yin Shou stretched lazily. Exhausted from being chased by a second-tier beast and undergoing the secret realm trial, He had collapsed into bed upon returning home and slept until the sun was high in the sky. After a quick wash and a simple meal, he headed to the Myriad Medicines Pavilion. The second-tier materials from the rampaging Qiongqi were stored in the minor universe ring. Rather than laboring to refine pills or forge weapons himself, it was far more practical to sell them. It was a pity, though, that he had only obtained the ring after the secret realm trial. Otherwise, he could have stored the entire beast's corpse, which would have fetched 2 or 3 times the price enough to break through to the 5th level of martial disciple. If luck had triggered a 10,000-fold critical strike, he might have even reached the 6th level directly. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Yin Xiu chose a quiet spot to retrieve the materials. Since storage weapons were exceedingly rare, displaying one publicly would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, there was no need to invite it either. Yin Xiu. As soon as he stepped inside, a voice called out to him with unrestrained excitement. Yin Xiu walked over to Mu Zixuan's counter, noticing the visible relief on her face. Puzzled, he asked, "What's going on? I've only been gone a day. No need to get so worked up, right?" "Hao's worked up. Not me," Mu Zixuan retorted, though her heart was conflicted. They weren't particularly close. There was even some lingering tension between them, so why had she felt so anxious upon hearing he might have encountered a fierce beast? She rationalized it as a reflection of her kind nature, unwilling to see a friend meet a tragic end. Yes, that must be it. By the way, she suddenly recalled, I heard a second-tier beast appeared in the safe zone yesterday and killed several martial disciples. Did you run into it? I did. Right, of course you didn't. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here unharmed. Wait, what did you say? You did? Mu Zixuan finally processed his words, her eyes widening in disbelief. I definitely ran into it, Yin Xiu confirmed. Then it must not have noticed you. Lucky for you. It noticed me. And then? It didn't chase you? It did. But it didn't catch you? It caught me. Huh. Yin Xiu, you're hilarious. That was a second-tier beast. If it had caught you, there's no way you'd still be standing here. Mu Zixuan's words trailed off as her gaze fell on the bundle Yin Xiu placed on the counter. One by one, he began pulling out items. The rampaging Qiongqi's blood, eyes, teeth, bones. Mu Zixuan's expression grew increasingly stiff. By the time Yin Xiu finished, she couldn't help but wonder why she had been so worried about this person in the first place. Finally, she managed to croak, You killed that beast? Mu Zixuan's astonishment was understandable. A martial apprentice slaying a second-tier ferocious beast was utterly unbelievable, akin to an ant tearing apart an elephant. If not for the beast materials laid out before her, she would never have dared to make such a bold assumption. More or less, Yin Xiu replied ambiguously as always. It was really you who killed it? Mu Zixuan inhaled sharply, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Isn't the Myriad Medicine Pavilion known for prioritizing customer privacy above all else? Since when did they start getting so curious about the origins of beast materials? Yin Xiu, well aware of the implications of a martial apprentice killing a second-tier beast, chose not to elaborate. He reached out to take back the materials. If you don't want to purchase them, never mind. I'll shop around elsewhere. Bang! A familiar scene played out once more as Mu Zixuan slammed her hand on the beast materials, cheeks puffed in frustration. I was just asking. Why are you so petty? Fine, fine, I'll buy them. She quickly quoted a price. 200 milliliters of violent Qiongqi blood, 1 pair of violent Qiongqi eyes, 13 violent Qiongqi teeth, total value, 312,000. It's already been transferred to your account. Yin Xiu nodded in satisfaction as his account balance instantly grew by a 6-figure sum starting with 3. I need blood chi powder, right? Mu Zixuan cut him off, her tone carrying a hint of personal grievance. 11,000 per portion. You have 312,000, so that's 31 portions. No haggling. I'll go grab them for you now. Wait, what? Killing sword? Didn't you usually spend all your money on blood chi powder? Changed your mind this time? Not exactly. It's just. Yin Xiu slowly pulled out a card. You forgot, I have a 10% discount card. So it's not 31 portions, it's 35. Thanks. Mu Zixuan gritted her teeth, regretting yet again that she had ever issued that discount card. With a tinge of resentment, she handed over 35 portions of blood chi powder. After completing the transaction, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but ask, that second-tier beast, did you really kill it? Guess, Yin Xiu replied nonchalantly, ignoring the murderous glare behind him as he walked away with the 35 portions of blood chi powder. A furious roar echoed faintly from behind him. Guess? Go to hell. System notification. Congratulations, your blood chi powder effect has triggered a 5-fold critical boost. System notification. Congratulations, your blood chi powder effect has triggered a 7-fold critical boost. System notification. Congratulations, your blood chi powder effect has triggered a 3-fold critical boost. System notification. Congratulations, your blood chi powder effect has triggered a 200-fold critical boost. The growth of strength was never a smooth journey. For an ordinary martial apprentice, progressing from the power of 1 elephant to 9 elephants might take only 10 days. But advancing from 9 elephants to 18 could require 1, 2, or even 3 years. As for higher realms, they demanded even longer periods of accumulation. As Yin Xiao consumed the 34th portion of blood chi powder and activated his 8 extreme sky-breaking technique, his strength soared rapidly. 25 elephants. 27 elephants. Fourth-year martial apprentice. Achieved. 30 elephants. Finally, his strength plateaued at 33 elephants. At that moment, Yin Xiao's entire body glowed red, steam rising around him like a furnace of flesh and blood. The essence of the 8 extreme sky-breaking technique emanated unconsciously, his eyes flashing as if with fire, and his overwhelming aura rivaled that of a fifth-year martial apprentice. When he completed his practice and the 8 extreme sky-breaking technique gradually ceased operation, his body slowly returned to its normal state. What a pity. The blood chi powder's effectiveness has significantly diminished for a fourth-tier martial apprentice, and the 100-fold critical boost only triggered once. Otherwise, my strength might have broken through to 36 elephants. Though he hadn't advanced to a fifth-tier martial apprentice, Yin Xiao was already quite satisfied. After all, rising from nothing to the 4th tier in less than a month was a staggering speed that could shock the outside world. Following this, Yin Xiao began practicing the 8 extreme sky-breaking strike. Comprehension was one thing, but mastery was another. Although he had grasped the technique's intricacies, true mastery required years of honing. Of course, that was assuming no external assistance. System notification. Congratulations, your martial technique training has triggered a 3-fold critical boost. System notification. Congratulations, your martial technique training has triggered a 10-fold critical boost. System notification. Congratulations, your martial technique training has triggered a 300-fold critical boost. As the golden hues of dusk bathed the room, a solitary figure continued to train tirelessly. Even when utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat, he remained relentless in his pursuit. In a luxurious villa. Grandfather, do you think it's possible for a martial apprentice to kill a second-tier beast? Mu Zixuan rested her chin on her hand, her brows furrowed deeply in confusion. Without hesitation, Mu Yinglong, who was in the middle of training, replied, absolutely impossible. Ah. Mu Zixuan's jaw dropped. Not even the slightest chance. Not even the slightest. After a pause, Mu Yinglong added, my dear granddaughter, if you were talking about an 8th-tier martial apprentice defeating a 9th-tier one, or even a 1st-tier martial apprentice defeating a 9th-tier one, that's possible. Strength can be compensated for with techniques, martial skills, weapons, or even pills. But for a 9th-tier martial apprentice to defeat a martial artist, that's absolutely impossible. It's a fundamental difference. Martial artists absorb violent spiritual energy, store it in their dantian, condense true essence, and can break through a martial apprentice's flesh as easily as tearing paper. Maybe in top-tier cities like Tianjin, Shangjing, or Duhang, there are geniuses who can transcend such boundaries, but I've personally never heard of such a thing. I see. Mu Zixuan's confidence wavered, seeing her grandfather's certainty. Yet when she recalled Yin Xiao's mischievous smirk, she couldn't shake the strong feeling that he really had slain that second-tier beast. What's going on, my dear granddaughter? Why the sudden curiosity? Mu Yinglong rarely probed his granddaughter's thoughts, but this time he couldn't resist. Well, grandfather, it's like this. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Zixuan recounted the story of Yin Xiao slaying the second-tier beast, though she omitted his name. To her surprise, Mu Yinglong's expression turned utterly shocked, his voice laced with disbelief. What? A martial apprentice hunting a second-tier beast? I never thought our Tianling city would have such a genius. No wonder my granddaughter is so smitten, so preoccupied, so infatuated, so determined. Grandfather. Mu Zixuan glared at him murderously. Be serious. And what's with all that nonsense about being infatuated? Oh, come on, I was just joking with my favorite granddaughter. Mu Yinglong chuckled awkwardly before turning serious again. But I stand by what I said. A martial apprentice killing a second-tier beast? Impossible. That includes this boy you mentioned. Mu Zixuan furrowed her brows slightly, a trace of unwillingness in her heart. There was no denying that the man had indeed brought second-tier beast materials. Mu Yinglong, noticing his granddaughter's thoughts, chuckled and said, what's so surprising about that? While martial apprentices can't kill second-tier beasts, there are plenty of opportunities to scavenge. Perhaps the beast encountered an equally strong opponent, or found itself in a desperate situation. In any case, it's not uncommon for a martial apprentice to present second-tier beast materials in this world. So it was scavenged. Mu Zixuan murmured, deep in thought. Thinking back, Yin Xiao had never explicitly admitted it. He always brushed it off with vague responses like, something like that or guess for yourself. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the truth was more complicated. My dear granddaughter, let me remind you of something else. Mu Yinglong's expression suddenly turned serious. I don't know who this young man you're talking about is, but judging by your reaction, he must be someone important to you. Of course not. Mu Zixuan instinctively denied, her tone tinged with a hint of panic. Ignoring her protest, Mu Yinglong continued. Let me give you a piece of advice: never tell anyone about him possessing second-tier beast materials. Such materials are worth over 6 figures, enough to make even martial artists envious. If word gets out, your friend will likely become a target and land himself in trouble. Mu Zixuan felt a chill in her heart. She had been so focused on questioning whether Yin Xiao had truly slain a second-tier beast that she'd completely overlooked this potential risk. I understand, Grandpa, she said solemnly. Mu Yinglong's tone lightened as he smiled and teased. So, my dear granddaughter, when will you introduce me to this friend of yours? He's not a friend's my enemy, my nemesis. Mu Zixuan snapped, rolling her eyes at him. There's no way I'm letting you meet him. With that, she ignored Mu Yinglong's exaggerated look of indignation and dashed back to her room. The news of a second-tier beast appearing in the safe zone caused quite a stir in the wilderness. Martial apprentices were filled with unease, prompting the Martial Arts Union to dispatch martial artists for a large-scale search and elimination mission. However, after several days, the martial artists were unable to locate the beast. Some speculated that it had returned to the danger zone, while others rumored that martial masters from another city had taken it upon themselves to eliminate the threat. The beast's fate remained a mystery. Thankfully, the Martial Arts Union soon issued a statement assuring that no second-tier beasts remained in the safe zone. The initial panic among martial apprentices gradually subsided, and the wilderness returned to its usual bustling activity. During this time, Yin Xiao maintained a routine life, attending mandatory classes at the academy during the day, venturing into the wilderness to hunt beasts, and selling his spoils at the Myriad Medicine Pavilion. At night, he dedicated himself to cultivating the heaven-tier martial technique, 8 Extreme Sky-Breaking Strike. Congratulations! Your martial technique training triggered a triple critical hit bonus. Congratulations! Your martial technique training triggered a 10-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations! Your martial technique training triggered a 5-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations! Your martial technique training triggered a 30-fold critical hit bonus. With the support of the critical hit system, Yin Xiao's training progress was remarkable. He had now reached the point where he could execute the 8 Extreme Sky-Breaking Strike in its preliminary form, just a step away from mastery. Finally, the day of the annual assessment arrived, and Yin Xiao made his way to the academy. Hey look, is that Yin Xiao? It really is. Is he planning to participate in the annual assessment? Impossible. His cultivation was crippled, not even a first-year martial apprentice. How could he possibly pass? If I were him, I'd just quit. Staying here only invites ridicule. Exactly. If it were me, I would have left long ago instead of embarrassing myself like this. As soon as Yin Xiao entered the academy, whispers filled the air around him. His expression remained stoic, his heart undisturbed. Over the past year, he had grown accustomed to such jeers and mockery. What had once kindled anger and resentment now left him indifferent. Suddenly, Yin Xiao stopped in his tracks, his gaze falling on the academy gate. A ripple stirred in his otherwise still heart. 3 figures appeared there. A young man with golden hair and striking purple eyes, exuding an imposing aura, a handsome boy with a gentle smile, and a girl with flowing hair as white as snow, her every glance brimming with tenderness. Wow, it's Li Xian, the top genius of Blue Rain Academy. Half a year ago, he had already broken through to the 9th-tier martial apprentice level. I heard the principal wanted to take him as a disciple. He's the one most likely to achieve martial artist status before the age of 20, just like Yin Xiao was a year ago. The Luo siblings, Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi, have also reached the 9th-tier martial apprentice level. Though slightly behind Li Xian, they're still strong contenders to become martial artists before 20. I heard Yin Xiao used to be best friends with them. Yeah, they were known as the 4 geniuses of Blue Rain Academy. There were even rumors about Yin Xiao and Luo Shi being a couple. Supposedly, he turned down Ren Xiaodai's confession because of her. So why are they acting like strangers now? Isn't it obvious? Yin Xiao lost his cultivation, and they didn't want to be dragged down. That's so heartless. Come on, what did you expect? Loyalty can't fend off beasts. Loyalty only exists when backed by strength. Yin Xiao silently observed his former best friends. While the mockery of others had once been painful, their abandonment was what truly broke him. The memories were as vivid as ever, no matter how much time had passed. The 3 noticed Yin Xiao as well. They frowned but walked past him as if he were invisible. Li Xian muttered under his breath, I heard he paid his tuition. With that kind of money, why stay here? It's not like he can ever become a martial artist. His tone was full of disdain. The annual assessment consisted of only one test strength. The Martial Hall, located at the rear of the academy, had long been equipped with professional testing instruments. By the time Yin Xiu arrived, the area outside the examination hall was already packed with people. A teacher stood at the entrance, calling out names. Students, full of anticipation, entered the hall as their names were called. Suddenly, the massive screen suspended in midair updated the rankings. Wang Luyang, 70 elephant strength, rating. Excellent, current rank, 3. The crowd erupted instantly, exclamations echoing throughout. 70 elephant strength? That's almost at the 9th tier martial apprentice level. Wang Luyang is truly remarkable. Well, his father is Wang Tianshi, the head of the Shitian Martial Hall and vice president of the Martial Arts Association. He's one of the few martial masters in Tianling City. Ah, so that's his background. Shu, watch your mouth. Don't invite trouble. Yin Shou frowned, contemplating whether to switch examination venues, when a figure emerged from the hall. The person exuded an intimidating and domineering presence, sweeping a cold gaze across the crowd before locking eyes on Yin Shou. The students nearby sensed trouble and quickly stepped back, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Well, look who it is, the famous Yin Shou of Lanyu Academy. Wang Luyang approached, his eyes brimming with mockery. Weren't you crippled? With less than 1 elephant strength, you're still here for the annual assessment? Are you here to entertain us? As laughter erupted around them, someone even let out a whistle. Not far away, Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi were watching the scene unfold. Luo Shi gritted her teeth, about to step forward, but her brother Luo Qinghe stopped her. Wang Luyang comes from a prominent martial arts family in Tianling City. His background is too powerful. It's not worth offending him for Yin Xiu. But Luo Shi's voice faltered as past bonds clashed with present realities in her heart. No buts, Li Xian said with a tone of reproach. Yin Xiu is already crippled. Staying in the academy will only bring trouble. He brought this on himself. It has nothing to do with us. In the end, Luo Shi nodded. I understand. Yin Xiu remained expressionless. Wang Luyang, more often than not, those who treat others as a joke are the ones who are the real joke. Oh, are you calling me a joke? Wang Luyang's smile vanished, replaced by a murderous intent. Do you believe I can't crush you like an ant right now? A similar deadly intent surged within Yin Xiu. He had been waiting for Wang Luyang to strike first. With his 33 elephant strength, combined with triple critical strikes and his mastery of the 8 extremes combat technique, Yin Xiu was confident he could end it in a single move. Just then, a powerful aura swept over the area, instantly dissipating Wang Luyang's killing intent. This is academy grounds. It's the annual assessment. What are you trying to do? Yang Shaoxiong stepped in front of Yin Xiu, casting a cold glare at Wang Luyang. You just gathered your strength. Who are you planning to attack? Wang Luyang's expression shifted rapidly before he forced a smile. No one, Teacher Yang. We were just fooling around. The assessment is over. Leave now, Yang Shaoxiong said impatiently, waving him off. As Wang Luyang walked past Yin Xiu, he muttered through gritted teeth. I refuse to believe Teacher Yang can protect you forever. Yin Xiu silently dispersed his 8 extremes combat energy, thinking to himself, actually, it's Teacher Yang who just protected you. Before leaving, Yang Shaoxiong warned Yin Xiu, stay away from Wang Luyang in the future. Don't cause trouble for me. Li Xian and the others, seeing there was no more drama to watch, headed straight to the front of the martial hall. As prodigies, they didn't need to wait in line to enter. Before stepping into the hall, Luo Qinghe glanced back at Yin Xiu and sighed inwardly. With his cultivation gone, provoking Wang Luyang is only asking for trouble. The assessment continued. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi soon had their results. 80 elephant strength, 70 Nini elephant strength, and 75 elephant strength, taking first, second, and third places, respectively, bumping Wang Luyang down to 6th. Next up, Yin Xiu. Finally, it was Yin Xiu's turn. The test involved a sand-filled column design to measure the strength of a single punch. The passing line for the annual assessment was 9 elephant strength. The higher the score, the better the ranking, with additional rewards for top performers. Though he initially planned to aim for a decent score, after acquiring the 8 extremes combat technique and 8 extreme strike, Yin Xiu no longer cared much about the assessment rewards. He approached the column and casually struck it with a finger. Congratulations! Your attack has triggered a triple critical hit bonus. The large screen outside instantly refreshed. Yin Xiu, 11 elephant strength, rank 1032. The result left the students present in shock. Yin Xiu, 11 elephant strength? Wasn't his cultivation completely destroyed? 11 elephant power? The students' exclamations echoed across the training grounds. The results displayed on the screen left everyone wide-eyed, and the chatter surged like a tide. Yin Xiu was supposed to be a cripple, wasn't he? How did he manage to cultivate again, and even pass the annual assessment? Looks like he's been preparing for this for a while. Wang Luyang is going to lose it. Didn't he say Yin Xiu was here just to make people laugh? Well, now it seems like the joke's on him. Li Xian stared at the results on the screen, his brows furrowed. Yin Xiu's determination to continue cultivating martial arts was admirable. But then, he recalled the devastating beast tide. Not only had Yin Xiu lost his abilities, but his martial talent had also been severely damaged, reducing his cultivation speed to less than a third of what it once was. Reaching 11 elephant power within a year was likely his limit. Luo Qinghe and Luo Shi exchanged glances, both shaking their heads with a sigh. The damage to his martial talent is just too severe. No matter how hard he tries, he'll never return to being the genius Yin Xiu he once was. Wang Luyang, however, had a completely different reaction. His face turned livid, eyes burning with fury. Him again. Last time, he humiliated me by pretending to be helpless after I paid for his tuition. Now he's done it again, acting innocent after regaining 11 elephant power, making me the laughing stock. Yin Xiu, you better not fall into my hand. When the assessment ended, Yin Xiu walked out of the training grounds. The peculiar stares thrown his way made him chuckle softly. Heh, surprised, aren't you? A so-called cripple returning to martial arts and passing the annual assessment. As he exited the exam hall, he was stopped by Yang Xiaoxiang. When did you break through to a second-rank martial apprentice? Not long ago, Yin Xiu replied, silently adding in his mind. Actually, I'm already a fourth rank. You must have endured a lot to get here. Not too much. You're still the same, never showing any sign of the hardships you've been through. Yin Xiu wanted to explain that with the critical strike system, his path of cultivation hadn't been that difficult. But before he could, Yang Xiaoxiang shook his head and continued, you shouldn't have revealed your progress. Too many people envy you, especially Wang Luyang. You've embarrassed him again, and he won't let this go. Hearing these words, warmth surged in Yin Xiu's heart. If it weren't for this seemingly aloof teacher Yang, he would have been expelled long ago. It was Yang who had negotiated with the dean to allow his tuition fees to be delayed for so long. It was also Yang's protection that kept Yin Xiu's old enemies from daring to act against him. Don't worry, teacher Yang. I know what I'm doing. Sigh, I hope you really do. After leaving the academy, Yin Xiu prepared to head into the wilderness for hunting. The martial path required resources like pills, techniques, and skills, all of which demanded wealth. Hunting fierce beasts for materials was the fastest way to earn money. At the academy gate, he encountered Ren Xiaodai, who was there to take her assessment. Yin Xiu gave her only a brief glance, not even acknowledging her with a nod, and walked away without hesitation. Ren Xiaodai stared at his departing figure, lost in thought. Has he finished his assessment? He probably failed, considering he's no longer the prodigy he once was, not even a first-rank apprentice judging by how quickly he left. He must have been expelled. Well, that's for the best. I won't have to think about that confession from that night anymore. A light smile curved her lips as she walked into the academy. But when she overheard the students around her discussing how Yin Xiu had passed the assessment with 11 elephant power, she froze in place, completely stunned. Ren Xiaodai anxiously sought out her best friend, her eyes shining with barely concealed anticipation. I heard Yin Xiu pass the assessment? Her voice trembled slightly. Her friend rolled her eyes, her tone tinged with exasperation. You're just finding out, Xiaodai? This news has been all over the academy for a while now. She paused, her voice shifting to one of admiration. Yin Xiu's achievement is truly remarkable this time. Even with his martial talent damaged, he managed to forcefully cultivate the strength of 11 elephants. Imagine how much hardship he must have endured. It's true. A ripple of emotion stirred in Ren Xiaodai's heart, her hands unconsciously twisting together. Her friend, seeing right through her thoughts, curled her lips into a knowing smile. Oh, our goddess Ren, how does it feel now that the boy you used to admire isn't being expelled? Ren Xiaodai opened her mouth, wanting to say I don't care. We're not close, or we're not the same kind of people. Yet, after a long pause, all her words condensed into a soft, I don't know. Her friend gently patted her shoulder, speaking with a tone of heartfelt wisdom. Actually, you know everything. You're just not ready to admit it. After the storm of the academy's assessment passed, Yin Xiu returned to his usual routine, attending mandatory classes, venturing into the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts, and selling his spoils at the Myriad Medicine Pavilion. Although the second-tier beast had vanished without a trace, rumors surrounding it only grew more rampant. That morning, Yin Xiu, as usual, boarded the underground tram heading for the wilderness. As soon as he found a seat and sat down, he overheard a lively discussion around him. The Martial Arts Guild has been searching for that second-tier beast for ages and still hasn't found it. Who knows if it returned to the warning zone or, as the rumors say, was taken down by a passing martial artist. Hey, I heard an interesting rumor. Want to hear it? Spill it already. Stop teasing, or we'll gang up on you. The person lowered their voice conspiratorially. I heard that the second-tier beast really was killed, but it wasn't by some passing martial artist or an ordinary warrior. It was taken down by none other than the newly famous slaughter sword. Ugh, the statement was immediately met with a chorus of groans. Someone outright dismissed it, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? No matter how skilled the slaughter sword is, he's just a martial apprentice. Killing a second-tier beast? Keep dreaming." The man stood up defiantly, his voice carrying a hint of arrogance. "Why not? Killing Sword is a ruthless figure in the safe zone, having hunted down no fewer than 100 fierce beasts. What's so special about taking down a Tier 2 beast?" As soon as he spoke, the surrounding crowd erupted in even louder laughter. Some of the martial apprentices exaggeratedly clutched their stomachs, laughing so hard that they could barely stand. "Brother," one of the martial apprentices said, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, "I take it you're not a properly trained martial apprentice from an academy. You haven't undergone systematic training and don't understand the power hierarchy of warriors, do you?" "So what if I'm not?" the man retorted, stiffening his neck. "Exactly. Do you even realize how vast the gap is between a martial apprentice and a martial warrior? How vast? Like the distance between heaven and earth. Huh. It seems you still don't quite grasp it. Let me put it this way. A martial warrior can effortlessly kill over 20 martial apprentices. Even if surrounded by 100 martial apprentices, they could break through unscathed. And a Tier 2 beast is equivalent in strength to a martial warrior. Now, think again. Do you really think Killing Sword could slay a Tier 2 beast?" I, I, I. The man's face turned beet red as he slumped back into his seat, clearly shaken and disheartened. As the infamous slayer of a Tier 2 beast, Yin Xiaonon as Killing Sword couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. He didn't notice, however, that on the other side of the train, someone was glancing in his direction while rapidly sending messages. The massive, steel-reinforced gates slowly opened as the railcar departed Tianling City, heading toward the wilderness. Out in the wilderness, Wang Luyang stood still, glaring in the direction of Tianling City. His twisted expression and murderous eyes betrayed his intent. He wasn't here to hunt fierce beasts. She was waiting for someone. Yin Shito. Ever since the annual assessment ended, Wang Luyang couldn't close his eyes without replaying the humiliation Yin Shio had inflicted on him, turning him into a laughingstock at the academy. Everywhere he went, he felt the sting of ridicule. Over time, his resentment had grown into an uncontrollable volcano of hatred, driving him nearly insane. He had to find Yin Xiao and reclaim his dignity by repaying the humiliation tenfold. At a nearby camp, a few figures gathered around a bonfire, engaged in conversation. "Brother Yang, are you sure that loser will actually come to the wilderness?" "Doesn't seem likely. Even if Yin Xiao managed to break through as a martial apprentice again, he's only got the strength of 11 elephants at best, a Tier 2 martial apprentice. Venturing into the wilderness, even in the safe zone, is practically a death sentence. Not to mention, the wilderness is so vast. Even if he does come, how are we supposed to find him with just a few people?" "Brother Yang." Wang Luyang's gaze swept across the four men's faces. They were all students of Blue Rain Academy, each with considerable skill, none of them below Tier 6 martial apprentices. At the academy, they followed his lead. He had brought them here for one purpose, to help him find Yin Xiao. "Don't worry," Wang Luyang said, his expression feral, his tone dripping with murderous intent. "I've already sent someone to tail Yin Xiao. The latest report says he boarded the rail car and will soon arrive in the wilderness." The four martial apprentices exchanged excited looks. As expected of Brother Yang, always so thorough. "Haha, that loser dared to oppose Brother Yang? He doesn't even know how he's going to die." "Don't worry, Brother Yang. If Yin Xiao dares step into the wilderness, well, drag him to you so you can vent all your anger." One of them added meaningfully, "By the way, Brother Yang, about what you promised us." A flicker of displeasure passed through Wang Luyang's eyes, but he held back his temper. He still needed their help to track Yin Xiao in the vast wilderness. "Don't forget who my father is. Rest assured, once it's done, each of you will get a profound-level martial skill. I won't go back on my word." The others were thrilled by this promise. Brother Yang is so generous. Brother Yang is unstoppable. Following Brother Yang always pays off. Basking in their flattery, Wang Luyang couldn't help but smile. Soon, a notification sounded on his device. Wang Luyang glanced at it, his eyes gleaming. "Yin Xiao has entered the wilderness. Split up into 5 groups. We must find him." Unaware that he was being targeted, Yin Xiao didn't immediately begin hunting upon reaching the wilderness. Instead, he sought out a relatively secluded area to lure a fierce beast. Roar! A deafening roar shook the forest as a massive tiger emerged. Standing 2.2 meters tall, it exuded a bloodthirsty aura. This was a bloodthirsty tiger, a top-grade Tier 1 fierce beast. Fierce beasts were wild creatures with a natural inclination for violence. However, instead of charging at its prey as usual, the bloodthirsty tiger emitted a low, uneasy growl and began to retreat. It had caught the scent of blood, the scent of its kind, killed and left behind. Interesting. It's actually scared. Yin Xiu was slightly surprised but soon chuckled. A top-grade Tier 1 beast. Its strength is decent enough, a perfect target to test my 8 extreme sky-crushing strike. Indeed, Yin Xiu intended to use this fierce beast as practice. The tiger's ferocity eventually overpowered its unease. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest, the 2.2-meter-tall beast charged like a small mountain. Good. Bring it on. Yin Xiu focused his energy, channeling power from his heels through his waist and all the way to his fingertips, where it erupted with force. The essence of the Ba Ji Bo Tian strike lay in this very principal strength that could reach far and momentum that could shatter the heavens. Though he had only recently begun practicing this move, he had already grasped some of its profound truths. His technique carried an aura of creation and destruction, as if splitting the heavens and earth. A timely system notification appeared. Congratulations! Tenfold critical hit, bonus activated. Boom! With a deafening crash, the bloodthirsty tiger collapsed to the ground, letting out a final wail before its life was extinguished. Yin Xiu's lips curled into a faint smile as he thought to himself, true mastery comes from real combat, far more effective than solitary practice. In the days that followed, Yin Xiu roamed the wilderness, hunting beasts. Whether it was with fists, palms, or the occasional unsheathing of his long sword, every move he made demonstrated the variations of the Ba Ji Bo Tian strike. Each battle deepened his understanding of this celestial-grade martial art. The materials harvested from the slain beasts were, of course, stored in his small universe ring. However, with the critical hit system's assistance, these first-tier beasts posed little challenge. Most were slain in a single blow, and even the stronger ones couldn't last beyond 3 exchanges. This left him unable to truly experience the life-and-death insights that the Ba Ji Bo Tian strike was meant to reveal. Should I try venturing into the danger zone? The bold thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it with a shake of his head. Recalling the terrifying power of the frenzied Xiong Qi from that day, he knew all too well that facing a second-tier beast with his current martial apprentice strength would be suicidal. After all, a 1,000-fold critical hit was a rare and unpredictable occurrence. By the afternoon, yet another beast fell under his sword. As he scanned the wilderness for his next target, a voice called out, Yin Xiu. Following the sound, he saw a young man approaching with a long staff slung over his shoulder, an arrogant expression on his face. So it really is you. Who would have thought I'd be the first to find you? Ha ha ha. Looks like I've struck gold. Yin Xiu took note of the boy's academy uniform and frowned slightly. Blue Rain Academy? You came here specifically to find me? Congratulations. You guessed correctly, the boy replied with a smirk, his tone dripping with nonchalance. To be more precise, Yang Jiao, that's Wang Liang wants to find you. I'm just here to play the vanguard. Yin Xiu stood in the desolate wilderness, his robes billowing in the cold wind. From the distance, a figure approached. It was one of Wang Luyang's subordinates. What if I refuse? Yin Xiu asked calmly. The man sneered, swinging a staff-like weapon in his hand as a sharp gust howled through the air. Yin Xiu, you were once Blue Rain Academy's top prodigy. How can you be so foolish? I'm not here to negotiate. I'm here to take you by force. And if necessary, I'll break your arms and legs. Yin Xiu sighed softly. The one being foolish here is you. Have you not wondered why I dared to come to the wilderness alone? What? The man frowned, a flicker of unease crossing his face. At Blue Rain Academy, the belief that Yin Xiu was a failure had long been ingrained. He had never truly considered the question. Yin Xiu slowly unsheathed his sword, Guanhong. The blade shimmered with a chilling light. Have you ever heard of the Killing Sword? The Killing Sword? The mysterious swordsman warrior who slaughtered hundreds of Tier 1 beasts in the wilderness? Fear began to creep into the man's heart. No, you can't possibly be. Before he could finish, a flash of sword light pierced the air. The power of the 9 provinces and 8 extremes erupted, turning a fleeting moment into eternity. A system notification rang out. Congratulations, you achieved a 15-fold critical hit bonus with this attack. Blood sprayed, and a head fell to the ground. Yin Xiu sheathed his sword, his tone indifferent. No, you're wrong. I am the Killing Sword. After searching the corpse, Yin Xiu found little of value: some money, a low-level yellow-grade martial technique, and a standard weapon. However, one item caught his attention, a communicator. Just as he was about to discard it, a voice crackled through the device. Safe Zone 682846, coordinates 200,173. No target detected. Safe Zone 682091, coordinates 110,361. Still nothing. A faint smirk tugged at Yin Xiu's lips. Prey delivering itself to me? Then let's settle this. Hours later, Wang Luyang, having just slain a black Fang wolf, pulled out his communicator with a dark expression. Hey, Zhang Chaoyu, Yang Xing, Li Tsuani, what the hell are you idiots doing? Only the grating sound of static replied. You can't even handle such a simple task, yet you dream of earning a profound grade martial technique? Go eat dirt. Wang Luyang cursed furiously. Want them to eat dirt? A familiar voice spoke from behind him. I'm afraid they won't have the chance. Yin Xiu stepped forward, tossing 4 blood-stained communicators to the ground. You killed them all? Impossible. Wang Luyang stammered in disbelief. Your cultivation has already been crippled. Yin Xiu drew Guan Hong once more, the blade glinting with cold light. But as it neared Wang Luyang, it was abruptly stopped by an invisible barrier. Ha! Ha ha ha! Wang Luyang burst into laughter. This is a true qi armor crafted personally by my father. Not even a martial artist can break through it. And he'll be here soon. You're finished. Yin Xiu's brow furrowed slightly but quickly relaxed. From Tianling City to here, even a martial master would need an hour. Do you think I can break through your barrier in that time? Ridiculous. Wang Luyang laughed even harder. You, a mere martial disciple, imagine you can break a true qi barrier imbued with my father's divine intent? Even if you attacked for 3 days and nights, it would be impossible. Is that so? Yin Xiu's smile turned enigmatic. His blood surged like boiling fire, emanating the overwhelming aura of the 8 extremes striking the heavens. Then let's find out. Wang Luyang's eyes glimmered with disdain. The true qi armor, a refined-grade martial weapon, was a life-saving treasure personally handed down to him by his father, Wang Tianshi, the owner of the Shi Tian Martial Hall and the vice president of the Martial Arts Union. The protective barrier it unleashed was strong enough to withstand attacks from martial artists. For Yin Xiu, a mere martial apprentice, to think he could break it was nothing short of delusional. But in the next moment, Wang Luyang's expression froze. Boom! The rainbow-piercing sword descended like a thunderclap, striking the protective barrier with immense force. The supposedly indestructible shield rippled under the impact, shaken by a martial apprentice. Impossible! Wang Luyang muttered in disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared at the scene unfolding before him. Yin Xiu fixed his gaze on the barrier, his brows slightly furrowed. Despite employing the 8 extreme sky-breaking technique with a 20-fold critical strike, he had only managed to cause a slight tremor. The gap between a martial apprentice and a martial artist is indeed significant, he thought to himself. Yet, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was the perfect opportunity to hone his mastery of the 8 extreme sky-breaking strike. Again. System notifications flashed continuously. Congratulations, your attack has achieved a 15-fold critical strike bonus. Congratulations, your martial skill training has achieved a 10-fold critical strike bonus. Yin Xiu immersed himself in a state of complete focus, his sword strikes relentless and unyielding. His understanding of the 8 extreme sky-breaking strike advanced rapidly, nearing the level of minor accomplishment. Meanwhile, Wang Luyang, noticing that the barrier had only quivered but remained intact, let out a breath of relief. But soon, jealousy consumed him. To shake the true qi armor as a martial apprentice, such talent would earn a place among the top young elites even in cities like Shangjing, Tianjing, or Duhang. Why isn't this kind of talent mine? Wang Luyang's mind screamed. Yin Xiu, you fraud. You used the beast tide to break through the limits of a martial apprentice and harness the strength of 100 elephants. But it doesn't matter. My father will arrive soon, and your brilliance will come to an end here. Yin Xiu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Are you sure about that? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, your attack has achieved a Fort House and 100-fold critical strike bonus. Crack crash. Under the immense force, the rainbow-piercing sword shattered, but so did the true qi armor's barrier. The protective shield disintegrated into sparkling fragments, vanishing into the air. Wang Luyang's eyes went blank as he staggered backward. This can't be. This must be a dream. Footsteps approached, and a shadow loomed over him. Snapping back to his senses, Wang Luyang's face twisted in terror as he pleaded, Don't kill me. My father is a martial master, Wang Tianshi. If you kill me, he won't spare you. I swear I won't tell anyone about today. From now on, I'll follow your lead. The stench of urine filled the air as his pants were soaked. Yin Xiu's gaze turned icy. If the roles were reversed, would you spare me? I. The fractured rainbow-piercing sword flashed with a cold gleam, and blood spurted out. The once proud Academy genius's head fell to the ground, his face still streaked with tears and snot, his wide eyes forever frozen in fear. Yin Xiu swiftly gathered the spoils of battle, stuffing the true qi armor and other items into his spatial ring before leaving the scene. Moments later, boom, a figure descended from the sky, his black hair flowing despite the absence of wind. The sheer intensity of his aura caused beasts within a 10-mile radius to tremble in fear, with weaker ones dropping dead on the spot. Upon seeing his son's lifeless body, Wang Tianshi erupted in madness. Who dares? His furious roar echoed, killing hundreds of beasts in an instant. Who dares kill my son? No matter where you hide, I will tear you apart. Holy crap, that's insane. Yin Xiu muttered to himself, shaken as he was flung away by the shockwave. The vice president of the martial arts union was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Luckily, he had fled quickly. Even with the limitless critical strike system, he wouldn't have survived otherwise. Regaining his balance, Yin Xiu began analyzing the situation. The true Qi armor had a tracking function, but couldn't transmit information. Wang Luyang hadn't had the chance to inform his father of the assailant's identity before his death, so for now, Yin Xiu was safe. However, a father's vengeance for his son's murder was unrelenting. Wang Tianshi would undoubtedly investigate anyone who had crossed paths with his son, including Yin Xiu. Unless he left Tianling City, their meeting was inevitable. This realization only deepened Yin Xiu's thirst for power. Back at his residence, Yin Xiu sorted through his spoils and was overjoyed. Blood Qi pills? Wang Luyang used these precious resources for daily training. What a waste. The Blood Qi pill, a rare elixir refined from the essence of dozens of first-tier ferocious beasts, emitted a faint crimson glow in Yin Xiu's hand. Its potency was far superior to the average Blood Qi powder, surpassing it by several magnitudes. Such a treasure was so valuable that even a ninth-tier martial apprentice would need to save for a long time to afford just one. Only the heirs of martial aristocratic families could afford to use it as casually as an ordinary pill. 1, 2, 3. Yin Xiu meticulously counted his spoils. 12 in total. A cold smirk formed on his lips. So this was the so-called martial talent of Wang Luyang, nothing more than an illusion built on these expensive pills. Having a martial master-level father certainly came with its privileges. Besides the Blood Qi pills, the spoils included 3 pieces of martial equipment. A true energy armor riddled with cracks, its former might as a refined-grade weapon long gone after enduring Yin Xiu's earth-shattering strike. And 2 ordinary-grade weapons, a sword sharper than a rainbow arc and a ring capable of stimulating a burst of blood energy. Though these items were considered exceptional for martial apprentices, they were tainted with blood and now unusable. After all, Wang Tianshi, the deputy president of the Tianling City Martial Arts Association, was frantically hunting down his son's killer. Yin Xiu's attention shifted to the manuals on martial techniques and skills. Among the 4 manuals, 3 were of the profound grade, and 1 was earth grade. The 2 martial skill books were also profound and earth grade respectively. In the past, these treasures would have thrilled him, but now, having mastered the 8 extreme sky overturning technique and its complementary skill, he regarded even earth grade techniques with disdain. The last item was a sum of 37,000 in cash, Wang Luyang's entire fortune. Aside from the Blood Qi pills and the cash, the other items were of no immediate use. Eagerly, Yin Xiu began cultivating. He swallowed 1 Blood Qi pill and activated the 8 extreme sky overturning technique. Congratulations! This pill has triggered a 5-fold critical boost. One pill after another, the system notifications echoed continuously. 12-fold critical boost. 25-fold critical boost. 7-fold critical boost. His strength surged like a rising tide. 35 oxen, 36 oxen, until he broke through to the 5th-tier martial apprentice level, finally stabilizing at the power of 41 oxen. 41 oxen of strength. Even with just the basic 3-fold critical boost, I can unleash the terrifying power of 123 oxen, far exceeding the limits of a 9th-tier martial apprentice. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Yin Xiu's eyes. Now, I am undoubtedly the strongest beneath the rank of martial artist. That night, he slept soundly, more at peace than ever. But the next day, news of Wang Luyang's gruesome death spread through Tianling City like wildfire. Enraged, Wang Tianshi unleashed his fury, slaughtering over 100 people in just 2 days, some of whom were crushed into pulp in the streets. His unrestrained rampage caused widespread panic, forcing many martial artists with past grievances against the Wang family to flee the city. It was only when the Martial Arts Association president, a revered Grand Martial Master, and the city's guardian intervened that the bloodshed was reluctantly brought to an end. Hearing these developments, Yin Xiu felt a deep sense of relief and resolved to steer clear of this madman, at least until he had the strength to face him. Meanwhile, a major announcement shook the academy. To prepare for the upcoming competition between the 7 martial arts academies of Tianling City, a special C-class was being formed. This elite class would not only study earth-grade martial techniques, but also receive personal guidance from the headmaster. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, Ren Xiaodai. The names quickly spread. They were the academy's brightest talents. Many remarked that, had Wang Luyang been alive, he would undoubtedly have been included. That morning, Yin Xiu visited the library to borrow books on 2nd-tier ferocious beasts, preparing for an exploration of the warning zone. As he turned to leave, he unexpectedly ran into 3 familiar faces: Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi. The four of them stood frozen, the atmosphere instantly turning awkward. As always, Yin Xiu held a book in his hand, turning slightly to bypass Li Xian and his group on his way to his seat. A year of estrangement had buried their past friendship completely. Toward Li Xian and the others, Yin Xiu felt neither resentment nor any stirring of emotion. They were now familiar strangers, perhaps the most fitting description of their relationship. Unexpectedly, Luo Shi, who had always avoided him, spoke up. Yin Xiu, congratulations on advancing to martial disciple again. Li Xian and Luo Qinghe frowned but didn't stop her. Yin Xiu looked slightly surprised but simply nodded and said, "Thank you. I thought you wouldn't be able to recover from the setbacks and would give up completely," Luo Shi said with a hint of emotion. "Rebuilding your martial path must have been tough." "It wasn't too bad," Yin Xiu replied. He wasn't being dismissive. With the infinite critical strike system in hand, his journey to rebuild his martial path hadn't been particularly difficult. As for the earlier hardships, he had fought hard, but the damage to his martial talent had been too severe. Coupled with continuous setbacks, he had spent an entire year unable to cultivate even a fraction of an ox's strength. Those struggles no longer needed to be mentioned. "I see." Luo Shi was about to continue when Luo Qinghe placed a hand on her shoulder and stepped forward. "Sure, the dean is waiting for us. Don't waste time, save it for another day." "Ah, okay, I understand, brother." Luo Shi glanced at Yin Xiu, her eyes showing a hint of apology. Yin Xiu's expression remained calm. He didn't believe that merely demonstrating the strength of a second-level martial disciple would win back the acceptance of his former friends. Besides, he no longer cared. As they passed by each other, Li Xian lowered his voice and said, "Yin Xiu, be careful. Wang Luyang is dead, and his father, Martial Master Wang Tianshi, is going mad trying to find the killer. Although your cultivation level is low, and you wouldn't be considered a suspect, you still had a grudge with them." Thanks for the warning," Yin Xiu replied without a change in expression. He himself was the one who had killed Wang Luyang. He simply said, "Noted." The two groups then went their separate ways, one heading to their seats, the other toward the door, moving in opposite directions. After they parted, Luo Qinghe spoke with a hint of reproach. "Sure, why did you talk to Yin Xiu? He had a grudge with Wang Luyang, and it's very likely Wang Tianshi is watching him. If you get too close, or worse, get entangled with him, it'll cause us a lot of trouble." "But we used to be best friends," Luo Shi said, her tone tinged with grievance. "Not anymore," Luo Qinghe said firmly. After a brief pause, he sighed. "Sure, I know you have feelings for Yin Xiu, but you need to see things clearly. The Yin Xiu you admired was the Academy's top genius, dazzling and surrounded by glory, not the one who has lost his cultivation, had his martial talent destroyed, and will eventually fade into obscurity." Luo Shi's eyes dimmed with sadness. A year ago, many at the Academy had assumed she and Yin Xiu were a couple, though that wasn't the case. It had been a one-sided affection on her part. At that time, Yin Xiu had shown great interest in her as well. If things had gone as expected, they might have naturally become lovers after he advanced to a martial artist. But fate had taken a different turn, and now they were like strangers. If Yin Xiu hadn't been caught in that beast tide, he probably would have joined the elite seed class too, Luo Shi murmured to herself. She knew her brother was right. Getting too close to Yin Xiu now would only invite trouble, especially with his grudge against Wang Luyang and the vengeful Wang Tianshi on the hunt for his son's killer. Yet, she couldn't quiet the turmoil in her heart. In the days that followed, Yin Xiu spent most of his time in the library, occasionally venturing into the wilderness safety zone to practice by hunting first-level ferocious beasts. He focused on studying the precautions for entering the warning zones and gathering information about second-level ferocious beasts. Unlike the safety zones, the warning zones were no longer fully controlled by the Martial Union. Their strategy was primarily to seal off these areas, preventing second-level ferocious beasts from entering the safety zones. One morning, Yin Xiu boarded the ground rail train and ventured into the wilderness again, soon arriving at the safety zone's border. Before him stood an enormous long sword, towering 20 meters high and casting a shadow that blotted out the sky. It radiated sword energy and connected with another gigantic sword 10 kilometers away, forming a barrier that separated the warning zone and kept second-level ferocious beasts from entering the safety zone. According to rumors, this weapon wasn't forged in Tianling City but was deployed by a higher-level base city, Tianlong City, and it had functioned flawlessly for centuries. Except for the last incident. The sword's energy only targeted ferocious beasts, leaving humans unharmed as they passed through. Nearby stood a sign that read, "Warning Zone Number 43651. Each area had a serial number designation, not just the warning zones but also the safety zones, danger zones, and forbidden zones. However, most people paid little attention to the numbers for the former, while ordinary martial artists rarely encountered the latter. Yin Xiu passed through the wall of sword energy with ease. Deep, guttural roars echoed from the distance, sending tremors along the edge of the restricted zone. Yin Xiu stood there, a chill running down his spine. He understood all too well this was a signal. a warning that some terrifying beast was lurking in the shadows, watching. I've only just reached the edge of the restricted zone. Surely I won't be unlucky enough to encounter a Tier 2 beast already, he muttered, taking a couple of deep breaths to force himself to stay calm. The sight before him made him pause. The boundary between the safe zone and the restricted zone was stark, as if stepping into an entirely different world. Gone were the gently rolling hills sparsely dotted with trees, shaped by human intervention. Instead, he was met with a wild, untamed landscape. Towering trees reaching 30 meters into the sky, their trunks thickened by the nourishment of spiritual energy, and vegetation so robust it seemed almost unnatural. The air itself was heavy with a strange, unsettling aura. For a fleeting moment, the thought of retreating back to the safe zone crossed Yanxio's mind. But he quickly suppressed it. This was a necessary trial. The Academy's mandatory courses and the library's extensive texts had prepared him well in theory. Tier 2 beasts had already developed a sense of territoriality. While not yet overwhelming, they instinctively drove away potential threats. The stronger the Tier 2 beast, the more intense its territorial instincts and the larger the area it controlled. In the restricted zone, going too long without encountering a Tier 2 beast is actually a warning sign. Yanxio recalled the cautionary notes from his textbooks. It usually means there's an especially terrifying creature nearby, and you must avoid it at all costs. On the other hand, frequent encounters with Tier 2 beasts suggest the area is relatively less dangerous. Steeling himself, Yanxio steadied his breathing and focused his mind, stepping fully into the restricted zone. Deep within this perilous area, chilling roars echoed one after another, shaking the entire forest. It was as if the land itself was mockingly welcoming another human foolish enough to tread into its domain. As Yanxio ventured deeper into the danger zone, the presence of ferocious beasts became increasingly dense. The ecosystem here was intriguing despite being a high-risk area. First-tier beasts were in the majority. However, they had been relegated from predators to prey, serving as food for the second-tier beasts. Yanxio's strength had grown immensely. Each strike carried the power of 123 elephants, combined with his heaven-level martial technique, the 8 extreme sky-shattering strike, making the hunt for first-tier beasts effortless. Yet, he refrained from acting recklessly as he had in the safer zones. Instead, he advanced cautiously, avoiding encounters whenever possible and only striking when absolutely necessary. Even then, he aimed for swift and decisive action to avoid attracting the attention of second-tier beasts. The reason was simple. While his goal was to challenge second-tier beasts, there was a vast disparity in strength even among them. He was specifically seeking second-tier lower-grade beasts that matched the strength of a newly advanced martial artist. If he accidentally provoked a second-tier upper-grade beast, even escaping could become a hopeless endeavor. A wolf's howl echoed in the distance, and Yanxio's eyes lit up. Judging by the sound, this beast seemed relatively weak, making it a suitable target for practice. After cautiously eliminating a few obstructing first-tier beasts, Yanxio finally approached the source of the howl. Parting the dense underbrush, he spotted a small wolf about a meter tall. Its fur was a striking blue-green, and its size was even smaller than many first-tier beasts. The wolf was engrossed in devouring the massive carcass of another beast. A Qingfeng wolf? Yanxio's expression shifted slightly. This was not an ideal opponent. Though it was a second-tier lower-grade beast, it naturally possessed wind affinity, allowing it to manipulate wind and move with astonishing speed. Even many high-tier martial artists preferred to avoid such troublesome foes. After a moment of contemplation, Yanxio decided to retreat. Getting entangled with a Qingfeng wolf would make escape nearly impossible. It was better to seek a more suitable target for practice. Not long after, he found his second target, a beast resembling a giant bear. The Earth subjugator bear stood 7 meters tall, its skin a dull yellow-brown. When it rose to its full height, it resembled a small building, and even a casual stomp could make the ground quake. Despite its imposing presence, Yanxio broke into a smile. Though the Earth subjugator bear was a second-tier lower-grade beast with strength comparable to a second-tier mid-grade beast, its affinity with the Earth granted it unmatched durability. However, its greatest weakness was its sluggish speed and slow reactions, making it far less threatening than the Qingfeng wolf. Yanxio was almost unable to contain his excitement, but he ultimately restrained himself. He decided to first thoroughly scout the area, mapping out the movements and tendencies of all the second-tier beasts before making his move. After spending 5 to 6 hours investigating, Yanxio had a clear understanding of the area. There were 11 second-tier beasts in total, including the Qingfeng wolf, the Earth subjugator bear, and the Xian Shui black serpent. Though they occasionally clashed, their similar strength and mutual fear of being exploited when injured had created a delicate balance. As night fell, Yanxio retreated to the safety zone and set up his tent. Leaning against a wooden stake, he gazed at the starry sky, listening to the distant roars of beasts. A smile crept onto his face as he thought of Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, Lu Xiaodai, and everyone else he knew at Lanyu Academy. You all think I've been left behind, but little do you know, I'm already preparing to challenge second-tier beasts. It's not that you abandoned me, I've already far surpassed you. Imagining their reactions when they learned the truth, Yin Xiu found the thought amusing. The next morning, Yin Xiu returned to the Earth Subjugator Bear's territory. The massive bear lay snoring beside a large boulder, its thunderous snores audible from 100 meters away. Stupid bear, take this, Yin Xiu roared as he charged forward, wielding the sun-eroding sword he had confiscated from Wang Luyang. Unleashing the power of the 8 extreme sky-shattering strike, he aimed the blade at the bear's thick hide, only for it to get stuck, leaving nothing more than a shallow white mark. So tough. Yin Xiu's expression darkened. Roar. The Earth Subjugator Bear awoke with a furious bellow, swiping its massive paw. The gust of wind from the strike alone stung Yin Xiu's face. More than 10 minutes later, Yin Xiu stumbled out of the area, battered and disheveled. What rotten luck. Over 20 strikes, and not a single critical hit triggered. Its hide is as tough as meteoric iron. Once he confirmed he was safe, Yin Xiu let out a long sigh of relief before breaking into a smile. This had been the most perilous battle he'd faced since acquiring the critical hit system. The strength of second-tier beasts was leagues beyond that of first-tier ones. The Earth Subjugator Bear's defense was incredible, and each casual strike carried the power of 1,000 elephants. He had only managed to hold his own thanks to the guaranteed threefold critical hit boost to his speed. If it had been the Qingfeng Wolf instead, he would have perished countless times. Stupid bear, this is just the beginning. After a brief intermission, we'll continue. Yin Xiu's journey as a warrior grew increasingly formidable under the support of the infinite critical strike system. Notifications from the system rang out incessantly. Congratulations! Your attack has achieved a 20-fold critical strike bonus. Congratulations! Your martial arts training effectiveness has received a 10-fold critical strike bonus. Congratulations! Your attack has achieved a 15-fold critical strike bonus. Congratulations! Your martial arts training has gained a 7-fold critical strike bonus. In a fierce battle against the Earth Titan Bear, Yin Xiu's mastery of the 8 extreme sky-shattering strike had reached the minor achievement stage. Every move, be it punches, palm strikes, sword techniques, or kicks, was imbued with earth-shaking power. However, whether it was due to the Earth Titan Bear's extraordinary luck or Yin Xiu's own misfortune, after hundreds of exchanges, he had yet to trigger a critical strike multiplier above 1,000. On the surface, the fight between man and beast seemed intense, but the Earth Titan Bear remained unscathed. As for Yin Xiu, although he avoided direct hits, the gusts of wind from the bear's massive swipes left his body aching all over. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the danger zone, a group of people was making their way through the sword chi wall. Leading them was a sharp-eyed middle-aged man in a white combat uniform trimmed with blue. His gaze was as piercing as lightning, his aura so commanding that even birds dared not approach. Following him were 6 teenagers, around 16 or 17 years old. Though youthful, they each carried an air of extraordinary potential. Remember, the middle-aged man warned sternly, this trip is solely for you to experience the might of Tier 2 beasts. Do not act recklessly or display any hostility. These beasts are highly sensitive to spiritual energy. A single misstep could expose us. One tall boy, a top-tier talent ranked among the top 3 at Hongyang Academy, asked in a low voice. Teacher Zhou, why doesn't the Martial Arts Guild eliminate these beasts to expand the safe zone? Teacher Zhou's expression softened slightly. Xiaoshang, this area is too close to the danger zone. If martial artists were to intervene, it could attract Tier 3 beasts or even trigger a beast tide. The current safe zone is already at its limit. As the group nodded in understanding, the top-ranking, refined-looking youth, Lu Yunxing, asked, if a Tier 2 beast targets us, how should we escape? There's only one way run, Teacher Zhou replied half-jokingly. And if that doesn't work, try sliding under it. Under Teacher Zhou's guidance, they quietly passed through several beast habitats. The green wind wolves, the blackwater serpents, the iron-eating birds. Each encounter left the talented students feeling the weight of the overwhelming pressure. When they reached the 8th location, Teacher Zhou's expression grew even more serious. Next, you'll see the Earth Titan Bear. Though it's a lower-tier Tier 2 beast, it's far more difficult to deal with than many mid-tier ones. Its natural affinity with the earth element grants it incredible defense, making it nearly impossible for high-level martial artists to penetrate. Its immense strength is equally terrifying. Even a glancing blow could leave a martial artist severely injured. I can handle a greenwind wolf in 30 moves, but against this bear, 1,000 strikes wouldn't be enough to kill it. On the other hand, if it lands a single hit on me, surviving would be pure luck. However, as they pushed through the dense underbrush, the scene before them left everyone stunned. The legendary, notoriously difficult Earth Titan Bear had been sliced cleanly in half, lying lifeless on the ground. Standing tall amidst the carnage was a young swordsman, bathed in sunlight, exuding an aura of unmatched dominance. It turned out that during 3 grueling hours of combat, Yin Shou had faced countless perilous moments, unable to trigger a high multiplier critical strike. Just as he was about to give up, the system finally delivered the long-awaited notification. Congratulations! Your attack has achieved a 17,000-fold critical strike bonus. With this terrifying power, the Earth Titan Bear's formidable defenses were rendered meaningless. One strike was all it took to sever the beast in two. As Yin Shou prepared to collect his spoils, he noticed the stun group from Hongyang Academy. For a moment, he considered silencing them, but realizing they likely had martial artist protection, he suppressed the thought. In a cold tone, he asked, "How long have you been here?" The students' reactions were far more dramatic than his. "Oh my god, this guy looks about our age, yet he managed to kill the Earth Titan Bear that even Teacher Zhou said was incredibly tough? Wait a minute, there's no spiritual energy fluctuation coming from him, not even a martial artist? How is that possible?" Martial artists typically keep their inner energy restrained, like a calm and deep pool of water. But once they make a move, their energy bursts forth like crashing waves, taking time to dissipate. However, the young man before them was an anomaly. There wasn't the slightest trace of energy emanating from him. Even the bloodstains on his body failed to stir any ripples of power. This realization struck the geniuses of Hongyang Academy like a thunderbolt. The person standing before them wasn't a martial artist but a mere martial apprentice? This Earth Bear, did you slay it? Lu Yunsheng asked in astonishment, unable to hide his shock. The others turned their eyes toward the boy, awaiting his answer. Yin Shou's expression darkened like an ominous storm. "I'm asking you, when did you get here?" This icy question caused the prodigies of Hongyang Academy to hold their breath. The oppressive aura radiating from the young man was suffocating. "Young man, don't misunderstand," Teacher Zhou quickly interjected, trying to diffuse the tension while a flicker of caution crossed his eyes. "We just arrived and didn't see how you killed the Earth Bear. We mean no harm, so there's no need to be so wary." Yin Shou noticed the uniforms on these individuals and frowned slightly. "You're from Hongyang Academy?" "That's right," Teacher Zhou nodded. Hongyang Academy and Blue Rain Academy are ranked among the 7 great martial academies of Tianling City, with Hongyang being third. Lu Yunsheng, seeing the proud way the young man stood holding his long sword, felt a desire to befriend him. "I am Lu Yunsheng, the class leader of Hongyang Academy's elite class, and a 9th-rank martial apprentice. May I ask for your name, brother?" Shang Yingming chimed in as well. "If you're a fellow Tianling City resident, come find me sometime. I'll treat you to a drink. Make friends?" Yin Shou thought back to the past. Once, his exceptional talent in martial arts and rapid progress had made him a rising star at Blue Rain Academy, admired by many. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi had even gone out of their way to befriend him. But when his martial talent was damaged and his cultivation lost, they were the first to distance themselves. True friendship? It was nothing more than a facade born of power. "No need," Yin Shou coldly declined. He stored the Earth Bear's corpse in his spatial ring and turned to leave. A storage weapon? The group from Hongyang Academy gasped in shock, their pupils contracting. Lu Yunsheng was about to follow, but Teacher Zhou stopped him. "Don't pursue him. That young man is no ordinary person. He has the heart of a tiger, but the gentleness of a flower. Moreover, he remains wary of us. Acting recklessly might make him see us as enemies." "Teacher," Shang Yingming asked, his voice trembling, "isn't it a universally accepted truth in the martial world that a martial apprentice cannot defeat a second-rank beast? How? How did he manage to do it?" Teacher Zhou took a deep breath. "Truths are meant to be broken." This statement left the gathered prodigies deep in thought. How many people in the world could defy common sense? Thinking about how this young man, as a martial apprentice, had slain a second-rank beast, they couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Seeing their expressions, Teacher Zhou offered reassurance. "Don't lose heart. Each of you is a true genius. Even in the higher-tier base cities, you would not pale in comparison to the scions of great families. But that young man, he defies logic. For a martial apprentice to slay a second-rank beast, even in the highest base cities, he would be nothing short of a legend. He has transcended ordinary measures. He is like a god on the mountaintop, and we mere mortals at its base cannot compete with him." Lu Yunsheng suddenly had a thought. "Teacher, who could he be? Someone capable of crossing such a vast boundary to kill an enemy surely isn't an unknown figure." "I'm not sure," Teacher Zhou replied, shaking his head before adding gravely, "but one thing is certain: a citizen of Tianling City and likely belongs to one of the 7 academies." At these words, everyone was stunned. As Yin Shou walked away, he silently reflected. What bad luck to run into them. Still, I've never shown myself in Hongyang Academy, so that martial artist and the students shouldn't recognize me. No need to worry about my identity being exposed. I'd better avoid this area in the future to prevent further encounters. Leaving the Earth Bear's habitat, Yin Xiu passed through the wall of sword chi and returned to the safe zone. He boarded the city rail car back to Tianling City. He wasn't too concerned about his strength being exposed. A martial apprentice defeating a second-rank beast would undoubtedly create a sensation in the martial world. But so what? If necessary, he could leave Tianling City for another place or retreat into the wilderness. With no family, no friends, and no attachments, he was free to go wherever he pleased. Back in Tianling City, Yin Xiu headed straight for the Myriad Medicine Pavilion. Mu Zixuan was leaning on the counter, lost in thought. When she saw someone enter, she was about to greet them, but upon looking up, she was startled. Oh my gosh! Yin Xiu, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Yin Xiu certainly looked disheveled. After spending 2 days in the wilderness, crawling through bushes, braving wind and rain, and without cleaning up, it was surprising he was even recognizable. I've been out in the wild for a while, but let's not talk about that. Do you have a private room? I need to sell some materials. Mu Zixuan stood up decisively and led Yin Xiu into a lavish VIP room. The space was astonishingly spacious, with the floor covered in the golden fur of a Tier 2 feral beast, the Jin Gung tiger. The chandelier was meticulously crafted from the bones of a Tier 2 Tsang wolf, and every piece of decor in the room exuded an air of extravagance. Yin Xiu glanced around in awe. Is this room available for just anyone to use? Mu Zixuan smirked inwardly at the sight of the usually composed Yin Xiu looking so astonished. This was the highest-level VIP room of the Wanyao Pavilion, a privilege so exclusive that even a transaction worth millions might not secure access. As Yin Xiu was about to probe further, he suddenly remembered that the young woman before him was none other than the granddaughter of Mu Yinglong and the heiress of Wanyao Pavilion. For her, gaining access to such a room was as simple as uttering a word. Ah, the perks of being a third-generation martial aristocrat. Yin Xiu sighed to himself before asking, what kind of material is so special that it requires a private room? Don't tell me it's just some low-value stuff. Of course not. Mu Zixuan was about to explain when Yin Xiu raised his hand abruptly. A massive yellow bear's corpse suddenly appeared in the center of the room, neatly split in two. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered everywhere. Fortunately, the room was large enough to contain the scene. Otherwise, it might have burst at the seams. My VIP room. Mu Zixuan was initially ready to wail about the cleaning costs, but her complaints got stuck in her throat as her eyes widened in shock. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, a Tier 2 feral beast? The Earth Bear? That's correct. Where did you find this? She asked incredulously. I didn't find it, Yin Xiu replied flatly. Mu Zixuan's teasing tone began to fade as she noticed something unsettling. Yin Xiu's gaze remained calm and unbothered, even as he stood before the massive corpse of the Tier 2 beast. A startling thought crept into her mind. Could it be that he had personally slain this creature? To be continued. In the end, he still couldn't break through to the 7th level of martial disciple. Yin Xiu let out a soft sigh and slowly withdrew his energy. The true qi within him gradually calmed, but the disappointment in his heart lingered. Clenching his fists, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. If my martial foundation hadn't been damaged, with the amount of elixirs I've consumed, breaking through to the 7th level wouldn't have been an issue. I might have even reached the 8th or 9th level. As he thought of his damaged foundation, his expression turned grim, and he silently vowed to find a way to repair it. That evening, the Mu family residence was brightly lit. My dear granddaughter, I hear you landed a big client today and closed a deal worth millions? Mu Yinglong entered with a beaming smile. My Zixuan is not only a martial arts prodigy but also a little business genius. Mu Zixuan, however, seemed distracted. She responded to her grandfather's praise with only a faint, it was all right. What's wrong? Ignoring even your grandpa now? Mu Yinglong wasn't offended. Instead, he asked with interest. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Zixuan finally spoke. Grandfather, do you think, is it truly impossible for a martial disciple to kill a second-tier beast? Mu Yinglong initially wanted to outright deny it, but upon seeing the doubt in his granddaughter's eyes, he realized there was more to this. What happened? After listening carefully to her recount of the events at the Wanyao Pavilion, Mu Yinglong's expression grew serious. You're saying that the Earth Bear was brought in by your friend? Yes. Mu Yinglong took a deep breath, his brows furrowing. Selling second-tier beast materials once could be chalked up to luck, but doing so repeatedly is a different matter, especially when it's a complete beast carcass. He paused briefly. Unless these beasts were killed by him personally. But that defies the basic principles of martial arts. How could a martial disciple possibly slay a second-tier beast? Suddenly, a critical detail came to his mind. The Earth Bear is 6 or 7 meters tall, a massive creature. How did he transport it back? Seeing his granddaughter remain silent, Mu Yinglong grew thoughtful. Does he have a storage-type martial weapon? My dear, your friend's background might not be simple. It could even be far beyond what we can imagine, Mu Yinglong analyzed. to repeatedly acquire second-tier beast materials and possess a rare storage martial weapon. He may very well have a powerful master behind him. After Mu Zixuan retired to her room to rest, Mu Yinglong picked up his phone and dialed a number. I need you to look into someone for me. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Hongyang Academy. Old Joe, are you serious? A martial disciple actually managed to kill an earth bear? The principal's eyes widened in disbelief. Teacher Zhou nodded solemnly. Although I didn't witness the battle myself, he was the only one at the scene, and there were traces of the beast's blood on his sword. You think he might be a student from one of the 7-grade academies? Yes, judging by his age, he should be about 16 or 17. The Hongyang principal revealed a meaningful smile. Don't spread this around for now. Quietly send someone to track down this mysterious young swordsman, and once we find him, of course, we'll recruit him. Unaware of all this, Yin Xiu arrived at the academy early the next morning. Standing in the gentle morning breeze, he appeared particularly at ease. Walking along the academy's pathways, Yin Xiu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion welling up inside him. Everything before his eyes felt so familiar, yet it seemed as though a lifetime had passed. The boy who once couldn't afford tuition and faced the threat of expulsion was no longer the same. With the help of the infinite critical strike system, he had not only reached the 6th-tier martial disciple realm but had also mastered heaven-grade techniques and martial skills. Fate was ironic now. The academy offered him little in terms of cultivation, aside from knowledge of martial arts and ferocious beasts. Yet, he still attended every compulsory class, perhaps out of a sense of nostalgia. Whether it was due to the 2nd-tier martial disciple strength he displayed during the annual assessment, his confrontation with Wang Luyang, or the fact that Wang Luyang's father was hunting for his son's killer, the academy's gossip about Yin Xiu had gradually subsided. Nowadays, the students' focus was on the elite seed class and the upcoming 7 Academies tournament. Yang Xiaoxiang's compulsory class began as scheduled. Today, the instructor was teaching the application of martial skills and the timing of strikes in combat. When his gaze fell on Yin Xiu, Yang Xiaoxiang gave a soft, approving nod before continuing with the lesson. As the lecture went on, Yin Xiu's thoughts began to drift. The first trial in the secret realm had rewarded him with a storage-type martial weapon. The rewards for the second trial would undoubtedly be even more astonishing. He was only one step away from becoming a 7th-tier martial disciple, just one more 2nd-tier ferocious beast to slay, and he could finally gather the materials needed to craft a blood energy pill. The earth-armored bear was already dealt with. Who should be his next target? The Blackwater serpent hid in the murky depths of the evil water pool, and underwater combat wasn't his forte. The green-wind wolf was incredibly fast and could manipulate wind, presenting a tricky challenge. The iron-eating bird was an aerial threat, vulnerable to kiting tactics. Wait 36 miles into the alert zone, there was a tree where, bang, a deafening crash suddenly shattered Yin Xiu's train of thought. The classroom door splintered into pieces under a tremendous force, scattering wood debris everywhere. The entire class was startled by the unexpected commotion, and even Yang Xiaoxiang's expression turned grim as he stared intently at the doorway. Step, step, step. Heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor, each one landing like a hammer on the hearts of those within. Though it lasted only a few seconds, the tension made it feel like an eternity. Finally, a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance. His long, jet-black hair flowed unnaturally despite the still air, and an oppressive, suffocating aura radiated from him. Even the reinforced concrete walls began to warp under the sheer weight of his presence. Who among you is Yin Xiu? The man asked, his voice dripping with murderous intent as his gaze swept across the room. Swish. Every student's eyes instinctively turned toward the same direction. This is bad. Yin Xiu's heart sank as he immediately recognized the man Wang Tianshi, the master of the Stone Sky Martial Hall, vice president of the Martial Arts Guild, and one of the few martial masters in Tianling City. He was also Wang Luyang's father. Yin Xiu had anticipated this day would come, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. This has nothing to do with any of you. Leave. Wang Tianshi commanded coldly, paying no heed to the fact that this was a classroom. In a flurry of panic, dozens of students scrambled to flee, desperate to escape the room as if their lives depended on it. Wang Tianxi's gaze finally locked onto Yin Xiu, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even more intense. Yin Xiu, is it? I heard you had a feud with my son. The last time he ventured into the wilderness, it was to seek revenge against you. That's right, Yin Xiu admitted without hesitation. He knew that someone of Wang Tianxi's caliber would have thoroughly investigated the matter, making denial pointless. In the next moment, an unspeakably terrifying pressure surged toward Yin Xiu. He was forced back against the wall, as though struck by a towering tidal wave, unable to move or even breathe. What do you think you're doing? This is Blue Rain Academy. Yang Xiaoxiang shouted, stepping forward to shield Yin Xiu and attempting to resist the overwhelming aura. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Wang Tianxi's eyes. I said, leave. With a casual flick of his finger, a burst of energy shattered Yang Xiaoxiang's protective force. The instructor coughed up blood and was knocked aside, gravely injured. However, Wang Tianshi seemed to restrain himself, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Turning his attention back to Yin Xiu, Wang Tianshi sneered. I've done my research on you. Blue Rain Academy's former top talent, crippled by a second-tier ferocious beast during last year's beast tide. Your cultivation was destroyed, and your martial foundation severely damaged. It took you an entire year just to recover to the strength of 11 elephants. Someone like you couldn't possibly have killed my son, let alone harm a hair on his head. Sorry to disappoint you, but you're wrong, Yin Xiu said through gritted teeth. Not only did I harm him, I cut off his head. If you already know the truth, why bother asking? Because of Xiaoyang, Wang Tianshi replied, his voice heavy. I never interfered much in his life. I believe that under my protection, he wouldn't truly grow. So when he faced setbacks or was bullied, I let him handle it on his own. But I never expected. His expression twisted with rage. My son died just like that, in such a senseless way. He was my only child. I failed him as a father when he was alive, letting him face so much hardship. Now that he's gone, I'll make sure everyone who ever wronged him or opposed him pays dearly in hell. The violent aura surged wildly through the classroom. Yin Xiu buckled under the pressure, coughing up blood as if struck by an invisible force. His heart pounded with fear, hadn't realized the wrath of a martial master could be so terrifying. Without exerting any effort or channeling his energy, Wang Tianxi's mere anger was enough to injure him. Is this the end? Yin Xiu clenched his teeth. Wang Tianxi's strength was overwhelming. To defeat or even injure him, Yin Xiu would need a critical strike multiplier of tens or even hundreds of thousands far beyond anything he had achieved since gaining the infinite critical strike system. Could it really happen this time? Yin Xiu's expression twisted with determination. Realizing that Wang Tianshi would not let him go, Yin Xiu's face twisted with determination as he staked his life on the minuscule chance of a millionfold critical strike. This one attack would decide life or death. At this critical moment, a long, soft sigh broke the tense silence. Unnoticed by anyone, a tall, thin figure with white hair and a youthful face had appeared in the classroom. His slightly hunched posture gave him a frail appearance, yet as soon as he arrived, the oppressive and terrifying atmosphere in the room dissipated instantly. Dean, Yang Xiaoxiang, heavily injured and coughing up blood, seemed to find his anchor. His previously tensed body gradually relaxed. Yin Xiu also recognized the figure and felt his taut nerves ease. In stark contrast, Wang Tianxi's expression grew darker, and a hint of unease flashed in his eyes. Oldly, aren't you supposed to be at the Martial Arts Guild discussing the 7 Academies tournament? The Dean of Blue Rain Academy chuckled lightly. I intended to go, but some trivial matters delayed me. I didn't expect to stumble upon this scene. You're going to stop me? I can't stand by and watch you kill my students here at the academy. Over a useless nobody. You're willing to oppose me? Whether he's useless or not, as long as he remains a student of Blue Rain Academy, he is under my protection. And if I insist on killing him? You're welcome to try, the dean said, narrowing his eyes. It's been a while since these old bones have moved, and I wouldn't mind a little action. Wang Tianxi's face turned grim, his hesitation evident as he struggled between making a move and holding back. The dean sighed and said, Brother Wang, I understand the pain of losing a son, but Yin Xiu, whose martial foundation was destroyed during the last beast tide, could not possibly be the one who killed your son. You've already taken many lives in the name of avenging Lu Yang. Continuing down this path will only provoke more outrage. Wang Tianshi snorted coldly, realizing that with this old man present, it would be impossible to succeed. He withdrew his oppressive aura and turned to leave. At the door, he suddenly spun back around, glaring at the dean. You can't protect him forever. At least within the academy, I can ensure his safety. In other words, you won't intervene outside the academy? Wang Tianshi mused, casting a meaningful glance at Yin Xiu before vanishing on the spot. Yin Xiu exhaled deeply, truly believing he had been at death's door moments earlier. Thank you, Deanly. Unexpectedly, the dean's response was cold and indifferent. He merely hummed an acknowledgement without even glancing at Yin Xiu. Instead, he walked over to Yang Xiaoxiang, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Don't act recklessly in situations like this again. It's not worth risking your life. No, it is worth it. Yang Xiaoxiang replied firmly, his gaze resolute. Yin Xiu is my student. As his teacher, it's my duty to protect him. You are as stubborn as ever. The dean sighed. Come, let's get you treated. The two left together, and the elderly dean, who had just driven away Wang Tianshi, never spared Yin Xiu another glance. Standing alone in the empty classroom, Yin Xiu's expression was unreadable. He understood now that the dean's intervention was purely for the sake of the academy's reputation. Whatever gratitude he had initially felt was already gone. News of the incident spread quickly throughout the academy. Students whispered among themselves, some saying that Teacher Yang had been gravely injured protecting a nobody, while others blamed Yin Xiu for being a jinx who brought trouble to those around him. Many were convinced that Yin Xiu wouldn't survive for much longer. Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi, who had previously distanced themselves from him, privately felt relieved that they had done so. Gradually, a consensus formed among the students of Blue Rain Academy marked by Wang Tianshi. Yin Xiu was as good as dead. In the days that followed, Wang Tianshi did not appear again. Yin Xiu initially worried that his adversary might be plotting something in secret. However, he later learned that Wang Tianshi had gone after other enemies. After all, given Wang Luyang's personality, it wasn't surprising that he had made numerous foes. Even so, Yin Xiu remained cautious, disguising himself whenever he ventured outside. During this time, Yin Xiu rarely stayed at the academy, instead spending most of his days in the wilderness near the defensive perimeter, sparring with second-tier ferocious beasts to hone his martial skills. Unfortunately, the probability of triggering high critical damage was still extremely low. Over 2 days, he managed to slay only one lumbering slaughter rhino, and even then, the commotion attracted other beasts, forcing him to retreat without collecting its corpse into his spatial ring. Still, the experience was not without its rewards. His mastery of the 8 Extreme Celestial Strike was nearing perfection, his combat skills had significantly improved, and he was becoming increasingly adept at handling second-tier beasts. Yin Xiu even began to entertain the idea of sparring with a true martial artist. One morning, a young woman in a purple dress arrived at Blue Rain Academy. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her skin glowed like autumn waters. A hopeful smile graced her lips as she wandered through the campus. Unintentionally, she drew a crowd of male students, all of whom stared at her stunning beauty, unable to look away. Why hasn't that guy shown up yet? Mu Zixuan stood at the entrance of Blue Rain Academy, the autumn wind lightly brushing through her long hair. She furrowed her brows slightly, her heart a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Ever since that night when she discovered Yin Xiu might have an unusual background, the mystery had been like a thorn, pricking her mind day and night. As the daughter of the Wanyao Pavilion's owner and the granddaughter of the vice president of the Martial Arts Guild, it took her less than 2 hours to use her grandfather's connections to investigate every person named Yin Xiu in the city. It didn't take long for her to pinpoint her target Blue Rain Academy. At this moment, the academy gate had become a gathering spot for curious onlookers. More and more male students were drawn to the breathtaking sight of Mu Zixuan standing there. Some pretended to pass by casually, others peeked from hidden corners, while the bolder ones stopped openly to admire her. But Mu Zixuan was long accustomed to such attention. From a young age, she had been the center of admiration wherever she went. How should I approach him when I see him? She pondered to herself. Should I directly ask who's backing him? No, that won't work. That guy is so guarded. He'd definitely get defensive. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I know. I can suggest going to the wilderness with him. If I see how he slays second-tier beasts, he'll figure everything out. Just then, a golden-haired, violet-eyed young man approached. It was Li Xian, the academy's top genius. When he greeted her, Mu Zixuan initially didn't plan to respond. But then a thought crossed her mind. She had known Yin Xiu for some time, yet she knew almost nothing about him. Why not use this opportunity to gather some information? Feigning anger, she declared that she was looking for Yin Xiu to settle a score. Her tactic worked like a charm. Li Xian quickly spilled more details. Yin Xiu used to be the academy's top genius, but lost his cultivation and martial talent after being attacked by a second-tier beast during a beast tide a year ago. Now, he had only just managed to break through to the second-tier martial disciple level. This revelation left Mu Zixuan stunned. Yin Xiu, a failure? Impossible. The young man who could slay second-tier beasts as a martial disciple was undoubtedly a hidden prodigy, a dragon waiting to rise. Just as she was about to press for more information, a cold, familiar voice cut through the air. His name is Li Xian. He used to be my best friend. A familiar figure stepped into view, drawing everyone's attention. The surrounding students exchanged strange looks when this person appeared. Li Xian looked awkward, but Mu Zixuan's eyes lit up, and she cheerfully greeted him. Yin Xiu, over here. Why are you just coming out now? Her demeanor didn't resemble someone bearing a grudge at all. Yin Xiu walked over, frowning slightly. How did you find this place? He didn't spare even a glance at Li Xian. You haven't been to the Wanyao Pavilion for days, so I had no choice but to come and find you myself, Mu Zixuan said with a playful smile. It was the first time she had shown such a relaxed expression since arriving at Blue Rain Academy. Yin Xiu sighed and covered his face with his hand. He had spent the past few days searching in the restricted zone and found nothing more than some first-tier beast materials, so he didn't bother going to the Wanyao Pavilion to exchange them. He hadn't expected this spoiled young lady to come looking for him personally. Wait. Li Xian stammered, dumbfounded. Aren't you and Yin Shou enemies? How? At this point, Mu Zixuan felt an intense dislike for this so-called top prodigy of Blue Rain Academy. She had caught the hidden meaning in Yin Shou's words, used to be best friends, implied they were no longer so. Remembering how Li Xian often called Yin Shou a useless waste, her sharp mind quickly pieced together the story. Enemies? Of course. Just look at his annoyed face, it's driving me crazy, she said, turning to Li Xian. Oh, by the way, thanks for earlier. Everything's fine now, so you can go to your thing. Li Xian widened his eyes, detecting an odd hint of flirtation in her words. Yin Shou frowned. He couldn't deny that Mu Zixuan's beauty and charm were exceptional, surpassing even Luo Shi and Ren Xiaodai. At this moment, her presence was drawing an increasing number of onlookers. Since the incident a year ago, he had grown tired of being the center of attention. As the crowd's stares intensified, he said curtly, "Let's go. We need to leave." All right. The two quickly left the academy. Yin Shou walked ahead, with Mu Zixuan following closely behind, almost as if she were the pursuer. This scene caused quite a stir among the students, who began whispering among themselves. What did I just see? That gorgeous girl came looking for Yin Shou? Not just looking for him. Didn't you see? She seemed really enthusiastic about him, while Yin Shou looked indifferent. Could they be a couple? No way. Someone as beautiful as her would never go for someone like Yin Shou, a so-called waste. But she's literally chasing after him. Meanwhile, a student whose family worked in the martial arts guild stared at Mu Zixuan, feeling that she looked oddly familiar. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he quickly pulled out his phone to confirm. His excitement grew as he exclaimed, "It really is her." Who? Who is she? Do you know her? Tell us. I've never seen such a stunning girl before. Stop keeping us in suspense, or we'll make you talk. The student took a deep breath and said solemnly, "She's Mu Zixuan, the granddaughter of Mu Long, the vice president of the Martial Arts Guild, and the daughter of the Wan Yao Pavilion's owner." His revelation caused an uproar among the crowd. They had guessed that the girl had an extraordinary background, but they hadn't imagined it would be this prestigious. With her grandfather being Mu Long and her father running the Wan Yao Pavilion, her family was one of the top martial arts clans in Tianling City. What baffled everyone was why the granddaughter of a martial arts master, a wealthy heiress, would take an interest in someone like Yin Shou, who had lost his cultivation. Li Xian stood frozen, staring at their retreating figures, unable to comprehend it. How had that waste managed to build such a close relationship with someone from the Mu family, even taking the lead in their interactions? He couldn't understand what gave that waste the right. Meanwhile, after leaving the academy, Yin Shou headed toward the transit center, planning to take a train to the wilderness patrol zone. Mu Zixuan quickened her pace to catch up. Yin Shou, I thought you were cold and distant, the type to keep people at arm's length. But it turns out you've got quite the sense of humor. The Mu family heiress smirked, as if she'd uncovered some secret. The mighty killing sword, capable of slaying second-tier beasts, pretending to be a waste at the academy so everyone looks down on you. I can already guess the script. Are you planning to suddenly reveal your strength at the right moment and shout, "The tables have turned"? It's not an act, Yin Shou said flatly. What? Mu Zixuan didn't catch his words over the noise of passing vehicles. I said, it's not an act, Yin Shou repeated, his face expressionless. A year ago, I truly lost my cultivation and my martial arts talent. Because of that, my so-called best friend immediately distanced himself from me, afraid of being dragged down. Those who once admired me turned to mockery and scorn. Mu Zixuan stopped smiling, staring at him in stunned silence. Her heart was deeply moved. No wonder his gaze always carried such loneliness. No wonder he said he had no friends. No wonder he resisted her kindness so much. Over the past year, he had endured the pain of losing everything, the betrayal of friends, and the ridicule of his peers. She wanted to comfort him, but noticed there was no resentment in his eyes as he spoke of the past. In that moment, she understood. This young man was no ordinary person, was like a dragon in its infancy, a prodigy, and a true warrior. He didn't need anyone's pity or consolation. A lone wolf licks its wounds in solitude. A true warrior never dwells in the past. So she said nothing more and simply followed quietly behind him, wherever he went. Eventually, Yin Shou couldn't take it anymore and abruptly turned around. You followed me all this way. How much longer do you plan to keep this up? Just tell me, what do you want from me? Yin Shou stood in the academy's corridor, his brows furrowed deeply. He simply couldn't understand why Mu Zixuan was so infatuated with him. She was a lady of noble birth, stunningly beautiful, and extraordinarily talented. And himself? Just an orphan who had lost his parents in a beast tide. Other than occasionally offering some materials from second-tier ferocious beasts, he had nothing else worth mentioning. You've been following me all this way. How much longer are you planning to keep this up? Just say it. What do you want from me? Yin Shou finally turned around, unable to suppress his frustration. Why are you being so harsh? I don't mean any harm. Mu Zixuan feigned a pitiful expression, but a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Could you act any more fake than that? Caught red-handed, Mu Zixuan chuckled awkwardly. All right, fine. It's nothing serious. I just thought it'd be fun to head into the wilderness with you. So, what do you say, Master Slayer Sword? Will you grant this humble lady the honor? No. Yin Xiu refused without hesitation. Not again. Mu Zixuan clenched her teeth in frustration. Why not? Give me one good reason. There isn't one. If you keep being difficult, they'll revoke your discount card, lower the buyback prices at the Wanyao Pavilion by 10%, and restrict the sale of certain martial arts elixirs. I don't like getting too close to people. Is that reason enough? Yin Xiu finally relented. Mu Zixuan's indignant expression froze. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, a pang of regret surfaced in her heart. Of course, Yin Xiu was different from others. He had once hit rock bottom, been shunned by his closest friends, and endured countless scornful looks and ridicule. Such experiences had made him incredibly sensitive, like a wounded lion, wary and hostile toward anyone who dared approach. I have a refined grade longsword named 7 Kills. It matches your nickname quite well. If you agree to take me into the wilderness, I'll give it to you, she offered. Yin Xiu stared at her silently, saying nothing. Is it not enough? Mu Zixuan's heart sank. Refined grade weapons were incredibly rare and could only be wielded by martial artists. Each one was worth at least $1 million, and the 7 Kill sword was an exceptional piece, coveted even by high-level martial artists. Even with her background, offering such a weapon was a considerable sacrifice. Just this once, Yin Xiu finally said, his voice trembling slightly as if trying to suppress something. What? Mu Zixuan looked up in surprise and delight. Yin Xiu sighed inwardly. He wanted to stick to his principles, but the young lattice offer was simply too tempting. With his increasingly frequent encounters with second-tier ferocious beasts, the corroding sun weapon he had taken from Wang Luyang was no longer sufficient. He genuinely needed a replacement weapon. I said, just this once. Yin Xiu paused before adding, and I want that 7 Kills sword right now. Deal, deal. Mu Zixuan beamed with joy. With a wave of her hand, a long sword appeared out of thin air. Yin Xiu's pupils contracted slightly. You have a storage-type weapon as well? I told you. Mu Zixuan grinned smugly. This young lattice background is far greater than you can imagine. She tossed the sword to Yin Xiu. Go ahead, inspect it. Yin Xiu caught the sword and drew it from its scabbard. Immediately, an overwhelming killing aura surged forth, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, with faint signs of frost forming. The sword, 3 feet 7 inches in length and entirely a deep, icy blue, had the words 7 Kills engraved on its blade. Streams of energy seemed to flow faintly along its surface. Neither the rainbow pierce nor the corroding sun could compare to it. A fine sword. Yin Xiu couldn't take his eyes off it. Hey, hey, hey. I'm standing right here, and you're more captivated by that sword than by me. A stunning beauty? Mu Zixuan pouted in mock displeasure. The 7 Kill sword was forged in Tianlong City by a master swordsmith using meteorite iron and the blood and bones of 11 different ferocious beasts. When infused with true essence, it can unleash the 7 Kill sword chi. Of course, since you're not a martial artist and don't have true essence, you'll have to use it as just a sharp blade for now. This sword is from Tianlong City? Yin Xiu was astonished. 5,000 years ago, when spiritual energy was revived, ferocious beasts grew immensely powerful under the influence of the sun and moon's essence, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. It was only when extraordinary individuals combined ancient martial arts to create the martial path that martial artists began to shine. To resist the beasts, powerful martial artists responded to the Federation's call, establishing a tiered system of base cities. Tianlong City, as a high-tier base city, was far superior to ordinary cities like Tianling City. Yin Xiu stored the 7 Kills sword in his small cosmos ring and warned, once we're in the wilderness, you must follow my lead and not act on your own. Got it, you greedy miser. What did you just call me? A greedy miser. Mu Zixuan huffed. When I asked you as a friend to take me to the wilderness, you refused. But the moment I offered a refined grade weapon, you agreed without hesitation. If that's not greedy, what is? No. Yin Xiu replied earnestly. That's called compensation. Soon, the two arrived at the ground rail station. The Mu family had a private carriage, so they didn't need to squeeze into public transportation. Not long after they departed, another private carriage followed closely behind. Inside, a man and a woman watched the road ahead, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The path was rugged and winding, surrounded by dense forests and wild mountains. From time to time, eerie roars of ferocious beasts echoed through the wilderness. This was truly a world of wild creatures. However, Yin Xiu was behaving unusually today. Instead of crossing the wall of sword energy to venture into the danger zone, He leisurely wandered around the safe zone, casually slaying any first-tier beasts he encountered, as if he were on a carefree outing. Hey, Yin Xiu, are we just going to stroll around the safe zone? Mu Zixuan finally couldn't suppress her dissatisfaction. Yin Xiu blinked innocently. What else? Of course, we're supposed to head to the danger zone and mess with some second-tier beasts. I paid you a refined-grade weapon, not to watch you bully weaklings. Mu Zixuan interrupted him furiously. Sorry, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us, Yin Xiu said, his playful expression fading as he spoke seriously. I'm just a martial apprentice. How could I possibly take on second-tier beasts? If you're looking to train in the danger zone, I'm afraid you found the wrong person. He was well aware of the absurdity of a martial apprentice battling a second-tier beast. Agreeing to accompany Mu Zixuan to the wilderness had been motivated by the allure of the seven-kill sword. From the start, he had planned to wander around the safe zone and then send this pampered young lady back. Mu Zixuan finally grasped the situation, and her anger flared even more. You're messing with me? I'm just a girl, and I even offered a refined-grade weapon. How could you treat me like this? I'm not messing with you. Didn't I bring you to the wilderness? Yin Xiu replied, feigning sincerity. You. Mu Zixuan was so enraged that she felt like losing her mind. Today, no matter what, she was determined to fight this infuriating guy, even if it meant revealing some of her hidden cards. Just then, Yin Xiu suddenly raised his hand to stop her. His casual demeanor vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness, with even a hint of apprehension in his eyes. What's wrong? Mu Zixuan was startled by his unusual reaction. Yin Xiu took a deep breath. You too. Since you've already locked your energy on me, why keep hiding? Come out. Surely you're not here to admire my good looks, are you? As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted and surged toward the two of them. The wind howled, the leaves rustled, and the temperature around them plummeted. Two figures, one tall and one short, emerged slowly, a man and a woman, one thin and one plump. Their bodies radiated the fluctuations of true essence as they gazed at Yin Xiu and Mu Zixuan with mocking expressions, like predators eyeing their prey. Martial practitioners? Mu Zixuan's face darkened. Assuming they were here for her, she immediately stepped forward to shield Yin Xiu. This has nothing to do with him. If there's an issue, take it up with me. Both Yin Xiu and the two newcomers exchanged strange looks, leaving Mu Zixuan to subconsciously touch her face, wondering if something was amiss. You're mistaken. They're here for me, Yin Xiu said, his eyes fixed intently on the two figures. He already had a guess about their origins. Heh. The plump woman licked her lips and let out a chilling laugh. Kid, you're more self-aware than I thought. Save us the trouble and kill yourself. At least you'll get to keep your body intact. The tall, thin man stretched his limbs and sneered. It's been 2 or 3 years since I've had such an easy job. The target is just a second-tier martial apprentice, and the pay isn't bad. His face twisted into a sinister grin. Since the client is so generous, well, make sure they're satisfied even if it means making your death as painful as possible. Yin Xiu's expression turned grim. If it were just one martial practitioner, he might have a chance to fight back with a critical strike. With some luck, he could even kill his opponent. But against 2, his chances of survival were slim. The wisest choice now was to flee immediately. However, Mu Zixuan, as Yin Xiu hesitated, a low voice suddenly broke through. Run! Before he could react, he saw Mu Zixuan holding a small sphere in her hand, which she hurled at the two martial practitioners. A 9-wu confinement sphere? How do you have something like that? The tall man exclaimed in disbelief. The iron sphere erupted instantly, releasing a torrent of true essence interwoven with countless threads that descended like an inescapable net. The man and woman frantically channeled their true essence to escape, but the sphere's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they were trapped inside. Don't even think about running. You want to escape. It'll drain your blood drop by drop and crush your bones piece by piece until you can neither live nor die. The chilling roar echoed through the wilderness. The two of them fled at full speed, covering 100 meters in no time. Yin Xiu glanced at Mu Zixuan, his eyes filled with surprise. The 9-wu confinement sphere, a single-use refined-grade weapon, was capable of trapping 3 or more martial practitioners. It was one of the rare weapons that didn't require true essence to activate and was worth at least 7 figures. The fact that this young lady had casually thrown it out, was this the power of the Mu family's wealth? Damn it. My 9-wu confinement sphere. It's gone just like that. I'm heartbroken. Mu Zixuan stomped her feet in frustration. It seemed that even for someone like Miss Mu, this wasn't an easy sacrifice to make. Mu Zixuan then turned to Yin Xiu with a questioning look. Who exactly did you offend to provoke the Heaven and Earth duo into hunting you down? Heaven and Earth duo? Yin Xiu asked, unfamiliar with the name. They're infamous assassins in the black market, Mu Zixuan explained gravely. Not particularly strong, they only operate within the realm of low-tier martial practitioners. But they're notorious for their cruelty, torture, and brutality. Whoever hired them must harbor an intense hatred for you and wants you to suffer a slow, agonizing death. Yin Xiu had already anticipated that Wang Tianshi wouldn't let him off easily, but he hadn't expected him to hire such notorious killers. If Wang Tianshi ever found out that Wang Luyang had died at his hands, he would undoubtedly go even further. Now that you mention it, Yin Xiu's gaze deepened. I did offend someone. His name is Wang Tianshi. Wang Tianshi? Wait, are you talking about? Mu Zixuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you mean Wang Tianshi, the head of the Shitian Martial Hall, vice president of the Martial Arts Guild, and one of the few martial masters in Skyridge City? That Wang Tianshi. Yes, that's him. Yin Xiu confirmed with a nod. Mu Zixuan inhaled sharply. Wang Tianshi is known for his domineering nature. Even my grandfather finds him troublesome. How in the world did you manage to offend someone like him? It's a long story. Yin Xiu briefly recounted what had happened a few days ago in the classroom. Mu Zixuan's sharp gaze pierced into Yin Xiu after hearing his explanation. In reality, Wang Luyang was killed by you, wasn't he? She questioned coldly. Yin Xiu's expression remained unreadable, neither confirming nor denying her accusation. His silence only solidified Mu Zixuan's suspicions. She let out a disdainful snort. Fine, if you won't admit it. Yet, inwardly, her thoughts churned. Everyone thinks Yin Xiu was gravely injured during the Beast Tide and is now merely a second-tier martial apprentice. But I know better. This guy must have had some extraordinary encounter, perhaps even apprenticed himself to an unfathomably powerful master. Not only has he recovered, but he can also defeat warriors far above his rank. Her musings were abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar, shaking the very ground beneath her. You little brat. You dare trick us? Do you really think you can escape? Damn it, the Heavenly Earth Twins have broken free. Mu Zixuan's face turned pale. With the speed of skilled warriors, it wouldn't take long for them to catch up. Yin Xiu casually dispatched a first-tier feral beast, blocking their path with a single blow, then turned to the girl beside him. The Heavenly Earth Twins are after me. This has nothing to do with you. We should split up. What are you even talking about? Mu Zixuan retorted passionately. We came here together, so of course we'll leave together. And let me remind you, I'm not some deadweight. I'm strong, all right? Yin Xiu studied her animated expression, his face showing a rare flicker of amusement. Don't tell me you've fallen for me? Mu Zixuan's face turned an alarming shade of red as embarrassment and rage swirled within her. You jerk. I see you as a friend and you ugh. Believe it or not, I don't need the Heavenly Earth Twins. I can take you down myself. So, you don't like me then, Yin Xiu said calmly. If there's no affection between us and no shared interests, why bother getting involved in this mess? Mu Zixuan froze, her emotions boiling over into indignation. Yin Xiu, what kind of person do you take me for? Like Li Xian and the others, who'd abandon their friends at the first sign of danger. You've seriously underestimated me, Mu Zixuan. Before she could say more, a chilling voice drifted from behind them. Well, you two run fast, don't you? But what's the point? Without condensing true essence, you're just regular people with a bit more strength. Mu Zixuan opened her mouth to respond, but Yin Xiu acted first. His fist, imbued with a fierce, sky-shattering intent, struck her squarely, sending her flying. This has nothing to do with you. Don't follow me, or you'll never go to the Myriad Medicine Pavilion again. Without waiting for her reaction, Yin Xiu vanished into the distance, the Heavenly Earth Twins hot on his heels. Mu Zixuan scrambled to her feet, ready to chase after him, but several high-grade first-tier feral beasts suddenly emerged, blocking her way. By the time she dealt with them, Yin Xiu was already too far ahead. Yin Xiu, you jerk. You'd better not die on me, she muttered through gritted teeth as she pulled out her phone, dialing a number. Grandpa? Someone's bullying me. Meanwhile, Yin Xiu led the Heavenly Earth Twins deeper into the danger zone. As they passed through the Sword Chi wall and reached a swampy area, Yin Xiu silently slipped behind a tree, careful not to disturb the slumbering Blackwater Serpent. The Heavenly Earth Twins arrived moments later, scanning the area for him. But before they could act, the swamp erupted with a deafening roar. A massive black serpent lunged, coiling around the tall, thin man and dragging him into the murky depths. Almost simultaneously, a flash of cold steel cut through the air, hurtling straight toward the short, stocky woman. Damn it! The turn of events happened too quickly. The short, stout woman instinctively raised her long whip to block. With a sharp sizzle, the 7-kill sword chi sliced through, leaving a glaring white mark on the whip. The sharpness of a refined-grade weapon was indeed extraordinary. The stout woman's face twisted with rage as she infused her whip with true essence and lashed it fiercely toward Yin Xiu. In her mind, there was no way a mere martial apprentice could evade such a lethal strike. Yet, The young man before her twisted his body in an almost unnatural way, as if he had foreseen the attack. Not only did he perfectly dodge the whip, but he also burst into an astonishing speed, pulling away to a safe distance in the blink of an eye. What kind of technique is this? The stout woman thought, alarmed. A thunderous roar erupted from the waters, where the clash of true essence sent massive waves surging. The faint sounds of the blackwater serpent's roars intertwined with the shouts of the tall, thin man. The situation was dire. Tian Sha was already disadvantaged in water combat, and any further delay could cost them their lives. The stout woman was about to jump into the water to assist when a sudden flash of icy light appeared. The 7-kill sword Chi attacked again, carrying the overwhelming force of the 8 extremes, aiming directly at her face from an insidious angle. "Curse you, rat!" she snarled in fury, forced to raise her whip in defense. This brief hesitation allowed the tall, thin man to be dragged into the depths by the blackwater serpent, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the infuriating boy slipped away like an eel, putting even more distance between them. "If you've got guts, stop running." The stout woman finally lost all composure, unleashing a torrent of true essence as she lashed her whip wildly in pursuit. A series of system notifications echoed. "Congratulations, your attack triggered a 15x critical hit multiplier. Congratulations, your attack triggered a 3x critical hit multiplier. Congratulations, your attack triggered a 40x critical hit multiplier." Yin Xiu sighed inwardly. This was his entire plan: to use the Blackwater Serpent to pin down one opponent, while he relied on speed to outmaneuver the other. Unfortunately, the critical hit multipliers had been less than ideal. Even with a 40x multiplier, his current strength of 50 elephant units only amounted to 1,200 elephant units. While more than enough to deal with a 9th-tier martial apprentice, it was barely sufficient to contend with a practitioner who had refined true essence. And this was only because Tian Di Shuangsha's abilities were relatively mediocre. Against a stronger opponent, even a 100-fold critical hit wouldn't leave a scratch. Such was the insurmountable gap between martial apprentices and martial practitioners, the difference of true essence. But that didn't matter. The stout woman's speed was nothing exceptional, only slightly faster than that of a lesser earth bear. As long as he maintained the current pace, victory was just a matter of time. Yin Xiu's heart was as cold as ice, his moves precise and calculated, never missing a beat. At this point, the stout woman finally realized something was off. This martial apprentice before her, though lacking true essence, could fluctuate between strong and weak attacks. Occasionally, his bursts of power even seemed to shake her true essence, nearly injuring her. "Impossible!" she screamed in frustration. "The employer's intel clearly stated you were just a 2nd-tier martial apprentice with, at most, 11 elephant units of strength. How can you be this powerful?" Suddenly, it dawned on her. "I get it now. Yin Xiu, you're no waste at all. You deceived Wang Tianshi and everyone else. It was you who killed Wang Luyang, wasn't it?" As a black market assassin, Tian Di Shuangsha was well aware of the chaos Wang Tianshi had unleashed in Tianling City to avenge his son. But to think that the seemingly weak and disposable target was actually the most dangerous prey, the true culprit behind Wang Luyang's death. Sword shadows and the whip clashed again and again, but neither side could gain the upper hand. The battle by the water's edge had reached a fever pitch. The short, stout woman surveyed the perilous situation before her, gritting her teeth as a trace of compromise laced her voice. "They'll abandon the mission and promise not to reveal your true strength. Just let me save Tian Sha, and from now on, well, stay out of each other's way." Yin Xiu, his face expressionless, continued swinging his sword, the energy of the Ba Ji Bo Tian technique coursing through him. "Do you think I'd believe that? I can swear on it. What good is a vow?" Yin Xiu sneered coldly. "I could make hundreds of oaths without a second thought. For me, only the dead can keep secrets." "The dead?" The stout woman froze for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. "I'll admit, your attacks are strange, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, but at best, you're on par with an average warrior. If it weren't for your quick dodges, you'd already be dead under my whip. Kill me? Don't make me laugh. You can't even break through my protective true essence." Her tone shifted to a threat. "The moment I escape and tell Wang Tianshi your secret, do you think you'd survive the pursuit of martial masters?" "It's true, I'm not yet a match for Wang Tianshi," Yin Xiu admitted calmly, but a faint, unsettling smile curved his lips. "However, there's one thing you're wrong about: can kill you." The shadows of his sword flickered as the 7 slashes descended once more. Having faced his attacks several times already, the stout woman didn't take it too seriously. She raised her whip, infused with true essence, ready to block. But in the next instant, her pupils contracted sharply. What had seemed like an easily deflectable sword light suddenly expanded, erupting with a surge of dense, blood-red energy. The sheer force was beyond anything she could measure or comprehend. It was a terrifying power she had never encountered before. Her whip shattered inch by inch under the overwhelming force. Her protective true essence collapsed, and her body began to disintegrate. In her final conscious moment, as darkness engulfed her, only one thought remained. He's just a martial apprentice. How could he unleash such terrifying power? Congratulations, Yin Xiu said, his voice cold as he stared at the space ahead, now reduced to nothing but a bloody mist with no trace of the woman left. That attack triggered a 100 times critical hit. So, what do you think now? Do I have the strength to kill you? With that, he turned his gaze toward the water. The battle between the tall, lean man and the Blackwater mysterious serpent was also nearing its conclusion. The surface of the water suddenly erupted, and a blood-soaked figure shot into the air. The tall, thin man was drenched in blood, with a gaping wound on his chest so deep that his bones were visible. His face twisted in agony as he struggled to escape the deadly grasp of the Blackwater serpent, paying a heavy price for his life. Disha, what's going on? It's been so long. And you still haven't dealt with that boy? His words were cut short as his expression froze. Not far away, near the edge of the forest, a horrifying scene unfolded. Bloodstains covered a vast area, painting the ground red. A broken whip lay scattered in pieces, and fragments of a human face, mangled and barely recognizable, hung from the treetops. It was the face of a short, plump woman. Disha was dead brutally and utterly destroyed. Impossible. The tall, thin man muttered in disbelief. A mere second-tier martial apprentice? How could he defeat a martial artist? He should have been subdued in a single exchange. At that moment, a flash of cold light appeared. The 7-kill sword descended from above, striking with blinding speed. No true essence fluctuations relying solely on blood energy to challenge a martial artist? Suicidal. The tall man sneered. Though shaken by his wife's gruesome death, he was convinced it couldn't have been caused by the boy before him. A martial apprentice defeating a martial artist? It was a myth, far beyond his comprehension. Still, he remained cautious. His wife's demise indicated a lurking, far greater danger, possibly a mid-tier second-level beast waiting to strike. He swiftly extended his hand, channeling true essence to block the attack and subdue his opponent, intending to leave this perilous area as quickly as possible. But in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. How can the force be this terrifying? As the sword fell, an overwhelming power, at least at the myriad phenomena level, surged toward him, even shaking his true essence. Along with it came a chilling voice. Your fight with the Blackwater serpent isn't over. Back into the water you go. No. The tall man sensed disaster and tried to evade, but it was too late. Caught off guard, he was blasted back into the water like a cannonball. The water churned violently as the massive black serpent emerged, coiling around him in an instant. Man and beast clashed once more beneath the surface in a deadly struggle. Yin Xiu landed by the water's edge, his tense nerves finally relaxing a little. A faint smile curved his lips. One strike, and it triggered a massive critical hit. Compared to the Earth Bear, your luck really is terrible. Congratulations. Congratulations. Your attack just landed a 350x critical hit. The underwater battle raged for about 20 minutes. Although the Blackwater serpent was considered average among low-tier second-level beasts, it had the advantage of the water's power, clearly dominating the fight. The tall man, faced with a life-or-death crisis, fought back fiercely, unleashing astonishing strength. However, the underwater environment severely restricted his abilities, and he ultimately met his end, his entire body crushed and his head bitten off, leaving him with time for only a final scream of, no. The Blackwater serpent didn't emerge unscathed either. Under the tall man's desperate counterattacks, it was left covered in wounds, its life force fading. Just as it began to retreat to recover, a cold-faced young man appeared before it, holding a blood-stained sword. Thanks for your help. Allow me to end your suffering. Yin Xiu emerged from the water, drenched, and sat on the grass, reflecting on the chase that had just taken place. This was the greatest danger he had faced since obtaining the infinite critical hit systemno, since he had started cultivating. If not for the fact that the Heaven and Earth duo hadn't ambushed him, if not for their arrogance, if not for their unfamiliarity with the area's dangers, including the presence of the Blackwater serpent, he might not have survived. But there were no ifs in this world. In the end, the Heaven and Earth duo perished here, while he not only survived but also claimed a second-level beast, the Blackwater serpent. I wonder if they had anything valuable on them, Yin Xiu thought with anticipation. After killing the duo, he had scavenged all their belongings, including the broken whip. However, being in the wilderness with danger still looming, he hadn't had time to examine them closely. After a brief rest, Yin Xiu stood up. I wonder how Mu Zixuan is doing. With her strength, she shouldn't have any trouble against first-tier beasts. Still, she came to the wilderness with me this time, and if something goes wrong, I won't be able to explain it. I'd better go look for her. The wilderness, within the safety zone. Mu Zixuan paced anxiously in place, her slender figure occasionally glancing around, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of worry. Suddenly, two urgent shouts echoed from the distance, breaking the tense atmosphere. Xiaomu, are you all right? Don't worry, your Uncle Zhang is here. Thank heavens the young lady is safe. If anything had happened to you, we wouldn't have been able to face the old master we'd be skinned alive. The howling wind carried the cries of fierce beasts as two figures tore through the air, exuding an overwhelming surge of true energy that far surpassed that of the heaven and earth twin fiends. Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui quickly approached Mu Zixuan, examining the eldest daughter of the Mu family with care. Seeing that she was unharmed, the tension on their faces finally eased. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Dong. Mu Zixuan let out a breath of relief upon seeing these two familiar faces from the martial arts guild. Both men had deep ties with the Mu family, especially her grandfather, Mu Yinglong, to whom they owed a great debt of gratitude. A sharp glint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Tianbai's eyes. The heaven and earth twin fiends have some nerve, daring to target the Mu family's young lady. Just wait, I'll catch them and see if they've got a death wish. And that Wang Tianshi, Dong Rui growled through gritted teeth. Avenging his son is one thing, but now he dares to lay a finger on Xiaomu? The old master won't let him off easily this time. Mu Zixuan's heart tightened, guilt creeping in. As much as she wanted to deny it, she couldn't completely wash her hands of this mess. After all, she was currently in the company of the real culprit behind Wang Luyang's death. Though Wang Tianshi didn't know it, the one he believed to be a cripple, Yin Xiu, was in fact the true killer. Yin Xiu. The thought jolted Mu Zixuan, and her expression suddenly turned urgent. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Dong, I'm fine, but my friend is still being chased by the heaven and earth twin fiends. We need to save him immediately. Don't worry, Xiaomu. Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui reassured gently, though deep down, they both believed the martial apprentice was likely doomed. After all, dealing with a martial apprentice was child's play for two martial artists. Unaware of their thoughts, Mu Zixuan anxiously pointed in one direction. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Dong, they went this way. Before she could finish, she suddenly froze. Not just her, Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui also turned their gazes toward the same direction, a flicker of surprise flashing in their eyes. From the treetops came the rustling of leaves, and a soaked figure emerged from the depths. Though he appeared a bit disheveled, he exuded an undeniable air of confidence and composure. What's this? Only 2 hours apart, and you've already forgotten me, the newcomer teased. Am I seeing things? Are you human or ghost? Mu Zixuan asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. So young, yet your eyesight's already failing? You should get that checked, Yin Xiu replied in his usual playful tone. Mu Zixuan started to grumble, but was quickly overwhelmed by a wave of joy. She couldn't even understand why she felt so elated. You're okay? That's amazing. By the way, what about the twin calamities? How did you escape? Tell me everything. Yin Xiu didn't answer immediately. Instead, his eyes shifted to the two men, sensing their faint yet imposing presence. Internally, he remained cautious. And these two are? They're Uncle Zhang and Uncle Dong. They're here to protect me. No need to worry, Mu Zixuan explained briefly. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui became deeply intrigued by this young man who had managed to survive the twin calamities. Yin Xiu gave a simple explanation. I'm familiar with the areas where second-tier fierce beasts reside. I used a diversion tactic, leading them into a conflict with the beasts. This explanation left the two martial artists stunned. For a martial apprentice to maneuver between martial artists and fierce beasts with such composure and wit was truly extraordinary. When Zhang Tianbai suggested pursuing the twin calamities, Yin Xiu calmly responded, no need. They're already dead. To substantiate his claim, he produced the Earth Fiend Whip. Zhang Tianbai immediately recognized the weapon and exchanged a bewildered look with Dong Rui, both struggling to process the unexpected turn of events. On the way back to the city, Mu Zixuan approached Yin Xiu privately. You must fought them yourself, didn't you? You know too much, Yin Xiu said, casting her a deep, meaningful glance. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Don't tell me you plan to silence me, she retorted. The two shared a knowing smile. Back in Tianling City, Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui departed on other matters. Yin Xiu accompanied Mu Zixuan to the Myriad Medicine Pavilion. In a private underground storage room large enough to hold any beast materials, Yin Xiu waved his hand, revealing the massive corpse of the Blackwater mystical serpent before Mu Zixuan. Yin Xiu skillfully began dissecting the Tier 2 ferocious beast's corpse, his movements fluid and practiced. This was his third time, and his technique had become increasingly refined. Soon, the materials from the Blackwater serpent were neatly arranged before him. A glistening, transparent gallbladder, an intact snakeskin, 2,500 milliliters of essence blood, 150 milliliters of venom, and a pair of glowing, eerie eyes. Not bad, Yin Xiu. This is quite the haul. Altogether, it's worth 2.18 million, Mu Zixuan said, a trace of envy in her eyes. Even as the cherished daughter of the Mu family, this amount was equivalent to nearly a month's allowance for her. The usual convert it all into blood chi pills, Yin Xiu replied, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, and don't forget I have a 10 discount card. I know. You don't have to remind me every single time. Mu Zixuan pouted, clearly annoyed. If you keep this up, I'll revoke your discount card next time. This thing can be revoked? Yin Xiu frowned. The store reserves the right to final interpretation, Mu Zixuan said smugly, lifting her chin triumphantly. Yin Xiu wisely chose to keep quiet. To preserve the useful discount card, he decided not to argue with her. Soon, the transaction was complete, and he had obtained 30 blood chi pills. The store's blood chi pills are almost wiped out because of you. And all with that 10 discount, what a loss. Mu Zixuan muttered regretfully. If I had known, I'd have given you a 5 or 2 discount card instead. As Yin Xiu prepared to leave with the pills, Mu Zixuan called out to him. Wait a second. What's up? Gritting her teeth, Mu Zixuan said. Last time we went to the wilderness, we were hunted by the heaven and earth twin fiends. It was a terrible experience. I demand to go with you again. Yin Xiu was about to refuse, but then he recalled how she had given him a refined-grade weapon to join him on the last trip, only to end up in danger. He figured she deserved some compensation. Fine. I'll let you know next time, he agreed. I want to go to the danger zone. Mu Zixuan fixed her gaze on him. Don't think I don't know you can take down tier 2 beasts. If you try to fool me again, I won't talk to you anymore. Yin Xiu looked at her puffed up, frustrated expression and found it unexpectedly cute. All right, but the same rule applies, you have to follow my lead when we get there. Deal. Mu Zixuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I can't wait to see how you, a mere martial trainee, managed to slay tier 2 beasts. Yin Xiu was about to leave, still thinking about sorting through the spoils he had taken from the heaven and earth twin fiends. He also needed to prepare for the second trial in the secret realm after breaking through to tier 7 martial trainee. Wait, Mu Zixuan called out again. I have good news for you, you won't have to worry about Wang Tianshi for a while. What do you mean? A cold glint flashed in Mu Zixuan's eyes. Mu Yinglong's precious granddaughter was bullied. As her grandfather, he obviously has to settle the score. Killing Wang Tianshi might be difficult, but making him lie low for a while? That's definitely doable. Meanwhile, in the Shitian Martial Hall within Tianling City. Useless. Wang Tianxi's furious roar echoed through the room. Those two heaven and earth twin fiends shot a pair of pigs. To think that 2 martial artists fell for the trap of a martial trainee. They deserve to die in the wilderness. As the vice president of the Martial Arts Guild, Wang Tianshi quickly learned of the twin fiends' deaths. Initially, he was puzzled how could a tier 2 martial trainee outwit 2 martial artists? But upon hearing that the Mu family's heiress had been present, everything made sense. Xiaoyang. Murderous intent burned in Wang Tianxi's eyes. My son is dead, and yet the person he hated most is still alive? Just wait, I'll crush him with my own hands. As he prepared to act, a voice laced with mockery and frost suddenly rang out. Oh Wang, have you lost your mind? We all understand the pain of losing a son, but why drag my granddaughter into it? She nearly got hurt. As her grandfather, I have to demand justice. Mu Yinglong. Wang Tianxi's expression turned grim as he braced himself. Little Wang, you've just broken through to martial master and probably don't fully grasp the concept of comprehending the truth. Let me show you what it means, Mu Yinglong said with a cold smile, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. Back at home, Yin Xiu thought about Mu Yinglong confronting Wang Tianshi. He figured he could finally sleep peacefully for a few days. But he knew that until Wang Tianshi was completely dealt with, the danger would remain. He began sorting through the spoils taken from the heaven and earth twin fiends. 2 refined-grade weapons, 1 earth-level cultivation technique, 1 profound-level martial skill, some money, 3 vitality restoration pills, and little else. Yin Xiu carefully examined the spoils of his recent battle. 2 weapons caught his attention, a long whip and a pair of gloves. Though they were the signature weapons of the infamous Tian Di Shuangsha, they were merely items of middling quality, neither ordinary nor exceptionally refined. As for the earth-level cultivation techniques and profound-level martial skills, he barely glanced at them before losing interest. With the unparalleled combination of Ba Ji Bo Tiangong and Ba Ji Bo Tianji in his arsenal, these techniques were nothing more than junk. He decided to sell them at the black market when he had the time. What truly caught his eye, however, were the 3 Hui Yuan pills he discovered at the end. It was no wonder the tall, thin man had managed to wrestle with the Blackwater mystic serpent in the water for so long. He had relied on these second-grade martial pills that could restore true essence. Such rare pills were worth tens of thousands each. Unfortunately, Yin Xiu was still a martial apprentice and had yet to cultivate true essence, rendering the pills temporarily useless to him. After spending over 10 minutes taking inventory, Yin Xiu stored all the items in his small Qinquan ring. Then, he took out 2 jade bottles, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Inside were 30 blood chi pills, enough to push his strength to the 7th tier of martial apprentice level. If luck favored him with high multiplier critical strikes, he might even approach the 8th tier. Under the deep night sky, Yin Xiu wasted no time. He swallowed the first blood chi pill and activated Ba Ji Bo Tiangong. System notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Congratulations! Triggered 10x critical strike bonus. Congratulations! Triggered 7x critical strike bonus. Congratulations! Triggered 3x critical strike bonus. Congratulations! Triggered 20x critical strike bonus. Finally, a shocking notification appeared. Congratulations! Triggered 450x critical strike bonus. As one pill after another was consumed, the heavenly level technique surged within him, and Yin Xiu's blood chi quickly filled to the brim. His strength climbed rapidly. 52 elephants, 53 elephants, 54 elephants, until he successfully broke through to the 7th tier of martial apprentice. 56 elephants, 58 elephants, 60 elephants, finally stopping at 62 elephants of strength. He was just 1 elephant's strength away from breaking into the 8th tier of martial apprentice. Yin Xiu clenched his fists, his face showing a hint of frustration. Even with a staggering 450x critical strike bonus, the 30 blood chi pills had only increased his strength by 12 elephants, far below his expectations. This was not only due to the increasing difficulty of strength cultivation at higher levels, but also because of the damage to his martial foundation. If not for his previous injury, these resources would have already propelled him to the 9th tier, perhaps even to the realm of a martial artist. It seems the damage to my martial foundation is worse than I thought. Yin Xiu mused silently. I must find a way to repair it. Otherwise, progressing further will only become harder. Even with the infinite critical strike system, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts will be nearly impossible. Suddenly, he recalled the mysterious senior in the secret realm who had casually bestowed heavenly level techniques. Perhaps that individual might know a way to repair his martial foundation. The next time he entered the secret realm, he resolved to ask. Meanwhile, 2 major events were causing a stir throughout Tianling City. The first was the destruction of the Shi Tian Martial Hall. The streets buzzed with gossip about how Wang Tianshi, vice president of the Martial Arts Union, had hired Tian Di Shuangsha to eliminate a rival, inadvertently involving Mu Yinglong's granddaughter. Enraged, Mu Yinglonggong of Tianling City's top 5 powerhouses personally attacked and severely injured Wang Tianshi. Though Wang Tianshi managed to escape using a secret technique, he was left gravely weakened, unlikely to recover anytime soon. The second was the upcoming 7 Academies Grand Competition, held once every 5 years. This time, it was set to take place at the Blue Rain Martial Academy. Thousands of students and faculty were bustling with preparations. Yin Xiu had no intention of participating, was neither a special class student nor a competition contender. Moreover, after the recent classroom incident, his sense of belonging to the academy was minimal. Were it not for his teacher, Yang Xiaoxiang, he might have considered dropping out. However, upon learning that teacher Yang would also be at the academy today, he decided to change his plans. That afternoon, the Lanyu Academy was bustling with activity. The campus was teeming with people as participants from other martial arts academies arrived one after another under the guidance of their instructors, drawing the attention of curious students who stopped to watch. However, Yin Xiu had no interest in these so-called prodigies. At this moment, his thoughts were focused solely on one person. When he reached the teacher's office, the sight of Yang Xiaoxiang, bandaged and looking dispirited, greeted him. Yin Xiu's brow furrowed deeply at the sight. Yet, teacher Yang appeared unusually optimistic. He glanced at himself briefly and then smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. Wang Tianshi held back because of the dean and only used a trace of martial intent. While it looked serious at the time, the injuries weren't too severe. Besides, the 7 Academies tournament is such an important event. I have to be here to help. Teacher Yang, this is the first time in nearly a year that you've smiled at me, Yin Xiu said after a moment of silence. Yang Xiaoxiang touched his face. Oh, is that so? Maybe I've been pretending for too long and just can't keep it up anymore. Actually, you're not very good at pretending. It's easy to see through, Yin Xiu replied, looking at teacher Yang, who still occasionally winced. His emotions were a mix of gratitude and guilt. Ever since the Beast Tide incident, teacher Yang had appeared strict and unfeeling, but every action he took was for Yin Xiu's benefit. If not for teacher Yang arguing persistently with the dean, his tuition fees wouldn't have been deferred for so long. If not for teacher Yang's subtle protection, his enemies like Wang Luyang might have already acted against him. When Yin Xiu had hit rock bottom, Yang Xiaoxiang was the only one willing to care for him. And yet, not only had Yin Xiu failed to repay him, but he had also brought trouble in the form of Wang Tianshi, causing teacher Yang to get hurt while protecting him. Overwhelmed by guilt, Yin Xiu lowered his head and began to speak. Teacher Yang, stop right there. Take those words back. Yang Xiaoxiong interrupted sharply, glaring at him. Don't start with that "I'm sorry" or "I feel bad" nonsense. You're my student, and I'm your teacher. Protecting you is my responsibility. As long as that relationship stands, I don't care if it's Wang Tianshi or the King of Heaven himself, he'll stand in front of you. Yin Xiu stared at teacher Yang, momentarily speechless. 1,000 words swirled in his mind: the joy of breaking through to the 7th rank of martial apprentice, the excitement of discovering a secret realm, the pride of slaying a second-tier beast, but he didn't know where to begin. Alright, enough with the sentimentality. Judging by your expression, you were about to say something overly emotional. Stop it right there, I can't handle it, Yang Xiaoxiong said, waving him off. You've seen me, you've brought gifts, and if there's nothing else, go back and train. I don't want my student to be a weakling. Yin Xiu stepped back, bowed deeply and said, thank you. He then turned to leave, but paused at the door. Looking back, he said seriously, also, Teacher Yang, I'm not a weakling anymore. I'll believe it when I see it. Yang Xiaoxiong replied with a faint smile. Alright, Yin Xiu responded firmly before leaving. He was headed to the secret realm to face his second trial. Slaying a second-tier beast as a 7th-rank martial apprentice was far from enough. He needed to grow strong enough to surpass Wang Tianshi and eventually kill him with his own hands. After Yin Xiu left, the smile on Yang Xiaoxiong's face faded. His brows furrowed deeply, and he let out a heavy sigh. Xiaoxiu, you're still unwilling to let it go. But right now, you are just a second-tier martial apprentice with damaged foundations. If you keep pushing like this, it'll cost you your life. How many more times can I protect you? Over 5,000 years into the era of spiritual energy revival, martial arts had risen to prominence, granting martial artists high status and respect. The 7 Academies tournament, held every 5 years, was one of the rare grand events in Tianling City. Disciples from martial halls, independent cultivators, and civilian martial apprentices all gathered at Lanyu Academy, eager to witness the brilliance of the prodigies. By this time, participants from the other 6 major martial arts academies, including Hongyang Academy, had begun to arrive. So this is Lanyu Academy? Not bad. The decorations and facilities are decent. But I wonder if their contestants will be able to pique my interest. Haha, don't get your hopes up, Lao Lu. You're already a peak 9th rank martial apprentice with 81 patterns of strength, proficient in earth-level martial techniques, and mastering an exquisite cultivation method. Aside from true martial artists, who else could possibly stand against you? Don't say that. The world is vast, and geniuses are countless. What if someone in the 7 academies is stronger than me? In the courtyard of Hongyang Academy, Lu Yunxing wore a faintly proud smile. As the academy's top genius, every movement he made exuded an innate arrogance. Impossible, impossible. Shang Yingming immediately chimed in. I've done some digging into the other academies. It's hard enough to find someone stronger than me, let alone you, old Lu. Having you participate in the 7 Academy tournament is basically a dimensional blow to the other contestants. Shang Yingming, who had just risen to the rank of Hongyang Academy's second-best talent, had already cultivated the strength of 80 elephants, just one step away from the peak of a 9th-tier martial apprentice. Although his mastery of 2 Earth-level martial techniques had yet to reach perfection, their power was already astonishing. Lu Yunxing's strength, however, far surpassed his, leaving the two of them feeling relaxed about the upcoming 7 Academy tournament. Just then, a timid voice broke their air of confidence. But Brother Lu, Brother Shang, what if he participates in the tournament? After all, Teacher Zhou said it's very likely that he's a student of one of the 7 academies. The mention of that person seemed to carry a strange power, instantly freezing the expressions of the two geniuses. In their minds, an image surfaced. A young man standing beside the corpse of a second-tier beast, the Earth Bear, his blood-stained sword in hand, and a cold, disdainful gaze that was impossible to forget. After a long silence, Lu Yunxing forced a laugh. Haha, if he participates, then we'll just aim for second place. After all, there's not much difference between first and second. Old Lu's got a point, Shang Yingming added. He's like a god on the mountain, and we're just people at the foot. There's no real competition. If he joins, then second place is as good as first. The surrounding participants from Hongyang Academy all nodded in agreement. They had all witnessed that astonishing scene with their own eyes and understood the terrifying strength of the young man in question. Suddenly, Shang Yingming's expression froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he tugged at Lu Yunxing's sleeve. Old Lu, look over there. Tell me I'm not seeing things. Lu Yunxing, initially annoyed, followed Shang Yingming's gaze and instantly froze as well. He instinctively rubbed his eyes. It's him. It's really him. The god on the mountain. In the crowd, a figure moved quietly. At first glance, he seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, There was an air of otherworldly detachment about him. That figure was heading out of the academy, none other than Yin Xiu. He actually showed up at the 7 Academy Grand Competition? Isn't this just bullying? Shang Yingming's eyes widened, his voice filled with disbelief. Lu Yunxing's expression turned slightly bitter. Although they had joked earlier that if the deity from the mountain decided to participate, they would settle for second place, who wouldn't want to claim the top spot? Deep down, they still clung to a sliver of hope that the formidable figure, capable of sweeping through the wilderness and slaying a Tier 2 beast as a mere martial disciple, would dismiss this child's play of a competition. But now, that hope had been shattered. Wait, Shang Yingming suddenly frowned. Old Lu, look at Blue Rain students. They seem to know him. Lu Yunsheng squinted, observing the reactions around him. Interesting. Could this impressive figure actually be a student of Blue Rain? Why not find out? Shang Yingming, despite wearing a look of disdain, instinctively decided to leverage his charming appearance. With a friendly smile, he approached a girl and asked bluntly, "Beautiful lady, who was that person in white just now?" "Him?" The girl, clearly captivated by the handsome genius from Red Sun Academy, replied, "That's Yin Xiu. He used to be Blue Rain's top talent, but now he's just a well-known failure." A failure? Shang Yingming was thunderstruck. That was the guy who could cross realms to take down a Tier 2 beast. The girl quickly explained, "It's true. A year ago, during the beast tide, he was severely injured by a Tier 2 beast. He lost all his cultivation, and his foundation was damaged. After a year of rebuilding, he's barely reached the strength of 11 elephants." The two couldn't believe it and questioned several others, but the answers were all the same. Is he participating in the 7 Academy Grand Competition? Shang Yingming asked the most pressing question. Him? A so-called failure with only the strength of 11 elephants? How could the dean possibly select him? The Blue Rain student scoffed openly. The two let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the first-place spot was still up for grabs. They exchanged glances, a playful smile appearing on their faces. A talent like this, reduced to nothing at Blue Rain, seemed to have had his spirit completely crushed, losing any sense of belonging to the academy. Remembering Teacher Zhou's instructions, the two immediately headed to his residence. As they passed by Blue Rain students, they chuckled inwardly. If they couldn't even recognize someone of this caliber, this martial academy was surely on its way out. At this moment, Yin Xiu had already taken the underground rail out of Tianling City and arrived at the wilderness safety zone. 20 minutes later, he stood once more at the edge of the cliff. Below, the wind howled, and the depths were unfathomable. Should I jump? Yin Xiu frowned. From such a height, even a martial artist would likely be smashed to pieces. But the secret realm lay below, and he had to find a way down. Just as he was pondering, an ethereal voice echoed, "Did I not tell you to return when you'd reached the 7th stage of martial disciple for the second trial? Young one, why have you come so soon?" "Senior, I have already broken through to the 7th stage of martial disciple." Cough, cough, cough. Amid the violent coughing came a tone of disbelief. "What did you say? Don't try to fool me." Without hesitation, Yin Xiu activated his technique. His blood surged, his skin turning red like a blazing furnace. The immense vitality of 62 elephants' strength radiated outward. The mysterious senior fell silent. In less than a month, this youth had advanced from the 3rd stage to the 7th. Even consuming blood essence pills like candy wouldn't make such rapid progress possible. This kid was practically a monster. "Wait a moment," a raspy voice finally said. "I will now guide you into the secret realm." An invisible force descended, and the surrounding scenery shifted like ink spreading on water. When Yin Xiu regained his senses, he found himself once again in that familiar martial arts secret realm. The lake before him shimmered with radiant hues, while mist swirled through the mountain forests. The dense spiritual energy flowed almost tangibly through the air. The indistinct figure appeared once more, its face obscured, but its gaze carried a complex emotion. This boy's comprehension was truly extraordinary. In mere hours, he had mastered both the 8 extremes battling the heavens technique and the 8 extremes battling the heaven strike, which was already astonishing. His cultivation speed, however, was even more remarkable. The figure sighed inwardly, recalling how, back in its own time, it had been considered a top-tier genius among humans. Yet, compared to this boy, it felt as though its talent had been wasted. With such unparalleled aptitude, as long as he doesn't fall, he is bound to pass the final trial and become my disciple, the figure mused. Then, reminding itself to remain composed, it thought, I must not lose my demeanor in front of my future disciple. Suppressing the ripple of emotions, the figure spoke with feigned calmness, advancing through 4 realms in 21 days? Not bad, truly beyond expectations. I thought a remote place like this would never produce a real genius, but here you are. Thank you for the praise, senior. Yin Xiu replied respectfully. Since you're here, it means you're ready to face the second trial. Let's begin, the figure said, preparing to activate the secret realm. Wait a moment. Yin Xiu quickly interjected. Senior, before proceeding with the trial, I have 2 questions to ask. The figure nodded. Go ahead. The first question. May I ask for your name, Senior? Yin Xiu's expression turned serious. Though there is no formal master-disciple relationship between us, you have imparted great teachings to me. I am deeply grateful, yet I do not even know your honorable name. This thought has often kept me awake at night. Hearing this, the figure grew even more satisfied. This boy not only possessed extraordinary comprehension and cultivation speed, but was also loyal and grateful, a rare combination of talent and character. If only it had more than a mere wisp of consciousness left and could influence the process of selecting a successor, it would undoubtedly make an exception to take him as a disciple. Boy, you may call me Tang Minjiu, and that was my given name, the figure said after a slight pause. As for my title, in life, I roamed the world freely, making many close friends but also numerous enemies. Revealing my title to you now might bring you unnecessary trouble. Tang Mingyuan. Yin Xiu murmured the name twice, committing it to memory. Without the 8 extremes battling the heavens technique and strike, he would have had no chance against second-tier ferocious beasts, let alone surviving the pursuit of the twin calamities of heaven and earth. Though he had experienced great upheaval, fallen to rock bottom, and been abandoned by many, Yin Xiu had never forgotten those who genuinely cared for him, including young Xiaoxiong and the senior Tang before him. Very well, the first question is answered. What is your second question? The figure asked. A hint of tension and anticipation flickered in Yin Xiu's eyes as he clasped his hands together and said, the second question. Senior, if one's martial foundation is damaged, how can it be restored? Restoring a martial foundation? The figure started to answer but then paused, its brow furrowing slightly. Why do you ask? Yin Xiu replied honestly, Senior Tang, a year ago, I suffered a devastating blow that caused severe damage to my martial foundation. My current cultivation speed is less than a third of what it once was, and the effects worsen as my realm progresses. I urgently need a method to repair it. Wait a moment, the figure said in astonishment. Did you just say your martial foundation is damaged? Yes, Yin Xiu confirmed. Let me take a look. An invisible force immediately permeated Yin Xiu's body, probing deeply. After a long while, the force receded, leaving the figure suspended in midair, silent and contemplative. The boy's martial foundation was in utter disrepair, barely holding together a crumbling structure on the verge of collapse. His martial talent was now less than a third of what it once was. Yet even so, he had managed to advance through 4 realms in under a month. Truly, this was a genius among geniuses. If his martial foundation had been intact. At this moment, Tang Mingyuan felt a powerful urge to seize control of the main secret realm's authority and grant this boy all the inheritances. But alas, such a wish could not be fulfilled. Well, Senior Tang? Yin Xiu asked. Indeed, your foundation is severely damaged, like a jade tower with broken pillars, barely standing. It is remarkable that you were able to cultivate to this level with what little talent remains, the figure replied. Is there any way to repair it? Yin Xiu asked eagerly. The martial foundation is the cornerstone of all martial paths. Repairing it is exceedingly difficult. Only by receiving the blessings of heaven and earth, through a great fortuitous opportunity, can one reshape their foundation and achieve a small chance of recovery. However, such opportunities are incredibly rare and highly sought after by countless martial artists. They are now almost impossible to find. I see. Yin Xiu clenched his fists tightly, his expression darkening. In just over a month, he had progressed from an ordinary person with no cultivation to a 7th-tier martial disciple, seemingly advancing rapidly. Yet he knew his true potential was far greater. If not for his damaged foundation, he might have already reached the 9th tier and begun advancing toward the martial practitioner realm. If he did not repair his foundation soon, his martial path would only grow more treacherous. However, Tang Mingyuan's tone shifted. It just so happens that the final secret realm, where my inheritance lies, contains such a rare opportunity. It serves as the ultimate reward for completing all the trials and can partially restore your martial foundation. Really? Yin Xiu's face lit up with joy. The figure nodded. I do not lie. In that moment, a burning determination surged within Yin Xiu. No matter how perilous the trials or how formidable his competitors, he vowed to obtain Tang Mingyuan's final inheritance. Now then, boy, do you have any other questions? Tang Mingyuan asked solemnly. If not, I will initiate the second trial. I have no more questions, Yin Xiu replied, pausing briefly before asking. But may I ask, Senior Tang, what is the second trial? This trial. Tang Mingyuan's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Over the course of 3 days, you must use the 8 extremes battling the heaven strike to attack the trial column. Achieving 5% damage will suffice to pass. The greater the damage, the greater the reward. As his words faded, the shimmering lake began to churn, and a massive grayish-blue column inscribed with the word trial rose from the water's surface. Yin Xiu gazed at the trial column before him, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Yin Xiu gazed intently at the test pillar, his mind echoing with notifications from the infinite critical hit system. He turned to Senior Tang, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Senior Tang, are you sure you want to use this as the test? What if I actually managed to destroy the test pillar? What would the reward be? Impossible. Senior Tang replied firmly, his voice brimming with confidence. This test pillar was forged during my lifetime using the bones of 37 second-tier ferocious beasts, along with celestial iron, diamond meteorite, and other precious materials. It's a refined-grade weapon. Even a martial artist would find it impossible to shatter. In fact, I intentionally lowered its hardness. Otherwise, with my cultivation, even a martial master couldn't so much as scratch it. Yin Xiu's expression turned peculiar. What if just hypothetically, I somehow managed to destroy it? Senior Tang chuckled nonchalantly. I have a martial technique called the free-roaming dragon step. It's a grandmaster-level technique, surpassing the heavenly grade. Normally, it wouldn't be offered as a reward, but I'll make an exception this time. If you can destroy the test pillar, the free-roaming dragon step will be yours. A grandmaster-level technique? Yin Xiu's body trembled at the revelation. He recalled the mandatory courses at Blue Rain Academy. A grandmaster is the pinnacle of mortal martial arts, a true supreme powerhouse who guards forbidden zones and battles city-destroying beasts. He hadn't expected Senior Tang to be so generous, offering a technique of such caliber as a wager. Initially, he had approached the challenge with a casual mindset, but upon hearing about the free-roaming dragon step, Yin Xiu's determination solidified would shatter the test pillar at all costs. Senior Tang, I'm starting now. Still unperturbed, Senior Tang smiled faintly. Go ahead. A success rate of 5% shouldn't be too hard for you. I'm looking forward to your performance. In the next instant, Yin Xiu's gaze turned icy, and the seven-kill sword in his hand radiated an aura of overwhelming power. With a swift motion, he slashed fiercely at the test pillar. The system's notifications immediately followed. Congratulations, your attack has received a 15x critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has received a 3x critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your attack has received a 20x critical hit bonus. Meanwhile, at the 7 Academies tournament held at Blue Rain Academy, the duel between Li Xian and Lu Yunsheng, the top genius of Red Sun Academy, was already underway. In just 10 minutes, Li Xian was injured by Lu Yunsheng's Earth-grade martial technique, coughing up blood. You've reached the peak of the 9th stage martial disciple realm, cultivated the strength of 81 elephants, and even mastered an Earth-grade martial technique to a minor completion level. Li Xian gasped in disbelief. Lu Yunsheng's eyes flickered with disdain. So this is Blue Rain Academy's so-called top genius? I expected more. You haven't even perfected the 9th stage martial disciple realm. I doubt the other students are any better. Before he could finish, Lu Yunsheng suddenly froze, cold sweat breaking out across his body. A chilling memory of a figure wielding a blood-stained sword and exuding an intimidating aura flashed through his mind. He quickly changed his tone. Actually, Blue Rain Academy is quite decent. It's just that you, as the top genius, are a complete disappointment, unworthy of the title. If I were you, I'd find a rock to smash my head against. He glanced nervously around as he finished speaking. His words left everyone present stunned, including the 7 deans seated at the judges' table. The Blue Rain Academy dean, in particular, looked livid. If not for the presence of the Red Sun Academy dean beside him, he might have slammed the table in outrage. I'm not a failure. I am Li Xian, a true genius. Li Xian roared in fury, launching another attack, only to be effortlessly knocked away by Lu Yunsheng once more. While the deans of both academies argued heatedly over the match, a sudden cry of anguish erupted from the arena. Shang Yingming had been defeated in a single move, sent flying out of the ring. On the stage, a young man with an arrogant expression looked down at him. You couldn't even withstand one move from me. So this is Red Sun Academy's second-best genius? How pathetic. I hope your top genius can at least provide some entertainment. This unexpected defeat sent shockwaves through the 7 Academies tournament, marking the rise of a formidable young martial artist. Meanwhile, deep within the martial Dao's secret realm, Yin Xiu remained oblivious to these events and entirely indifferent. At that moment, he was fully focused on relentlessly attacking the test pillar as the system's notifications of critical hit bonuses continued to echo in his mind. Elder Tang's eyes widened in shock, his heart unable to calm from the overwhelming surprise. He had thought that after witnessing several astonishing feats, he had grown accustomed to Yin Xiu's abilities. Clearly, he had overestimated his own composure. This young man's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Despite being only a 7th-rank martial apprentice with a strength of roughly 60 elephant units, Yin Xiu managed to unleash power far beyond his limits with every strike. 300, 500, 800 elephant units. Paired with the mastery of the 8 extreme sky strike technique, each of his blows caused the test pillar to tremble violently, emitting creaking, cracking sounds as if on the verge of breaking apart. This was no ordinary pillar, it was a test pillar Elder Tang had personally crafted. Though it was made from second-tier beast bones combined with rare second-tier iron ore, it had been tempered by immense power far surpassing that of a martial master, making it nearly indestructible. For an average 7th-rank martial apprentice, even leaving a mark on it would be considered a remarkable feat. Kid, your strength amplification is downright bizarre. What exactly are you doing to achieve this? Elder Tang finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked directly. It's just natural talent, Yin Xiu replied, fully aware that he couldn't reveal the existence of his infinite critical strike system. At the same time, he knew lying outright would be futile against the Elder's sharp intuition. So he answered vaguely, everyone's physique is different, Elder. Mine just happens to be a little unique. Unique? My foot. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Elder Tang roared in frustration. If I weren't just a remnant of spiritual consciousness, I'd throw you into an icy lake to wake you up and teach you some respect for your elders. Despite his anger, Elder Tang refrained from pressing further. Instead, he turned his attention to the progress of the test. What he saw left him utterly speechless. The damage to the test pillar had already reached 7%. What was supposed to be a 3-day trial had been completed in just half an hour, and Yin Xiu had even surpassed the required threshold by an additional 2%. The story continues to unfold with even more thrilling developments, ultimately leading to Elder Tang's reluctant acknowledgement of Yin Xiu's unparalleled strength. In the end, he had no choice but to hand over the carefree dragon steps, technique, and a mysterious token to Yin Xiu. Throughout the ordeal, Yin Xiu's incredible power and high critical strikes left the Elder utterly astounded. You've won. Elder Tang finally admitted defeat. With a single gesture, the lake water surged, and 2 items emerged from its depths. This is the carefree dragon steps technique, and this is the token. When you break through to the martial warrior realm, the token will activate at the right time and guide you to the Battle Emperor's secret realm, where my full inheritance lies. The jade pendant was simple and unadorned, with an engraving of a blade on its surface. In stark contrast, the stone tablet beside it emanated a faint, oppressive aura. Intricate characters and patterns inscribed on it documented a grandmaster-level martial technique known as the free-roaming dragon steps. Yin Xiu did not immediately reach for the 2 tokens. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the Pillar of Trials with unrestrained eagerness and said, Senior, hold on. Let me deliver one final strike to completely destroy this Pillar of Trials before claiming the tokens. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an immense force suddenly surged forth, slamming him heavily to the ground. Pain shot through Yin Xiu's entire body, and he gasped sharply, as though half his life had been drained away. You brat! Senior Tang scolded him irritably. The Pillar of Trials is the foundation of this entire secret realm. If it's destroyed, the realm will vanish, and it'll disappear along with it. What, are you worried I'm not dying fast enough and want to send me off early? Yin Xiu's eyes widened in shock. Senior Tang, why didn't you mention this earlier? Who would have thought you were such a monster, actually capable of destroying the Pillar of Trials? Senior Tang shuddered as he recalled the strange power amplification technique Yin Xiu had used. Yin Xiu ultimately refrained from acting further. Senior Tang had treated him generously, teaching him heavenly-level techniques and martial skills, and even gifting him storage-type weapons. Naturally, Yin Xiu couldn't bring himself to let the senior's soul dissipate. With a wave of his hand, he stored the tokens and the free-roaming dragon steps into his small cosmos ring. Then, as if struck by a thought, he asked, the War Emperor's secret realm? Senior Tang, was your title in life War Emperor? Don't ask, don't speak, and don't reveal anything about the inheritance, Senior Tang said gravely. Oh, and about the free-roaming dragon steps, if no one recognizes it, feel free to use it. But if someone does, remember this. You must eliminate them, every last one of them. Otherwise, you'll face immense trouble. A chill ran down Yin Xiu's spine as he finally understood why this martial skill must never be passed on. The danger lurking behind it was far greater than he had imagined. Understood, Senior, Yin Xiu replied solemnly before asking. Now that I've passed the second trial, what will happen to this secret realm? Don't worry. It won't disappear, but it will temporarily shut down. Senior Tang's voice carried a note of melancholy. I had lost all hope until you appeared. Kid, focus on cultivating. Time is running out for both you and this world. Senior, what do you mean by that? Yin Xiu asked, puzzled. You'll understand in due time. Now go. Once you've broken through to the martial artist realm, head to Tianlong City. It's the closest base city to the War Emperor's secret realm. Before Senior Tang could finish, Yin Xiu felt the world spinning around him. The scenery blurred and shifted rapidly. When his vision cleared, he found himself back on the cliff where it had all begun. Echoing faintly in his ears was Senior Tang's parting voice. Kid, I'm looking forward to your growth and to our next meeting. Meanwhile, the 7 Academy Grand Tournament at Blue Rain Academy had reached its halfway point. A young martial apprentice, who had shocked everyone with his unexpected rise, continued his winning streak, defeating every academy's top talent except for Lu Yunsheng. Although Lu Yunsheng remained undefeated and held second place, it was clear to any observer that the gap between him and the young prodigy was significant. As the host academy, Blue Rain Academy's performance was dismal, teetering on the verge of last place. The principal's face was grim, and elite students from the special grade class like Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ran Xiaodai were all deeply disheartened. Damn it! Li Xian punched the wall in frustration. I never thought we'd lose so badly. Where did these monsters even come from? The Luo siblings remained silent. After a moment, Luo Shi spoke up. If Yin Xiu were still here, maybe he could have held his own against those monsters. Li Xian and Luo Qinghe knew exactly who Luo Shi was referring to: Yin Xiu, who had retained his martial talent and brilliance, not the one who had been crippled. Clenching their fists, they recalled how jealousy had once made them wish for their best friend's downfall. But now, faced with so many geniuses far beyond their reach, they were forced to confront a harsh reality. They could never become someone like Yin Xiu. At this moment, they deeply missed the days when Yin Xiu was still by their side. Elsewhere on the academy grounds, the young prodigy who had shocked everyone blocked the path of Lu Yunsheng, the top talent from Hongyang Academy. My name is Xia Sheng, the boy declared arrogantly, despite being much younger than Lu Yunsheng. Xia? Lu Yunsheng's expression shifted. What's your relation to President Xia? He's my great-grandfather, Xia Sheng replied calmly. No wonder this 13 or 14-year-old could defeat so many geniuses from Tianling City, was the great-grandson of the Martial Arts Guild's president. Lu Yunsheng, I know you're different from the other so-called geniuses. You're a true young tiger, the strongest among the top talents of all the academies, Xia Sheng said, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. I haven't fought you yet, but once I defeat you, it'll be the undisputed greatest prodigy of Tianling City's younger generation. Half a month ago, Lu Yunsheng would have readily accepted the challenge. But now, a scene from the danger zone replayed in his mind. The boy, sword in hand, using martial apprentice-level strength to slay a second-tier earth bear. The cold, commanding demeanor of the boy in that moment was unmatched. Heh, Xiaosheng, you think we're all geniuses? You're wrong, Lu Yunsheng said with a calm smile. We're just ordinary people who happen to be a little better than average. Ordinary people? Xiaosheng frowned, clearly displeased. Believe it or not, Lu Yunsheng said lightly. When you meet a true genius, you'll realize how laughable our self-proclaimed genius status really is. One is a god on the mountain. The other is a man at the foot. The gap is insurmountable. A self-proclaimed genius? A god of the mountain? These words echoed in Xiaosheng's ears, stirring an unrelenting storm within him. His brows furrowed, and a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. Are you saying that there exists such a genius in this world, someone who, just by standing before him, would make you and me pale in comparison? Xiaosheng's tone was filled with skepticism. Before Lu Yunsheng could respond, Xiaosheng retorted passionately, impossible, absolutely impossible. My great-grandfather always said that my martial talent is exceptional, no less than those so-called prodigies in Tianling City. In Tianling City, there's no way anyone could surpass me. Xiaosheng sneered, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I see it now, Lu Yunsheng. You must already know you'll lose in the upcoming duel, so you fabricated this, god of the mountain. This so-called genius is nothing but a ploy to shake my confidence and exploit a weakness. Unfortunately for you, such petty schemes are useless against me. As the grandson of Tianling City's strongest warrior, Xiaosheng's pride ran deep, and once he made up his mind, it was hard to sway him. Lu Yunsheng, however, simply shook his head lightly, a faint, enigmatic smile on his lips. Believe it or not, Xiaosheng, when the day comes that you meet him, I hope you'll still hold on to this confidence. With that, the top prodigy of Hongyang Academy turned and walked away. A god of the mountain? Ha! If such a genius really exists, I'd love to meet him and then defeat him with my own hands. Xiaosheng's voice brimmed with fighting spirit. No, once you truly meet him, you won't think this way, Lu Yunsheng thought to himself, sighing quietly. He couldn't help but feel a hint of envy for Xiaosheng's ignorance. At least, for now, Xiaosheng still lived like a frog at the bottom of a well, believing the sky he saw was the entire world, unaware of the vastness beyond. Meanwhile, out in the wilderness, Yin Xiu had no idea that the top 2 prodigies of the 7 academies were having a conversation about him. After leaving the secret realm, he had been heading straight for the danger zone without pause. The water and food stored in his Shao Qingkuan ring were enough to last 4 or 5 days, so there was no need to return to the city for supplies. His goal was clear: to use second-tier fierce beasts as a means to train in the Grandmaster technique, the carefree dragon step, much like how he had once trained the 8 extreme sky strike. After more than an hour, Yin Xiu arrived near the sword chi wall. Night had fallen, and the stars sparkled brilliantly across the sky. He didn't immediately enter the danger zone, but instead set up a tent near the giant sword. Taking out a martial art stone tablet, he began to focus on his comprehension. Hopefully, one night's time will be enough to grasp the basics of the carefree dragon step. Yin Xiu murmured, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. System prompts began to ring out in succession. Congratulations, your comprehension of the martial technique has triggered a 30x critical bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of the martial technique has triggered a 15x critical bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of the martial technique has triggered a 3x critical bonus. Congratulations, your comprehension of the martial technique has triggered a 200x critical bonus. As Yin Xiu truly immersed himself in the process, he began to experience firsthand the vast gulf between heavenly grade techniques and grandmaster level techniques. Back in the secret realm, it had taken him only a few hours to fully comprehend the 8 extreme sky strike and 8 extreme sky force, both heavenly grade techniques. But the carefree dragon step was an entirely different challenge. An entire night passed. Despite receiving unprecedented critical bonuses including 5 instances of over 1000x, more than 10 instances of over 100x, and countless instances of over 10 Zai's understanding of the Grandmaster technique remained superficial. He had barely scratched the surface, grasping less than 1/5 of its essence. The deeper he delved, the more complex and incomprehensible it became. A single level difference between heavenly grade and Grandmaster techniques, yet the gap is like heaven and earth. Truly worthy of being called a divine art, Yin Xiu marveled. He recalled his teacher Yang's words. The Grandmaster realm is the gateway to the profound, the ladder to the divine. Below Grandmaster is the realm of ordinary warriors. Above it lies the realm of divine warriors, symbolizing the transcendence of martial arts to the divine. These once distant concepts now felt tangible as he delved into the mysteries of the Grandmaster technique. Even if I've only grasped a fraction, it's time to put it to the test. Yin Xiu stood up and activated the carefree dragon step, taking a step forward. A miraculous scene unfolded. Outwardly, it looked like a simple step, but in an instant, he appeared 10 meters away. The carefree dragon step seemed to defy the constraints of time and space, allowing him to traverse vast distances in a single stride. Ascending to the heavens, roaming the world, unstoppable by wind or rain, transforming the vast expanse of nature into a mere step away, achieving the transcendence of the dragon. The summary at the end of the technique was no exaggeration. And this is just using the basic power of my blood energy. If I break through to become a true martial artist and combine it with the unlimited critical system, Yin Xiu's mood lifted, and even the shadow of being targeted by Wang Tianshi seemed to fade. At the same time, he gained a deeper appreciation for the weight of a Grandmaster technique. Such a divine martial art, if discovered not just by Tang's old enemies, but even by martial masters or grandmasters, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy of desire. Thus, not only must anyone who recognized the carefree dragon step be silenced, but even those who realized it was a Grandmaster technique could not be allowed to live. The next morning, Yin Xiu packed up his tent and crossed the sword chi wall into the danger zone. This time, he chose the mist-hidden lion, one of the stronger second-tier lower-grade fierce beasts, as his opponent. In the wilderness warning zone, a lone figure moved swiftly across the vast expanse of land. It was Yin Xiu, who had been honing his martial techniques in this area for 2 full days, accompanied by the constant chime of system notifications. Congratulations, your martial technique comprehension has triggered a 20x critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your martial technique comprehension has triggered a 55x critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your martial technique comprehension has triggered a 7x critical hit bonus. Congratulations, your martial technique comprehension has triggered an 18x critical hit bonus. At this moment, Yin Xiu was locked in a fierce battle with a second-tier Azure Wind Wolf. His movements were unpredictable and elusive, utilizing the exquisite Xiaoyao dragon step to maneuver freely within a 10-meter radius. It was as if he had transcended the boundaries of space. Even against this wind element beast known for its speed, he managed to hold his ground, though opportunities to counterattack were scarce, coming only once every 10 minutes or so. Yin Xiu had been relentlessly sharpening his skills in the warning zone. Starting with the misty shadow lion, he gradually challenged stronger beasts. Now, he could even briefly contend with the Azure Wind Wolf, which he had regarded as the greatest threat in the area. With the support of the infinite critical hit system, both of his martial techniques had made remarkable progress. The Ba Ji Bo Tian strike had reached new heights. Each strike carried immense, domineering force, capable of effortlessly shattering ironstone. However, as a martial apprentice who had yet to condense true essence, Yin Xiu could only cultivate this heavenly grade technique to its current level. The progress in the Xiaoyao Dragon Step was even more astonishing. From nothing, he had advanced to a level where he could move freely within a 10-meter range. Truly as carefree as a dragon, unstoppable by wind or rain. Even the Azure Wind Wolf, with its natural affinity for wind elements, struggled to harm him in a short span of time. However, both techniques had reached the limits of the martial apprentice stage due to the lack of true essence. Even triggering a critical hit of over 1,000 times would not result in a qualitative breakthrough. With his food and water supplies nearing depletion, Yin Xiu decided to head back. Although he had focused solely on martial training this time and failed to slay any second-tier beasts to obtain blood energy pills for advancing to the 8th stage of martial apprenticeship, he felt no regret there would always be a next time. As he crossed the Sword Chi wall on his return, Yin Xiu suddenly remembered that the 7 Academy tournament should be nearing its conclusion. He decided to take a look. After all, he was once the top prodigy of Lanyu Academy and, by fate's design, should have been a participant if only destiny had not taken an unexpected turn. At this moment, within the Lanyu Martial Academy, the 7 Academy tournament had reached its climax. Xiaoshang from the Purple Thunder Academy and Li Hongyang from the Red Sun Academy were in first and second place, respectively, while the competition for third place was fiercely contested. Amid the crowd's fervent anticipation, Lu Yunsheng and Xiaosheng finally stepped onto the same stage. The audience erupted in cheers and chants, rooting passionately for their chosen contestants. Lu Yunsheng, you're not worthy of being my opponent, Xiaosheng said coldly. Once I defeat you, I'll go meet that so-called god on the mountain you mentioned. The battle erupted in an instant. Though younger, Xiaosheng's martial prowess far surpassed his opponents. In less than half a minute, Lu Yunsheng's figure was sent flying amidst the gasps of the spectators. Xiaosheng of the Purple Thunder Academy emerged as the ultimate victor. Xiaosheng stood on the path of Blue Rain Academy, his heart filled with disappointment. Although he had just won the championship of the 7 Academies tournament and would be receiving generous rewards in the afternoon, none of it could ease his sense of loss. As the great-grandson of the strongest warrior in Tianling City, he had always considered himself a peerless genius, pursuing the path of invincibility. He participated in the 7 Academies tournament for one reason: Lu Yunsheng. This prodigy, praised even by Xiaosheng's great-grandfather, was seen as one of the future protectors of Tianling City. However, when Xiaosheng met Lu Yunsheng, he discovered that the latter not only lacked the arrogance typically associated with geniuses, but also considered himself ordinary and held an inexplicable reverence for a so-called god of the mountain. God of the mountain? What nonsense, Xiaosheng sneered. If someone claimed there was a genius as strong as or stronger than me, I might believe it. But feeling ordinary just by standing in front of him? Ridiculous. When I find this so-called god of the mountain and defeat him, you'll understand, Lu Yunsheng, that your fear stems from your uselessness. As he strolled along the deserted path, someone approached him from the opposite direction. The narrow road could only accommodate one person at a time, forcing them to stop when they met. Can we each make way a little? The person before him had a delicate face, was dressed in white, and carried a faint smile. Yet, inexplicably, he exuded a feeling of warmth tinged with coldness, as though an invisible barrier kept everyone at a distance. Xiaosheng frowned. Do you not know who I am? Oh, are you famous? The man asked with interest. So, who are you, little guy? I'm Xiaosheng, the champion of the 7 Academies tournament. Xiaosheng? Never heard of you. The man furrowed his brows slightly. The tournament's already over? Ah, I guess I arrived too late. With that, he turned to leave. This dismissive attitude completely enraged Xiaosheng. Wait, he shouted, his voice filled with anger. I am the champion. Got it, the man replied with a nod. And then, Xiaosheng's expression twisted with fury. Since you're so nonchalant in front of a champion, you must be strong. Let me see for myself. With that, he threw a punch carrying 50% of his strength. But in the next moment, Xiaosheng's pupils contracted sharply. The man had vanished into thin air. As Xiaosheng stood there, stunned, a calm yet icy voice came from behind him. I'm right here. Before Xiaosheng could turn around, a single finger pressed against his forehead. Hope your luck holds, and you don't end up dead. Before the words could fully settle, an overwhelming force surged from the fingertip, breaking through Xiaosheng's defenses and sending him flying into the distance. Not bad. You didn't get your head blown off. As expected of the 7 Academies champion, your luck is pretty decent. The man's tone remained calm, as if stating an unremarkable fact. You? Who are you? Xiaosheng managed to ask, his voice weak, his heart shaken to its core. The man was clearly at the same martial apprentice level, yet with just one finger, he had defeated Xiaosheng as easily as brushing off dust. Who am I? The man paused for a moment, a flash of complexity passing through his eyes, before letting out a deep, meaningful sigh. In this academy, I suppose you could call me a nobody. A no. Nobody? Xia Shang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on his own words. He exclaimed urgently, "Come on, big brother. You defeated the champion of the 7 Academies tournament with just one finger. If you're a nobody, then what does that make me? And what about all the so-called geniuses of Tianling City?" The man responded calmly, "Don't go around acting recklessly. Not everyone is as patient as I am." With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Xiaoshang tried to chase after him. There were so many questions swirling in his mind about this ridiculously powerful, mysterious boy. But the other person's speed was beyond comprehension. Each step seemed to transcend space and time. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon. Xiaoshang stood there, staring blankly in the direction the man had vanished, as if in a dream. Who was he? Why was he so powerful? And why would someone so overwhelmingly strong call himself a nobody? He's even stronger than the last time. A voice suddenly came from behind. Xiaosheng spun around sharply and locked eyes with the speaker. Lu Yunsheng, you've been here this whole time? Lu Yunsheng shook his head lightly. Not the whole time. I just got here when I heard the commotion. He paused, a playful smile appearing on the face of the Red Sun Academy's top talent. So, how do you feel after encountering him? Xiaoshang's expression shifted from anger to frustration. Terrible. Frustrated. I never imagined I could be so easily defeated by another martial apprentice. You're actually lucky. The first time I met him, the impact on me was 100 times worse than what you're feeling now. 100 times? Because I watched him kill a second-tier ferocious beast with his bare hands. What? He killed a second-tier ferocious beast? That's impossible. Xiaosheng's eyes widened in shock. A second-tier beast was equivalent to a martial artist in strength. Xiaosheng knew all too well the immense gap between a martial apprentice and a martial artist. Lu Yunsheng shook his head with a sigh. Hard to believe, right? Honestly, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. After a long silence, Xiaosheng slowly looked up, a bitter expression in his eyes. He's the mountain god you mentioned, isn't he? Exactly. Why does he call himself a nobody? How would I know? I'm not the mountain god, nor can I read his mind. But I have a guess it might be related to his experiences at Lanyue Academy. His experiences? You can find out yourself. His name is Yin Xiao, and he's somewhat known at Lanyue. But let me warn you, if you uncover the truth, keep it to yourself and don't reveal his true strength. Why? Heh, let's call it a little quirk of mine. Of course, Lu Yunsheng wasn't going to admit that Red Sun Academy had plans to recruit Yin Xiao. Instead, he grinned mischievously and said, "Don't you find it amusing that Lanyue Academy has such a treasure and doesn't even realize it, while we outsiders have already noticed?" Xiaosheng seemed to ponder this for a moment before nodding in agreement. One last question. Xiaosheng stared intently at Lu Yunsheng. Why do you call him the mountain god? It's what my teacher calls him. He says that person is the mountain god, while we are mere mortals living at the foot of the mountain. There's no competition between gods and mortals, so why compare ourselves to a god only to deny our own worth? The mountain god and the mortals at the foot of the mountain. So that's the meaning behind that strange title. Xiaosheng left soon after. The battle had shattered his previous arrogance, leaving him no trace of his former confidence. He now walked like a defeated, disheartened youth. Old Lu, are you sure it's okay to tell that kid about the mountain god? After Xiaosheng left, Shang Yingming appeared and asked. Lu Yunsheng watched Xiaosheng's departing figure and shook his head slightly. The mountain god already interacted with him. There's no way to keep it a secret, so it's better to be straightforward. But what if the Purple Thunder Academy also gets the idea to recruit him? Then we'll see who has the better methods. As long as the mountain god isn't staying at Lanyue Academy, it's fine. A trace of disdain appeared on Lu Yunsheng's face. An academy that would label such a brilliant talent as a nobody doesn't deserve him. Yin Xiao walked along the path away from Lanyue Academy, reflecting on the brief exchange earlier. The champion of the 7 Academies tournament was very young, probably only 12 or 13 years old, and quite strong, likely at the peak of a martial apprentice with the strength of 81 elephants. He was just half a step away from becoming a martial artist, needing only to stabilize his energy at his dantian and condense his inner strength. However, he was too impulsive, attacking without even exchanging a few words. Forget it. Since I missed the finals, I'll just rest for a day and prepare to head into the wilderness. Yin Xiao thought to himself. My current strength is equivalent to 62 elephants. Once I gain one more, I'll reach the 8th stage of martial apprenticeship. Killing another second-tier beast will give me enough blood vitality pills to advance. Yes, that's the plan. Having made up his mind, he turned a corner and left Lanyue Martial Academy. That afternoon, the awards ceremony for the 7 Academies tournament began amidst much fanfare. However, to everyone's confusion, Xiaosheng, the first-place winner, didn't seem happy at all. Instead, he appeared dejected, lifeless, and utterly defeated, as if he'd suffered some kind of crushing blow. This sparked widespread speculation among the crowd. Meanwhile, the headmaster of Lanue Academy wore an equally sour expression. As the host, their performance had been dismal, ranking 6th out of 7, practically last place, leaving him utterly humiliated. At that moment, the headmaster of Purple Thunder Academy approached and let out an inexplicable sigh. Oldly, you really know how to keep a secret, huh? The Lanue headmaster looked completely baffled, having no idea what the other man was talking about. The Red Sun headmaster chimed in with a smirk. He's not keeping a secret, he's just blind. As for how he became blind, don't ask me, don't know either, ha ha ha. Blind. The Purple Thunder headmaster seemed lost in thought, a hint of amusement flickering in his expression. Could it be that he doesn't know? What do you think? Pretty blind, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Listening to their mocking, cryptic exchange, the Lanue headmaster was so enraged he nearly exploded. Finally, he couldn't hold back and shouted, "What the hell are you two talking about?" In the wilderness warning zone, an angry wolf's howl pierced through the air. Amidst the mountains and forests, a man and a wolf clashed and tangled in the fierce wind. The wolf beast, with its blue-green fur, stood only a meter tall, but its affinity with the wind element made each of its strikes as swift as lightning. Yin Xiu relied on his agile, free-roaming dragon step technique and the critical strike system support to barely hold his ground against this Tier 2 ferocious beast. Finally, with a precise strike enhanced by a 200 times critical multiplier, the 7-kill sword light descended, severing the head of the Azure Wind Wolf. Finally, it's done. Yin Xiu exhaled deeply, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips. Before undergoing the second trial, he would never have dared to confront such a beast known for its speed and razor-sharp claws that could easily tear flesh. After storing the Azure Wind Wolf's corpse in his small universe ring, Yin Xiu left the warning zone, satisfied, and headed back to the Myriad Medicine Pavilion in Tianling City to sell his spoils. However, the familiar face of Mu Zixuan was absent from the shop today. Just as Yin Xiu approached the counter to speak, a voice filled with amusement interrupted him. It belonged to an elderly man with white hair but a ruddy complexion, whose every gesture seemed to harmonize perfectly with his surroundings, as if embodying some profound martial arts principle. Mu Yinglong? Yin Xiu immediately understood. The appearance of the vice president of the Martial Arts Guild did not surprise him. Ever since his interactions with Mu Zixuan, he had anticipated this day would come. Under Mu Yinglong's guidance, the two entered a luxurious VIP room. When the elder mentioned the cost of cleaning the room, Yin Xiu feigned ignorance and avoided the topic entirely. This reminded Mu Yinglong of how his granddaughter had gnashed her teeth in frustration when speaking about this young man, causing him to shake his head in amusement. Soon after, Mu Yinglong revealed the true purpose of his visit: the allocation of spots for the martial arts secret realm. This public secret realm, located in Tianling City, opened once every 5 years and accommodated 300 young individuals under the age of 18 who had not yet reached the martial artist realm. Of these, Tianling City was allotted 15 spots determined by the 7 institutes competition, and the remaining 5 recommended by the vice president of the Martial Arts Guild. I have 2 spots in my hand, Mu Yinglong said meaningfully. One is for Mu Zixuan, and as for the other, the transitions between scenes were seamless, and the dialogues were vivid, maintaining the integrity of the original plot while enhancing the imagery and immersion, allowing readers to better engage with the story. Me? Yin Xiu pointed at himself. Mu Yinglong shot him an impatient glare, his tone tinged with disdain. You're so boring. At least pretend to be confused, a bit nervous, and maybe a little expectant. Just blurting it out like that, where's the fun in that? Yin Xiu quietly observed the martial master before him, thinking to himself that this so-called powerful figure seemed far less imposing than the rumors suggested, almost a bit eccentric, in fact. Frowning, he asked, "Senior, aren't the 5 vice presidents supposed to have 1 spot each? How come you have 2? What's so strange about that?" Mu Yinglong replied nonchalantly. "I just gave Wang Tianchi a good beating, and naturally, I took his spot as well." He said it as if defeating a powerful martial artist was just another everyday occurrence. Enough with the idle talk, Mu Yinglong continued, suddenly serious. "Kid, since you've already guessed it, I'll get straight to the point. Yes, this spot is for you, but there's a condition." "A condition? What condition?" "Protect my precious granddaughter. Make sure no one bullies her." Ah. A wave of resistance surged in Yin Xiu's heart, and he almost refused outright. Seeing his reaction, Mu Yinglong glared at him, his tone irritable. "What's with that face, kid? Let me tell you the truth, me granddaughter's strength is no joke. She's far stronger than old Master Xia's great-grandson, the one who came first in the 7 Academies tournament. I'm only bringing you along as an extra precaution." Yin Xiu still hesitated. The events of the past year had left him instinctively reluctant to form close connections with others. Just then, Mu Yinglong added casually, Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention the martial training realm is no ordinary place. It holds great fortunes, and there's even a chance you'll find treasures that can repair a damaged martial foundation. But if you're not interested, that's fine. I'm too old to force anyone. I'll just find someone else. Yin Xiao shot to his feet, his expression earnest. Senior, please, assign this task to me. Mooing Long. Yin Xiao's reaction wasn't purely out of greed. It was the allure of the words repair martial foundation. Though his cultivation progress seemed decent on the surface, advancing to a 7th-rank martial apprentice within a month only, he knew how much time he'd lost due to his damaged foundation and what obstacles lay ahead in his future cultivation. To restore his foundation, he'd do anything, even protect Mu Zixuan or challenge deities themselves. You kid, Mooing Long sighed. When I mentioned going with my granddaughter, you were all unwilling. But as soon as I brought up the treasures, you jumped at the chance. Can't you at least pretend to care about the first part? Must you be so transparent? Senior, how about we start over? Yin Xiao asked sheepishly, sensing his own awkwardness. Get lost. Their conversation then turned to the logistics of entering the martial training realm. Mooing Long explained the process briefly. They would meet at the transit center 3 days later at 2 p.m., where he would personally escort Yin Xiao onto a special train bound for Tianlong City. Yin Xiao solemnly promised to take good care of Mu Zixuan, but Mooing Long couldn't shake the feeling that he was inviting trouble. By the way, Mooing Long said, changing the subject, you came to the store today to sell beast materials and exchange them for money to buy pills, right? Since my granddaughter isn't here, let this old man handle it for you. Show me what you've got. All right, senior. As Yin Xiao was about to summon his storage weapon, Mooing Long suddenly felt uneasy, as if he'd forgotten something important. His expression shifted drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, Wait, kid. But it was too late. The storage space opened, and the corpse of a one-emetertal green wind wolf appeared in the VIP room. Blood immediately pooled on the floor, and a foul stench filled the air. No, my VIP room. Mooing Long howled in despair. The green wind wolf's value was quickly appraised at 2.12 million, even more than the earth bear. However, Yin Xiao only received 2 million, as 120,000 was deducted for cleaning the VIP room. He used the remaining money to purchase 27 blood chi pills, which he stored in a jade bottle. As Yin Xiao left the myriad medicines pavilion, he could still see Mooing Long gritting his teeth in frustration. Yin Xiao thought to himself, Old Master Mu, really, at your age, can't you be a bit more composed? It's just a dirty VIP room. But to deduct money, that's nearly the cost of 1.5 blood chi pills. What a loss. Until the boy's figure completely disappeared from sight, Mooing Long's face, previously clouded with anger, shifted into a meaningful smile. His gaze fell upon the intact corpse of the second-tier ferocious beast on the ground, a glimmer of amazement flashing in his eyes. To slay a second-tier beast while still at the martial disciple stage. It seems the heaven and earth duo must have fallen by his hand as well. This boy is truly remarkable. Reflecting on the information he had gathered recently, Mooing Long pondered. The once top prodigy of Blue Rain Academy had lost everything in that sudden beast tide, his cultivation destroyed, his martial foundation shattered. Over the past year, he endured betrayal from his most trusted friends and countless sneers and ridicule. Yet, at his lowest point, fate granted him an extraordinary opportunity, allowing the boy to rise from the ashes. Now, with the ability to fight across realms as a martial disciple, his future potential seems boundless. If I lend him a hand in his time of need and offer him a spot, it would be a kindness he won't forget. And considering his connection with Zixuan, a sharp gleam flickered in Mooing Long's eyes. Once he soars to greatness, the Mu family of Tianling City might gain a solid foothold in this chaotic world. With this in mind, he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed his granddaughter's number. My precious granddaughter, have you thought about the martial arts secret realm yet? Not going? Grandpa won't force you. By the way, that Yin Xiao is going too. I thought. Oh, changed your mind? Excellent, excellent. Grandpa will make the arrangements right away. Night fell. As soon as Yin Xiao returned home, he eagerly immersed himself in training. A series of system notifications appeared. Congratulations. This time your pill consumption triggered a 20-fold critical effect bonus. Congratulations. This time your pill consumption triggered a 15-fold critical effect bonus. Congratulations. This time your pill consumption triggered a 5-fold critical effect bonus. Congratulations. This time your pill consumption triggered a 3-fold critical effect bonus. The medicinal power within Yin Xiao's body gradually dissolved. With the support of the infinite critical strike system, he easily crossed the threshold of an 8th-tier martial disciple. As the energy from the 27 blood chi pills was absorbed bit by bit, his strength steadily climbed from 63 elephants to 65, then to 67, finally stabilizing at the power of 69 elephants. When the boiling blood chi finally calmed, Yin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power within him, A faint smile appeared on his lips. 69 elephants of strength, with a guaranteed threefold critical hit. That means even with a casual strike, I can unleash the power of 207 elephants. Paired with the Ba Ji Bo Tian strike and the carefree wandering dragon step, I can hold my ground against other martial artists even without triggering a high critical hit. With his cultivation session concluded, Yin Xiu's thoughts turned to the martial training realm. Although Mu Long had only mentioned that it might hold great opportunities, Yin Xiu, eager to repair his martial foundation, was determined to seize even a 1 in 10,000 chance. 3 days until departure, a trace of anticipation flashed through Yin Xiu's eyes. Tianlong City. I've heard it's dozens of times more prosperous than Tianling City. I wonder what it looks like. In the following 3 days, Yin Xiu refrained from hunting second-tier fierce beasts in the wilderness alert zone. Firstly, he wanted to conserve his energy for the martial training realm. Secondly, he was wary of injuries that might hinder his performance. Most importantly, the bounty issued by Wang Tianshi on the black market had not been retracted, so there might still be martial artists secretly watching him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he stayed indoors and focused on mastering the carefree wandering dragon step. On the day of departure, at precisely 1:30 in the afternoon, Yin Xiu arrived at the central station of the ground rail system. The Mu family grandfather and granddaughter were already waiting in the VIP lounge. The old man had his eyes closed, resting, while Mu Zixuan glanced around as if searching for someone. When she saw Yin Xiu enter, her eyes lit up. She was about to stand and greet him but seemed to think better of it. Sitting back down and pretending not to notice him, Yin Xiu paused briefly, but without overthinking it, he found a seat and sat down. The station was not crowded at this time, as the top 10 contestants of the 7 Academies competition had yet to arrive. The waiting hall felt particularly quiet. Before long, Mu Zixuan couldn't hold back any longer. She walked up to Yin Xiu, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Hey, you clearly saw me. Why didn't you come over to say hello? Didn't you ignore me first? Yin Xiu replied. That's only because you broke your promise and made me angry, she retorted. Yin Xiu looked completely puzzled. When did I break my promise? Have you been to the wilderness alert zone recently? Mu Zixuan asked, glaring at him with a cold smile. Where did the corpse of the green wind wolf come from? Don't tell me you just happened to stumble upon it. Yin Xiu was speechless and could only cover his face in exasperation. I don't care. You promised to take me to the wilderness hunting zone. And for that, I even gave you the 7-kill sword. After we return from Tianlong City this time, you must keep your word, Mu Zixuan demanded, her voice trembling with anger. Yin Xiu suddenly remembered the promise he had made and, realizing he was in the wrong, quickly agreed. All right, I'll take you as soon as we get back. Promise. Promise. Swear on it. Are you a child? Swearing on it. Yin Xiu sighed helplessly. All right. Since I promised, I won't go back on my word. In the VIP lounge, although Mu Long appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, his martial prowess allowed him to easily overhear their conversation. Watching his granddaughter's unpredictable emotions around Yin Xiu, the old man felt a pang of discomfort, as if his precious granddaughter was being taken away. He silently repeated to himself, there's no way my granddaughter would fall for someone so easily. As time passed, more contestants began to arrive. The first to show up were a young man and woman, both looking rather arrogant, accompanied by middle-aged attendants. That's Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian, Mu Zixuan said calmly. It seems the sword couple seniors hold them in high regard, even giving them slots for the martial training realm. Yin Xiu knew that the sword couple were 2 of the 5 vice presidents of the Tianling City Martial Arts Association, a pair of highly skilled martial artists named Lin Buhui and Wang Yin. However, he was unfamiliar with the 2 young individuals. Are Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian the children of those 2 seniors? Sort of. What do you mean? The 2 seniors were severely injured in battle with a powerful enemy years ago and were left unable to have children. Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian were adopted later on. In that case, isn't it perfectly reasonable for the seniors to give the slots to their adopted children? Why do you seem dissatisfied? Yin Xiu asked. Because Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian have very mediocre martial talent. It took them over a decade of cultivation to barely break through as 7th-tier martial disciples. Yin Xiu now understood the disdain in Mu Zixuan's tone. While a 7th-tier martial disciple might be considered a genius within the academy, it was far from sufficient to compete for a slot in the martial training realm. With their abilities, they were unlikely to achieve much in Tianlong City, making it a waste of valuable resources. Yet the seniors had still chosen to prioritize their adopted children over more promising and deserving martial disciples. No wonder Mu Zixuan was displeased. After giving a few brief instructions, the duo headed straight to the VIP room. After greeting Mu Long, they found a seat and closed their eyes to rest. Although Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian were not particularly strong, their domineering personalities led them to drive away a group of people nearby and claim the seats for themselves. Yin Xiu merely glanced at them indifferently and didn't intervene after all. The martial world operated on the principle of survival of the fittest, and there were too many injustices to address. Moreover, when he had been mocked and belittled in the past, who had ever stood up for him? As time passed, various academies began to arrive. Baihua Academy and Lungbing Academy entered successively, followed by Lanyu Academy as the third. Leading the group was a stern teacher surnamed Song, accompanied by Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, Ren Xiaodai, and others. In truth, among them, only Li Xian had managed to secure a spot in the top 10 of the 7 academies competition, earning him the qualification to enter the martial arts secret realm. The rest were merely there to accompany him. When the group noticed Yin Xiu, they were momentarily stunned. How could this failure be here? The special train was exclusively for participants entering the martial arts secret realm. Was he here to see someone off? But wait, the pass in his hand was clearly a Tianlong City access permit, which Mu Long had just handed him. As a high-tier-based city, Tianlong City wasn't open to just anyone. Residents of lower-tier cities required special permission to enter. The group exchanged puzzled glances. At that moment, Li Xian's eyes fell on the graceful figure standing beside Yin Xiu. He was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression twisted with jealousy as he realized who it was. It was none other than Mu Zixuan, the eldest daughter of the prominent Mu family. The others' expressions also shifted. They were well aware that Mu Zixuan had once gone to Lanyu Academy looking for Yin Xiu, and their interactions had been unusually close. Now, seeing this so-called failure granted access to the martial arts secret realm, they quickly jumped to conclusions, their hearts filled with disdain and jealousy. I get it must be that Mu Zixuan begged her grandfather to get him a spot. Otherwise, with Yin Xiu's mere second-tier martial artist level and his meager strength of 11 elephants, how could he possibly qualify? This loser knows he has no future in martial arts and has resorted to relying on a woman. What a disgrace. I don't see what she finds appealing about him. That young lady must have been deceived. Whispers and sneers circulated among the group, each convinced they had uncovered the truth. For Ren Xiaodai and Luo Shi, the situation was particularly bittersweet. Though they had distanced themselves from Yin Xiu when he had become a failure, seeing him now close to an even more exceptional woman left them feeling uneasy. Such is the complexity of a woman's heart. What one discards, they may still feel possessive over when it belongs to someone else. Although Li Xian and the others spoke in hushed tones, the martial artist's sharp hearing ensured that nothing escaped them. Mu Zixuan smirked, a hint of pride in her eyes. Who would have thought that the great Yin Xiu, the sword of death, would one day rely on me? It's quite an honor for a little woman like me. Yin Xiu remained expressionless. So, are you saying you want to be my woman? What? No. Well, if I'm relying on you, then it's only natural that our relationship would develop in that direction, Yin Xiu replied with a calm tone. Mu Zixuan panicked. She had only intended to tease Yin Xiu and suppress his confidence, but now she found herself cornered. No, that's not what I meant. Realizing she was only digging a deeper hole for herself, she quickly changed the subject. By the way, Yin Xiu, aren't you angry at their mockery? Yin Xiu shook his head. I might been in the past, but not anymore. Why not? Because I've grown used to it. Mu Zixuan stared at his calm and unperturbed face, and her heart trembled slightly. Not long after, the participants from Hongyang Academy arrived. This time, they had performed remarkably well in the 7 academies competition, rising to become the second-ranked martial arts academy in Tianling City. 2 of their participants, Lu Yunsheng and Shang Yingming, had made it into the top 10, ranking 2nd and 7th respectively. Their group was led by teacher Zhou. Hey, old Lu. Shang Yingming urgently shook Lu Yunsheng's arm. Stop shaking me. What's the matter? Look over there. Lu Yunsheng turned his head and was startled. The deity from the mountain? He's going to the martial arts secret realm too? Obviously, Shang Yingming nodded nervously. Old Lu, what should we do? What else can we do? Let's go say hello. The 2 first informed teacher Zhou, who readily gave his permission. The teacher was well aware that the academy's headmaster intended to recruit this individual, so it was a perfect opportunity for the students to build rapport. Soon, the 2 approached Yin Xiu with respectful tones. Brother Yin, we meet again. Is this your wife? She's stunning. Hello, sister-in-law. Mu Zixuan's face turned bright red as she shot them a fierce glare. Stop spouting nonsense. We're just friends, just friends. Yin Xiu's tone remained calm. That's right, we're just friends. Lu Yunsheng and Shang Yingming exchanged knowing looks. Oh, just friends. Huh? Not far away, Li Xian and the others were once again left wide-eyed in disbelief. The 2nd and 7th ranked participants of the 7 academies competition were actually taking the initiative to greet Yin Xiu. Li Xian stood amidst the crowd, his face dark and terrifying. The humiliation from the 7 academies tournament was still fresh in his memory, and the disdainful gazes of Lu Yunsheng and Shang Yingming were etched into his heart like a brand. They had never taken him, the so-called Blue Rain's #1 genius, seriously. That should have enraged him, yet the scene before him now left him nearly suffocating. Those two prodigies, who had ranked 2nd and 7th respectively in the 7 Academies tournament, were now gathered around Yin Xiao with enthusiasm, like ordinary students. Yes, Yin Ziath one they had always dismissed as a failure. Why? Li Xian clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Why does that loser get the attention of the Mu family's eldest daughter and the admiration of these geniuses? Standing nearby, Luo Qinghe shared the same grim expression. He stared ahead intently and murmured, I heard the Mu family's eldest daughter is a student at the Azure Sky Advanced Martial Academy in Tianlong City. Maybe that's the reason. Ha! Having his martial foundation crippled, he resorts to leeching off a woman, Li Xian sneered. Shameless. Ren Xiaodai and Luo Shi, standing beside them, clenched their fists in silent agreement with the speculation. Just then, the crowd suddenly fell silent. A boy of about 12 or 13 walked in, exuding an overpowering aura. The martial apprentices from the 7 academies instinctively made way for him, and even Li Xian and the others held their breath. This was Xia Shang, the champion of the 7 academies tournament. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned. The always arrogant Xia Shang froze when he saw someone in the crowd. His expression changed drastically, as though he'd seen a ghost. His imposing aura dissipated instantly, and he quickly strode over to Yin Xiao. Lowering his voice, he said, You're here too? This scene was like a bolt from the blue for Li Xian and the others. Even the champion of the 7 academies tournament treated Yin Xiao with such respect? Could the influence of the Mu family's eldest daughter really be this overwhelming? Yin Xiao seemed to notice the strange looks from those around him, but merely waved his hand casually. It's good to see you all. If there's nothing else, I'd like some peace to rest my eyes. This dismissive attitude made the 3 prodigies slightly uncomfortable, but remembering that this man had defeated a second-tier ferocious beast across realms and bested Xia Shang with a single move, they let it slide. Brother, Lu Yunxing suddenly spoke up, as if recalling something. Our academy's headmaster would like to meet you. Hey, my academy's headmaster wants to meet you too. Xia Shang quickly interjected, glaring at Lu Yunxing. Yin Xiao seemed to ponder for a moment. We'll talk about it after I return from Tianlong City. Time passed, and the special train bound for Tianlong City arrived at the station. This advanced martial vehicle, capable of traversing the wilderness, was so robust that even calamity-level beasts could hardly shake it. While boarding, Ren Xiaodai suddenly spoke up from behind Yin Xiao. When you rejected me before, I thought you had some backbone. Turns out you're just a man who relies on women for support. Yin Xiao turned around, his face expressionless as he stared at her. Don't push me, or I'll kill you. In that instant, Ren Xiaodai felt as though her soul had been frozen, the threat of death chillingly real. By the time she regained her composure, Yin Xiao had already boarded the train and disappeared. How dare he? Ren Xiaodai trembled. Just a mere second-tier martial apprentice. But why did that so-called failure feel so terrifying? Mu Zixuan felt a surge of inexplicable anger upon overhearing the earlier conversation. Yin Xiao remained calm, his gaze fixed on the window. An old admirer of mine. I rejected her, but she doesn't hold a grudge against me for it. On the contrary, after I was crippled, she was glad I didn't say yes back then. Perhaps my securing a spot for the martial arts secret realm and heading to Tianlong City has stirred something in her. So, she doesn't know your true strength? Mu Zixuan asked thoughtfully, a hint of delight flickering in her heart. Probably not. Yin Xiao shook his head. I've never deliberately shared anything about myself with anyone. Suddenly, Yin Xiao turned and fixed his gaze on the young woman next to him, his voice sharp. If one day I lose the ability to defeat enemies across realms, or even lose my cultivation entirely and become useless, would you still treat me the same way? Mu Zixuan was about to blurt out the answer she had prepared long ago, but Yin Xiao raised his hand to stop her. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Hey, I haven't even answered yet. How can it not matter? Mu Zixuan protested indignantly. Yin Xiao's gaze was calm, like still water. Words are easy. They don't matter. What truly matters is what you would do when that moment comes. Mu Zixuan froze, unsure how to respond. The train began to move, slowly departing the ground rail station under the immense power of heaven and earth, leaving Tianling City behind and heading to its next destination. Tianling City was not the final stop. The train would continue to other base cities to pick up the remaining qualifiers for the martial arts secret realm. The accompanying instructor, Zhang Qingming, was a martial artist rather than a martial master. This was because martial masters were the backbone of base cities and would not leave easily due to the threat of beast tides. The train offered spacious accommodations, with each base city's qualifiers enjoying a comfortable 40-square-meter carriage. Yin Xiao, deeply interested in the great opportunity within the martial arts secret realm that could restore his martial foundation, appeared somewhat reserved, occasionally exchanging a few words with Mu Zixuan. In contrast, Xia Shang, Lu Yunsheng, and Shang Yingming seemed to have coordinated their efforts, gathering around Yin Xiao and constantly engaging him in conversation to make their presence known. Why? Li Xian clenched his fists tightly. As the only representative from Blue Rain Academy on the train, he couldn't accept how the rising talents from the 7 Academy tournament were all fawning over Yin Xiao. Him supposed to be the #1 genius of Blue Rain Academy, yet no one paid him any attention. Time passed as everyone grew increasingly excited about the prospect of visiting the unfamiliar Tianlong City. Yin Xiao, do you need a guide when we get to Tianlong City? Mu Zixuan asked. A guide? Who? Me, of course. Mu Zixuan said proudly. I'm a student at Songqing Advanced Martial Arts Academy, just temporarily back in Tianling City. I've been training in Tianlong City for 2 years, so I know the place like the back of my hand. Yin Xiao seemed surprised by her background. So, how about it? Want me to be your guide? Just ask me nicely, and I'll show you around Tianlong City, Mu Zixuan said expectantly. All right, they'll ask you to be my guide. Yin Xiao replied calmly. This caught Mu Zixuan off guard. You agreed so easily? Why not? It's no loss to me. Even though she had technically won, Mu Zixuan felt as though she had lost. As she pondered how to turn the tables, a commotion broke out ahead, quickly escalating into a fight. It turned out that Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian had clashed with people from another carriage. Both were only 7th-tier martial apprentices who had secured their spots thanks to their influential adoptive parents. The other carriages, however, were filled with genuinely talented individuals, leaving the pair at a clear disadvantage. Stop! Zhang Qingming, the instructor, shouted sternly. But another voice interjected, brother. It's just a scuffle between the younger generation. No need for us to intervene. A figure blocked Zhang Qingming's energy, smiling faintly but with an undercurrent of anger. Strangely, none of the geniuses from Tianling City came to Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian's aid. Looks like they're not well liked, Yin Xiao observed thoughtfully. Mu Zixuan's eyes flashed with disdain. Those two rely on the indulgence of their adoptive parents, known as the swordsman couple, to run amok in Tianling City. Their reputation is awful. This fight was definitely instigated by them. Otherwise, the other group's leader wouldn't be this angry. Eventually, the situation was quelled by the suppressive aura of a martial master from Tianlong City, who issued warnings to both sides. Although Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian were seething with resentment, the matter was resolved. Yin Xiao, who disliked being the center of attention, maintained a detached attitude. His sole focus was reaching the martial arts secret realm to seek the great opportunity to restore his martial foundation. After more than 2 hours, the train finally arrived at Tianlong City. By the time the train arrived at Tianlong City, the twilight had already draped the land in shadow. Through the window, Yin Xiao stared blankly at the scene before him. Countless 100-story skyscrapers rose like a forest of steel, aircraft zipped through the neon glow, and the starlight intertwined with artificial lights to create a breathtaking vision of a futuristic metropolis. Take a good look. This might be your only chance to visit Tianlong City, the martial arts instructor in charge of the train remarked, his tone dripping with disdain as he looked down on the group of country bumpkins from the remote regions. Accommodations had already been arranged by the Secret Realm Agency. They were housed in a towering hotel that spanned 100 floors, with 3 entire levels reserved for them. The martial arts apprentices from Tianling City were assigned to the 73rd floor. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, Lu Yunsheng and the others gazed greedily at the city's dazzling splendor. So this is what a high-level base city looks like. Compared to this, Tianling City is just a backwater village. If only we could settle down here. Forget it. Unless you manage to break through to the great martial master level before turning 50, it's impossible. Yin Xiao, too, was deeply captivated by the city. Compared to Tianling City's lone 50 or 60-story martial arts guild building, the 100-story skyscrapers here were everywhere, and one particular structure pierced the clouds like a divine pillar, making one feel utterly insignificant. Just as everyone was lost in awe, a heated argument broke out in the hallway. Do you even know who I am? Cross me, and you're all finished. Oh, look at that. Someone from Tianling City trying to act tough? Planning to commit murder across cities? Go ahead. You've crossed the line, no, let's see what you can do. The argument quickly escalated into a brawl. Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian found themselves surrounded and beaten by a group of people, while Xia Shang, Lu Yunsheng, Shang Yingming, and the others looked on with expressions of disdain, choosing not to intervene. Even Zhang Qingming, the martial artist leading their group, couldn't be bothered to step in this time, clearly fed up with the duo's constant provocations. Yin Xiao didn't spare them a glance either. Instead, he turned to Mu Zixuan and said, Miss Mu, didn't you say you wanted to be my guide and show me around Tianlong City? Of course I did. Do you think I'm as unreliable as you? Mu Zixuan shot him a fierce glare. Li Xian watched the two walk away, jealousy burning in his chest. He couldn't understand why that good-for-nothing had managed to win Miss Mu's favor. Since the martial arts secret realm would open the next day and Tianlong City was far too vast to explore in one night. Mu Zixuan took Yin Xiu to visit a special place, the Chongqing Martial Arts Academy. This city within a city, comprised of 10 towering buildings, was the only advanced martial arts academy in Tianlong City and its surrounding regions. Impressive, isn't it? Mu Zixuan said with a smile. I'll be returning here soon to continue my studies. And I know you'll come here too, I'll be waiting for you. Yin Xiu remained silent. While he was indeed intrigued by the Chongqing Martial Arts Academy, his interest had nothing to do with anyone else. Sensing his thoughts, Mu Zixuan pouted and said, "You're so heartless, no wonder you don't have any friends. Let's go back to the hotel and get some rest." The next morning, the group gathered at the hotel entrance, waiting for the Secret Realm Agency's transport. Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian were absent due to their injuries. It was rumored that if their attackers hadn't shown mercy, their condition could have been even worse. Some laughed at their misfortune, saying, "The sword and blade duo must be furious now, seeing their foster children beaten so badly and unable to retaliate." Others, however, worried that the two elders might vent their anger on the rest of the group for not stepping in to help. Soon, a long, hovering bus capable of seating over 100 people arrived. Mu Zixuan sat beside Yin Xiu and teased, "Nervous? There's nothing to be nervous about. Just do your best," Yin Xiu replied confidently. With his unlimited critical hit system in hand, and with no martial artists participating, he had nothing to fear. The martial arts secret realm was located in a dangerous area numbered 19256, deep in the wilderness. The bus left the safe zone, passed through the warning zone, and entered the danger zone. The howls of ferocious beasts caused the apprentices' faces to pale, each fearing an encounter with a third-tier beast. After about 20 minutes, the maglev bus came to a stop. A staff member from the Secret Realm Agency announced loudly, "We've arrived at the martial arts secret realm. Everyone, please disembark." One by one, people stepped off the maglev bus. At that moment, a deep, terrifying roar echoed from the depths of the distant forest, shaking the very air. The oppressive sound sent chills down many spines. "It's a Tier 3 fierce beast," someone said in a low voice. Yin Xiu tensed up briefly. He was well aware that the martial training secret realm was located in a danger zone, and a Tier 3 fierce beast was something only a martial master could contend with. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed several martial masters stationed nearby, along with a temporary tent emanating an even stronger aura. With the added presence of martial master guards on the maglev bus, his anxiety quickly subsided. His safety was not in question. "Huh, are we the first ones here?" Yin Xiu asked, looking at the empty grounds with some surprise. Apart from their group of martial apprentices from a regular base city, there wasn't a single person in sight. Mu Zixuan smirked self-deprecatingly. "Of course, we're the country bumpkins from ordinary base cities, the ones with the lowest status. Naturally, we're the first to arrive. We can't possibly keep the geniuses from Tianlong City waiting, can we?" Her words drew dissatisfaction from those around her. Someone muttered under their breath, "We're all martial apprentices. Why should we wait for them?" But another quickly countered, "What do you expect? We're just from ordinary base cities. Our status is indeed lower than theirs. Complaining won't change that." While Xiaoshang, Lu Yunsheng, and Shang Yingming understood this harsh reality, they couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. Yin Xiu, however, remained unusually calm. Over the past year, he had grown used to scorn and ridicule and was utterly indifferent to such matters. Before long, 2 more maglev buses arrived under the escort of martial masters. When the doors opened, a group of teenage martial apprentices, all around 18 years old, stepped out. They were dressed in various outfits, some in martial hall uniforms, others in training gear. What shocked Yin Xiu was that every one of them exuded a powerful aura, their every move radiating strength. It was likely that all of them had already reached the 9th tier. Such talent was rare in Tianling City, but in Tianlong City, it seemed assembling 100 of them was effortless. Mu Zixuan, as a student from the Chongqing Academy, patiently explained, "These are disciples from the various martial halls, dojos, and martial arts classes of Tianlong City prodigies chosen from thousands." It didn't take long for conflict to arise between the two groups. The martial apprentices from Tianlong City cast condescending glances at those from the ordinary base cities. This innate sense of superiority immediately provoked the latter. "Hey, what's with that look?" "Obviously, it's the look of disdain. You country bumpkins from the sticks. Of course we look down on you." Just as the situation was about to escalate into a brawl, a martial master responsible for overseeing the secret realm intervened, unleashing an oppressive aura that silenced everyone. "Knock it off. Being granted access to the secret realm is already a great blessing. If anyone dares cause trouble again, don't blame me for throwing them out." Although his words were directed at everyone, his gaze lingered pointedly on the martial apprentices from the ordinary base cities. The young talents from the base cities looked visibly upset. Some were angry, some clenched their teeth, and others balled their fists, but ultimately, they had no choice but to hold back. After all, The area outside was a danger zone with Tier 3 fierce beasts roaming about. Being thrown out would mean certain death. This scene only fueled the arrogance of the local martial apprentices. So these are the so-called geniuses from the Bay Cities? Ha, what a joke. Country bumpkins will always be country bumpkins. Even their geniuses are this pathetic. The martial masters maintaining order turned a blind eye to the mockery. Yin Xiu watched it all with a detached expression, unfazed by the ridicule. To him, these arrogant individuals were no more than ants. If they crossed paths in the wild, he could end their lives with a mere flick of his finger. By the way, where are the students from Sangqing Academy? Are they among these people? Yin Xiu suddenly recalled the martial arts university that resembled a city within a city, consisting of 10 towering skyscrapers. Mu Zixuan shook her head. The students from Sangqing Academy's preparatory class? There's no way they'd arrive with these people. They're the creme de la creme. The prodigies Hove emerged from tens of thousands of martial apprentices in Tianlong City. Just like how they look down on us. The students from Sangqing also look down on them. Preparatory class? They're the ones who've been accepted as seeds near Sangqing Martial Arts Academy, but haven't yet become formal martial artists. Mu Zixuan explained, then added with a hint of pride, in a sense, am also considered a preparatory student. Though, well, there's a slight difference. So, Miss Mu, the Sangqing Academy's prodigy, deep down, you also look down on those so-called geniuses from Tianlong City, don't you? Yin Xiu asked with a faint smirk. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not like that at all. Mu Zixuan denied it with her words, but a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. Yin Xiu couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. He hadn't expected this young lady from the Mu family to have such a sly side. Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed from the sky. A massive hovering aircraft appeared high above, stopping at an altitude of 30 to 40 meters. One by one, young figures leapt down from it, each wearing an expression of overwhelming arrogance, as if they looked down on all beneath them. Mu Zixuan chuckled and said, "Look, the students from Sangqing have arrived." The representatives from the Sangqing Martial Arts Academy stepped into the arena. Though there were only 7 or 8 of them, they exuded an intimidating and sharp aura. Wherever they passed, the previously arrogant prodigies of Tianlong City hastily stepped aside, their expressions filled with fear, as if afraid of provoking trouble by not evading quickly enough. The Sangqing talents soon noticed the qualifiers from the ordinary base cities. Their brows furrowed slightly, and a look of disdain flashed in their eyes. One of them said coldly, "I really don't understand what the Secret Realm institution is thinking. The martial trial Secret Realm clearly belongs to Tianlong City. Why let these base city losers take up spots?" Exactly. These martial apprentices from ordinary bases can barely break through to become martial artists. They have no value for cultivation. Another chimed in, his tone even sharper. Those old men are too soft-hearted, always trying to look after the ordinary bases. In my opinion, they should just let them fend for themselves. True strength can survive in any environment, while trash deserves destruction. These remarks were even more venomous than the previous ones, not only labeling those from ordinary bases as worthless, but also denying their right to exist. This stirred the anger of all the martial apprentices from the base cities. One of them couldn't help but retort, "You think you're so great just because of where you were born? We're all martial apprentices. If it comes to a fight, you might not be better than us." Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, the martial master responsible for maintaining order frowned deeply, a trace of disgust in his eyes. He was just about to intervene and suppress the individuals from the base cities. At that moment, one of the geniuses from the Sangqing Martial Arts Academy spoke up. "Senior, since these people from the base cities are so defiant, why not let us spar with them? There's still time before the martial trial Secret Realm opens. It'll be a good chance to help them recognize their place." The martial master, already inclined towards Tianlong City, nodded at the suggestion. "Fine, but keep it quick. And remember, no killing blows." The arena was quickly cleared. Yin Xiu watched the scene unfold, somewhat surprised that the martial master would heed the suggestion of a martial apprentice. "What's so surprising about that?" Mu Zixuan, standing beside him, said indifferently. "They are the top seeds of the preparatory class at Sangqing Martial Arts Academy, backed by martial arts families. Their futures are limitless. The martial master is just giving them face." Yin Xiu nodded in realization and then asked, "Do you know them?" "I've heard of them," Mu Zixuan replied casually. "The one who just spoke is Jiang Shaoli. Behind him are Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng, Bai Sisi, Wang Tianyi, and others. They're among the strongest martial apprentices in Tianlong City. And compared to you?" Yin Xiu turned his gaze to the young girl. Mu Zixuan froze for a moment. "Huh. I mean, how do these strongest martial apprentices from Tianlong City compare to you?" "Humph. Are you trying to get me to spill the beans?" Mu Zixuan puffed out her cheeks. "I'll just say this. As a martial apprentice, am not inferior to anyone. Of course, except for you, you freak." At that moment, a talented individual from an ordinary base stepped forward to face the challenge. This person was quite formidable, a ninth-tier martial apprentice nearing perfection, and had even mastered an Earth-level martial technique. Among the younger generation in Tianling City, he was considered outstanding. Seeing this, hope ignited in the crowd, and someone shouted, "Take down these arrogant fools. Show them we're not easy to bully." However, less than half a minute into the fight, this so-called talent was sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree and coughing up blood. In the arena, Zhang Shaoli remained expressionless, as if defeating a top talent from an ordinary base was the most mundane thing in the world. "This is what you call a talent," he said calmly. "In Songqing, he's not even worthy of carrying my shoes." The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief. How could the gap between two ninth-tier martial apprentices be so vast? "There's something off about this Zhang Shaoli," Yin Xiu frowned. Even though he's still a martial apprentice, his strength clearly surpasses the limit of 81 elephants. "What's going on? What's so strange about that?" Mu Zixuan said casually. "Haven't you heard of the 10th tier martial apprentice?" The 10th tier? Yin Xiu was taken aback before recalling a rare piece of knowledge. Theoretically, martial apprentices only have 9 levels, ranging from the strength of 1 elephant to 81 elephants. However, beyond the 9th tier exists the 10th tier martial apprentice, those who surpass 81 elephants in strength, but have not yet condensed their true essence. The strength of such martial apprentices has no upper limit, potentially reaching 100 elephants, 1,000, or even 10,000 elephants. Yet, most martial apprentices condense their true essence soon after breaking through the 9th tier, as it's rare for anyone to deliberately suppress their breakthrough and continue honing their strength. Thus, 10th tier martial apprentices are exceedingly rare in the martial arts world. Yin Xiu suddenly realized the existence of the 10th tier martial apprentice, finally understanding why Zhang Shaoli had so easily defeated a formidable 9th tier martial apprentice. "Wait a minute," Mu Zixuan frowned slightly. "With your ability to slay a 2nd tier fierce beast, your strength should have long surpassed the limit of 81 elephants. How could you not know about the 10th tier martial apprentice?" Forgot. It just slipped my mind for a moment," Yin Xiu replied casually. The others present also recalled the concept of the 10th tier martial apprentice, and their expressions turned grim. Some couldn't suppress their fear and instinctively took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Zhang Shaoli's face grew even more disdainful. "What, is this all you've got? I barely lifted a finger, and you're already too scared to look me in the eye. Trash is trash, only in small places can you be called geniuses." These words made the people from the ordinary base cities flush with embarrassment. If looks could kill, Zhang Shaoli would have been torn apart 1,000 times over. Yet despite this, no one dared to step forward and challenge him. The 10th tier martial apprentice had already surpassed the limits of 81 elephants. Whether it was 100 elephants or 1,000, it was far beyond their reach. "Using the power of a 10th tier martial apprentice against us 9th tier martial apprentices, what kind of skill is that?" someone said indignantly. Zhang Shaoli responded calmly. "The power of the 10th tier martial apprentice is something I cultivated myself. It's part of my strength. How is that not skill?" The person was instantly rendered speechless. Perhaps finding it too dull to use the power of a 10th tier martial apprentice, Zhang Shaoli pondered for a moment before smirking mockingly. "All right then, don't say I'm bullying you. For the upcoming fights, I'll suppress my strength to the level of a 9th tier martial apprentice. Will that be fair enough?" As soon as he said this, the previously silent crowd burst into excitement. The people from the lower tier base cities suddenly displayed a strong fighting spirit. "I'll go." A burly young man leaped several meters into the air and landed in the arena. This martial apprentice, who specialized in external techniques, had a fierce glint in his eyes as he threw a punch straight at Zhang Shaoli. Unfortunately, the gap between them wasn't just in strength, but also in combat experience, martial comprehension, techniques, and skills. After just a few exchanges, the man was sent flying. "Trash," Zhang Shaoli remarked with disdain. In the following moments, due to the geniuses from the Songqing Martial Academy intentionally suppressing their strength to the 9th tier level and their provocative words, they ignited the fury of the crowd from the ordinary base cities. However, the result of their repeated challenges was a series of crushing defeats at Zhang Shaoli's hands. Not only Zhang Shaoli, but other geniuses from Songqing, who joined in for fun, also took to the stage, leaving their opponents wailing in pain. After more than 20 matches, not a single challenger emerged victorious. They couldn't even gain the upper hand. Cough, cough, cough. Shang Yingming clutched his chest, his face contorted with pain. The strength of these Songqing Martial Academy geniuses is bizarre. It appears soft yet possesses immense power. Even if he suppressed his level to the 9th tier, or even the 8th tier, I wouldn't stand a chance. Lu Yunxing retorted defiantly, "We're all martial apprentices. I refuse to believe the gap is that wide." But reality hit him hard. Lu Yunxing barely lasted a minute on stage before being knocked down. While he fared slightly better than Shang Yingming, the difference wasn't significant. Seeing this, Xiaosheng wisely chose not to step forward. Yin Xiu, don't you feel like sparring with these Cangqing geniuses? Mu Zixuan teased with a hint of amusement. At her words, Xiaosheng, Lu Yunsheng, and Shang Yingming's eyes lit up, looking at the god from the mountain with hope. They all knew of Yin Xiu's prowess, someone who could cross realms and slay a second-tier fierce beast with the strength of a martial apprentice. Such feats were nothing short of miraculous. Although the Cangqing geniuses were undoubtedly strong, having surpassed the 10th-tier martial apprentice and easily defeating numerous opponents with just 9th-tier strength, they likely wouldn't even have the chance to escape from a second-tier fierce beast. Everyone present was certain that if Yin Xiu decided to act, even if all the Cangqing geniuses joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. However, Yin Xiu shook his head. No need. Defeating Cangqing people might feel satisfying, but it would bring a lot of trouble afterward. There's no benefit, so why bother? Xiaosheng and the others were disappointed, but dared not push him. Not far away, Li Xian observed this scene with suspicion. Why were Lu Yunsheng and the others gathered around Yin Xiu? Did they think this, good for nothing, could defeat the Cangqing geniuses? No, impossible. Yin Xiu had long lost his cultivation, his martial foundation destroyed. He was nothing but a cripple. How could he have such strength? It didn't take long for Li Xian to figure it out. Of course. There's a rumor that Mu Zixuan has an incredibly mysterious background and might have already joined the martial academy in Tianlong City. Her strength must be unfathomable. They must be asking the Mu family's heiress to step in. Yes, that must be it. The top genius of Lanyu Academy was consumed with jealousy. He couldn't understand why such a perfect woman like Mu Zixuan would choose someone like Yin Xiu, a so-called cripple, over himself. About half an hour later, the Cangqing geniuses had just easily dismissed another challenger from an ordinary base city and were preparing for more amusement when a sudden surge of energy cut between them. A calm, emotionless voice declared, "That's enough. The secret realm is about to open." Everyone froze, and even the Cangqing geniuses displayed respect on their faces. The speaker was none other than the sole Grand Martial Master tasked with ensuring the safety of all the geniuses present. Jiang Shaoli chuckled. Not bad, not bad. I've had my fun. You lot may be weaklings in terms of strength, but as playthings, you're quite amusing. The other Cangqing geniuses laughed along. True, true. While their strength is lacking, they made for decent warm-ups. These weaklings are only good for that. Ha ha ha. A sense of defeat hung heavily over the crowd in the primary base city. They watched the opponent, who had deliberately suppressed his strength to the level of a 9th-tier martial apprentice, with a mix of complicated emotions. Despite this apparent concession, dozens of rounds of battles had passed, yet no one had managed to land even a single blow on him. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered their thoughts. The ground trembled violently, and a blinding light erupted, forcing everyone present to shut their eyes. When their vision returned, the scene before them left them utterly stunned. A colossal stone stele had appeared out of nowhere, standing 10 meters tall and 3 meters wide, its surface densely inscribed with tiny characters. Even more astonishing was the massive gate of light behind the stele, towering majestically like the entrance to the mythical palace of a giant king. Its overwhelming presence sent shivers through the hearts of all who beheld it. The martial trial's secret realm, the Grand Martial Master announced slowly, his voice resonating through the air. This is one of the few controllable king-level secret realms. It is overseen by Tianlong City and exclusively open to martial apprentices under the age of 18. Within the secret realm lies a structure resembling a giant tower. Martial apprentices will face off against randomly generated phantom opponents inside. Defeating these opponents not only earns rewards but also unlocks access to higher levels. The higher the level, the stronger the opponents and the greater the rewards. Hearing about this seemingly endless challenge, Yin Xiu's expression turned peculiar as he couldn't help but recall a certain senior named Tang. "What is this stone slab?" someone asked curiously. Yin Xiu followed the voice and looked at the stele. It recorded numerous names alongside their corresponding levels. The most striking was the name at the top, Li Hani, who had reached an astounding 113 levels, a full 30 levels ahead of the second place. The Grand Martial Master explained, "This is the martial trial stele, the foundation of the martial trial secret realm. It automatically records and displays the achievements of the top 100 participants." When Li Hani's name was mentioned, a nostalgic look appeared on the Grand Martial Master's face. He was a peerless prodigy from Tianlong City 100 years ago, so brilliant that even the geniuses from Shangjing, Tianjing, and Duhang paled in comparison. Later, he went on to achieve even greater feats. He stopped himself, waving his hand dismissively. "Never mind, those are matters beyond your reach. Just know that he was a legendary talent." The crowd was awestruck, admiration surging in their hearts. Only Yin Xiu remained calm, his mind instead focused on whether he could surpass Li Hani and claim the pinnacle of the martial trial stele. However, Having never entered the secret realm and knowing nothing about the strength of its phantom opponents, he found it difficult to make an accurate judgment. As the Grand Martial Master gave the order to enter, the martial apprentices began stepping through the Gate of Light. The prodigies from Tsangqing Martial Academy led the way. I've been suppressing my cultivation for nearly a year just for this day. This time, I will leave my name on the steel, Jiang Shaoli declared with fiery determination as he strode into the gate. Following closely behind was Zhang Dingyuan, whose handsome face bore a confident smile. This time, I'll surpass Jiang Shaoli and rank above him on the steel. Next came the talents from Tianlong City's various martial arts schools, training programs, and academies. While they didn't dare to dream of reaching the steel, their determination to earn more rewards was evident in their eager expressions. Finally, it was the turn of the selected participants from the ordinary base cities. Boss, I'm heading in first, Lu Yunsheng said excitedly. I hope that when I come back out, I'll see your name replacing Li Hani's at the top and bringing glory to our Tianling city. That's a given. The boss is like a god from the mountains. Crushing Li Hani will be a piece of cake. Shang Yingming chimed in. Yin Xiu frowned at their words. A god from the mountains? Realizing they had let something slip, the two quickly backtracked. Oh, nothing. You must have misheard. Oh look, it's our turn. See you later, boss. With that, they hurriedly entered the Gate of Light. Yin Xiu shook his head with a faint smile, choosing not to press further. At that moment, Mu Zixuan approached him. When I come out later, I expect to see your name on the steel. What's the point of being on the steel if, in the end, I'll still be beneath you? Mu Zixuan rolled her eyes at him before stepping into the gate. Why? Do you not want to be beneath me? Yin Xiu murmured to himself, then refocused his thoughts, his eyes fixed intently on the Gate of Light. For him, leaving his name on the steel wasn't the ultimate goal, nor was surpassing Li Hani. What truly mattered to him was whether the martial trial's secret realm held the opportunity to restore his martial foundation. If such a chance exists, I'll tear through the entire secret realm to claim it, Yin Xiu whispered, his gaze as sharp as a blade. With that, he strode boldly into the secret realm. As the blinding light faded, Yin Xiu opened his eyes to find himself in a vast chamber. The space was over 1,000 square meters, with walls lined with green bricks and dim oil lamps casting flickering shadows, giving the room the atmosphere of a gladiatorial arena. Looking around, he realized that the other 300 martial apprentices who had entered earlier were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the martial trial's secret realm contains 300 such towers, each corresponding to one martial apprentice? Yin Xiu was taken aback. That's unbelievable. Yin Xiu stood within the towering structure, contemplating the mysteries of the secret realm. The 300 giant towers appeared grand, yet they clearly held hidden intricacies. However, his goal was clear: to conquer the martial trial realm and obtain the means to restore his martial foundation. Everything else could wait. As he was lost in thought, an unexpected event unfolded. Spiritual energy gathered in the center of the room, quickly forming the phantom of a gray wolf. Its eyes glinted with ferocity, its bared teeth menacing, as if it were a living creature. A grade 1 low-tier fierce beast, a gray wolf? Yin Xiu noted in surprise that this illusory foe was entirely composed of pure spiritual energy. Such a method, truly defying the heavens. Before he could finish marveling, the gray wolf lunged at him, aiming directly for his throat. In a flash of sword light, the wolf's head fell, and its phantom dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Congratulations on clearing the first level. Reward, 3 portions of blood chi powder. A disembodied voice announced as 3 portions of blood chi powder materialized out of thin air. Yin Xiu stored the reward in his spatial ring, delighted. Although each portion was worth only 10,000 and held little value for high-level martial apprentices, this was merely the reward for the first level. If he could clear all 100 levels like Li Hani, the fabled opportunity to restore his martial foundation might indeed be within reach. With a rumble, the stone door opened, revealing the path to the next level. Yin Xiu grinned. To the senior who designed this secret realm, no matter how strong you made the enemies ahead, I'm afraid you'll have to forgive me for breaking the system. Ascending the stairs through the open door, he suddenly paused. Wait, what if that senior is still alive? Did I just curse him? My apologies. The subsequent challenges proved to be smooth sailing. On the second level, 3 grade 1 low-tier fierce beasts were easily slain, granting him 10 portions of blood chi powder. On the third level, 4 grade 1 low-tier fierce beasts with strength close to that of 4th-tier martial apprentices were dispatched without issue, earning him a mortal-grade weapon. From the 4th level onward, the difficulty gradually increased, yet remained trivial for Yin Xiu. Meanwhile, in the outside world, 6 or 7 dozen young talents had already been eliminated. Discussions broke out among the crowd. The 23rd level is brutal 11 grade 1 height-ear fierce beasts attacking all at once. That's nothing. On the 27th level, There's a martial apprentice phantom proficient in earth-grade martial techniques, with strength equivalent to 78 elephant power. How did Li Hani make it to the 100th level? Did she break through to become a martial artist? Impossible. The rules specify participants must be martial apprentices under 18. Breaking through inside the secret realm? That's a death sentence. The more they speculated, the more astonished they became. Just how powerful had Li Hani grown? Only after experiencing the difficulty of the martial trial realm can one truly understand how powerful the geniuses on the leaderboard are. I stood at the exit of the 19th level, utterly exhausted, with mixed emotions churning inside me. Not far away, Li Xian had already collapsed to his knees, looking utterly defeated. The usually confident and spirited genius now seemed unable to accept his results. Before long, Shang Yingming also emerged from the trial realm. He had made it through the 26th level. While his performance was average, he seemed unbothered, standing there with an occasional glance at the stone monument, hoping to see the name of some renowned expert appear. The surrounding martial artists remained calm and indifferent, meditating with their eyes closed. Even the senior martial master responsible for defending against third-tier beasts maintained an air of composure. It seemed only changes in the rankings on the stone monument could draw their attention. Meanwhile, deep within the 47th level of the martial trial realm, Yin Xiu faced his current illusory opponent with a calm gaze. This foe was no ordinary adversary, a powerful martial artist, wielding the strength of 120 elephants and mastering heavenly-grade martial techniques. Even for a martial disciple who had broken through the 9th tier to reach the 10th, defeating such an opponent was no easy feat. Yet, Yin Xiu's voice remained as tranquil as ever. With an effortless motion, he unleashed 7 slaughter, as if it were merely a casual strike, and instantly defeated the illusory enemy. The ethereal system notification promptly echoed, "Congratulations, you have cleared the 47th level. Reward: 1 supreme grade blood chi pill." Supreme grade blood chi pill? Yin Xiu's lips curled into a faint smile. This was no ordinary pill. It was 5 to 6 times more potent, with pure medicinal strength and no side effects, valued at around 800,000. As the illusory enemy dissipated into a wisp of smoke, the stone door to the next level slowly opened. Yin Xiu collected his reward and was about to step forward when a thought crossed his mind. The final level cleared by the one ranked 100th on the martial stone monument was also the 47th level. So, if I advance just one more level, will make it onto the martial stone monument? Yin Xiu stood at the exit of the 47th level. He had originally planned to proceed directly to the next level, but suddenly paused in his tracks. A thought flashed through his mind. Since entering the martial trial realm, he had been sweeping through opponents effortlessly. Except for a few with exceptionally strong defenses, most of them had been defeated with a single strike. Such speed allowed him to advance from the 1st to the 47th level in just a matter of minutes. The students from Chongqing Martial Academy, like Zhang Shaoli and the others, no matter how skilled they are, can't possibly be faster than me. Yin Xiu frowned slightly. If I proceed to the 48th level now, the rankings on the martial trial monument will undoubtedly change. He vividly remembered how much of a sensation it would cause if an unknown martial artist from a base city ascended to the 48th level in just a few minutes. His past experiences had made him particularly wary of fame. It could bring opportunities, but the risks it attracted were equally unpredictable. Should I wait here for a while and let someone else reach the 48th level first? The thought had barely surfaced before he dismissed it. Not only was it impossible to see the changes on the stone monument from within the realm, but the rules of the trial itself didn't allow one to linger too long on the same level. More importantly, his goal was the great fortune that could repair his martial foundation. To achieve this, he would inevitably have to surpass Li Hanyi's record, and when that happened, attracting attention would be unavoidable. If it's going to happen eventually, why worry about it now? Yin Xiu chuckled bitterly at himself. I can always find a place to hide later. With his mind made up, he calmly stepped into the 48th level. The familiar stone walls and flickering lights greeted him. It was just like the previous levels. You have reached the 48th level, a disembodied voice announced. Congratulations, you are now among the top 100. Your name will be recorded on the martial trial monument. Please state your name. Huh. Yin Xiu suddenly realized something, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Right, the trial realm isn't omniscient. The name recorded on the monument depends on what I provide. The corners of his mouth lifted. My name is Zhang Shaoli. Meanwhile, outside the trial realm, the martial artists were idly chatting. What do you think? Will the rankings on the martial trial monument change this time? Of course they will. Those students from Chongqing are pretty strong. All of them are 10th tier martial artists. Just then, a martial artist suddenly stood up in shock. Look, the rankings have changed. At first, the others didn't take it seriously. After all, it had only been a few minutes. How could anyone have advanced beyond the 47th level so quickly? But when they actually looked at the monument, they collectively gasped. The name at the 100th position was none other than Zhang Shaoli. How is this possible? Clearing 47 levels in just minutes? Could Tianlong City be giving rise to another Li Hani? Even a great martial master, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, was startled. He stared intently at the monument, his gaze flickering with a strange light. However, Xia Shang, Lu Yunsheng, and Shang Yingmingho had just exited the trial realm, felt something was amiss. They exchanged puzzled looks. This doesn't add up. What about that expert who killed a second-tier fierce beast? And I've faced Kanking's talents before, they shouldn't be this strong yet. Meanwhile, in the 39th level of the martial trial realm, the real Zhang Shaoli was locked in a tense battle with a phantom enemy. He focused on evasion, cautiously searching for an opening. Finally, the opportunity presented itself, and he unleashed his ultimate move without hesitation. The Gale Fist, a powerful earth-level martial technique, is renowned for its lightning speed and devastating strength. Even though Zhang Shaoli had broken through to the 10th level as a martial disciple, he dared not use it recklessly due to its immense consumption of vital energy. A piercing scream shattered the air. Zhang Shaoli's strike was flawless, meticulously calculated in both timing and angle. His illusory opponent didn't even have a chance to react before being utterly obliterated, dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. It's over. The energy consumption is still manageable, Zhang Shaoli thought to himself. Zhang Dingyuan and Lu Ming have probably advanced faster than I have by now. But that was expected after all. I've been conserving my strength for higher levels and haven't been giving it my all. If I unleashed my full power, I could at least reach the 41st floor or higher. Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes burned with fierce determination. The martial trial realm isn't about who clears it the fastest, it's about how many levels you can conquer. 47 floors? Simply making it onto the rankings isn't my goal. I'm aiming for the top 15, the top 30. Meanwhile, Yin Xiu, having borrowed Zhang Shaoli's name, was no longer holding back. His combat ability had reached an astonishing 69 elephants of power. A triple critical strike meant each blow carried the force of 207 elephants. If an even higher multiplier were triggered, the resulting power would be unimaginable. Congratulations, you've cleared the 49th floor. Reward: 5 Supreme Vital Energy Pills. 52nd floor cleared. Reward: 1 top-tier mortal grade weapon. 56th floor cleared. Reward: 1 Earth-level martial technique. 59th floor cleared. Reward: 7 Supreme Vital Energy Pills. The system notifications echoed incessantly, while the outside world was already in an uproar. Clearing 47 floors in just a few minutes was shocking, but still within the realm of comprehension. After all, this was Tianlong City, a height-year base that had produced prodigies like Li Hani. But now, Zhang Shaoli's ranking seemed to have been launched into orbit, skyrocketing from 91st place to 83rd, then leaping to 74th in the blink of an eye. Something's not right. The martial artists could no longer remain calm. This kind of speed is absurd. Could there be an issue with the martial trial realm? Even the eliminated disciples were abuzz with speculation, relieved that Zhang Shaoli had held back earlier. Only Xia Shang and his companions remained silent, their brows furrowing. The meteoric rise in ranking gave them an uneasy feeling. This speed doesn't seem like something Zhang Shaoli could achieve. It feels more like the work of a master. But the martial trial realm has existed for so many years, how could it possibly make a mistake with someone's name? Maybe there's something deeper at play here that we don't understand. By this time, Yin Xiu had already reached the 83rd floor. Facing opponents wielding the strength of 1,000 elephants, the battles were no longer as effortless. Yet, with the support of his Grandmaster-level skill, the carefree Dragon Step, and the 30 times critical strike multiplier, he still managed to dispatch his enemies with relative ease. Heaven-level martial technique, Silver Dragon Battle Aura? Yin Xiu showed little interest in the reward. After all, switching to a new technique would mean abandoning the synergy between his current 8 Extreme Sky Strike and the 8 Extreme Sky Technique, a trade he wasn't willing to make. The outside world was in a frenzy as Zhang Shaoli's ascent to the 83rd floor placed him in second place. Even a renowned martial master couldn't help but exclaim, Zhang Shaoli's talent is 1 in a million. He's destined to become a grandmaster, perhaps even greater. Only Xia Shang and his companions from Tianling City remained composed. To them, this Zhang Shaoli was undoubtedly the deity from the mountain, somehow disguising his identity. The reason was simple: Zhang Shaoli from Chongqing simply didn't deserve such a ranking. Within the martial arts secret realm, Zhang Shaoli stood on the 47th level, his brows slightly furrowed. He had assumed reaching this level would secure him a spot on the rankings, yet no notification appeared. After a brief moment of contemplation, a knowing smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Looks like Zhang Dingyuan and the others raised the bar, he mused. Half an hour later, as he stood on the 51st level, the long-awaited notification finally chimed. Just as he was about to announce his name, A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Why not use a nickname instead? Li Xiao, he murmured softly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. The thought of Zhang Dingyuan and the others celebrating his supposed absence from the rankings, only to be stunned by the truth, made Jiang Shaoli chuckle to himself. Outside the realm, as time passed, martial disciples were gradually transported out. Their gazes instinctively turned toward the martial arts monument, and they were shocked to see the name, Jiang Shaoli, prominently in second place, with the level count still climbing. Wang Tianyi emerged from the secret realm with a look of disappointment, had only reached the 43rd level. But when he noticed the astonishment on everyone's faces and followed their line of sight, he too was left dumbfounded. 83 levels? How is that possible? Meanwhile, on the 99th level of the realm, a lone figure faced two mid-tier second-grade fierce beasts. The figure was none other than Yin Xiao, who had just acquired the refined-grade martial weapon, the little divine armored hedgehog. Without hesitation, he donned it. Li Hani managed to reach the 113th level as a martial disciple. Truly remarkable, Yin Xiao thought to himself, straightening his posture before pressing onward to the 100th level. Back in the outside world, Li Tianyi, Zhang Dingyuan, and others stared in disbelief as Jiang Shaoli's name surpassed the 100th level. They all drew sharp breaths. When had their seemingly ordinary companion hidden such incredible strength? Ironically, the real Jiang Shaoli was, at that moment, locked in a fierce battle on the 56th level, his body battered and his breathing erratic. I'm a genius of Tsangqing. This isn't my limit, he roared through gritted teeth, charging toward his adversaries. On the ultimate battlefield, Yin Xiao stood on the 112th level, confronting a horde of over 100 first-grade fierce beasts alongside 4 mid-tier second-grade beasts. Clutching the 7 kills sword tightly, his eyes burned with determination. If I defeat you all, you'll be able to follow in Li Hani's footsteps. The figures intertwined as the battle commenced. The field was filled with the shadows of 4 mid-tier second-rank ferocious beasts and over 100 high-tier first-rank beasts. Such a lineup sounded terrifying, but in reality, the threat was far less than that of a single high-tier second-rank beast. It was at this moment that Yin Xiao truly understood the limits of his strength. Previously, when fighting beasts in the vigilance zone, he had always carefully chosen lower-tier second-rank opponents, never truly taking risks. After all, life only comes once. While pushing oneself to the brink of life and death can lead to rapid improvement, such extreme training often carries fatal risks. Now, on the 112th floor of the martial trial realm, Yin Xiao unleashed his full strength for the first time. His 8 extremes battling heaven technique was operating at full capacity, with the 8 extremes battling strike and free-roaming dragon steps executed in turns, each move delivered with everything he had. Congratulations! Your attack has triggered a 10-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations! Your attack has triggered a 30-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations! Your attack has triggered a 15-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations! Your attack has triggered a 3,000 don 100-fold critical hit bonus. A 3-fold critical hit was only the baseline. 10-fold critical hits appeared frequently, and 20-fold and 30-fold bonuses emerged in quick succession. With such terrifying amplification, the power of the 8 extremes battling strike and free-roaming dragon steps reached an astonishing level. As sword light flashed, the shadow of a mid-tier second-rank beast was instantly obliterated, its piercing wail vanishing in an instant. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Yin Xiao's figure flickered across the battlefield, each appearance spaced at least 10 meters apart, and each strike felling multiple beasts. Under the mysterious movements of the free-roaming dragon steps, the battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. No one knew how much time had passed before Yin Xiao's sword finally stilled. After a slight gasp for breath, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The once crowded room was now empty. Every shadowy beast had been eradicated by his blade. Congratulations! You have cleared the 112th floor. Reward: Master-level technique Divine Sky 9 Transformations. A master-level technique? Yin Xiao's heart leapt with joy, and he was eager to dive into its study immediately. However, the martial trial realm had its own rules. While there was no time limit for battles, challengers must enter the next floor within 1 minute of clearing a level, or they would be forcibly expelled. This was why most challengers chose to press forward without resting. The 113th floor, the stage where Li Hani had once fallen, battle intent surged in Yin Xiao's eyes as he anticipated the formidable opponent that awaited him. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Mu Zixuan stepped out of the martial trial realm with a triumphant smile. This time, she had performed exceptionally well, reaching the 80th floor and nearly surpassing the Secondo, the third-rank position. Unfortunately, she had encountered a shadow panther on the 80th floor, a beast that countered her abilities, and coupled with her exhaustion, she had fallen short. I made it to the 80th floor. Yin Xiao will definitely be shocked when he finds out. Speaking of which, has he come out yet? With his strength, he should be able to reach the 90th floor, maybe even the 100th. She muttered to herself while glancing at the martial trial stone tablet. Her brows furrowed instantly. Zhang Shaoli has reached the 112th floor? How is that possible? Although she wasn't familiar with the genius from Songqing, Mu Zixuan was well aware of his strength from observing his duels. There was no way he could reach such heights. After a moment of thought, she suddenly realized, I get it. It must be Yin Xiu. That guy must have used Zhang Shaoli's name to avoid drawing attention. At that moment, exclamations erupted around her. It's gone up again. My God, Zhang Shaoli has cleared the 112th floor, tying with Li Hani for first place. Could it be that another legend is about to rise in Tianlong City? Mu Zixuan's gaze fixed on the stone tablet, where the name Zhang Shaoli was now followed by 113th floor. She fell silent for a long moment before murmuring, that guy. He's just too monstrous. Not far away, numerous martial artists were in an uproar. Even the usually stoic grandmasters couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Meanwhile, the real Zhang Shaoli was still struggling on the 57th floor. On the 113th floor, violent spiritual energy coalesced rapidly under an invisible force. As the shadowy opponent fully materialized, Yin Xiu narrowed his eyes. It was a high-tier second-rank ferocious beast, a wind sky tiger. Though only a single word differentiated mid-ear from height-ear, the gap in power was immense. A height-ear second-rank beast could easily take down 5 or 6 mid-ear counterparts, or even more. Not even advanced martial practitioners could guarantee victory against such a foe. It was no wonder Li Hani had fallen here. Facing a height-tier second-rank beast as a martial apprentice was a daunting and nearly hopeless challenge. Roar! With a ferocious roar, the wind sky tiger fully emerged. Standing 7 meters tall, its body was wreathed in swirling winds, and its gaze alone exerted overwhelming pressure. Facing such a formidable adversary, Yin Xiu showed no hint of retreat. Instead, his expression was filled with intense battle intent and confidence. A height-tier second-rank beast with innate wind affinity? Definitely a tough opponent, stronger than anything I've faced before. But, as long as your speed can't match my free-roaming dragon steps, the victory will be mine. Before his words had fully faded, Yin Xiu's figure vanished from sight. A sharp sword light sliced through the air, marking the start of the battle. Outside, the grandmasters, martial artists, and eliminated apprentices all stared intently at the martial trial stone tablet, their eyes fixed on the numbers next to Zhang Shaoli's name. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and finally, the rankings shifted. Li Hani's rank had dropped by 1 position. Now, on the martial monument, Zhang Shaoli's name proudly occupied the top spot, with his achievement of reaching the 114th level leaving everyone in awe. What was even more astonishing was that he had yet to emerge from the martial secret realm. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Martial artists trembled with excitement, and even the most seasoned and composed grandmasters couldn't hold back their tears. Such a young manha is truly unparalleled in brilliance. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussions. Do you think Zhang Shaoli can climb another level? Of course, it's possible. He's still inside the secret realm, which means this isn't his limit yet. But don't forget Li Hanyi's glory. 100 years ago, she fought beyond her rank as a martial apprentice, slaying second-tier beasts and holding her own against 3 martial artists without defeat. Even the prominent figures of Shangjing praised her as a pillar of humanity. Yet, she only reached the 113th level. Zhang Shaoli is clearly stronger. He might just create a new miracle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the crowd, Mu Zixuan, Xia Shang, and Lu Yunxin found the discussions amusing. They all knew the truth. Zhang Shaoli wasn't behind this achievement. It was the god on the mountain. At that moment, Lu Yunxin suddenly slapped his forehead. Huh, strange. Why hasn't that fake Zhang Shaoli come out of the secret realm yet? Simultaneously, in the 58th level of the martial secret realm, the real Zhang Shaoli was locked in combat with a phantom enemy. He calculated carefully in his mind, using the secret martial technique, I can end this fight in 2 minutes, but the energy cost is too high. It's better to adopt a prolonged strategy, which would also give me time to circulate the 9 woods vitality technique and recover my strength. Far above, Yin Xiu continued his climb through the levels. When he reached the 119th level, he noticed something unusual. Starting from the 115th level. The movements of the phantom enemies had become stiff, with some even freezing entirely. This realization struck him. Perhaps this martial secret realm wasn't fully completed. As he contemplated, the reward for the 119th level, the divine sky pill, appeared before him. Though he didn't know its exact purpose, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. He carefully stored it in his small universe ring alongside other rare rewards from the higher levels. When Yin Xiu stepped into the 120th level, a blinding white light enveloped him. As it faded and he opened his eyes, he found himself in a dark space speckled with starlight. In front of him sat a long-decayed corpse, resting its chin on one hand while seated on a stone chair. Despite being dead for ages, it emanated an overwhelming and unsettling aura of power. On the 120th floor, a corpse sat silently on a stone throne, exuding an overwhelming and oppressive aura that made one's heart pound. Yin Xiu stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the decayed remains. A faint guess formed in his mind regarding the corpse's identity. It was likely the creator of the Yinwu secret realm. As the first martial apprentice to reach the 120th floor, Yin Xiu was exceptionally cautious. Even the strongest, Li Hani, had only managed to reach the 113th floor before stopping. No one knew what dangers might lurk in the level that served as the resting place of the secret realm's creator. This floor was completely different from the previous ones. Instead of rooms made of green stone bricks, it resembled a divine temple suspended amidst a starry sky. What was even more unusual was that, after several minutes, no phantom enemies formed from violent spiritual energy appeared, as they typically did on other levels. After some contemplation, Yin Xiu decided to take action. He clasped his hands respectfully and bowed. "Senior, I am Yin Xiu, a challenger of the Yinwu secret realm. I mean no disrespect or disturbance to your eternal rest, but I am now trapped here with no other options. Please forgive my intrusion." To his surprise, the corpse seemed to understand his words. The oppressive aura it emitted gradually diminished, and the atmosphere around him softened. Yin Xiu bowed 3 more times before cautiously approaching. Each step he took was deliberate, his guard fully raised for any potential danger. Yet, even when he stood directly before the corpse, the anticipated threats never materialized. In the crevice of the stone throne, he discovered a handwritten journal. After bowing 3 more times to the corpse, Yin Xiu carefully retrieved the journal. Upon opening it, he found it titled "A Letter to Future Generations." The letter contained startling revelations. The writer had fought in bloody battles for decades in the city of Linyuan, slaying countless calamity-class beasts and even 2 beast kings. These revelations left Yin Xiu in shock. He had never heard of Linyuan City before, and calamity-class beasts were already terrifying entities, far stronger than city-destroying beasts. As for beast kings, they were so rare that even textbooks made no mention of them. The letter also unveiled the truth about the Yinwu secret realm. It was originally intended to have 300 levels and serve as a test for martial artists. However, due to the creator's severe injuries and impending death, they only managed to complete up to the 115th floor. In the end, they had to lower the standard, making it accessible to martial apprentices instead. The most crucial part of the letter detailed the inheritance. Its essence lay in the word, Zhan Shak. However, martial apprentices lacked the cultivation level to comprehend it directly, and even martial artists would require preliminary techniques to progress. By burning the journal, the inheritance would automatically enter the mind, but the true cultivation method would remain sealed until one reached the martial master stage. The letter concluded with a warning: calamity looms. Linyuan City is on the brink of destruction, and time is running out for this world. After reading these words, Yin Xiu did not appear overjoyed. Instead, a trace of melancholy surfaced in his eyes. The inheritance obtained after burning the journal was the ultimate reward of the 120th level. Yin Xiu stared at the journal in his hand, his emotions a mixture of bittersweet feelings. While the inheritance was undoubtedly precious, it was far from the method he sought to repair the foundation of his martial path. Senior Tang was right. A miraculous opportunity capable of restoring one's martial foundation is extremely rare in this world. Yin Xiu murmured softly, carefully tucking the journal into a secluded corner of his spatial ring. He decided to wait until he returned home before fully accepting the inheritance. Just then, the corpse seated on the stone throne began to crumble, disintegrating into ashes that scattered into the air. On the fading face, there seemed to linger a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Witnessing this scene, Yin Xiu had a sudden realization. Although the martial trial realm would remain, the ultimate reward of the 120th level would likely never appear again. The martial master had found their ideal successor. "Rest assured, Senior," Yin Xiu said solemnly, bowing deeply. "I will strive to become the supreme martial master and seek justice for you in the Linyuan royal city." With that, he respectfully performed 3 formal bows. Meanwhile, outside the martial trial realm, the crowd was in an uproar. The 120th level. This is absolutely monstrous. How far do you think Zhang Shaoli will go? At least another 10 levels, I'd say. That's too conservative. It has to be at least 15 more levels. We're witnessing the birth of a legend. Even the students of Tsangqing Martial Academy were no exception. Initially, they had thought Zhang Shaoli might be slightly stronger than them, perhaps even good enough to make it onto the martial trial stone monument. But who could have predicted he had hidden his abilities so deeply? Without much effort, he not only made it onto the monument but surpassed Li Hani to claim the top spot. At this moment, their feelings of jealousy had vanished, replaced by pure admiration. To be classmates with such a prodigy was nothing short of a blessing. However, just as everyone was immersed in their shock and awe, a puzzled voice suddenly broke through. What are you all staring at so intently? You didn't even notice me coming out of the martial trial realm? Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Shaoli had appeared amidst his companions. His mood wasn't particularly great in the 59th level. He had faced a fierce beast with a strength nearing 270 units of force. Despite using every trick in his arsenal, he had failed to slay it. Although reaching this point had already exceeded his expectations, human nature always craves more. Initially, he had planned to put on a little act, especially since he hadn't used his real name when ascending the martial trial monument. But to his surprise, this group hadn't even noticed his presence. Instead, their gazes were fixed in a single direction as if their souls had been captivated. What made Zhang Shaoli feel even more unsettled was the instant he spoke up. Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng, Bai Sisi, and the others all turned their heads in unison. Their eyes were filled with indescribable and peculiar expressions. The surrounding gazes surged like a tide, causing Zhang Shaoli to shiver instinctively. He touched his face and was just about to speak when the entire scene erupted into chaos. Zhang Shaoli is out. Where? Let me see. I want a photo with him. I want a hug. I want a kiss. The crowd broke into a frenzy of exclamations. Someone shouted excitedly, a living legend. Quick, let me get an autograph. When Zhang the prodigy rises to the top, this signature will be worth a fortune. Count me in. More voices joined the commotion. Zhang Shaoli stood frozen, his body stiff and his mind blank. Wasn't this reaction a bit too much? Could it be because they recognized him through his nickname, Li Xiao? But all he had done was barely pass the 59th level, just scraping into the top 80. Was that really something to go crazy over? Something felt off, very off. Just as he was about to turn to old Zhang and Xiao Lu to ask what was going on, several figures rushed toward him. Leading the group was someone radiating an extraordinary glow, with every movement exuding a divine brilliance like a newborn star. It was none other than the only Grand Martial Master of the martial arts secret realm. The martial arts experts appeared, their faces brimming with joy. Unparalleled talent. Exceptional aptitude. You're practically a legend. Who would have thought our Tianlong city could produce such a figure again? Someone exclaimed excitedly. The heavens truly favor us. Ha ha ha. Another martial artist laughed heartily. Tianlong City is finally about to produce someone even more dazzling than Li Hani, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Even the Grand Martial Master, known for his strict demeanor, could not contain his excitement. He exclaimed repeatedly, Good child, good child. I've already sent word about you back to Tianlong City. The masters there are thrilled and have said they will personally mentor you in the future. No, it's more than that, higher, even willing to use their connections to send you to the capital. Zhang Shaoli was completely stunned, frozen in place. The scene before him felt like a dream. It was already understandable that others recognized Li Xiao as him and were shocked because of his name appearing on the martial monument. After all, during the last opening of the martial secret realm, not even the top 100 rankings drew much attention. This time, not only had he ventured inside, but his performance was impressive enough to cause a stir in a small circle. But the current situation was entirely beyond his comprehension, especially the reaction of the powerful martial master standing before him, someone from a top martial family in Tianlong City. This was a figure who had been a prodigy at Songqing Academy in his youth and achieved an impressive rank of around 70 during his time in the martial secret realm, far surpassing Zhang Shaoli's own results. Yet, this very martial master was now so excited he could hardly contain himself, even going as far as notifying the grandmasters of Tianlong City, declaring that he would personally mentor Zhang Shaoli. Everyone, seniors, Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Meng, what's going on here? Zhang Shaoli, though confident, was aware of his own limitations. Seeing the situation grow increasingly bizarre, he quickly spoke up to ask. Ask me? Zhang Dingyuan's tone carried a mix of emotions. We should be asking you what's going on. Zhang Shaoli, I never thought you'd hide so much from us, not even letting your closest friends see through you. Bai Sisi's beautiful face showed a hint of regret. If you had been honest earlier and revealed your true strength, I wouldn't have rejected your confession. The martial master patted his shoulder. At this point, you're still so humble, keeping a low profile and hiding your talents. Not bad, not bad. But kid, there's no need for that anymore. With the talent you've shown, all the grandmasters of Tianlong City will protect you. No one will dare to touch you. Zhang Shaoli felt like he was about to lose his mind. The attitudes of those around him made him feel both eerie and horrified. Practically shouting, he demanded, explain, what's going on here? Just look at the martial monument, and you'll understand. A casual voice came from the crowd. The martial monument? Zhang Shaoli froze for a moment before hurriedly turning to look at the massive stone monument in front of him. What he saw left him completely dumbfounded. First place, Zhang Shaoli, level 120. 120 levels? He finally understood why his friends accused him of hiding his abilities and why the martial master said the grandmasters of Tianlong City would personally mentor him. His name had surpassed Li Hanyi's and was now displayed prominently at the very top of the martial monument. Everyone, seniors, Zhang Dingyuan, Lu Ming, by Cici, you're all mistaken, completely mistaken. Zhang Shaoli anxiously tried to explain. The Zhang Shaoli on the martial monument isn't me at all. How could I possibly have that level of strength? His words caused everyone to freeze, their faces filled with disbelief. Zhang Dingyuan frowned deeply. But that's clearly your name. Just because it's my name doesn't mean it's me. Zhang Shaoli was starting to lose his temper. The names on the martial monument can be chosen by the participants themselves. Yes, I did make it onto the list, but I didn't use my real name. I went by Li Xiao, ranked 81st. Look, that's men at the first place, Zhang Shaoli. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they realized that Zhang Shaoli wasn't Zhang Shaoli. The genius who had surpassed Li Hani was someone else entirely. Even the martial master furrowed his brow deeply, sensing something was off. While this Zhang Shaoli had broken through to the 10th level of martial disciple, his strength wasn't extraordinary, about 120 elephants worth of force. By all logic, he shouldn't be capable of reaching 120 levels, let alone 70. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look! The name of the first place Zhang Shaoli on the martial monument is still glowing, which means he's still inside the secret realm and hasn't come out." The crowd suddenly understood, and many began speculating about the true identity of this mysterious prodigy who had used a fake name. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. The martial master urgently said, "Everyone here, report your names. We need to account for who hasn't exited the martial secret realm." But before he could proceed, the name of the first place, Zhang Shaoli, on the martial monument, dimmed. The mysterious prodigy had come out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, Mu Zixuan, Xiaoshang, and Lu Yunsheng, who had known from the start that the first place Zhang Shaoli was actually the god of Yanxiu Mountain, had been watching the chaos unfold with cold amusement. Particularly Xiaoshang and Lu Yunsheng, who had previously been defeated by Zhang Shaoli. Though they respected his strength, they couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude as they watched him frantically try to explain himself. "Hey, what are you all staring at?" A voice suddenly interrupted. Yanxiu, who had just exited the martial secret realm, had somehow appeared among the crowd without anyone noticing. When they saw him, Mu Zixuan, Xiaoshang, Lu Yunsheng, and Shang Yingming all exchanged peculiar looks. The youngest, Xiaoshang, couldn't hold back his curiosity and blurted out, Boss, you're the first place person on the martial monument, aren't you?" All eyes in the crowd turned to Yanxiu, their gazes brimming with barely concealed admiration. They were well aware of his extraordinary strength. This was a man who had slain a second-tier beast despite being at the level of a mere martial apprentice, a feat that had elevated him to near mythical status. But no one had expected him to ascend to the 120th floor of the martial trial realm, surpassing the legendary prodigy Li Hani to claim the top spot. "It wasn't me. You've got the wrong person," Yanxiu denied without hesitation, shaking his head firmly. This was part of his carefully devised plan. Under no circumstances would he admit to being the one who had outshone Li Hani atop the martial trial rankings. The reason was simple. The implications were far too significant. Not only would the gathered martial masters struggle to remain calm, but even the most powerful martial grandmasters in Tianlong City would be unable to sit idly by. If his identity were exposed, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. More importantly, the generous rewards for reaching the 120th floor would surely tempt even the grandmasters. Yanxiu understood the treacherous nature of the martial world all too well. While he didn't believe every martial grandmaster would act out of greed, he wasn't willing to stake his life on their goodwill either. "I'm merely an 8th-tier martial apprentice with a humble strength of 69 elephants. I left the martial trial realm long ago. There's no way I could be the one named Zhang Shaoli on the rankings," Yanxiu added calmly. Xiaoshang, Lu Yunsheng, and Shang Yingming exchanged silent glances at his words. 69 elephants? Just an 8th-tier martial apprentice? If they hadn't witnessed him effortlessly defeating Xia Shang, the champion of the 7 academies competition, with a single finger and slaying a second-tier beast, they might have believed him. But seeing Yanxiu's resolute attitude, they wisely chose not to press further. Only Mu Zixuan remained silent, her expression carrying a meaningful smile as she quietly observed Yanxiu. At that moment, a martial master stepped forward, scanning the crowd with a commanding gaze. "The genius who claimed the top spot on the martial trial rankings, please step forward and reveal yourself." An uneasy silence fell over the scene. Zhang Shaoli's emotions churned within him. As someone who had always considered himself the strongest martial apprentice, had once been brash and ostentatious, even setting up arenas to challenge visiting apprentices. Yet now, someone had not only surpassed Li Hani but also ascended to the 120th floor using his name. No less. Was it a warning? A provocation? He couldn't fathom the intent, but the weight of his prior arrogance now bore down on him like a mountain. Brotherno, elder brother, Zhang Shaoli said solemnly, since you've used my name, I think it's only fair that I, the real Zhang Shaoli, get to meet you. The crowd held their breath, even the sorcerers maintaining order, as they awaited the appearance of this legendary figure. Just then, the sound of rushing wind filled the air. For flying vessels streaked across the sky, coming to a halt above the martial trial realm. Each vessel bore a figure standing tall, their presence as deep as an abyss, their faces obscured yet exuding an oppressive aura. The martial grandmasters of Tianlong City have arrived. A commanding voice echoed from above. Whoever claimed the top spot on the martial trial rankings, please show yourself. We guarantee your safety. With us here, no one will dare covet your rewards, and no harm will come to you. Indeed, I swear upon the martial path itself. You've surpassed Li Hani, a talent worthy of receiving the best training Tianlong City has to offer. A ripple of envy swept through the crowd. This was a promise from martial grandmasters, masters who had transcended the mortal realm of martial arts, stepping into the divine domain. The weight of such a guarantee from 4 grandmasters was immeasurable. The martial masters present struggled to contain their excitement, and even the top prodigies of Songqing Martial Academy looked on with admiration. Zhang Shaoli, listening to the thunderous voices, couldn't help but feel a pang of regret had he not clarified earlier. Perhaps he could have been the one chosen. Yet, even with such enticing assurances, the mysterious genius remained unmoved. The martial grandmasters have made their promise, and yet this person still refuses to step forward? My goodness, what an incredible opportunity. If it were me, I'd have revealed myself immediately. Which is exactly why you're just another martial apprentice who couldn't even make it onto the rankings. Unlike that monstrous talent at the top. What's that supposed to mean? Think about it, someone who surpassed Li Hani might not even care about these so-called opportunities. As time ticked by, the 4 martial grandmasters stood like deities in the heavens, their presence towering above the crowd. Yet the scene below remained eerily silent. At last, the martial master received new instructions, surveying the crowd with a serious expression before announcing, my apologies to everyone, but we'll need to delay proceedings for a while. Grandmaster Sun has ordered a thorough investigation of everyone's cultivation levels. We will identify this genius within the next hour. The training ground instantly erupted into commotion. Among the numerous martial apprentices, some maintained calm expressions, others appeared tense, while a few showed either anticipation or guilt in their eyes. In Tianlong City, the urgency left no room for hesitation. The martial masters swiftly set up a perimeter, while several grandmasters floated in the air, overlooking the scene from above. The Grand Martial Master personally began inspecting each apprentice, testing their true blood energy one by one. 81 elephant strength? Not him. 100 elephant strength? Already surpassed the 10th level of martial apprenticeship? Impressive, but still not the one we're looking for. That brat from the Wang family, after pouring so many resources into him, he only managed 79 elephant strength. What a waste. The inspection was completed quickly. Even the elites from the Songqing Martial Academy and the younger generation of Tianlong City were thoroughly examined, yet no clues were found. The Grand Martial Master turned his attention to the contestants from the smaller base cities, his disbelief evident. How could a genius capable of surpassing Li Hani have emerged from such remote and impoverished areas? Despite his reluctance, the Grand Martial Master proceeded to examine Xia Shang, Lu Yunsheng, Shang Yingming, and others one by one. When he reached Mu Zixuan, he frowned slightly, scrutinized her briefly, and then shook his head. You're not the one. When he finally stood before Yan Xiao, Xia Shang and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness for him. However, Yan Xiao remained composed and greeted respectfully. Greetings, senior. The Grand Martial Master replied indifferently. After a brief examination, he showed a look of disdain and left without a word. This baffled Xia Shang and the others. After all, Yan Xiao was a prodigy capable of slaying second-tier beasts while still at the martial apprentice level. Yan Xiao, however, stayed calm, fully aware of his situation. Without the support of the infinite critical strike system, he was merely an 8th-tier martial apprentice with 69 elephant strength. Though his blood energy was slightly more robust due to practicing a heaven-tier technique, it was far from remarkable by Tianlong City's standards. Soon, all the contestants had been inspected, yet no results were found. The Grand Martial Master's expression darkened, and he even began to suspect that there might have been an error in the martial training secret realm. Impossible. A martial grandmaster immediately refuted. The martial training secret realm has been flawless for 100 years, and this time is no exception. Even with the martial grandmasters present, they were unable to locate the mysterious expert, and the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. Finally, the 4 grandmasters in the sky became restless. To the friend who cleared the 120th level, we humbly invite you to reveal yourself. I, as a martial grandmaster, vow on my honor to guarantee your safety. Indeed, with the four of us here, you needn't have any concerns. I am willing to offer a grandmaster level technique and 10 billion federal credits as a reward. Please, step forward. A grandmaster technique? The crowd collectively gasped at the generous offer, their eyes ablaze with envy. Some even entertained the idea of impersonating the mysterious expert, but quickly dismissed the thought they knew it was impossible to deceive the discerning eyes of the grandmasters. A heavy silence fell over the scene. No one responded. Eventually, one of the martial grandmasters sighed and said, "If you are unwilling to meet us, so be it. I promise that no matter when, the gates of Tianlong City will always be open to you." Seriously, hiding in the shadows, what are you even trying to conceal? A martial arts grandmaster spoke coldly, his voice laced with obvious disdain. The aircraft streaked across the sky, disappearing into the horizon like a flock of birds returning to their nests. The martial arts masters from Tianlong City had clearly run out of patience and began to leave one by one. Yin Xiu watched the departing aircraft and let out a long sigh of relief. He had been worried that these martial arts masters might resort to extreme measures, or even detain everyone out of frustration at not finding him. Fortunately, they refrained from such madness. Realizing that the top-ranked genius on the Yinwu monument refused to reveal himself, they ultimately gave up the chase. The Yinwu secret realm is now closed, came the timely voice of a senior martial artist, tinged with unmistakable regret. Next, dedicated martial instructors will escort you back to Tianlong City. His tone carried a trace of puzzlement, as though he couldn't fathom why the genius who had surpassed Li Hani would choose to hide his identity. Before long, hover cars arrived in succession. Even the usually arrogant prodigies from the Tsangqing region had set aside their pride, boarding the vehicles obediently alongside everyone else. "What's wrong, Lao Jiang?" Zhang Dingyuan teased as he glanced at Jiang Shaoli, who still seemed shaken. "I'd say you're pretty lucky. Of all the names that Big Shot could have used, he chose yours. You really got your moment in the spotlight." Lu Ming, Bai Sisi, and the others nodded in agreement. "Give me a break, Lucky?" Jiang Shaoli shot him an exasperated glare. "You think this is a good thing?" Seeing the confusion on their faces, Jiang Shaoli sighed bitterly and explained, "That person used my name as a warning. Do you think he randomly picked a nickname? No. He deliberately chose my real name." At this, the group suddenly understood, quickly grasping the implications. Zhang Dingyuan gazed out the car window, watching the martial apprentices boarding the vehicles. Lost in thought, he murmured, "I never expected the opening of the Yinwu secret realm to attract someone so extraordinary. Do you think this mysterious big shot is from Tianlong City? Or could he come from one of the ordinary Bay cities?" The mysterious genius of the martial practice secret realm had become the talk of Tianlong City and its surrounding areas. Both local residents and visiting martial artists from nearby Bay cities were speculating about the identity of the prodigy who had dominated the secret realm. At this moment, Yin Xiu was seated on a hover bus heading back, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The rewards from this secret realm expedition had put him in high spirits. Priceless treasures like elixirs, techniques, weapons, and materials now belonged to him. More importantly, he had obtained the inheritance of the secret realm's creator, a formidable figure from Linyuan King City whose strength was unfathomable. This person could effortlessly slay calamity-level beasts and even take on beast kings in battle. Such an inheritance might surpass even the legacy of Senior Tang. As Yin Xiu pondered where he could safely unlock this inheritance upon returning to Tianling City, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Mu Zixuan had taken the seat beside him, instantly drawing countless gazes from those around them. Most of these were envious or jealous stares from men, with Li Xian's eyes practically burning with fury. Mu Zixuan, long accustomed to being the center of attention, pouted and spoke with a hint of grievance. "Hey, Yin Xiu, be the judge for me here." "Judge? About what?" Yin Xiu asked, puzzled. "I cleared 80 floors in the martial practice secret realm and ranked third. That's a genius-level achievement, isn't it? So why is everyone only talking about that freak who reached the 120th floor? No one even spares me a glance." This revelation left Yin Xiu stunned. Although Mu Zixuan had previously mentioned she was no weakling, he hadn't thought much of it at the time. Clearing 80 floors meant she had faced enemies near 1,000 elephants in strength, suggesting she might even rival second-tier beasts or martial artists. Seeing Yin Xiu's surprised expression, Mu Zixuan grew more exasperated. "You didn't even notice that the third place on the martial practice steel had changed to my name, did you?" Yin Xiu gave an awkward chuckle. Truth be told, he had been too preoccupied with his own first-place ranking to notice. Mu Zixuan sighed. "Forget it. Everyone's obsessed with that freak, even the martial masters and grandmasters overseeing the secret realm." As she spoke, she cast Yin Xiu a meaningful glance. Yin Xiu chose to feign ignorance. "Third place never gets any respect?" Mu Zixuan muttered as she stood up. Before leaving, she reminded him, "Don't forget your promise to take me to the danger zone for some exploration." "Got it," Yin Xiu replied with a nod. On the return journey, Yin Xiu skipped the hotel and took a maglev bus directly to the Tianling City transit hub. Although he missed the chance to sell Wang Luyang's items, he also avoided unnecessary trouble. Lin Xiaohua and Wang Qian, having learned their lesson, kept a low profile, and the journey was uneventful. At the transit hub, Yin Xiu parted ways with Mu Zixuan, nodded in acknowledgement to Xia Shang and the others, and transferred to another train heading for the wilderness. With Wang Tianchu's hostility in mind, he decided to find a safer place to sort through his spoils. Meanwhile, Li Xian scoured the station, searching for Yin Xiu to teach the useless man a lesson for getting too close to Mu Zixuan. But his efforts were in vain. In a secluded area of the wilderness safety zone, Yin Xiu set up a temporary tent. After clearing out some first-tier beasts in the vicinity, he began inventorying his gains. The tent soon filled with a dazzling array of treasures: 32 weapons, 27 ordinary, 4 refined grade, and 1 treasure grade, 43 elixirs including 21 blood chi powders, 17 blood chi pills, 10 premium blood chi pills, and rare ones like Shenxiao and Zixiao pills, and 45 manuals of techniques and martial skills mostly spanning the Xian, Huang, Earth, and Heaven levels, along with the Shenxiao 9 transformations and fragmented ghost technique, both master level. Finally, Yin Xiu retrieved a journal, his expression turning solemn. Although he could only access the preliminary inheritance before reaching the martial master level, the legacy from the Secret Realm's creator was bound to be extraordinary. Tossing the journal into the fire, he watched as it burned to ash, releasing a white orb of light that hovered in the air. So this is the inheritance? Incredible. Yin Xiu reached out to touch the orb, which flowed into him like liquid. Instantly, an immensely powerful technique appeared in his mind. More than 10 minutes passed as Yin Xiu quietly processed the influx of information in his mind. The inheritance he had received was divided into 2 parts: the cultivation technique, dragon blood refinement, and the martial skill 9 shock dragon palm, both of which were at the grandmaster level. Dragon blood refinement allowed blood energy to be refined and concentrated into dragon force, while 9 shock dragon palm utilized dragon force to unleash devastating shockwaves capable of destroying anything in their path. Compared to these 2 grandmaster level techniques, the Ba Ji Bo Tiangong and Ba Ji Bo Tianjin paled in comparison. What was even more unsettling was that Yin Xiu sensed an enormous amount of information sealed deep within his memory. Just brushing against it sent chills down his spine. If this information were to be fully unleashed, it might render him a fool or worse, cause his body to explode. No wonder the senior didn't pass on the complete inheritance directly, Yin Xiu thought with lingering fear, though excitement soon surged within him. Without hesitation, he began transitioning to these 2 grandmaster techniques. The system notifications chimed continuously. Congratulations! Your cultivation has triggered a 10-fold critical boost. Congratulations! Your cultivation has triggered a 20-fold critical boost. Congratulations! Your cultivation has triggered a 100-fold critical boost. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Yin Xiu fully immersed himself in cultivation, during which he triggered 15 instances of a 1,000-fold critical boost, 104 instances of a 100-fold critical boost, and countless smaller boosts. 2/3 of his energy had already transformed into dragon force. While his overall strength remained unchanged, its nature had become far more domineering, with faint dragon roars accompanying each punch he threw. His progress with 9 shock dragon palm was even faster, had already grasped its principles, though his mastery still needed refining. In his spare time, Yin Xiu also practiced the sinister technique, fragmented shade art. This grandmaster level skill allowed one to burn their blood energy to unleash several times their usual strength. At its peak, it could even sacrifice the flesh and blood of others to multiply one's power dozens, or even hundreds of times. Yin Xiu speculated that the senior who had slain 2 ferocious beast kings might have relied on this technique. Unfortunately, there were no higher-level techniques available in the martial arts secret realm. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Yin Xiu took out all his blood chi scatters, blood chi pills, and other resources, preparing to make a breakthrough. Congratulations! Your use of the pill has triggered a 17-fold critical boost. Congratulations! Your use of the pill has triggered a 700-fold critical boost. With the aid of supreme blood chi pills and high critical multipliers, Yin Xiu's strength surged rapidly. 71 elephants, 72 elephants, until he broke through to a 9th-rank martial apprentice, then a 10th-rank martial apprentice, and finally stabilized his energy at 100 elephants. As night fell, Yin Xiu opened his eyes, a joyful expression spreading across his face. With the power of 100 elephants, combined with dragon force, soaring dragon step, and 9 shock dragon palm, and with the system's support, he was confident he could defeat even 2nd-rank high-grade ferocious beasts, provided he remained cautious. Just then, Yin Xiu's ears twitched, and his gaze turned sharp. Outside his tent, 6 figures were stealthily approaching. The scar-faced man leading them whispered, "Xiao Anzi, are you sure you saw multicolored lights in this tent? Possibly from a supreme-grade martial weapon?" "Brother Dao, I'd never dare lie to you. It's absolutely true," Xiao Anzi replied obsequiously. One of the others voiced concern. "Brother Dao, what if this person is tough to handle?" "Tough? No one's tougher than Brother Dao. He's a martial artist with chi condensed in his dantian." The others chimed in support. Brother Dao was about to speak when a chilling voice suddenly came from behind them. "Are you wilderness hunters?" In an instant, a chill shot up Brother Dao's spine, sending goosebumps all over his body. He spun around abruptly, only to realize that, at some point, a figure had appeared behind him. It was a young man with a delicate and refined face, seemingly blending into the darkness of the night. His quiet, penetrating gaze was fixed on them. The young man was named Yin Xiu, and at this moment, he was observing the group before him with a curious expression. Yin Xiu was no stranger to the wild hunters. Past encounters had taught him well about their nature, cunning and madness intertwined. They would retreat in the face of strength, but go berserk at the sight of profit, willing to do anything for gain, even if it meant breaking their teeth to bite off the prize. "Who I am doesn't matter," Yin Xiu said, narrowing his eyes, his voice cold and eerie. "What matters is why you're loitering around my camp. What are you planning to do?" "What are we planning?" "Ha ha ha." A pockmarked man stepped forward with a fierce glint in his eyes. "Kid, since you already know we're wild hunters, hand over your treasures quickly. If I'm in a good mood, I might even spare your life." As he spoke, he swung his long blade, stirring up a gust of wind. Brother Dao had initially wanted to stop his subordinate after all. The young man's elusive movements had unsettled him. But on second thought, he decided to let his subordinate test the boy's strength. If the boy turned out to be too powerful, they could retreat immediately. If not, a ruthless glint flashed in Brother Dao's eyes. At that moment, a flash of cold light appeared. Beneath the moonlight, an exquisitely beautiful arc sliced through the air, accompanied by a terrifying dragon's roar. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. In the next moment, the wild hunter who had been shouting just seconds ago fell to the ground, his head severed, his eyes wide with terror in his final moments. Brother Dao's pupils contracted as cold sweat poured down his back. That sword strike had been so fast he couldn't react, and its sheer dominance was utterly terrifying. Yin Xiu's expression remained calm. For him now, eliminating a mere martial apprentice was effortless. If not for wanting to test the power of his dragon force, a single finger would have sufficed to take the man's life. "And now? Still interested in my treasures?" he asked coolly. The other hunters turned pale. The one who had been slain was a 9th-tier martial apprentice, trained in a profound level technique, with strength rivaling the top talents of the academy, yet he had been killed in one strike. Brother Dao, however, gradually regained his composure, a smile creeping onto his face. Impressive swordsmanship, but he deliberately paused. "If I'm not mistaken, you haven't refined your true essence yet, have you? You're not a martial artist, right?" "Correct," Yin Xiu replied coldly. At this, the tense hunters collectively exhaled in relief. Some even began eyeing the fat sheep before them with greedy, vicious looks. Brother Dao dropped his pretense as well, stepping forward as a surge of true essence whipped up a fierce wind. "Listen, kid, you surely understand the difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice. That sword strike was impressive, but at the end of the day, you're just an apprentice. Hand over your treasures, and I'll let you leave. Think of it as making a friend. Otherwise what?" Yin Xiu asked impassively. "Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Brother Dao's eyes gleamed with malice as he struck out suddenly, his palms surging with true essence. Yin Xiu's expression remained unchanged. He activated the 9 Dragon Shocks technique and countered with a punch. The roar of a dragon tore through the air as Brother Dao's face twisted in shock. The young man's force was as vast and unfathomable as the ocean. In the face of this overwhelming power, Brother Dao's true essence was as fragile as paper, torn to shreds in an instant. The moment the fist landed on his body, Dao Gu spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire figure flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily onto the ground, the arrogance he once displayed completely erased, replaced by utter shock and disbelief on his face. You. Dao Ji's eyes widened as he stared at Yin Xiu, as if looking at an impossible monster. "You're actually a 10th-tier martial disciple, with a force of at least 1,000? How is this possible?" Yin Xiu's expression remained calm as he thought to himself. The critical hit multiplier just now wasn't even that high, only around 5 times. This astonishing power is entirely due to the profound technique of the 9 Tremor Dragon Hand. The surrounding wilderness hunters, seeing their leader, a true martial artist, defeated in a single move, immediately showed fear and scattered like frightened animals. A cold gleam flashed in Yin Xiu's eyes. Trying to run? In the next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already beside one of the fleeing hunters. Under the terrified gaze of that man, Yin Xiu's sword flashed and blood sprayed into the air. This was just the beginning. In the wilderness shrouded in night, Yin Xiu, expressionless, executed the free-flowing dragon step, effortlessly catching up to every hunter attempting to escape. One strike after another, each sword swing claimed a life. When he returned to the original spot, the scar-faced leader of the hunters was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a glaring trail of blood on the ground. Escaped? Yin Xiu's lips curled into a cold smile. Do you really think you can get away? Meanwhile, 100 meters away in the forest, Dao Gu was fleeing desperately. His face was pale with terror, his mind in chaos. How could such a terrifying martial disciple exist in this world? With sheer force alone, he had effortlessly shattered his true essence? Such a thing was unheard of. Run, run. I have to run. As long as I reach that place, it'll be safe. Just then, a chilling voice echoed behind him. Where do you think you're going? Dao Ge's expression changed drastically as he instinctively turned and threw a punch. But before he could complete the movement, a hand landed on his body. Accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar, an overwhelming force instantly shattered all the meridians in his body. Moments later, a shadow emerged from the darkness. No, no, you can't kill me. Dao Ji's face was ashen as he stumbled backward. I'm with the fierce god sect. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Yin Xiu frowned slightly. Fierce god sect? He had never heard of such a force in the martial arts world. But soon, a cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The dead don't talk. With a flash of his sword, Dao Ji's eyes widened in shock before he collapsed to the ground. Yin Xiu cast a long, deliberate glance at the lifeless body before turning and walking away. The Myriad Medicine Pavilion was unusually quiet in the early morning. Mu Zixuan leaned on the counter, yawning while wearing a frustrated expression. That scoundrel. He just disappeared without a word and has been gone for 2 whole days. Is he planning to skip out on me? She was debating whether to storm into the restricted zone to find him when a deliberately low voice interrupted her thoughts. Hello? Is this counter out of service? Go somewhere else. Mu Zixuan waved her hand impatiently. All right then, I'll leave. That voice. Mu Zixuan's head shot up, and sure enough, Yin Xiu was standing in front of her with a playful smirk. You changed your voice on purpose just now, didn't you? Not at all. I've just been digesting the gains from the martial arts secret realm these past 2 days. My throat's a bit dry, Yin Xiu quickly denied, though the flimsy excuse clearly didn't fool the young Miss Mu. Seeing the increasingly dangerous glint in Mu Zixuan's eyes, Yin Xiu hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Fulfill your promise? Mu Zixuan's annoyance vanished instantly. You're taking me to the restricted zone? What else? I rushed back from the wilderness just for this. Fantastic. Mu Zixuan grabbed Yin Xiu's hand and pulled him toward the exit. Let's go right now. The sudden touch of her soft, delicate hand made Yin Xiu freeze. He wanted to pull away, but the warmth and tenderness made him hesitate, and he eventually gave up resisting. After a brief word with her supervisor, the two quickly arrived at the transit center. As they waited, Mu Zixuan suddenly asked, Yin Xiu, what did you just call me back at the Myriad Medicine Pavilion? Miss Mu. Why? Of course there's a problem. Mu Zixuan said seriously. We're already friends. Friends don't call each other Miss or Mr. Da. Yin Xiu initially wanted to deny it, but thinking of the Mu family's help and Mu Zixuan's bravery against the twin calamities, he hesitated. Then what should I call you? Call me Z. Mu Zixuan started, but immediately blushed. No, that's too intimate. Oh, I know. Her eyes lit up. From now on, I'll call you brother, and you call me sister. How about that? Yin Xiu was stunned. Weren't we just talking about being friends? Are you unwilling? Mu Zixuan's tone turned anxious. Yin Xiu suddenly smirked mischievously. Actually, there's an even better title. What is it? You could call me Dad. Yin Xiu, I'm going to kill you. The ensuing chase lasted for a full hour. In the end, Yin Xiu raised his hands in surrender. All right, my bad. I won't do it again. Just I'm sorry. Mu Zixuan glared at him. Then what do you want? Mu Zixuan thought for a moment. If you want my forgiveness, answer me one question. Were you the first place winner in the martial arts secret realm? Yin Xiu's expression turned awkward. Well, sister, didn't you already figure that out? That's different. Guessing is one thing, but hearing you admit it is another. Mu Zixuan gave a sly smile. Isn't that right, brother? Not long after, the two boarded a special train heading for the wilderness. As they entered the carriage, they encountered a familiar face Ren Shaodai, dressed in a tight combat suit, accompanied by 3 men and 2 women. Rin Xiaodai spotted Yin Xiao, but her gaze quickly shifted to Mu Zixuan, whose ethereal demeanor and breathtaking beauty instantly commanded attention. Jealousy flared in Rin Xiaodia's heart as she stormed toward Mu Zixuan, her voice filled with anger. Why? Yin Xiao is just a worthless nobody, and you're the esteemed young miss of the Mu family. Why would you associate with someone like him? Rin Xiaodai's hysteria erupted in the train compartment, her voice filled with disbelief and fury. The three boys who were her companions discreetly distanced themselves, as if the out-of-control girl before them might scorch their social standing. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the compartment. Rin Xiaodai clutched her face, her eyes brimming with shock. You actually hit me? I absolutely did. Mu Zixuan's expression was cold, entirely different from the gentle demeanor she usually displayed around Yin Xiao. Who Mu Zixuan, choose to be friends with is none of your business. But he's Yin Xiao. That loser. Rin Xiaodai shrieked. Slap. Another resounding slap followed. Mu Zixuan was truly enraged. As a peak martial apprentice capable of reaching the 80th level of the martial secret realm, Rin Xiaodai, a mere 7th-tier martial apprentice, was no match for her. Several consecutive slaps landed, and Rin Xiaodai's cheeks quickly swelled. That's enough, Yin Xiao said softly. She's still a young lady from a prominent family in Tianling City. There's no need to tarnish your reputation over someone like her. Mu Zixuan withdrew her hand, leaving Rin Xiaodai squatting on the floor, wailing loudly, her face swollen like a pig's head. A crowd began to gather, and some recognized Mu Zixuan as the daughter of the prestigious Mu family. Before leaving, Mu Zixuan suddenly paused. I remember you, Rin Xiaodai. You used to pursue Yin Xiao, didn't you? Yes, Rin Xiaodai nodded, fear flashing in her eyes. Only now did she truly grasp the terrifying strength of the young lady before her. Let's go, Yang. Mu Zixuan said, casting one last glance at Rin Xiaodai, her gaze a mixture of disdain and pity. That look completely shattered Rin Xiaodai. What gives you the right to pity me? She screamed hysterically. You're the one who deserves pity, Mu Zixuan. How pathetic must you be to befriend a loser? Mu Zixuan didn't respond and disappeared into the crowd with Yin Xiao, leaving only Rin Xiaodai's sobs echoing in the train compartment. The rail train soon entered the wilderness. After disembarking, Yin Xiao kept giving Mu Zixuan a peculiar look during their walk. Say what's on your mind, Mu Zixuan finally said, unable to bear his persistent gaze that gave her goosebumps. It's nothing serious, Yin Xiao said, clicking his tongue in amazement. I just didn't expect the refined daughter of the Mu family to have such a violent side. I was standing up for you, Mu Zixuan retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Thank you. Oh, you're actually thanking me? Never mind. I take it back then. No way, you can't take it back after I've thanked you. Watching Mu Zixuan's puffed-up expression, Yin Xiao couldn't help but genuinely smile. Being called a loser repeatedly had left him feeling frustrated, and he had originally planned to confront Rin Xiaodai himself. But Mu Zixuan had acted first, slapping the woman in public. At that moment, a warmth filled Yin Xiao's heart, and his initial resistance toward Mu Zixuan began to shift toward acceptance. As they passed through the safe zone, the first-tier beasts posed no threat to them. Soon, they reached the boundary of the safe zone, where towering giant swords formed a wall of sword energy, separating the safe zone from the alert zone. Beyond this point is the territory of second-tier beasts, Mu Zixuan said, her expression serious. Although she was regarded as a prodigy among the younger generation and could contend with weaker second-tier low-grade beasts, she still had to be cautious without having condensed her true essence. She glanced at the boy beside her, a faint smile playing on her lips. But with you here, I don't have much to worry about, right, Yang? Yin Xiao regretted agreeing to the sibling-like address back on the train. Her calling him that gave him goosebumps. Let's go. Mu Zixuan stuck out her tongue and followed. The two of them passed through the wall of sword energy and entered the alert zone. This area wasn't unfamiliar to Mu Zixuan. She had been here a few times before under the protection of Uncle Zhang and Uncle Dong, always treading cautiously and avoiding danger whenever possible. Now, traveling alone with Yin Xiao, without any martial artist guards, she found the experience unexpectedly thrilling. Yang, where are we going? Mu Zixuan asked curiously, noticing how purposeful Yin Xiao's steps were. There's a second-tier beast 3 kilometers away. That's my target this time. What kind of beast? Mu Zixuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A crimson flame fox, Yin Xiao replied. Fire red fox? Mu Zixuan thought she must have misheard. This was a mid-tier second-rank beast, a creature even 5th-rank warriors would struggle to handle. And Yin Xiao was saying he wanted to challenge it? She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao's face showed a hint of confusion. What? Is there a problem? He asked. Do you even know what kind of beast the fire red fox is before deciding to challenge it? Mu Zixuan asked irritably. Yin Xiao nodded calmly. Of course I know. A mid-tier second-rank beast, capable of matching a 5th-rank warrior. It's considered a troublesome existence even in the danger zones. And you're still going after it? Why not? Mu Zixuan grew anxious. Of course there's a problem. Brother Yin, that's a mid-tier second-rank beast, and it even wields fire elemental abilities. You might have some secret techniques to save yourself, but what about me? I'm just a martial apprentice. If it targets me, how would I survive? Yin Xiu's lips curved into a slight smile. Well, that depends on your skills, little sister. After all, you did say you wouldn't hold me back. Mu Zixuan was about to retort, but then noticed the teasing glint in Yin Xiu's eyes. It dawned on her that he was messing with her. Hey, Yin, this is a danger zone. There's danger everywhere. Can you be serious for a moment? Just trying to lighten the mood? Yin Xiu shrugged, his mischievous smile returning. What's wrong? Not calling me brother anymore? Call you what? Dream on. After calming herself, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation. She knew Yin Xiu had the ability to defeat second-rank beasts across ranks, and he might have even taken down the infamous twin calamities of heaven and earth, but she had never witnessed how he accomplished such feats. If not the fire red fox, then which beast are you planning to challenge? Yin Xiu raised an eyebrow. When did I ever say it's not the fire red fox? But just now, I was teasing you, but I never said I was changing the target. A mere fire red fox won't put you in danger. Before he could finish, they had already arrived at a forest of crimson maples. The ground was covered in fiery red leaves, and waves of heat radiated through the air. Underneath the largest maple tree, a 2-meter-tall fire red fox lay asleep. Even in its slumber, it exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Mu Zixuan's throat went dry, and her heartbeat quickened. She hadn't expected Yin Xiu to actually seek out the fire red fox, much less venture directly into its territory. Retreat. While it's still asleep, before she could finish, the fire red fox opened its golden, slit-like eyes and fixed its gaze on them. Flames flickered faintly in its mouth. Mu Zixuan's heart sank in panic. Curse Yin Xiu. Why did he insist on challenging such a formidable opponent? If the worst came to pass, she might have to rely on her hidden trump card. Don't panic. Yin Xiu's voice carried a hint of amusement. I wouldn't put myself in danger. Choosing the fire red fox means I'm fully prepared. Are you saying you can take down a mid-tier second-rank beast? Mu Zixuan stared at Yin Xiu in shock. Yin Xiu didn't deny it. Back in the martial training realm, he had already slain numerous mid-tier second-rank beasts. Now, having broken through to the peak of 10th-rank martial apprentice, he possessed the strength of 100 elephants and had mastered techniques like dragon blood refinement, 9 shocks dragon palm, and shattering shadow arts. His power had increased tenfold. If it weren't for concern over Mu Zixuan's safety, he might have even considered challenging a high-tier second-rank beast. A mid-tier second-rank beast, huh? Yin Xiu's gaze locked onto the fire red fox, and a smirk played on his lips. I've killed plenty of them in the martial training realm. This will be my first in the real world. As soon as he finished speaking, the fire red fox unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. Trees in its path were instantly reduced to ash. Yin Xiu could have easily dodged using his free-roaming dragon step, but doing so would leave Mu Zixuan exposed to danger. His expression turned serious as he retrieved a refined-grade weapon, the 7 slaughter blade, from his small cosmos ring. It's the red fox flame. Yin Xiu, get out of the way. Mu Zixuan shouted, her body tense as she watched the overwhelming wave of flames surge toward them. The red fox flame was no ordinary fire. It was a deadly force created by the fire red fox, refining the fire elements of heaven and earth into an inferno stored within its 5 organs. With temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees, it could easily melt steel. Yet, instead of dodging, Yin Xiu stood his ground. Calmly, he drew the 7-kill sword from his storage weapon, raising it slowly. Mu Zixuan stared in disbelief. Was he really planning to face the red fox flame heathen? Whoosh! The 7-kill sword sliced through the air. Though Yin Xiu held no regard for the fire red fox in his heart, he remained cautious in his actions. He channeled his dragon force to its peak, infusing the mysteries of the 9 shocks dragon hand into the 7-kill sword. With a fierce strike, he slashed at the oncoming sea of flames. A 20-fold critical hit? Little fox, you're truly unlucky, Yin Xiu remarked with a cold smirk. The roar of a dragon echoed across the heavens as the sword's light erupted. The massive wave of fire split in two under an immense force, cascading to either side and obliterating countless maple trees in its path. Yin Xiu stood unwavering at the forefront of the flames, his figure illuminated by sunlight, resembling a deity. Am I seeing this right? Did Yin Xiu just cut through the red fox flame? Mu Zixuan's eyes widened in shock. She had assumed Yin Xiu must have had some plan to confront the fire red fox, but she hadn't expected his strength to be this extraordinary. Even a 6th-tier martial artist would typically avoid direct confrontation with the red fox flame. After cleaving through the fire, Yin Xiu wasted no time. Using the free-roaming dragon step, He closed the distance to the fire red fox in an instant. The beast, a second-tier mid-grade fiend with golden vertical pupils, displayed a rare flicker of fear. It clearly hadn't anticipated this human to be so formidable. Letting out an enraged roar, it attempted to unleash the red fox flame once more. Too slow. Yin Xiu's calm voice cut through the tension as his sword moved again. The blade's light pierced the heavens, forming a column of energy accompanied by the draconic roar. The fire red fox shrieked in agony. A deep, bone-revealing wound stretched from its jaw to its abdomen, blood gushing out and igniting the red maple leaves upon contact. Severely injured, the flames it had been preparing fizzled into a mere wisp of smoke. Sensing the looming threat of death, the fire red fox turned to flee. But Yin Xiu, using the free-roaming dragon step once more, caught up effortlessly and inflicted another brutal wound. The battle that followed was one-sided. Gravely injured, the fire red fox stood no chance against Yin Xiu. With a final thrust of the 7-kill sword through its heart, the second-tier mid-grade fiend collapsed, lifeless. You really just killed the fire red fox? A second-tier mid-grade fiend? Mu Zixuan's disbelief was palpable. In her mind, such a fight should have lasted hundreds of exchanges. Yet Yin Xiu had dispatched the beast with only 4 strikes, a feat that would confound even 5th-tier martial artists. What else? Should I have played around with the little fox first, toyed with it a bit before finishing it off? Yin Xiu replied, his expression faintly amused. Mu Zixuan clenched her teeth, resisting the urge to pummel the infuriating man. Yin Xiu, be honest. Are you really just a martial apprentice? She asked, suspicion creeping into her voice. After all, it seemed impossible for a martial apprentice to so effortlessly slay a second-tier mid-grade fiend. Not yet. Yin Xiu shrugged casually. But I've already surpassed the 9th-tier martial apprentice limit and condensed the strength of 100 elephants. Mu Zixuan stared at him, struggling to digest this revelation. As Yin Xiu stored the fire red fox's corpse into his small spatial ring, her gaze lingered, unnerving him. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked, a hint of discomfort in his tone. Nothing. Mu Zixuan's voice was flat. I'm just wondering if you're even human. Yin Xiu frowned, feeling slightly insulted. But before he could respond, his expression turned serious. He quickly stepped in front of Mu Zixuan, signaling her to stay silent. What's wrong? Mu Zixuan asked, her confusion tempered by the understanding that anything capable of making Yin Xiu this cautious must be extraordinary. Suddenly, the surrounding forest erupted into chaos. Birds and beasts scattered in panic, and countless first-tier fiends fled in terror. The ground trembled as a suffocating aura descended upon them. Emerging from the shadows was a massive figure 3 meters tall, with 8 legs, a sickly green body, and horrifying, bulging eyes. The 100-venom spider? Mu Zixuan's face turned pale. The 100-kill poison spider and the crimson fox were both mid-tier second-rank ferocious beasts, but their strength was worlds apart. This spider-like beast not only possessed the power of a peak 6th-rank martial artist, but its venom and unique web were so dangerous that even 7th-rank warriors were reluctant to provoke it. Mu Zixuan was filled with doubt. By all logic, second-rank beasts had a strict sense of territoriality. This was clearly the domain of the crimson fox, so the 100-kill poison spider shouldn't have appeared here. As she watched the massive shadow of the spider approach, a wave of tension gripped her. Stay here and don't move. Make sure to protect yourself, Yin Xiu said, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Are you going to kill the 100-kill poison spider? Of course. Yin Xiu's lips curled into a faint smile. I was just wondering who my next target would be. Since it came knocking, how could I let it go? Mu Zixuan opened her mouth, intending to remind him that this was a spider even 7th-rank warriors dreaded. But then she recalled the astonishing scene where Yin Xiu had effortlessly slain the crimson fox with 4 sword strikes. She quickly dismissed the thought. Instead of worrying about this monstrous man, she figured she should focus on finding a safe place to hide. Before she could say another word, Yin Xiu had already made his move. With his signature dragon force, 9-shock dragon palm, and the ethereal dragon step, his attack was accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar as his sword aimed straight for the 100-kill poison spider. Congratulations! Your attack achieved a 200x critical hit multiplier. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook violently as if a mountain had collapsed. Hiding behind a massive maple tree, Mu Zixuan could clearly feel the intense tremor. She thought to herself that the 100-kill poison spider was far stronger than the crimson fox. Its web could slice through steel with ease, and its venom could dissolve a martial artist into liquid within 10 seconds. Even with Yin Xiu's extraordinary skills, it would likely take him at least half an hour to defeat this beast. Am I hiding too close? Maybe I should find another spot. Just as she was mulling over her situation, a large hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. What are you muttering about over here? A familiar voice rang out. Startled, Mu Zixuan instinctively swung her palm in a defensive strike, but her attack was easily dodged. Miss Mu, are you trying to kill someone? Yin Xiu teased with mock anger. No, you just scared me. Mu Zixuan replied sheepishly, then realized something was off. Wait, weren't you fighting the 100-kill poison spider? It's already taken care of, Yin Xiu said calmly. Taken care of? Mu Zixuan's eyes widened. You just started fighting. Don't try to fool me. She crossed her arms and tilted her head in defiance, looking smug. Yin Xiu silently stepped aside and pointed into the distance. The body of the 100-kill poison spider is over there. See for yourself if you don't believe me. Following his gesture, Mu Zixuan looked over and her pupils constricted again. The once menacing 100-kill poison spider now lay lifeless on the ground, its body severed in half. Green, corrosive blood seeped into the soil, sizzling ominously. How is this possible? Not even a minute has passed. It just had bad luck, Yin Xiu explained nonchalantly. Before they could catch their breath, another menacing aura swept over them. The rustling of maple leaves and the scattering of birds and beasts heralded the arrival of a massive figure. With an earth-shaking roar, a colossal creature charged toward them. A mid-tier second-rank ferocious beast, the roaring Vajra gorilla? Mu Zixuan's voice trembled with disbelief. Why is there another one? What followed was even more astonishing. Over the next short while, 5 mid-tier second-rank beasts appeared one after another, their strengths ranging from 4th to 6th rank martial artists. Yin Xiu dispatched them all within minutes, collecting materials that nearly filled his spatial storage ring. He had to store the most valuable items in his subspace while reluctantly discarding the rest. Yet despite the bountiful loot, Yin Xiu's expression grew more serious. His brows furrowed in thought. Second-rank beasts were supposed to have strong territorial instincts. They shouldn't have left their domains so easily, let alone appeared in such quick succession. Moreover, their behavior seemed unusually frenzied. Yang, something feels off, Mu Zixuan said worriedly. I've been to the warning zone before, but I've never seen second-rank beasts this active. I have a theory, but I need more evidence to confirm it. Before he could finish, another deafening roar shook the ground. Looking up, they saw a towering figure made of massive stones. Resembling a moving mountain, it was a high-tier second-rank ferocious beast, the stone giant. The stone giant loomed ahead, its massive body constructed from colossal boulders, exuding an oppressive aura imbued with the power of the earth. Among second-tier high-grade beasts, its attack power was not particularly remarkable, even inferior to that of the 100-venom spider. However, its nearly impenetrable defense made it a formidable challenge even for peak martial artists. Move, Yin Xiu commanded in a low voice, turning decisively without hesitation. This was not out of fear. In fact, beasts with strong defenses but weak attacks were his preferred targets for hunting. With his boundless critical strike system, as long as he stayed alive, there was always a chance for a devastating blow to take down his opponent. But at this moment, a dreadful suspicion compelled him to retreat. Mu Zixuan followed suit without delay. However, before they had gone far, a massive shadow descended from the sky, a giant eagle, its body crackling with electric light, soared above, radiating a suffocating pressure. A second-tier high-grade beast, the thunderclap eagle. Change direction, Yin Xiu said grimly, his suspicions growing stronger. For the next stretch of time, the two repeatedly altered their route, attempting to break through and return to Tianling City. Yet, strangely, the second-tier beasts, which typically stayed within their territories, seemed unusually active, appearing in all directions. During this escape, they were even forced into direct combat with 2 second-tier mid-grade beasts. Although they ultimately defeated them, the battles only attracted more attention from the surrounding beasts. There's no way out. We have to stop, Yin Xiu sighed, standing atop a towering tree and gazing at the overwhelming horde of beasts ahead. But the Martial Arts Guild assessed that Warning Zone 43651 wasn't highly dangerous. Why are there so many second-tier beasts here? Mu Zixuan asked, her expression heavy as the roars of beasts echoed around them. These beasts don't belong to this warning zone, Yin Xiu said, his eyes dark and contemplative. I've explored this area for a long time and know the distribution of second-tier beasts here well. Their actual numbers wouldn't exceed 100, let alone this many. If I'm not mistaken, these beasts have come from dangerous zones or even forbidden zones. Forbidden zones? The weight of those words sank heavily into both of their chests. Forbidden zones were home to 4th-tier beasts, known as catastrophe-level beasts for their devastating destructive power, which only Grand Martial Masters could contend with. And in all of Tianling City, there was only one Grand Martial Master, the City Lord and Martial Arts Guild President, Xia Shang's great-grandfather. Could it really be a beast tide? Mu Zixuan's voice trembled. A beast tide was humanity's most terrifying disaster. When it occurred, countless beasts would surge toward the nearest human city like a relentless flood. First-tier beasts were mere cannon fodder, while second and third-tier beasts formed the main force. Even fourth-tier beasts might appear. In Tianlong City, which guarded the absolute death wasteland, such a situation would be even more catastrophic. Yin Xiu recalled the beast tide from a year ago. It was during that calamity that he was severely injured by a second-tier beast, losing not only his cultivation but also suffering damage to his martial foundation. He hadn't expected another beast tide to emerge so soon. Not necessarily, Yin Xiu began, but his words were abruptly cut off. Boom. In the distance, a monstrous creature appeared, a dual-headed lion with a body wreathed in flames and lightning, its aura far surpassing that of second-tier beasts. Wherever it passed, second-tier beasts scattered in fear, and those too slow to escape were incinerated by fire and lightning, leaving no trace behind. Yin Xiu and Mu Zixuan held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They recognized the beast. It was a third-tier mid-grade beast, the Thunderfire Lion. Only when the fearsome Thunderfire Lion disappeared over the horizon did they exhale, their foreheads slick with cold sweat. It's definitely a beast tide, Mu Zixuan said, her gaze fixed on the direction where the Thunderfire Lion had vanished. Third-tier beasts had an even stronger sense of territoriality than second-tier ones. They would never leave their domain unless driven out by catastrophe-level beasts. And that was a clear sign of an impending beast tide. Call your grandfather, Yin Xiu said, his eyes scanning the countless beasts below. Tianling City may already be aware of the beast tide, but just in case, notify him. When the call connected, Mu Yinglong was deeply worried upon learning that his granddaughter was trapped in the beast tide. He only felt slightly reassured after hearing that Yin Xiu was with her. After a brief exchange, the call ended. What now? Stay hidden. Don't get discovered. Then wait. Wait? You mean wait for the beast tide to pass, for the area to become safe, and then find a way to escape? Yin Xiu nodded. While he was capable of challenging second-tier high-grade beasts, that was in unknown scenarios. Now, with countless beasts prowling the area and the occasional oppressive aura of even greater threats looming in the distance, exposing themselves would mean near-certain death for martial apprentices like them. But just then, a piercing screech tore through the air. A giant bird dove toward them, its sharp talons aimed directly at Yin Xiu and Mu Zixuan. They had been discovered. The silhouette of the bloodstreak bird cut through the sky, tracing a crimson arc. This Tier 2 mid-grade ferocious beast, infamous for its claws that could effortlessly tear through refined steel, was now diving at an astonishing speed. A dragon's roar suddenly echoed across the heavens. Yin Xiu reacted swiftly, executing the 9-shock dragon hand in the blink of an eye. The 7-kill sword, imbued with a terrifying vibrational force, slashed toward the oncoming giant bird. The system prompt appeared. This attack triggered a 1/700x critical hit. The sword light streaked through the air in a flash. The bloodstreak bird didn't even have time to cry out before it was cleaved in two and crashed heavily to the ground amidst a rain of blood. One strike to kill a Tier 2 mid-grade beast? Mu Zixuan, though not witnessing this for the first time, couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. However, Yin Xiu, who had just landed a massive critical hit and ended the battle in an instant, showed no sign of joy. Instead, his expression grew even more serious as he scanned the surroundings. The nearby beasts halted their movements at the sound, their gazes all locking onto the massive maple tree. A bloodthirsty red light flickered in their eyes. The worst-case scenario had finally come to pass. We've been discovered. Let's move. Yin Xiu, realizing there was no way to avoid confrontation, steeled himself. A flash of determination crossed his eyes as he leaped down. The dragon's roar resounded again as his sword light swept across, killing several beasts in an instant. Yet, this small-scale slaughter was insignificant against the overwhelming tide of beasts. More ferocious creatures surged forward like an unstoppable wave. Just as Yin Xiu prepared to swing his sword again, a light voice came from beside him. Let me handle this. It was Mu Zixuan who stepped forward. She drew a violet longsword radiating an extraordinary aura, far surpassing the quality of refined-grade weapons. Wherever the blade passed, lightning crackled, and in the blink of an eye, she had slain over a dozen Tier 1 beasts. Yin Xiu's face showed a trace of surprise. By conventional standards, a martial practitioner's power stemmed from the energy derived from their blood essence. Yet this young lady from the Mu family could command lightning? Don't underestimate me, all right? Mu Zixuan, noticing Yin Xiu's astonishment, shot him an annoyed glance. I may not be as strong as you, but I got into Tsangqing Martial Academy and made it to the 80th level of the Trial Secret Realm. Against Tier 2 beasts, even if I can't kill them outright, I can hold my ground for a while. Capable of holding her own against a Tier 2 beast at the martial practitioner level? Yin Xiu had to admit he had underestimated her before. Roar, roar, roar. Several deafening growls interrupted their exchange. A group of beasts charged toward them, one of which was a Tier 2, while the others were high-grade Tier 1. We'll take care of the Tier 2 one. The rest are yours, Yin Xiu said as he moved to strike. Mu Zixuan knew this was the best course of action and nodded in agreement, her body surrounded by crackling lightning as she dashed into battle. For an ordinary martial practitioner, surviving an encounter with a Tier 2 beast would already be considered fortunate. But such logic clearly didn't apply to Yin Xiu. The Tier 2 low-grade beast stood no chance against the vibrational force of the 9-shock dragon hand, and was sliced into pieces within moments by the 7-kill sword. Meanwhile, Mu Zixuan swiftly finished off her opponents. The Tier 1 beasts were no match for her. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, like a swarm of locusts. For every few they defeated, countless more surged forward. We can't keep fighting here. We need to break through. Yin Xiu, slashing down another beast, quickly realized the problem. This was a beast tide. The entire wilderness had been mobilized, and there was no end to the creatures. The longer they stayed, the more their stamina would be drained, and the greater the risk of attracting even more terrifying beasts. But which direction should they break through? Yin Xiu found himself in a dilemma. Toward Tianling City? He immediately dismissed the idea. During a beast tide, countless creatures were converging on that base city, including Tier 3 beasts and possibly even Calamity level ones. No matter how confident he was, Yin Xiu knew he was no match for a Tier 3 beast. Should they head deeper into the wilderness? Yin Xiu hesitated. Beyond the alert zone lay the danger zone, home to Tier 3 beasts as well. While the beast tide might have reduced their numbers, there was no guarantee they wouldn't encounter one. As he deliberated, a clear voice rang out. I know a place that's absolutely safe. We can break through in that direction. Absolutely safe? Yin Xiu was stunned. He couldn't imagine what place in the wilderness could be considered safe amidst a beast tide. Mu Zixuan hesitated, her expression conflicted. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth and said, It's my biggest secret, one even my grandfather doesn't know. You can't tell anyone? What kind of place is it? Yin Xiu started to ask, but another wave of beasts, including a Tier 2 mid-grade one, interrupted, forcing him to focus on the battle. After slaying the Tier 2 mid-grade beast, Yin Xiu seized a moment to catch his breath and said decisively, All right, let's go to the place you mentioned. You lead the way and he'll cover you. No need, Mu Zixuan replied, shaking her head. Yin Xiu was momentarily puzzled, but before he could ask, he was stunned once again. Mu Zixuan's body suddenly radiated with electric light as the sound of thunder roared. In the blinding brilliance, the beasts near her were instantly reduced to charred remains. In that moment, she seemed to have transformed into lightning itself. I can't maintain this state for long. Yin Xiu, keep up with me and don't get lost. Before her words had fully settled, Mu Zixuan had already turned into a streak of lightning, speeding into the depths of the wilderness. Yin Xiu was filled with questions. How could Mu Zixuan, a mere martial practitioner, wield lightning? And what was this absolutely safe place? But now was not the time for inquiries. He quickly activated his drifting dragon step and followed the trail of lightning. The more he chased, the more astonished he became. Mu Zixuan, in her lightning form, was unbelievably fast, surpassing the limits of a martial practitioner. Without his drifting dragon step and several critical hits boosting his speed, he might have been left behind. Even more shocking was the destructive power of the lightning surrounding her. Wherever she passed, the ground was scorched black, and countless beasts were reduced to ash. This young lady from the Mu family clearly harbored an extraordinary secret. Fortunately, they encountered no Tier 3 beasts along the way, and even Tier 2 high-grade ones were rare. After relentless fighting, the density of beasts around them began to thin noticeably. Yin Xiu surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, his brow furrowing. This area had no coordinates and appeared to be an uncharted zone unexplored or evaluated by the Martial Arts Association. The unknown wilderness usually stems from two scenarios. Yin Xiu advanced while pondering. The first scenario involves treacherous terrain, so dangerous that even the strength of a base city cannot explore it. Such areas are typically marked with warning signs by the Martial Arts Guild. However, during his journey, he hadn't seen any such warnings. Clearly, this place belonged to the second scenario, Virgin Land, yet to be discovered by the Martial Arts Guild. Zizi. As he was contemplating how Mu Zixuan had found this place, a sudden crackle of electricity interrupted his thoughts. A fleeting numbness spread across his arm. Though the current wasn't strong, it was enough to put Yin Xiu on high alert. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed two peculiarities. The traces of ferocious beasts had almost entirely disappeared, and faint electric currents occasionally flickered through the air, barely noticeable unless closely observed. Electricity in the air. Yin Xiu's heart sank. By now, Mu Zixuan had already stopped moving. The arcs of electricity around her body gradually dissipated, leaving her visibly drained. She staggered slightly, but Yin Xiu quickly reached out to steady her. Thank you, she murmured softly, her cheeks flushing as she felt the warmth of his strong arm. Yin Xiu, however, didn't pay attention to her gratitude, his focus entirely on the surroundings. What is this place, and why is there electricity in the air? After regaining some strength, Mu Zixuan steadied herself and replied quietly, "This is the Thunder Pool." Thunder Pool? Yin Xiu looked puzzled. He had never heard of such a name. However, the strange phenomena around them explained why no beasts could be found nearby. It's hard to explain in just a few words. Come with me, and you'll understand, Mu Zixuan said without elaborating further, leading Yin Xiu deeper into the area. Along the way, sporadic arcs of electricity struck Yin Xiu, sending waves of numbness through him. Fortunately, the current wasn't strong enough to cause serious harm. Even though no beasts were in sight, Yin Xiu remained highly vigilant. In contrast, Mu Zixuan appeared familiar with the path, walking with ease and confidence. After about 20 minutes, the two arrived at the edge of a cliff. Mu Zixuan stopped and gazed downward, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Curious, Yin Xiu stepped closer and was stunned by what he saw. This was no ordinary cliff, but a colossal thunder pool. Within the pool, golden and purple lightning flowed like liquid, dazzling and intimidating in equal measure. No wonder the air was electrified. This place truly lived up to its name, a pool of thunder and lightning. Brother Yin, Mu Zixuan spoke softly, I bet you're curious. How is it that someone like me, just a martial apprentice, can wield lightning? Yin Xiu nodded. When he first saw her sword strikes surrounded by electric arcs, he assumed it was the effect of a martial weapon. But later, when she wrapped herself in lightning and moved like a bolt of electricity, he realized this young lady from the Mu family was hiding a significant secret. Now, seeing this thunder pool, he had a vague idea. So, Mu Zixuan asked, have you guessed it yet? Are you a natural-born combat physique? Yin Xiu asked gravely. In the martial world, combat physiques were extremely rare but highly compatible with martial arts. Throughout history, there had been numerous types of combat physiques, such as the true dragon physique with innate dragon force, the evergreen physique with incredible vitality, and the true thunder physique, perfectly aligned with thunder and lightning. Mu Zixuan nodded at first, then shook her head. I do have a combat physique, but it isn't innate. What do you mean? Yin Xiu's curiosity was piqued. Now that she had brought Yin Xiu to the thunder pool, Mu Zixuan saw no reason to hide the truth. After organizing her thoughts, she began to recount her story. About 7 years ago, my grandfather wanted me to gain some worldly experience, so he took me on an expedition to the warning zone. Unexpectedly, a Tier 3 beast wandered out of its territory and appeared in the warning zone. Yin Xiu shook his head inwardly. Mu Long, the renowned elder, was truly audacious, treating the wilderness like his backyard and even bringing his young granddaughter along for an adventure. Yin Xiu could already guess part of what happened next. My grandfather, though a martial master at the time, struggled against the Tier 3 beast. He had no choice but to hide me in what he thought was a secure spot before going to face the beast. Mu Zixuan continued, her chest heaving with emotion, clearly still upset. But that spot wasn't secure at all. It had already been discovered by another beast. I was snatched away without any suspense. Yin Xiu tensed. And then, Mu Zixuan's eyes flickered with a trace of fear. That beast didn't eat me. Instead, it took me to this thunder pool and threw me directly into it. Threw you in? Yin Xiu glanced at the golden, liquid-like lightning below, his hair standing on end. Could this Mu family heiress actually be a ghost? Mu Zixuan suddenly frowned, scrutinizing him. Are you thinking something ridiculous? Of course not, Yin Xiu quickly denied. Really? Absolutely. Then why do I feel like you're not being honest? Mu Zixuan's sharp intuition left Yin Xiu speechless. Sensing she might press further, he quickly changed the subject. What happened next? You can probably guess. Mu Zixuan took a deep breath. I didn't die. Instead, the baptism of the thunder pool forged my purple thunder physique, and I even obtained a cultivation technique called 9 Heavens Purple Thunder Art. Yin Xiu drew in a sharp breath. Though he had anticipated something extraordinary, hearing it firsthand left him deeply shaken. This thunder pool could actually create a purple thunder physique? Standing at the edge of the pool, he felt a surge of temptation. If I jump in now, could I gain the purple thunder physique too? I strongly advise against it, Mu Zixuan said with a hint of amusement. My experience was 9 fluke. If you jump in, I guarantee you won't last 2 seconds before being reduced to ashes. Yin Xiu's first instinct was disbelief. A flash of unwillingness and doubt crossed his eyes. After all, they were both human. Back then, Mu Zixuan was only 11 or 12 years old, not even a martial apprentice, yet she managed to forge the purple thunder battle body in the thunder pool. Meanwhile, he had the infinite critical strike system, mastered numerous grandmaster techniques, and rose through adversity. How could he possibly be inferior to her back then? As his thoughts churned, Mu Zixuan calmly added, when I fell into the thunder pool, there was a powerful will contained within it. It was under that will's protection that I emerged unscathed from the thunder and was able to cultivate the purple thunder battle body. The nine heavens purple thunder technique was also taught to me by it. And now? Yin Xiu asked after a long silence. That will was already at its limit. After helping me form the purple thunder battle body, it dissipated. Yin Xiu took 2 steps back silently before angrily exclaiming, "Something so important, and you didn't say anything earlier. Did I not say it early enough?" Early enough. Yang, you weren't just thinking of jumping into the thunder pool to forge your own purple thunder battle body, were you? No. Really no? Really no. Of course, Yin Xiu wouldn't admit it. If Mu Zixuan had spoken a moment later, he might have actually jumped in. Seeing that Mu Zixuan was about to press further, Yin Xiu quickly changed the subject. By the way, is there something else beneath the thunder pool? His question wasn't baseless within the liquid-like thunder. The faint outlines of something seemed to flicker. Though indistinct, its presence felt undeniably real. Do you want to go take a look? Mu Zixuan asked. Is that even possible? Yin Xiu hesitated. The golden thunder in the pool was terrifyingly intense. Just being near it caused a burning sting on his skin. If he really jumped in, he'd likely be reduced to nothing within seconds. Normally, it wouldn't be, Mu Zixuan replied. But that will left me a secret path to the bottom of the thunder pool when it taught me the 9 heavens purple thunder technique. It's absolutely safe. As she spoke, Mu Zixuan grabbed Yin Xiu and led him away from the cliff. The secret path wasn't near the thunder pool but rather beside a withered tree about 100 meters away. Mu Zixuan extended her hand, lightning flickering at her fingertips, and a previously non-existent path gradually revealed itself. This is a spatial passageway, Yin Xiu murmured after a moment of thought, quickly grasping the concept. Mu Zixuan nodded. According to that will, this passageway was left as a backdoor for the gatekeeper. In other words, for me, gatekeeper, you'll find out soon enough. The two entered the secret passage one after the other. This passage wasn't a physical structure but rather a space torn open and stabilized by immense power. The surroundings overlapped with reality yet felt surreal, as if they were walking through a vivid illusion. Suddenly, a sense of intuition struck Yin Xiu, prompting him to look up. Above, endless golden thunder flashed, flowing like liquid. Even separated by a layer of illusion, its presence was chilling. Are we under the thunder pool now? Yin Xiu asked, feeling his scalp tingle. Sort of. Mu Zixuan nodded and shook her head simultaneously. According to that will, this passage doesn't exist in the real world. It's more like a secret realm. It appears to be beneath the thunder pool, but they're not in the same dimension. Only then did Yin Xiu breathe a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the boundary above them might fail to contain the golden thunder. Despite its illusory appearance, the path was surprisingly short. Before long, an imposing palace came into view. It was a bronze palace, wrapped in countless golden chains crackling with electricity. The massive bronze doors were covered in incomprehensible, twisted symbols that made one dizzy at a glance. The thunder pool exists to suppress this bronze palace? Yin Xiu's mind conjured a chilling realization. Obviously, yes, Mu Zixuan confirmed with a nod. What's inside this bronze palace that requires such a grand suppression? Yin Xiu was stunned. The golden thunder was unimaginably terrifying. Even martial masters and those of higher levels would be reduced to nothing in an instant. And yet, this terrifying thunder pool existed solely to suppress a single bronze palace. I don't know. That will didn't say. Mu Zixuan shook her head, her expression growing serious. It only told me to never attempt to open the bronze palace's doors. Behind them lies a place of unimaginable terror. So your role as gatekeeper is to guard this bronze door. Yes. Yin Xiu began examining the bronze palace closely. The structure was seamless, as if cast from a single piece of metal. Aside from its lack of joints, there seemed to be nothing extraordinary about it. He touched the walls, but they felt unremarkable. He considered testing the palace's resilience with a sword strike, but ultimately decided against it. Mu Zixuan's warning and the ominous presence of the thunder pool above convinced him to abandon the idea. Triggering some forbidden mechanism and unleashing the golden thunder would be far too reckless. However, the bronze door was inscribed with nearly 1,000 twisted, bizarre symbols, as though carved forcefully by someone. Yin Xiu didn't recognize them and intended to glance over them quickly, but the moment his gaze fell on the symbols, a phantom-like whisper echoed in his ears. Ascend to the other shore. Transcend the myriad realms. Unyielding across worlds, eternal and undying. Time dares not sing its name, and ages dare not remember its form. Offer the supreme Tao, burn the rules and order. The previously incomprehensible symbols seemed to come alive, unraveling profound mysteries before him. Yin Xiu became completely engrossed, oblivious to the passage of time. Hey, Yang, what's wrong with you? Snap out of it, wake up. The sound of Mu Zixuan's voice jolted Yin Xiu back to reality. Yin Xiu was drenched in cold sweat, his heart gripped with shock and fear. Just moments ago, the twisted symbols on the bronze palace door seemed to come alive, emanating an overwhelming power that ensnared his consciousness. If not for Mu Zixuan calling out to him in time, he might have remained entranced indefinitely, eventually withering into nothing but a pile of bones over the ages. Don't worry, Mu Zixuan said quickly, noticing the cold sweat on his face and assuming her words had frightened him. She reassured him, this bronze palace is incredibly sturdy. Without some external force, it won't suffer any damage even after another 100,000 years. According to that will, it's almost impossible for such a force to exist in this world. Yin Xiu didn't respond. Instead, he delved into his spiritual sea, entering a state of meditation. During the moment when those twisted symbols had drawn him in, he distinctly felt an unfamiliar cultivation technique being infused into his body. This method of inheritance was entirely different from that of the martial training's secret realm's creator, more profound and enigmatic. As soon as he entered meditation, his once dark consciousness was suddenly filled with nearly 1,000 symbols. These symbols weren't static but moved as if alive, constantly shifting and evolving, as though they were demonstrating some mysterious principle. Is this a cultivation technique? Why does it feel so sinister? Yin Xiu shuddered inwardly. He had never heard of a living cultivation technique before. What's wrong? Is something not right? Mu Zixuan asked nervously when she saw him sitting in silence with his eyes closed. Yin Xiu opened his eyes and shook his head. It's nothing, just something on my mind. After hesitating for a moment, he pointed toward the bronze door and asked, Mu Zixuan, when you looked at those symbols, did you? Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. The twisted symbols that had seemed etched onto the bronze door with immense force had vanished without a trace. The door's surface was now smooth and pristine, as though it had never borne any markings. Yang, what are you talking about? There were never any symbols on the bronze door. Mu Zixuan frowned in confusion. At that moment, something even more alarming occurred. As the twisted symbols in Yin Xiu's spiritual sea continued to shift and change, the nameless cultivation technique began to operate on its own. Yin Xiu tried to stop it, but found himself utterly powerless. Oh, now that you mention it, there's something I recall. Mu Zixuan's expression grew serious. Before that will dissipated, it specifically warned that if knocking sounds suddenly came from behind the bronze door, we mustn't make a sound or respond in any way. Bang! A loud crash abruptly interrupted her words. It wasn't a polite knock, but an intense, forceful pounding on the door, coming from the other side of the bronze gate. The banging grew increasingly rapid and violent, causing the entire palace to tremble. The golden chains clattered noisily, and streaks of lightning burst forth from them, attempting to suppress whatever was stirring. Under the influence of the nameless cultivation technique, Yin Xiu could sense the bronze palace awakening from its slumber, as though it was regaining life from the depths of deathly stillness. He desperately tried to halt the technique's operation, but it was like trying to stop a runaway machine completely beyond his control. Get out of here, now! Yin Xiu shouted urgently. Although he didn't know what would happen if the bronze palace fully awakened, he had a strong premonition that it wouldn't be good and certainly not something a mere martial apprentice like him could handle. Mu Zixuan had already sprung into action, dragging Yin Xiu as they fled at top speed. Unlike their leisurely pace on the way in, the two now pushed themselves to their limits, terrified that the terrifying presence behind the door might catch up. In less than half a minute, they escaped the secret realm's passageway and returned to the real world. Look over there. Mu Zixuan pointed toward the thunder pool, her voice trembling. Yin Xiu turned to look and his face turned pale. The golden, liquid lightning was boiling violently, resembling water brought to a rapid boil. At the bottom of the pool, a faint, shadowy figure was becoming clearer, as though it was about to reveal its true form. The hearts of the two martial apprentices pounded in their chests. If the bronze palace broke through the thunder pool and whatever was behind the door emerged, they would undoubtedly perish. Thankfully, whether it was because they had left the secret realm and severed the connection to the nameless cultivation technique, or due to some other reason, the pounding on the door gradually subsided. The boiling thunder pool also began to calm, and the shadowy figure at its bottom grew faint and indistinct once more. Yin Xiu let out a long breath of relief before frowning and asking, what just happened? I don't know. This is the first time I've encountered anything like this, Mu Zixuan stammered, thinking Yin Xiu was blaming her. She hurriedly explained, that will only mention that the door leads to an extremely terrifying place, but didn't say anything about something terrifying trying to come out. Yin Xiu remained silent. He knew the bronze palace's abnormality was caused by the nameless cultivation technique, but given the technique's sinister nature, he decided not to tell Mu Zixuan about it for now. Let's go. Enough time has passed. The beast tide should be near Tianling City by now. There might not be as many fierce beasts roaming the wilderness as before. Let's see if we can make it back. Before he could finish, Yin Xiu suddenly froze in place. The nameless cultivation technique was devouring other techniques. Yin Xiu initially couldn't believe his own senses. A technique that could devour other techniques? Such a thing was unheard of in the entire martial arts world. But as he focused all his attention on sensing it, he had to accept the astonishing truth: this nameless technique was simultaneously consuming the blood Qi 9 refinements, the 8 extreme sky-breaking technique, and the dragon blood 100 refinements. Wait a moment. Just as Mu Zixuan suggested they return to Tianling City, Yin Xiu suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? My cultivation has hit a snag. I need to sort it out immediately. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yin Xiu executed the free-roaming dragon step, darting 100 meters away to find a quiet spot where he could sit and meditate. This unprecedented turn of events shook him to his core. A technique being devoured, what could this possibly mean? If his cultivation were to be completely wiped out, Yin Xiu didn't dare let his thoughts go further. He had already experienced the agony of falling from the heights of power to the depths of despair once before. He had no desire to endure it again. Plunging his consciousness into his sea of awareness and entering a meditative state, Yin Xiu gained a deeper understanding of the nameless technique. It was like a massive furnace, treating other techniques as raw or to be smelted, refined, and purified. Even more astonishing, it would reassemble the essence of these techniques based on the practitioner's traits, creating the most suitable martial path for them. This means that as long as I gather enough techniques, I can integrate them and forge an invincible path uniquely my own. Yin Xiu's heart surged with excitement. As he examined his martial skills, he discovered that the 9 Tremor Dragon Hand, the free-roaming dragon step, the fragmented shadow technique, and others had also been absorbed by the nameless technique. However, they hadn't disappeared. Instead, they were reborn in a more powerful form, perfectly aligned with his new method of cultivation. In that case, I'll call this new technique Infinite Method, Yin Xiu murmured to himself. And the new attack skill that merges multiple martial techniques will be named Infinite Martial Technique, First Form. Infinite Dragon Sword. Although his raw energy hadn't increased, Yin Xiu could feel that his combat strength had risen by at least 40%. Yet, the thought of the eerie knocking sound from that fearsome presence in the Bronze Palace, when he activated the nameless technique, still lingered in his mind, filling him with unease. Where exactly did this technique originate? When he strolled back to Mu Zixuan's side, she spoke before he could say anything, her voice filled with concern. Don't worry, Brother Yin. Even if you lose your cultivation again, you still have me. As long as I'm around, no beast in the wilderness will ever harm you. Yin Xiu looked utterly puzzled, struggling to grasp Mu Zixuan's concern. The young girl before him appeared anxious, her tone tinged with worry. Brother Yin, even if your cultivation regresses, I believe you can rise again. You're the peerless genius who conquered the 120th level of the martial arts secret realm and even outshone Li Hani. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice softened. I will help you too. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Xiu finally understood what she was thinking and couldn't help but chuckle. Mu Zixuan, don't tell me you think something went wrong with my cultivation technique, causing my realm to drop or my powers to be lost? Only then did Mu Zixuan notice that, although Yin Xiu had returned on foot, he carried himself with an air of composure, showing no sign of frustration. Yin Xiu shot her an exasperated glance. Of course not. There have been some changes to my cultivation technique, but they're all positive and have nothing to do with a drop in my realm. As for the fact that his combat power had increased significantly, he thought it unnecessary to mention. I see. Mu Zixuan let out a long sigh of relief. Having been the one to take Yin Xiu to the Thunder Pool and the Bronze Palace, she would have been plagued with guilt if anything had truly gone wrong. With the misunderstanding resolved, the two decided to return to Tianling City immediately. By now, the beast tide had been raging for over an hour. Most of the ferocious beasts had likely reached the city walls, reducing the dangers in the wilderness. It was the perfect time to make their way back. On the road, Yin Xiu felt a warm sense of gratitude as he recalled Mu Zixuan's earlier concern. He had once believed he would never have friends again, but reality had proven him wrong. Meanwhile, the scene outside Tianling City was one of sheer terror. At the base of the towering 10-meter-high walls, a sea of Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts surged forward, roaring deafeningly as they desperately tried to scale the walls and tear into human flesh. Atop the walls, a dozen figures stood resolute. Men and women, dressed in various attires, they all shared one thing in common: a powerful aura radiating from them as they gazed coldly at the seemingly endless beast tide. They're here, someone murmured. The warriors' gazes all turned toward the distance, their expressions grim. From the wilderness came terrifying roars, and massive Tier 3 beasts began to emerge. There was a twin-headed thunderfire lion wreathed in flames and lightning, an 8-meter-tall, snow-white cloud-wind tiger, and a 16-legged, jet-black purgatory spider queen with blood-red eyes. These beasts exuded an overwhelming aura far beyond Tier 2. and wherever they passed, lesser beasts scattered in fear or were crushed into pulp if they moved too slowly. So many of them, someone exclaimed in shock. More than 10 Tier 3 beasts had already appeared, with possibly more on the way. Considering that Tianling City had only a dozen warriors, the numbers were nearly even. Deanly spoke in a deep voice. These Tier 3 beasts are waiting for reinforcements. We can't wait any longer. If their numbers surpass ours, Tianling City will face disaster. According to the rules of the Human Federation, whenever a beast tide occurred, all warriors were required to prioritize the protection of the city and could not shirk their duty. 4 high-level base cities, warriors, grandmasters, and martial arts masters were obligated to confront the threat hidden. As the dean of Blue Rain Academy and one of Tianling City's few warriors, Dean Li naturally stood atop the city walls. Agreed. Old Li's eyes may be failing, but he's right about this. Red Sun Academy's Dean chimed in, taking the opportunity to tease his rival. Who are you calling blind? Dean Li glared at him. Your eyesight is indeed poor, Dean Zalei added, joining the banter. As the three quarreled, a commanding and oppressive voice cut through the tension. An elderly figure stepped forward. It was none other than Xia Tianfeng, Tianling City's sole grandmaster. Enough. This is no time for infighting. With the beast tied at our doorstep, Tianling City's survival is at stake. Protecting the city is our shared responsibility. The three deans, whose combined ages neared 200, immediately fell silent and nodded respectfully. It was thanks to Xia Tianfeng, the city's guardian, that Tianling City had been able to repel beast tides time and again. Li Zhengbai is right. We can't wait any longer. All warriors, attack now. We must eliminate these Tier 3 beasts before their reinforcements arrive. Understood. The warriors responded in unison. Leaping from the walls, they charged toward the Tier 3 beasts, their bodies radiating martial intent and surging with energy. Any Tier 1 or Tier 2 beast in their path was swiftly slain. The Tier 3 beasts roared in fury, their overwhelming power clashing with the warriors as they engaged in a fierce battle. Although the beasts numbered over 10, the warriors had the advantage in numbers for now, maintaining the upper hand. However, it would take time to bring the fight to a decisive end. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Xia Tianfeng remained on the city walls, his gaze fixed on the mist-shrouded wilderness, as if awaiting something. He was waiting for the mastermind behind this beast, tied the Calamity-class beast that had emerged from the Forbidden Zone. Sure enough, a deep, resonant roar echoed, and a towering 15-meter figure emerged from the dense fog. The creature had 4 snake heads, each wielding a different elemental power. Even a mere trace of its aura sent chills down the spines of Tianling City's warriors. A mid-tier Tier 4 beast. The 4-headed demon serpent. Beast, your opponent is me. Before Xia Tianfeng's words had fully settled, he had already charged forward. As Yin Xiao had anticipated, when the beast tide struck, countless ferocious beasts gathered beneath Tianling City, leaving the wilderness eerily empty. The caution the two had exercised during their journey quickly turned into ease. There wasn't even a trace of second-tier beasts, let alone third-tier ones. Only a few scattered first-tier beasts wandered aimlessly. About 10 minutes later, when they reached the border of the alert zone, the scene before them caused Mu Zixuan's pupils to contract sharply. The wall of sword energy that once separated the safe zone from the alert zone had vanished. The colossal sword, over 10 meters tall, was broken and shattered, with fragments strewn across the ground. A beast destroyed the giant sword, and it wasn't a low-tier one. It must have been a Calamity-class beast, Yin Xiao said in a grave tone. Calamity-class? Mu Zixuan's expression darkened. I wonder if Senior Xia can hold it off. The two quickened their pace. Though the safe zone spanned a diameter of 200 kilometers, it was no challenge for them. With the enhancement of her Purple Thunder battle physique and 9 Heavens Purple Thunder technique, Mu Zixuan could leap dozens of meters in a single flash. Yin Xiao, on the other hand, moved effortlessly using the refined Xiaoyao Dragon Step from his nameless cultivation technique and his infinite critical strike system. He could traverse over 20 meters in a single stride, and that was only because he was accommodating Mu Zixuan's speed. Before long, they arrived at the foot of Tianling City. Mu Zixuan was panting heavily, while Yin Xiao remained composed, which prompted her to ask, Younga, just how fast are you? Yin Xiao raised 2 fingers. Faster than me by 20%? Mu Zixuan let out a sigh of relief. I could easily lap you twice, Yin Xiao said calmly. Mu Zixuan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to punch him not because she was particularly patient, but because she knew she couldn't beat him. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves rippling in all directions. Countless towering trees were uprooted. Mu Zixuan was nearly blown away but was steadied just in time by Yin Xiao. Are you okay? I am fine. Mu Zixuan felt her heart racing as she sensed the weight of his sturdy hand. Her earlier annoyance vanished completely. The scene before them was nothing short of overwhelming. Beneath Tianling City, an endless horde of beasts surged. They climbed over the corpses of their own kind, swarming toward the city walls like a tidal wave. The area in front of the walls was divided into over a dozen battlefields, each with one or two martial artists locked in fierce combat with third-tier beasts. The most striking sight, however, was the terrifying four-headed demon serpent in front of the city. It spewed fire, water, wind, and poison, wreaking havoc across the land. Wherever it passed, first and second-tier beasts were instantly reduced to blood and gore, while even martial artists and third-tier beasts were forced to retreat far from its path. Facing off against it was a frail-looking elderly man, Grandmaster Xia Tianfeng. Though his body appeared emaciated, he exuded an aura of divine power. This battle between a calamity-class beast and a grandmaster would determine the fate of Tianling City. What should we do now? Mu Zixuan frowned. Though they were temporarily safe, once the beast tide receded, they would be in peril. We need to find a way to get into Tianling City, Yin Xiu said firmly. Entering Tianling City? A flicker of fear flashed in Mu Zixuan's eyes. The sight before her was enough to unsettle Enyani. A sea of ferocious beasts surged like a black tide beneath Tianling City, with the occasional second-tier beast weaving through the chaos, emanating an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Yin Xiu's gaze was fixed intently on the calamity-class, four-headed demon serpent at the center of the beast horde. Even someone as powerful as Senior Xia could barely suppress it. Defeating it outright was nearly impossible. As for the third-tier beasts, while one or two might be slain, the majority would inevitably scatter in all directions. Do you understand what I mean? Yin Xiu's voice carried a heavy seriousness. Mu Zixuan couldn't help but shudder. Though she and Yin Xiu both had the strength to challenge second-tier beasts beyond their level, Yin Xiu even being capable of dispatching them with ease, they were still fundamentally martial disciples, with power comparable to first-tier beasts. Encountering a third-tier beast would leave them with slim chances of survival, let alone facing the four-headed demon serpent. That creature was a nightmare. Even death might seem like a release in its presence. So, we must break through to the city while all the third-tier beasts and the four-headed demon serpent are being held off by the warriors of Tianling City? Yin Xiu spoke each word with firm resolve. At last, Mu Zixuan made her decision. Brother Yin, just tell me what to do. I'll follow your lead. All right. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Dean Lanyu was locked in combat with a third-tier beast. With a wave of his sleeve, his sword light cascaded like a waterfall, slashing a wound across the beast's body in an instant. Yet the injury, far from debilitating the beast, only enraged it further. With a deafening roar, the beast's massive claw came crashing down toward Dean Lanyu. For nearly 10 minutes, the two fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. As Dean Lanyu prepared to strike again, he caught sight of two young figures at the edge of the battlefield, charging straight into the beast horde. Those two youngsters, are they trying to get themselves killed? Dean Lanyu's face darkened with concern. The remaining warriors watched the two young figures charging into the beast tide, their faces filled with tension and disapproval. These reckless youngsters dared to face the beast tide head, and it was nothing short of a death wish. Despite their dissatisfaction, the warriors couldn't just stand by and let the youths be devoured, as they were, after all, descendants of Tianling City. However, just as they were about to intervene, the scene before them left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. A resounding dragon's roar pierced the skies, and a dazzling sword light descended like a cascading galaxy, cutting down first-tier beasts wherever it passed. Even more shocking was the fact that a second-tier beast also fell under this brilliant sword strike. At the same time, silver lightning danced wildly through the beast horde, as if divine punishment had descended upon the earth. Wait, one of the warriors suddenly noticed something unusual. That boy! There's no trace of true essence emanating from him. He's only using his blood energy to execute martial techniques. Could he really just be a martial disciple? This revelation made the warriors gasp in disbelief. The two figures before them were like unsheathed divine swords, leaving a trail of blood and despair wherever they went. Whether first-tier or second-tier beasts, all were annihilated in mere moments. When the warriors finally got a clear look at the pair's faces, an uproar broke out. Isn't that Mu Lao's granddaughter, Mu Zixuan? But who's that boy beside her? That swordsmanship? Even I feel chills just watching it. No one was more shocked than Dean Lanyu. He immediately recognized the boy as a student from his own academy, the same student who once rose like a blazing sun, but quickly fell from grace, his cultivation crippled, and was dismissed as a waste. Yet now, this so-called waste was wielding a blue sword, carving a bloody path through the beast tide. Dean Hongyang's voice rang out at just the right moment. Li Lao, now do you see how blind you've been? Dean Zilei chimed in with a cutting remark. A genius capable of slaying second-tier beasts, while still a martial disciple, was reduced to a waste in your academy. Your eyesight truly is remarkable. Meanwhile, Mu Yinglong, who almost got injured due to a moment of distraction, was watching his precious granddaughter with mixed emotions. Though he was somewhat displeased with the boy's recklessness, witnessing his monstrous talent made Mu Yinglong secretly glad for his earlier investment. Still, he resolved to keep a close eye on his granddaughter. He couldn't let this boy easily sweep her away. Amid the exclamations of awe, one person's gaze burned with hatred. Wang Tianshi stared intently at the young figure, his teeth clenched in fury. So you're not a waste after all. My son must have died at your hands. Yin Xiu, I swear I'll kill you. Blinded by rage, Wang Tianxi's entire focus was drawn to the figure cutting through the beast tide. He was on the verge of charging forward to personally kill the man who had murdered his son, completely forgetting about the Tier 3 ferocious beast eyeing him with deadly intent. Roar! A deafening roar shook the heavens. In that split second of distraction, the beast's razor-sharp claws struck Wang Tianshi like lightning. Blood spurted out as his body swayed violently, suffering a devastating blow. Meanwhile, Yin Xiu was unaware of the chain reaction his presence had triggered Lan Yu, the dean, admitting his oversight, and Wang Tianshi being gravely injured due to a lapse in focus. Yin Xiu was fully immersed in the battle within the beast tide, his 7-kill sword flashing with icy brilliance. Wherever the sword light passed, beasts fell one after another, even Tier 2 beasts meeting their end against his blade. This formidable combat prowess stemmed from the mysterious cultivation technique he practiced. By cultivating the nameless technique, channeling the infinite method, and wielding the infinite dragon sword, his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Yet even with this newfound power, his chosen path of advancement was carefully calculated. This route had the fewest Tier 2 beasts and almost no high-grade ones, making it the relatively safest option. After slaying countless beasts, Yin Xiu and his companions finally reached the top of the city wall. You're just a martial apprentice. The city guards stammered in disbelief upon seeing them. Just as Yin Xiu was about to respond, a ferocious beast suddenly lunged, its grotesque jaws snapping shut around the guard. Amidst the guards' agonized screams and the sickening sound of tearing flesh, all that remained was a pool of blood. Not good. The beasts are breaching the city. Mu Zixuan's face turned pale. Countless beasts surged onto the city wall, trampling over their fallen kin, flooding toward the base city like an unstoppable torrent. The martial apprentices and warriors defending the wall tried to hold them back, but their efforts seemed futile in the face of the overwhelming beast tide. Yin Xiu casually dispatched a nearby Tier 2 beast, his expression twisting with memories of the past. Just a year ago, a similar beast tide had breached the city. A Tier 2 beast had infiltrated the base city, leaving him severely injured, his cultivation ruined, and his martial foundation destroyed. But this time, things are different, Yin Xiu said coldly. On top of the city walls, it was a scene straight out of a nightmare. Countless ferocious beasts trampled over the corpses of their own kind, tearing through the electric barriers as they surged forward with maddening fury. The warriors and fighters of Tianling City fought desperately amidst the blood and fire. The walls, once proud and sturdy, were now stained a deep crimson. Yin Xiu swiftly cut down several beasts that lunged at him, then leapt off the wall in one fluid motion. Mu Zixuan caught up to him, her brows furrowed. Where are you going? She asked. She had assumed Yin Xiu would remain on the wall to fend off the beast tide. Teacher Yang is injured. If he's attacked by these beasts, it'll be dangerous. I have to get back to the academy, Yin Xiu said gravely. Earlier, while scanning the battlefield from the wall, he hadn't seen Yang Xiaoxiong anywhere. A sense of foreboding weighed heavily on him. He couldn't shake the thought that Teacher Yang had been injured protecting him from Wang Tianshi, and the urgency in his heart only grew. Teacher Yang? Who is he? Mu Zixuan asked. He's the only person who treated me kindly when I hit rock bottom, Yin Xiu replied. The two made their way toward Lan Yu Martial Academy, cutting through the chaos with electric flashes and dragon-like roars. In their wake, a blood-soaked path of destruction was left behind. Inside Lan Yu Martial Academy, teachers and students were working in an orderly fashion to combat the beast tide. Some guarded the entrances, others guided residents to safety shelters, and still others coordinated efforts. As one of the 7 prominent martial academies in Tianling City, Lan Yu not only trained warriors but also housed multiple shelters to protect the city's residents. However, with a city population of hundreds of thousands, the shelters could not accommodate everyone. Those unable to reach safety in time could only remain in their homes, praying for survival. Yang Xiaoxiong, drenched in blood, was being supported by others. This beast tide was far more terrifying than the one a year ago. While no third-tier beasts had appeared, the number of second-tier beasts had surged. 4 or 5 of them were already prowling outside the academy. Despite his injuries from a previous battle, Yang Xiaoxiong had been forced to take up a defensive position due to the academy's lack of manpower. After a brutal fight, Yang Xiaoxiong had managed to kill the second-tier beast, but he was left gravely wounded, teetering on the edge of death. He silently prayed that no more second-tier beasts would appear. With the headmaster fighting third-tier beasts on the city walls and the other teachers defending various gates, there was no one left to provide backup. but fate seemed to mock him. A chilling howl shattered the air. A second-tier beast, the Qingfeng wolf, was closing in. With a single swipe of its claw, it unleashed a wind blade that tore through the steel gate, shattering it into pieces and sending nearby warriors flying, blood spilling from their mouths. The Qingfeng wolf strode in, its glowing green eyes scanning the surroundings with a sinister grin. Without a warrior to stop it, it was the harbinger of death in this area. It had already snapped the necks of 3 young warriors, their blood dripping from its jaws, when its gaze locked onto the gravely injured Yang Shaoxiong. Yang Shaoxiong felt despair wash over him. His thoughts involuntarily turned to Yin Shou. If only he had been able to protect Yin Shou a year ago, preventing him from being severely injured by a second-tier beast, perhaps Yin Shou would have already broken through to the warrior realm and could now come to his aid. But the world offered no place for what-ifs. As the Qingfeng wolf lunged toward him, its massive jaws wide open, a thunderous dragon-like roar erupted and echoed across the skies. The Qingfeng wolf let out a pain-filled, despairing wail as its head was severed in an instant. Yang Shaoxiong opened his eyes to see the silhouette of a young man standing tall against the wind, a long sword in his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Teacher Yang, are you all right? You are Yin Xiu." Yang Shaoxiong's voice trembled as if he had seen an unbelievable apparition. His shock was not without reason. Remembered Yin Xiu as the boy who lost his cultivation and had his martial foundation damaged during the last beast tide. Though over the past year, this young man had displayed incredible perseverance, barely managing to master the power of 11 elephants and reaching the level of a second-tier martial apprentice. The scene before him completely shattered his perception. The boy, once considered crippled, now stood amidst the ferocious beasts like an unsheathed sword, effortlessly slaying a second-tier ferocious beast, the green-winged wolf. "It's me, Teacher Yang." Looking at Yang Shaoxiong, covered in blood, Yin Xiu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He had fought his way through the beast horde, carving a bloody path just to reach Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy. Yet, he was still a step too late. Teacher Yang was already gravely injured, his life hanging by a thread. Mu Zixuan approached with electricity crackling around her, exuding a sharp and deadly aura. Having assisted Yin Xiu in slaying the green-winged wolf, she had already cleared the surrounding first-tier beasts. Upon seeing Yang Shaoxiong's dire condition, she exclaimed, "These injuries are so severe. Without immediate treatment, he won't survive." In the chaos of the beast tide, with hospitals closed, doctors in hiding, and medical equipment destroyed, timely treatment seemed nearly impossible. At that moment, Yin Xiu suddenly remembered something. He quickly retrieved a jade bottle from his Qinkuan ring and poured out a sky-blue pill, releasing an intense medicinal fragrance into the air. The revival pill. Mu Zixuan's eyes widened in astonishment. As the daughter of the Myriad Medicine Pavilion, she was all too familiar with this 4th-grade pill. Containing immense life force, it could heal anyone below the Grandmaster level as long as they still drew breath, restoring them fully within 3 days. Its value was astronomical, surpassing even many 5th-grade pills, with a price starting in the 8-figure range. Without hesitation, Yin Xiu fed the precious revival pill originally reserved for himself to Yang Shaoxiong. After a series of violent coughs, Yang Shaoxiong's injuries began to heal at a visible speed. "Yin Xiu, how could you use such a priceless pill on me?" Yang Shaoxiong said, his heart aching. "Though I'm seriously injured, I could have held on until the beast tide ended for treatment. A revival pill, no matter how valuable, is meant to save lives," Yin Xiu replied calmly. "Saving Teacher Yang's life is its greatest worth." Yang Xiaoxiong's emotions were a storm of gratitude and guilt. He was thrilled to see his once brilliant student regain his strength, yet astounded by the power Yin Xiu now displayed. "You can already slay second-tier beasts?" "I had some fortunate encounters and managed to recover my cultivation, even advancing further," Yin Xiu responded briefly. "Good, good, good." Yang Shaoxiong repeated the word 3 times, his voice filled with relief. "When I saw your martial foundation damaged, I felt endless guilt. I never imagined you'd have such an opportunity, not only returning to martial arts, but surpassing your former self. As your teacher, I couldn't be prouder." Just then, the distant roars of ferocious beasts, mixed with the furious shouts of warriors, reached their ears. Clearly, other areas of Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy were also under attack by second-tier beasts. "Yin Xiu, I'm fine now. Go help the other teachers." "If the beasts break through the gates," Yang Shaoxiong urged anxiously. However, Yin Xiu shook his head. "Teacher Yang, I returned this time only to save you. Now that I've achieved my goal, I have no reason to protect anyone else. But they are your classmates and teachers. When I lost my cultivation and became a cripple, who among them still considered me a classmate or student?" Yin Xiu's voice carried a cold detachment. Yang Shaoxiong was at a loss for words. It was true, when Yin Xiu fell from being a prodigy to a nobody, he had faced ridicule from students, disdain from teachers, alienation from friends, and not even a word of comfort from the dean. But Yang Shaoxiong had never given up on him. With sincerity in his voice, he said, Yin Xiao, I understand the resentment you hold in your heart. This request may be unreasonable, but those fighting the beasts are also my students. As a teacher, I cannot stand by and watch them be torn apart. I beg you to help. Mu Zixuan's gaze shifted to Yin Xiao, waiting for his decision. Yin Xiao gazed silently at the blood-streaked face before him. Yang Shaoxiong met the boy's eyes with unwavering determination, his resolute expression exactly the same as when he had once shielded Wang Tianshi in the classroom. Seconds ticked by, and finally, Yin Xiao nodded slowly. I can eliminate all the feral beasts in Lanyu Martial Arts Academy and ensure the safety of the faculty and students during this beast tide. But this doesn't mean I've forgiven them. I'm doing this solely because of you, Teacher Yang, because of your request. Thank you. The tension in Yang Shaoxiong's body finally eased, and he collapsed in relief. I'll go with you. Mu Zixuan immediately stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. But Yin Xiao shook his head. Miss Mu, I need to trouble you to stay here and protect Teacher Yang. The beast tide isn't over yet, and I fear there may still be danger. Huh. All right, fine. Okay, I agree. But you owe me one. Mu Zixuan relented reluctantly, though she understood the importance of safeguarding Yang Shaoxiong. She nodded in resignation. Yin Xiao acknowledged her favor with a nod, then activated his unparalleled, boundless drifting dragon step. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Not long after he left, the surviving students began whispering among themselves. That guy was so strong. He took down a second-tier beast with just one strike. Wait a second. Wasn't that Yin Xiao? Yin Xiao, the so-called failure? No way. Didn't he lose all his cultivation a year ago? That was definitely Yin Xiao. And look who was with him. It was the eldest daughter of the Mu family. The murmurs grew louder. Back when he became a failure, Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi were the first to distance themselves and trample all over him. If they find out Yin Xiao not only regained his martial prowess, but can now slay second-tier beasts, they'll probably look like they've swallowed a brick. At the southern gate of Lanyu Martial Arts Academy, a beast's roar pierced the sky. A teacher was locked in a fierce battle with a second-tier beast, but was gradually losing ground as exhaustion set in. Just as the situation grew dire, a dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. A flash of sword light later, the feral beast fell, cleaved cleanly in two. The second-tier beast is dead. The rest is up to you. The cold voice lingered in the air as Yin Xiao's figure vanished once more. Was that Yin Xiao? The onlookers were stunned by what they had just witnessed. Without pausing, Yin Xiao moved on to the next battlefield. He felt no attachment to this academy anymore, but since he had given his word to Teacher Yang, he would see it through without compromise. By now, he had slain 3 second-tier beasts, clearing the threats at the southeastern gate and the main entrance. Only the side and back gates remained. When he arrived at the side gate, Yin Xiao spotted 4 familiar faces: Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ran Xiaodai. They were locked in a desperate struggle amidst the beast horde, their faces smeared with blood, too occupied to even wipe it away. Ah! Yin Xiao sighed softly, drawing the 7 kills sword with deliberate calm. Over a dozen tier 1 high-grade ferocious beasts surrounded the 4 of them, eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Li Xian's face was grim, his wounds still oozing blood, and the battle had left him severely weakened. Among the beasts, 2 or 3 were as strong as tier 9 martial trainees, baring their fangs as they waited for the right moment to strike. Luo Qinghe had just exhausted himself slaying 1 beast, only to see Teacher Zhou still locked in combat with a tier 2 beast, unable to provide any support in the near future. In that critical moment, a massive black wolf suddenly leapt forward a tier 1 high-grade beast with the strength of an 8th-tier martial trainee. Luo Qinghe wanted to aid Li Xian but was intercepted by the wolf, forced into another desperate fight. The battlefield grew increasingly dire. The dense pack of beasts included over a dozen tier 1 high-grade creatures, with countless tier 1 mid-grade ones swarming around as well. Although other martial trainees were fighting alongside them, the academy was clearly on the losing side. More than 10 students had already perished, their bodies destroyed beyond recognition. What was even more despairing was that Teacher Zhou, the guardian of this area, was not only unable to subdue the tier 2 beast, but was gradually being overwhelmed, teetering on the edge of defeat. If the tier 2 beast were left unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginably catastrophic. Last year during the beast tide, we mocked Yin Xiao for losing his cultivation and damaging his martial foundation after his severe injuries, Luo Shi said with a bitter smile, her voice laced with self-mockery. Who would have thought that within just a year, we might not even have the chance to end up like him? We could die here today. Regret filled her as she recalled how she had distanced herself from Yin Xiao due to various concerns. No, that won't happen, Ran Xiaodai said stubbornly. Teacher Zhou will definitely defeat that tier 2 beast soon and come save us. Li Xian and Luo Qinghe clung to the same hope. They all knew Teacher Zhou was a Tier 5 martial artist skilled in Earth-level techniques. Against an ordinary Tier 2 mid-grade beast, victory should have been guaranteed. Maybe the tide would turn in the next moment? They had to believe this, or their will to fight would have already crumbled. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed across the battlefield, and an overwhelming pressure swept through the area, spanning hundreds of meters. Some of the weaker Tier 1 beasts collapsed to the ground, trembling. Beyond the crumbled city walls, a terrifying beast emerged, a massive black serpent-like creature, its body radiating a heavy, damp aura. It was none other than a Tier 2 beast, the Blackwater Mystic Serpent. Another Tier 2 beast? Teacher Zhou's face turned pale. Battling one Tier 2 beast had already pushed him to his limits. With this new arrival, even though the Blackwater Mystic Serpent was only a Tier 2 low-grade beast and performed best in aquatic environments, it was more than enough to tip the scales of the battle. As the enormous black serpent appeared, Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ren Xiaodai felt their spirits completely crushed, their faces filled with despair. The horrifying thought of being torn apart, devoured, and swallowed by countless beasts surged through their minds, flooding them with uncontrollable fear. It was a shared dread among all the students nearby. With a sinister hiss, the Blackwater Mystic Serpent lunged toward Teacher Zhou, exuding a menacing aura like the embodiment of death itself. Everyone closed their eyes, knowing that once the only martial artist on the battlefield fell, facing two Tier 2 beasts would mean inevitable death. At that critical moment, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. A figure appeared in an instant beside the Blackwater Mystic Serpent. A flash of cold light followed as a crimson sword, like a true dragon, slashed through the Tier 2 beast's head. The scene was so breathtaking it seemed as if time had frozen. Every student from Blue Rain Academy, including Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, and Luo Shi, was left dumbfounded, as if trapped in a dream. It wasn't just the humans when the dragon's roar echoed. Even the ferocious beasts began bowing their heads and whimpering, trembling under the immense pressure. The ongoing battle between Teacher Zhou and the Tier 2 beast also came to a temporary halt, both sides momentarily stunned by the shocking spectacle. With a resounding crash, the Blackwater Mystic Serpent's head hit the ground, followed by its massive body collapsing, raising a cloud of dust that filled the air. The noise jolted everyone, both humans and beasts, out of their stunned daze. The Blackwater Mystic Serpent was killed with a single strike? That was a Tier 2 beast, and it was taken down instantly? That person looks familiar. Is it Yanxiu? Impossible. He was supposed to be crippled. Disbelieving murmurs spread throughout the crowd, and no one could wrap their minds around what had just happened. But the most stunned were Li Xian, Luo Qinghe, Luo Shi, and Ren Xiaodai. They were the first to recognize the figure, yet they couldn't trust their own eyes. The very Yanxiu who had been severely injured during the last beast tide, reduced to a waste, and subsequently shunned and ridiculed by them, now stood before them with the power to slay a Tier 2 beast in a single strike. If this person truly was Yanxiu, then all their mocking, disdain, and rejection would make them the biggest fools of all. At that moment, the figure who had just slain the Blackwater Mystic Serpent with a single strike scanned the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on Li Xian and the others. His eyes revealed no emotion whatsoever. That gaze lingered for only a moment, yet it struck Li Xian and the others like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly pounding their hearts. It was Yanxiu. The name exploded in their minds. The person they once deemed ruined and worthless was now demonstrating an overwhelming strength, slaying a Tier 2 beast with a single strike, the roar of the dragon and the force of its might intertwining, leaving everyone awestruck. How is this possible? Li Xian shouted uncontrollably, his voice filled with hysteria. Wasn't his martial foundation completely destroyed? Luo Qinghe muttered in a daze. So we were the frogs in the well all along. Tears silently streamed down Luo Shi and Ren Xiaodai's faces, their emotions a mixture of self-mockery, grievance, shame, and disbelief. They knew, deep down, that something precious had been lost forever. All around them, the other students cast knowing glances, a blend of mockery and amusement in their expressions. Everyone understood that when Yanxiu had lost his abilities, these four were the quickest to distance themselves from him. And now, not only had Yanxiu returned to his peak, but he had also displayed power far beyond what he once possessed. A beast's roar shattered the silence. Another Tier 2 beast, still entangled in battle with Teacher Zhou, continued its rampage. Take care of this one, and Yang Lao's request will be fulfilled, Yanxiu thought calmly. To him, this was nothing. He had hunted far more formidable beasts before. He cast a brief, indifferent glance at his former friends before looking away. Those past ties had long been swept away like the wind. Were it not for Teacher Yang's request, he wouldn't have intervened at all. Let's end this. Yanxiu slowly unsheathed his sword, channeling his infinite technique to its full potential. The dragon's roar reverberated once more, shaking the heavens and earth. Though the Tier 2 blood dragon beast, a dragon subspecies, possessed a durable body. It was no match against the force of a thousand-fold strike and met its demise. The Tier 2 beasts here are taken care of. The rest is up to you, Yin Xiao said as he turned to leave. Teacher Zhou hurriedly stopped him. Are you really Yin Xiao? My appearance hasn't changed, Yin Xiao replied calmly. When Luo Shi and the others stepped forward to thank him, Yin Xiao coldly responded that he was merely fulfilling Teacher Yang's request. Yin Xiao, are you still angry with us? Luo Shi asked shakily. Angry? Yin Xiao let out a faint laugh. I've long since moved past that. With those words, he activated the free wandering dragon steps technique and vanished from their sight in an instant. Luo Shi staggered, nearly collapsing, while Run Xiaodai's face turned pale. Li Xian and Luo Qing's eyes were filled with regret. Compared to Yin Xiao's indifferent response, they would have preferred anger, for at least anger would mean he still cared. Whispers spread among the crowd. Some mocked Li Xian and the others for their opportunism, while others lamented their own past disdain for Yin Xiao. Under Teacher Zhou's guidance, the remaining Tier 1 beasts were swiftly dealt with. The beast tide lasted an entire day before it finally came to an end. The skies over the base city gradually darkened, and the golden hues of the setting sun cast their light over the devastated streets. The battle achievements of the Grand Martial Master, Xia Tianfeng, were astonishing: 4 demon serpents severely wounded, and 4 out of 10 third-tier fierce beasts slain. Under this overwhelming display of power, the massive beast horde was ultimately defeated. After returning to the city, the martial artists divided into teams to eliminate the remaining beasts, taking only 2 hours to clear all threats. By the time the headmaster of Blue Rain Academy, Li Zhongbai, returned to the academy exhausted, the sky was already nearing dusk. However, the news awaiting him immediately filled him with tension. It was reported that among the beasts attacking the academy were over a dozen second-tier fierce beasts, along with hundreds, if not thousands, of first-tier ones. A horde of this scale, combined with the attack of mid-tier second-level beasts, could have spelled total disaster for the academy. Li Zhongbai calculated silently. But soon, he noticed something unusual: the academy's losses were surprisingly minimal. Other than a few martial novice students who perished during the beast tide, the martial artist-level instructors were mostly unharmed. Even Yang Shaoxiang, who had sustained the most severe injuries, was now showing significant recovery. Headmaster, Teacher Zhou began to explain. The reason Blue Rain was spared from heavy losses is entirely because of one student. A student? Li Zhongbai frowned, recalling the 2 figures he had seen fighting their way through the beast horde outside the city. A vague suspicion formed in his mind. It was Yin Xiao. Teacher Zhou described in detail how Yin Xiao had taken down all the second-tier fierce beasts, his voice filled with awe. You mean? Li Zhongbai took a deep breath. This Yin Xiao single-handedly slew the second-tier beasts and saved the academy from this crisis? Just as Teacher Zhou was about to nod, another teacher, surnamed Wu, interjected eagerly. Headmaster, you should have seen it for yourself. With just a single strike, one strike effortlessly killed a second-tier beast. I saw it with my own eyes. It was like watching a dream unfold. I believe it, Li Zhongbai said in a low voice, because I saw him fight his way from the wilderness into Tianling City. The most incredible part, another teacher chimed in excitedly, is that Yin Xiao didn't use any essence energy at all when he fought. He relied purely on his blood energy. This statement was like a bombshell in the room. What? No essence energy? Could he still be at the martial novice stage? Yes, I noticed it too. From start to finish, he only used blood energy to fight. A martial novice capable of killing second-tier fierce beasts? What kind of monster is this? We actually treated such a genius as a failure. Suddenly, one of the teachers, visibly excited, proposed, Headmaster, the Songqing Martial Academy's assessment is coming up soon. If we let Yin Xiao participate? The suggestion immediately caused a stir. According to the rules, mid-level martial academies could recommend 1 martial arts prodigy under the age of 20 each year to participate in the assessment for Songqing Advanced Martial Academy. If they passed and joined the official classes, they would likely break through to the martial master level upon graduation. Excelling among their peers could even bring substantial resource benefits to the recommending academy. But Yin Xiao isn't even a martial artist yet. Someone pointed out. There's still time before the registration deadline. With his talent, breaking through to martial artist is surely within reach. Others quickly agreed. Li Zengbai's heart stirred. It had been over a decade since Blue Rain Academy had produced a graduate from Songqing. But then, his expression changed. Those old fogies from Red Sun and Purple Thunder academies are always mocking me for being blind. Could it be they've already noticed Yin Xiao's potential and are planning to poach him? With that thought, he anxiously asked, Where is Yin Xiao now? I need to discuss the Songqing assessment with him personally. The teachers eagerly provided Yin Xiao's whereabouts, but Yang Shaoxiang remained silent throughout. He knew that when Yin Xiao had fallen on hard times, these people had not offered comfort but instead distanced themselves and looked down on him. Now that he was rising again, they wanted to win him over. He feared it might already be too late. Yin Xiu likely felt no attachment to Blue Rain Academy anymore. At this moment, Yin Xiu had not returned home. Instead, he had accompanied Mu Zixuan to the Mu family estate. Yin Xiu's decision to head to the Mu family was a carefully considered one. Achieving the extraordinary feat of slaying a second-tier fierce beast while still at the martial disciple level was nothing short of astonishing. In the thousand-year history of Tianlong City, only Li Hani had ever accomplished such a thing. Yin Xiu's performance during the Beast Tide would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to temporarily lay low at Mu Zixuan's residence. Yin Xiu, if I hadn't taken you in, I bet the martial artists of Tianling City would have already surrounded your home by now. You owe me another favor this time. Don't you dare forget it, Mu Zixuan said with a bright smile, her tone full of smugness as they made their way back to the Mu family estate. Yin Xiu's lips twitched. Got it. No need to remind me over and over. I'm just making sure you don't forget. I think you're just showing off. The Mu family estate was situated on the southern side of Tianling City. Nestled by the mountains and water, it was a standalone manor. Owning such a vast property in a space-scarce base city was a testament to their extraordinary influence. However, the Beast Tide had wreaked havoc, and even the Mu family hadn't been spared. The stone-paved paths were littered with the bodies of both humans and fierce beasts, and hired workers were busy cleaning up the aftermath. Yin Xiu noticed two familiar figures, none other than the two martial artists who had come to rescue Mu Zixuan when she was being hunted by the twin killers of heaven and earth. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Dong, are you all right? Mu Zixuan greeted them sweetly. Zhang Tianbai's stern expression softened immediately upon seeing the young lady of the Mu family. Ah, it's you, little girl. Your Uncle Dong and I are doing just fine. We wiped out every beast that dared set foot here. But what about you? The Beast Tide came so suddenly. You didn't get hurt, did you? Dong Rui also looked at her with concern. Of course I'm fine. I'm from the Mu family. How could a mere Beast Tide hurt me? Mu Zixuan replied confidently, though she couldn't help but glance at Yin Xiu beside her. Had it not been for this young man, she might have been in real danger when she encountered so many second-tier beasts in the warning zone. The two martial artists turned their gaze to Yin Xiu, their eyes flashing with curiosity before settling into knowing smiles. They clearly remembered this young man who had outsmarted the twin killers of heaven and earth despite being only at the martial disciple level. Little girl, you must be pretty close with this boy, bringing him all the way home. Zhang Tianbai teased, emphasizing the word close and winking. Dong Rui chimed in with a grin. Little girl, is this the first time you brought a friend home? And it turns out to be a boy. Looks like you're really growing up. Flushed with embarrassment, Mu Zixuan quickly protested. Oh, come on, uncles. Yin Xiu and I are just regular friends. Don't overthink it. We have things to do, so we'll head inside now. With that, she hurriedly walked toward the manor. Thank you, seniors. I'll take my leave, Yin Xiu said politely before following Mu Zixuan. With his keen hearing, he caught snippets of their conversation as he walked away. That little girl's actually flustered. I don't remember her being like this before. What else could it be? Someone must hit the nail on the head. That girl may have exceptional talent in martial arts, but at the end of the day, she's just an 18-year-old girl. When she meets someone she likes. Yin Xiu shook his head, amused. Who would have thought these seemingly serious martial artists could be so nosy? Once inside the manor, Yin Xiu was surprised to find that while the outer areas had suffered damage, the interior remained completely untouched. Lush greenery, babbling streams, and a gentle breeze made it feel like a world apart from the blood-soaked chaos outside. Surprised, aren't you? The Beast Tide left the outside in ruins, but the Mu family estate is perfectly intact, Mu Zixuan said with a triumphant smile. Yin Xiu nodded. It's pretty impressive. That's because the Mu family's protection doesn't rely solely on Uncle Zhang and Uncle Dong. We've also deployed over a dozen treasure-grade martial weapons around the manor to form a small martial array, which can repel most first and second-tier beasts. Like a wall of sword energy? Something like that, but on a slightly lower level. Yin Xiu couldn't help but admire the Mu family's deep reserves of power. As one of the top martial families in Tianling City, they certainly lived up to their reputation. Since Mu Yinglong was still handling post-tide matters outside the city, Mu Zixuan arranged a private room for Yin Xiu. By the way, Yin Xiu, Mu Zixuan suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, whatever you do, don't go up to the third floor. That's where I live. Got it. Yin Xiu, who was about to open the door to his room, rolled his eyes. Why would I go to the third floor for no reason? For some reason, hearing that Yin Xiu had no intention of going upstairs left Mu Zixuan feeling a bit disappointed. Just before entering his room, Yin Xiu turned back and said, oh, I almost forgot to say thanks. With that, he closed the door. Finally, Yin Xiu thanked me. Mu Zixuan beamed with joy. Even though it was just a simple thank you, it made her incredibly happy as she walked away. Inside his room, Yin Xiu carefully scanned for surveillance devices. Once he confirmed there were none, he retrieved numerous martial arts manuals from the small universe ring he had obtained in the martial arts secret realm. Divine Thunder 9 Transformations, Heavenly King Sutra, Divine Blood Method, and more. Alright, let's get started. After obtaining the nameless technique in the Bronze Palace, Yin Xiu finally embraced a moment of calm to focus on cultivation. With the beast tide quelled and the dust settled, he found a quiet spot to dedicate himself to his practice. Time flew by, and the road of cultivation brought frequent surprises. Congratulations, your cultivation this time has gained a 20x critical boost. Congratulations, your cultivation this time has gained a 5x critical boost. Congratulations, your cultivation this time has gained a 3x critical boost. Congratulations, your cultivation this time has gained a 17x critical boost. Hours seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Benefiting from his previous experience with master-level techniques like Xiao Yao Yu, Dragon Step, Dragon Blood Refinement, and Fragmented Shadow Technique, combined with the support of the Infinite Critical System, Yin Xiu could comprehend a technique almost every hour. Each time he mastered a technique, he would use the Nameless Technique to absorb it, refining the extracted essence to nourish his infinite technique. By the time the sun set, Yin Xiu had integrated all the techniques he obtained from the martial arts secret realm. Through the refinement of the Nameless Technique, the Infinite Technique, though still at the master level tier, had become the most compatible technique for him. This compatibility significantly boosted his combat power by more than just a small margin. What a powerful Nameless Technique! Yin Xiu murmured in awe. Using oneself as a furnace to merge countless cultivation methods into one, tailoring them to fit perfectly and paving the way to the strongest martial paths truly beyond imagination. Such a technique would likely be impossible to find even if one scoured every library in the Blue Rain Martial Academy. As his thoughts wandered, he recalled the Bronze Palace beneath the Thunder Pool, the terrifying sound of knocking on the door, and how Mu Zixuan, the gatekeeper, couldn't perceive the Nameless Technique. Its origins were truly puzzling. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Mu Yinglong had just finished handling the battlefield outside the city and delivering the corpses of 30 fierce beasts to the Myriad Medicine Pavilion. He hurried home immediately after. Upon learning that his precious granddaughter had brought Yin Xiu home and that the two were under the same roof, he became frantic. What? Zixuan and that boy are under the same roof? No, I need to go back right away. Zhang Tianbai, however, was unfazed. Old man, what are you so worried about? Little Mu is no ordinary girl. In all of Tianling City, not even Mu Tianfeng's great-granddaughter is her match. Are you afraid she'll suffer a loss? Dong Rui chimed in agreement. Neither of them had witnessed Yin Xiu's strength firsthand while guarding the Mu family estate and merely regarded him as a capable young man. Mu Yinglong glared at the two. Don't let that boyish appearance fool you. That kid is formidable. No, I must go back immediately. If he dares to bully my precious granddaughter, it'll be a disaster. Come on. How strong could he possibly be? Zhang Tianbai said with a laugh. Exactly, Dong Rui added. Little Mu is the most talented individual I've ever seen. Even in Tianlong City, she wouldn't lose to anyone. That boy may have used his knowledge of the restricted zone to outwit the twin fiends, but when it comes to combat strength, how could he possibly compare to her? Mu Yinglong silenced them with one sentence. That boy killed a second-tier fierce beast while still at the martial disciple level. Yes, killed, not just defeated. With that, Mu Yinglong rushed to the villa. Upon finding Mu Zixuan and learning that Yin Xiu had been placed in a guest room on the second floor and that the two had not been alone together, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa, what nonsense are you thinking? Yin Xiu and I are just friends. How could we possibly be alone together at home? Mu Zixuan shot him a glare. She knew her grandfather too well. His expression clearly betrayed his thoughts. Mu Yinglong, realizing he was in the wrong, quickly backed down. Grandpa was just worried about you. All right, Grandpa was wrong. By the way, he suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. When that boy finishes his retreat, make sure to call him over. I have something to discuss with him. What is it, Grandpa? She asked. It's a secret. No one expected Yin Xiu's retreat to last 2 whole days and nights. On the morning of the 3rd day, as he emerged from his meditation, a flash of divine light flickered in his eyes. Feeling the profoundness of the infinite technique, a faint smile curved his lips. All the cultivation techniques were finally refined. Using the infinite technique as the foundation and temporarily centering it around dragon blood refinement, he had absorbed the essence of countless techniques to achieve the wonders of infinity. Though the infinite technique remained within the master level tier, its profundity now far surpassed that of dragon blood refinement, reaching an entirely new level. His greatest gains were in martial skills. With numerous offensive techniques absorbed and refined by the Nameless Technique, the Infinite Dragon Sword had advanced significantly, now at least 40 stronger than the 9-tremor Dragon Hand. As for Xiao Yaoyu, dragon step, and fragmented shadow technique. Their intricacy had also improved considerably through the nameless technique's purification. And this was without condensing true essence. Once he broke through to the martial artist level, the power of these skills would undergo a dramatic transformation. Having completed his review, Yin Xiu stepped out of his room, ready to head to the Myriad Medicine Pavilion to exchange for cultivation resources. His blood energy had now reached the strength of 100 elephants, marking him as a 10th-tier martial disciple and preparing him to condense true essence for a critical breakthrough. As luck would have it, just as he left the room, he ran into Mu Zixuan. The Mu family heiress was startled to see him and quickly exclaimed, Yin Xiu, finally, you're out. Do you know the entire Tianling city has been in an uproar because of you? Yin Xiu blinked in confusion. Huh. After a brief moment of shock, Yin Xiu quickly regained his composure. He understood that his performance during the beast tide slaying a Tier 2 ferocious beast as a mere martial disciple had already caused a huge stir in Tianling city. Word about you has spread everywhere now, Mu Zixuan said, taking a deep breath, her tone tinged with urgency. Everyone in Tianling city is talking about how Lan Yu has produced a monstrous genius who can slay Tier 2 beasts as easily as cutting down dogs, all while being in the martial disciple stage. You must have anticipated this, right? Yes, Yin Xiu nodded. Such an extraordinary feat spreading throughout Tianling city in a short time was no surprise. If it weren't for the rampant ferocious beasts in the wilderness, making it difficult to establish communication stations between major base cities, this news would likely have already reached the entire human federation. Mu Zixuan's voice took on a slightly exasperated tone. Speaking of you, right after the beast tide ended, the principals of the three major martial academies Lan Yu, Hongyang, and Zilei all showed up at your doorstep. This caused quite a commotion at the martial arts guild, and then, Yin Xiu immediately sensed that the matter was far from over. Sure enough, Mu Zixuan continued, those three martial masters waited outside your house for an entire day without seeing any sign of you. Eventually, someone mentioned that you had left with me, so they came to the Mu family and demanded my grandfather hand you over. The four of them even had a fight over it. If my grandfather weren't strong enough, his old bones might have been in serious trouble. Yin Xiu was a bit surprised. He had hidden in the Mu family precisely to avoid being tracked down by the martial masters of Tianling City, but he hadn't expected things to escalate to this extent. And after that, my grandfather gave them all a good scolding and told them you weren't in the Mu family. That finally got them to leave, Mu Zixuan said, her tone much calmer now. Oh, by the way, the principals of Hongyang and Zilei mentioned that you had promised to meet with them. This reminded Yin Xiu of something. He recalled agreeing to meet Xiaosheng and Lu Yunsheng during his journey to Tianlong City. He hadn't expected these two principals to be so impatient in seeking him out. As for Lan Yu's principal, Yin Xiu felt indifferent and had no intention of meeting him. Thank you, Yin Xiu said sincerely. If it weren't for Elder Mu stepping in, his exposed abilities after the beast tide would have undoubtedly landed him in trouble. Why are you thanking me? We're friends. Helping you is the least I can do, Mu Zixuan said, waving her hand dismissively. Even so, a favor is a favor. No matter what, I owe you one. You owe me plenty of favors already. How do you want me to repay you? Of course, Never mind, let's just leave it for now. No rush this time, Mu Zixuan said, pouting slightly. In her heart, she thought that favors shouldn't be repaid so easily. If they owed each other nothing, they might end up going their separate ways. 2 days passed, and the commotion outside seemed to have settled down quite a bit. Yin Xiu decided it was time to leave. I can't keep troubling Elder Mu anymore. I'll take my leave for now. Let's stay in touch if anything comes up. Wait. Mu Zixuan quickly stopped him. My grandfather wants to see you. He told me to wait here and bring you to him as soon as you were done cultivating. Mu Yinglong wants to see me? Yin Xiu was slightly taken aback but nodded. All right. Not long after, Mu Yinglong, who had just finished handling the aftermath of the beast tide, returned to the estate and met Yin Xiu in a pavilion. Grandpa, I'll leave you two to talk. I need to get back to my training, Mu Zixuan said before leaving. She couldn't resist reminding him, and don't bully Yin Xiu. He's my friend. Mu Yinglong's face darkened slightly as he muttered to himself about how daughters grow up and become harder to keep around. With a hint of exasperation, he replied, Don't worry. Your grandfather won't do anything to your friend. He deliberately emphasized the words, your friend. After Mu Zixuan left, Yin Xiu was about to express his gratitude, but Mu Yinglong cut him off. You brat, don't get any ideas about my granddaughter. Well, not that you can't, but not now. You're both still young and should focus more on martial arts. If you do end up together, you'd better treat her well. Senior, you've misunderstood. Mu Zixuan and I are just friends, Yin Xiu quickly clarified. Who knows what the future holds? Mu Yinglong chuckled. Anyway, let's get to the point. I wanted to talk to you about 2 things. If I'm not mistaken, you've reached the peak of the martial disciple stage and are about to break through to martial artist, correct? Yin Xiu was silent for a moment before responding. You're correct, senior. I've reached 100 units of strength and am a tier 10 martial disciple. As I thought, Mu Long said with a mysterious smile. Years ago, I came across a bottle of divine blood dragon pills. There are 10 in total, and they can help maximize the refinement of one's blood energy, significantly increasing the success rate of condensing true essence. Are you interested? Divine blood dragon pills? Yin Xiu's pupils contracted instantly. Divine blood dragon pills? Yin Xiu's pupils contracted sharply. This was a renowned fourth-grade elixir in the martial arts world, specifically designed for martial apprentices, a rare and precious treasure. Instantly, a legend from 300 years ago surfaced in his mind. A young martial apprentice who consumed the divine blood dragon pill not only broke through the 10th stage, but also cultivated the strength of a dragon, eventually forming an immensely powerful true essence and sweeping away all his peers. The rarity of this elixir wasn't just because of its difficult-to-find ingredients, but also because it only worked on martial apprentices. Few high-level alchemists were willing to spend their energy crafting it. Even great martial masters found it extremely hard to obtain, let alone acquiring 10 pills. For the Mu family, owners of the Myriad Medicine Pavilion, to secure so many divine blood dragon pills, the price they paid must have been astronomical. I want it. Yin Xiu nodded without hesitation, his desire undisguised. This yearning was an instinctive reaction for any martial apprentice. Then it's yours, Mu Long said casually, retrieving a jade bottle from his storage ring and tossing it over nonchalantly. Catching the jade bottle, Yin Xiu's heart was overwhelmed with shock. These were divine blood dragon pills, capable of altering the destiny of a martial apprentice, not some common vitality pills you could find on the street. Senior, he questioned. Surprised, aren't you? Mu Long chuckled. These were originally prepared for my granddaughter to break through to the martial artist level, but she doesn't need them now. Selling them feels like a waste, and since you're her good friend and at a critical stage of breaking through, it's perfect to give them to you. Mu Zixuan doesn't need the divine blood dragon pills? Could it be that she... Yin Xiu trailed off. Exactly. A proud gleam appeared on Mu Long's aged face. After this beast tide, she has taken the most crucial step. She is now channeling her energy into her dantian and refining her true essence. Soon, she'll become a true martial artist. Hearing that his close friend was on the verge of a breakthrough, Yin Xiu felt genuine happiness. But he quickly shook his head and said, this is too valuable. 10 divine blood dragon pills are worth at least 9 figures. It's not a free gift, Mu Long interrupted. Please enlighten me, senior. Tianling City is too small. Your future will undoubtedly take you to higher base cities, perhaps even the top-tier cities like Shangjing or Tianjing. I don't ask for much. I only hope that when you soar to great heights, you won't forget that there's still a Mu family here. Yin Xiu immediately understood Mu Long's intention to trade 10 divine blood dragon pills for a future favor. He didn't mind this arrangement at all. In fact, it relieved him somewhat. After all, he already owed the Mu family a significant debt. From injuring Wang Tianshi to securing a spot in the martial arts secret realm, to fending off the 3 academy deans on his behalf. Adding one more favor to the list didn't seem like a big deal. Thank you, senior. Yin Xiu stored the jade bottle in his spatial ring, his heart brimming with anticipation. By the way, senior, didn't you mention 2 matters? What's the second one? Mu Long sighed helplessly. It's about the old geezers from Lanyu, Hongyang, and Zilei academies. Even after I sent them away, they refused to give up and pester me every day to meet you. I'm tired of dealing with them and wanted to ask what your plans are. Yin Xiu shook his head. I haven't planned to meet any of them for now. You're avoiding them because of all the commotion, trying to keep a low profile? Mu Long saw through his concerns immediately. Yin Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. Ever since his strength had been exposed, the entire Tianling city had been in an uproar. It wasn't wise to show himself at this moment. He intended to wait until things settled down. However, Mu Long had a different perspective. I think you should meet them. Why? Because their reason for seeking you likely has to do with the examination quotas for Songqing Advanced Martial Arts Academy. This could be your opportunity to reach a higher stage. After listening to Mu Long's detailed explanation, Yin Xiu made his decision without hesitation. If there's truly a chance to join Songqing Advanced Martial Arts Academy, and willing to meet with the deans of Hongyang and Zilei academies, it was a carefully thought-out choice. The infinite method he practiced required integrating the strengths of countless martial arts, embracing all techniques, and forging a path unique to himself. But as Mu Long had said, Tianling City was too small, so small that it relied on a single great martial master to barely hold its ground. The 7 martial arts academies struggled to produce even a single 20-year-old martial artist. Perfecting the infinite method here was nearly impossible. He needed to go to higher-level base cities, stand on greater platforms, and absorb more martial techniques to refine his path. Attending Songqing Advanced Martial Arts Academy was undoubtedly the best option. And what about the dean of Lan Yu Academy? Mu Long teased with a knowing smile. That's the dean of your alma mater. Yin Xiu recalled the disdainful expression on the elderly dean's face when Wang Tianshi attacked and replied calmly, forget him. I have nothing to do with Lan Yu Academy anymore. All right, leave the rest to me. After chatting a bit more, Mu Long rose to make arrangements for Yin Xiu's meeting with the deans of Hongyang and Zilei academies. By the way, Yin Xiu suddenly remembered something. Senior, Wang Tianshi must know about my true strength by now. How did he react? Mu Long froze for a moment, then his face turned red, as if suppressing laughter. Oh, him? After learning that you could slay a second-tier beast, he guessed you were the one who killed Wang Luyang. He's furious and even said heads seek revenge on you. Yin Xiu's heart sank. He wasn't confident he could defeat a martial master yet. But don't worry, Mu Long added. That brat had terrible luck. During the beast tide, he was injured by a third-tier beast. He won't be causing any trouble for a while. Hearing this, Yin Xiu let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, senior. After obtaining the divine blood dragon pills, Yin Xiu initially planned to go into seclusion to prepare for breaking through to a martial artist. According to Mu Long, the minimum requirement to participate in the Chongqing Martial Arts Academy examination was to become a martial artist before the age of 20. Moreover, with the martial master Wang Tianshi still lurking, even though he had been gravely injured during the beast tide, the threat was far from over. However, Mu Long's efficiency exceeded expectations. By that very afternoon, he had already arranged the meeting. Baiwei Xian restaurant was located in the bustling district of Tianling City. Mu Long originally intended to invite Dean Hongyang and Dean Zilei to his manor, but due to the deep impression he left on them during the martial formation, the two deans insisted on meeting outside. Yin Xiu had initially planned to invite Mu Zixuan along to congratulate her on breaking through the warrior realm, but upon learning that she was still in seclusion, he gave up the idea. At this time, Tianling City was still undergoing reconstruction, with scars from the beast tide visible everywhere on the streets as citizens busied themselves with repairs and rebuilding efforts. Disguised simply, Yin Xiu was on his way to Baiwei Xian when he overheard a conversation among a group of youths by the roadside. Hey, have you heard about Yin Xiu? One of them asked. Of course. The whole Blue Rain Martial Arts Academy is talking about it, another replied. Yin Xiu paused in his steps and looked toward the voices. 5 or 6 young students in Blue Rain uniforms were huddled together, enthusiastically discussing. It's unbelievable. Yin Xiu's strength is terrifying. They say his sword roared like a dragon, and he slew second-tier fierce beasts as if they were nothing. Exactly. Everyone used to say he lost his cultivation during last year's beast tide and became useless. Now he's proven so many people wrong. The most awkward ones must be Li Xian and Luo Qinghe. They used to be Yin Xiu's closest friends, but as soon as he fell, they distanced themselves. Now that he's made a comeback, they don't even dare to show their faces. Serves them right. Ungrateful and disloyal, they got what they deserved. Hearing news of his former friends stirred emotions within Yin Xiu, but he quickly regained his composure, even finding it somewhat amusing those who had once been his closest companions were now strangers. Just as he was about to leave, a warm voice rang out, indeed. Who would have thought that a boy who fell to such depths could rise again through sheer willpower? The chatting students immediately fell silent. Yin Xiu felt a formidable aura, far surpassing the warrior realm, locking onto him. Hello there, Yin Xiu, the voice greeted. Yin Xiu turned, his expression unreadable, and looked at the elderly man before him, whose youthful demeanor belied his white hair and luxurious robes. Dean Li, he said flatly. Li Zhengbai gazed at the young man in front of him and sighed. Good, good. Blue Rain is fortunate to have a student like you. I'm very proud. Proud. Yin Xiu thought back to the dean's cold and disdainful attitude in the classroom back then, and a wave of disgust rose in his heart. Thank you, but if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Li Zhengbai's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly called out, wait, are you going to meet the deans of Hongyang and Zilei academies? Despite the immense pressure emanating from Li Zhengbai, Yin Xiu remained expressionless and nodded. Yes. Li Zhengbai's face darkened. Don't forget, you are a student of Blue Rain. When my cultivation was crippled, did anyone treat me as a student of Blue Rain? Yin Xiu's gaze met the dean's directly. Li Zhengbai was momentarily speechless, his expression alternating between pale and flushed. It was true that, back then, even he had deemed Yin Xiu a burden. Dean, if there's nothing else, they'll be on my way. Hold on. Li Zhengbai's entire presence exuded a powerful sense of oppression. I forbid you from going. You are only allowed to represent Blue Rain in the assessment for Chongqing Martial Arts Academy. The last shred of hope in Yin Xiu's heart dissipated completely. In a cold tone, he responded, and if I insist on going? If you insist, then fine, Li Zhengbai said, stepping directly in front of him. His expression was no longer warm but icy. You may go if you can make me take even half a step back. It was evident that Li Zhangbai had no intention of letting Yin Xiu go. As a martial master, his true essence had long been refined to the peak, and he had grasped the true meaning of martial arts. Every move he made carried immense power. Such strength was leagues beyond the level of martial artists, let alone martial apprentices. At a hidden corner, the Red Sun Dean cursed under his breath. He and the Purple Thunder Dean had already been waiting at the Hundred Flavors Tavern, but when Yin Xiu failed to show up, they couldn't help but step out to look for him. They hadn't expected to stumble upon such a scene. This old bastard is utterly shameless. The Purple Thunder Dean spat angrily. A dignified dean of a martial arts academy, one of the few martial masters in Tianling City, bullying a junior. No way, we have to teach him a lesson today. His words struck a chord with the Red Sun Dean. The two exchanged a glance and were just about to intervene when a hand stopped them. Wait. Wait for what, Brother Mu? The Red Sun Dean glared. That boy is closer to you, isn't he? He might even become your future grandson-in-law. Are you just going to stand by and watch him get bullied? The speaker was Mu Long. Concerned that Yin Xiu might suffer against two martial masters, he had arrived at the tavern earlier. Hearing the words grandson-in-law, a flicker of amusement crossed his eyes. How's he being bullied? Mu Long steadied himself and said, Oldly clearly stated he would only block him, not fight back. Why not let Yin Xiu give it a try? What if he actually manages to pull it off? Pull it off? Impossible. The Purple Thunder Dean snapped. That old Li Zhangbai may have questionable character, but his strength is undeniable. He's a bona fide martial master. That boy can't even make him budge, let alone force him to use his hands. Both deans were convinced it was impossible after all. Even if Yin Xiu could slay second-tier beasts, he was still just a martial apprentice. Making Li Zhangbai move, even slightly, seemed utterly out of reach. Using blood energy to shake the essence of martial arts? It does sound like a fantasy, Mu Long said with a calm expression, a faint smile on his lips. But what if the boy actually manages to do it? Impossible, the two deans said in unison. Then let's make a bet, Mu Long said, his interest piqued. If I lose, the pills allocated to the Red Sun and Purple Thunder Academies from the Myriad Medicine Pavilion next year will all come with a 10% discount. Hearing this, the two deans drew a sharp breath. The number of pills their academies purchased from the Myriad Medicine Pavilion each year was staggering. A 10% discount might seem small, but the savings were enough to be tempting. And if you win? If I win, the benefits you promised Yin Xiu earlier must be increased by 30%. The two deans exchanged looks, their expressions shifting. It was clearly no small amount. But considering that a martial apprentice shaking a martial master was nearly impossible, they both gritted their teeth and agreed. Brother Mu, what makes you so confident that boy can shake the essence of martial arts? No particular reason. Mu Long shook his head and gazed deeply at Yin Xiu. I just heard that this boy can easily slay second-tier beasts, even those at the upper tier. So I wondered what he could achieve if he went all out. Besides that, it's just a feeling. A feeling? I just feel that this boy has the potential to create miracles. Yin Xiu, unaware that three martial masters were hiding in the shadows, continued to face Li Zhangbai. Even Li Zhangbai himself hadn't noticed their presence. Dean, is this really necessary? Yin Xiu's voice grew colder. The two stood in a standoff on the street, and the crowd of onlookers grew larger. Some had already recognized Li Zhongbai's identity. If things escalated, regardless of the outcome, it would surely tarnish the reputation of the Blue Rain Academy's dean. Yin Xiu cared little for such matters, but he disliked the idea of clashing with a martial master over such an inexplicable reason. Of course, if it came to that, he would not back down. Li Zhangbai dropped all pretense, his expression icy. Yin Xiu, this is for your own good. Don't go to meet the deans of Red Sun and Purple Thunder. Represent our Blue Rain Academy in the entrance examination for the Azure Green Advanced Martial Academy. I'm willing to offer you 3 billion federal coins as a personal reward. Hearing this, the Red Sun and Purple Thunder deans grew anxious, fearing Yin Xiu might agree. But his response allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. What if I refuse? Refusal isn't just words, Li Zhangbai said coldly. Move me, make me shift position, and I won't stop you. Otherwise, you're not going anywhere today. So there's no choice but to fight? Exactly. Then pardon my offense. Yin Xiu suddenly smiled. From his small Chinkuan ring, he drew a treasure-grade weapon he had acquired in the martial arts trial Realma Frosty Longsword radiating cold energy. He activated the infinite method, and a faint dragon's roar echoed around him. In the next moment, a sword light swept out, frost spreading across 19 provinces. The dragon's roar grew louder. Infinite martial technique, first form, infinite dragon sword. Congratulations. Your attack has triggered a 300x critical strike. You've got guts, Yin Xiu. You actually dare to attack. Li Zhongbai's eyes glinted with cold light. He had assumed the boy would be intimidated by his martial master strength and status as the Blue Rain Dean, eventually choosing to comply. He hadn't expected Yin Xiu to actually strike. Li Zhangbai dismissed the incoming strike with a casual expression, reaching out to catch the blade with ease. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his expression changed. Li Zhongbai's face changed instantly. This scene was far beyond his expectations. As a seasoned martial artist who had immersed himself in the essence of martial arts for years, he had assumed that dealing with a martial disciple like Yin Xiu would be effortless even if Yin Xiu were exceptionally talented. He believed that using just 2 fingers to catch the incoming longsword would suffice. However, reality struck him hard. Before his fingers could even touch the blade, an indescribable and terrifying dragon force surged forward. It carried the strength of 30,000 elephants, crashing down on him like tidal waves. If he had tried to intercept it hidden, his fingers would undoubtedly have been severed instantly. Damn it! Li Zhangbai cursed under his breath and had no choice but to raise both hands to catch the longsword midair. With a thunderous crash, cracks spread across the marble tiles on the ground like a spider web, sending dust flying everywhere. Even as a martial master, his body swayed uncontrollably, and it took considerable effort to stabilize himself. This shocking scene immediately sparked heated discussions among the onlookers. Oh my God, what did I just witness? A martial disciple almost overwhelmed a martial master? That's the headmaster of Blue Rain Academy. He's someone who can easily handle third-ear fierce beasts. Isn't that the Yin Xiu everyone's been talking about lately? This is insane. Hidden among the crowd, 3 other martial masters, Headmaster Hongyang, Headmaster Zilei, and Mu Yinglong, were equally stunned. Holy crap! Headmaster Hongyang's eyes widened. That strike was outrageous. If it were me, I probably couldn't have taken it. Headmaster Zilei turned to Mu Yinglong. Old Mu, did you already know just how monstrous your future son-in-law is? Is that why you made that wager? Mu Yinglong merely smiled without responding, though his inner shock was no less than that of the other 2. A martial disciple managing to challenge a martial master such a feat would be considered legendary even in the high-level Bay cities. Pay attention to Old Li's reaction, Mu Yinglong suddenly warned. Don't let him lose his temper and attack Yin Xiu. Don't worry, we've got our eyes on him. If he dares make a move, we'll subdue him immediately. The 2 headmasters quickly reassured him. After all, such a prodigious talent was a rare gem for Tianling City. And with Yin Xiu soon representing the academy in the Songqing assessment, anyone who dared harm him would face serious consequences. Li Zhongbai's face turned red with frustration as he stammered. How is your force this terrifying? You're just unlucky. My first strike triggered a 300 times critical hit. Yin Xiu thought to himself but maintained a calm and indifferent expression. Headmaster Li, shall we continue? Of course. Li Zhangbai gritted his teeth. At this moment, he abandoned any notion of persuasion. One thought consumed him. Such a prodigy must represent Blue Rain Academy in the Songqing assessment. No one else could have him. Under the sunlight, his face twisted into a fierce expression. Seeing this, Yin Xiu immediately tried to withdraw his ice crystal longsword, only to find that Li Zhongbai's hands were as immovable as heavenly iron. After several failed attempts, Yin Xiu decisively retrieved another crimson longsword from his small Qianquan Ringa refined grade weapon called 7 Kill, gifted to him by Mu Zixuan. Accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, a cold light rained down like a storm of blades, once again targeting Li Zhangbai. The onlookers held their breath, eagerly awaiting the outcome of this astonishing battle. System notifications flashed in rapid succession. Congratulations! Your attack has received a 3 times critical hit bonus. Congratulations! Your attack has received a 10 times critical hit bonus. Congratulations! Your attack has received a 15 times critical hit bonus. Congratulations! Your attack has received a 20 times critical hit bonus. This strike was no less terrifying, carrying the force of at least 300 elephants. Combined with the domineering dragon force, the infinite technique's unique properties, and the limitless combat skill enhancements, it was an attack that could easily kill a second-tier fierce beast. However, in Li Zhongbai's eyes, this strike was far weaker than the previous one. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of true energy imbued with immense intent, effortlessly deflecting the blade's storm. I knew it. Li Zhongbai relaxed slightly. That earlier strike of yours isn't something you can unleash at will. It must require specific conditions, or come at a great cost. Without that strike, you can't possibly challenge me. Yin Xiu, just come with me obediently. The onlookers sighed in disappointment as they watched the scene unfold. The crowd's sighs rose and fell, but they were not out of pity for Yin Xiu. The scene before them was truly chilling. Swords filled the sky, spanning miles, their icy aura striking fear even into the hearts of seasoned martial artists. Yet, the idea that just a few swords could shake Li Zhangbai seemed utterly absurd to everyone. Hidden among the crowd, 3 martial masters whispered to each other. I thought this kid might actually have a chance to shake Old Li in one go, but it seems... Why sigh? For a mere martial disciple to make old Li take him seriously is already astonishing. This swordsmanship, if it were any ordinary martial artist, they'd have been shredded to pieces by now. I was just hoping he could pull off a miracle. That's all no ill intent. Muing Long chose not to join the verbal sparring between the two academy heads. Instead, he squinted as he focused on the battlefield ahead, shrouded in the glow of countless swords. He noticed that while the fierce sword strikes had failed to harm Li Zhongbai in the slightest, Yin Xiu's expression remained calm and steady. One strike followed another, the rhythm unchanging, as if he were waiting for the perfect moment. Could he possibly recreate that earth-shattering sword strike from earlier? The thought had barely crossed Mu Yinglong's mind when a thunderous dragon's roar echoed across heaven and earth. A terrifying pillar of sword light formed, carrying an unstoppable might as it slashed toward Li Zhongbai. Congratulations! Your attack has achieved a 1/200x critical damage multiplier. A cold smirk appeared on Yin Xiu's lips. Seeing Li Zhongbai's increasingly relaxed demeanor, he warned, "Be careful, headmaster. This strike is strong, don't underestimate it, or you might not survive." Before his words had fully landed, another dragon's roar pierced the heavens. 7 deadly strikes descended, their sword light expanding into a massive pillar of destruction. Its overwhelming power sent shockwaves rippling outward, forcing martial artists to retreat hastily. Many martial disciples and ordinary spectators were directly blown away. Li Zhongbai, though slightly more serious now, still believed this strike to be on par with the previous one. However, the moment he reached out to catch the incoming blade, his expression shifted drastically. Terror filled his eyes. This strike's power was like the collision of heaven and earth, far surpassing his expectations. It shredded his true essence with ease, leaving him in excruciating pain as if his entire body were being torn apart. "If I don't take this seriously, I'm dead." With a furious roar, Li Zhongbai's long hair whipped wildly as he donned pitch-black gloves. His raging true essence cracked the ground beneath him. Gripping the 7 deadly strikes with both hands, he was pushed back 10 meters by its immense force before barely managing to neutralize the attack. By then, his body was steaming, the area within 10 meters around him unbearably hot. Half kneeling on the ground, he gasped for breath, staring at Yin Xiu in disbelief. What was that strike?" "The sword's name is Infinite," Yin Xiu replied calmly, though even he couldn't help but marvel at the martial master's resilience. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could survive a strike with a 1,000-fold critical multiplier. A brief silence fell over the battlefield before the crowd erupted in astonished chatter. My God! A martial disciple actually managed to shake a martial master. Not just shake. Look at the Blue Rain headmaster's face. He's clearly rattled, probably feeling his life flash before his eyes. Blue Rain Academy's reputation is in tatters now. Some in the crowd recognized Yin Xiu and began discussing his past. He's Blue Rain Academy's top prodigy. A year ago, he was gravely injured during a beast tide, lost all his cultivation, and was almost expelled. Who would have thought he'd come back even stronger? Blue Rain must be kicking themselves now. Li Zhongbai fixed his gaze on Yin Xiu, replaying that extraordinary strike in his mind as he slowly straightened up. "No, you're not leaving. Yin Xiu, you're coming back to Blue Rain with me." Yin Xiu's eyes turned cold. "Headmaster Li, are you planning to break our agreement?" To everyone's surprise, Li Zhongbai nodded and admitted openly, "That's right. In breaking the agreement." Li Zhongbai's expression was grave, his gaze piercing. Initially, he only intended to persuade Yin Xiu to stay, and if that failed, he was prepared to settle for less. However, after witnessing Yin Xiu's breathtaking sword strike, his mindset underwent a complete transformation. A mere martial apprentice had forced him, an experienced martial master, to use both hands. Such talent far surpassed the extraordinary, reaching a level that could be described as once in a millennium. If Yin Xiu could be retained at Lanyu Academy to participate in the Songqing examination, his eventual rise would undoubtedly bring the Academy fame and glory, leaving its mark in history. It might even pave the way for its promotion to a higher-tier martial arts academy. As the headmaster, this was almost the pursuit of his lifetime. Even if it meant resorting to less honorable means and bearing infamy, he was willing to do so. After witnessing that astonishing sword strike, his resolve became even firmer. As for Yin Xiu's resentment, Li Zhongbai wasn't worried. First, his intentions were not malicious, and second, the academy would surely provide generous compensation. However, his actions caused an uproar at the scene, with the crowd shocked that a martial master would publicly break his word. Discussions erupted all around, but Li Zhongbai paid no heed. Instead, he spoke sincerely. "Yin Xiu, come back to Lanyu with me. Whatever Hongyang and Zilei have promised you, we'll triple it. Even if I have to sell everything I own, even if it costs me my old bones, I'll make it happen. The grievances you've endured at the academy, I'll make sure to repay them doubly." There was even a trace of pleading in his tone. For most people, facing such an attitude from a martial master might have softened their stance. But Yin Xiu coldly replied, I'm sorry, Headmaster Li, but I won't return to Lan Yu. Why? Are the conditions not good enough? We can negotiate further if that's the case, as long as you're willing to come back. Yin Xiu interrupted, as the headmaster, you should know how I've lived this past year. Facing endless ridicule and scorn, ask yourself, would you return to such an academy? Li Zhongbai was momentarily speechless. He was well aware that without Yang Xiaoxiang's protection, Yin Xiu would have been unable to endure. Yet, he refused to give up. But Lan Yu did nurture you in the end, and Yang Xiaoxiang has always shielded you. Don't let minor grievances overshadow the bigger picture. Using gratitude as leverage? Yin Xiu felt a wave of disgust and didn't wish to say more. Headmaster Li, I will not return to Lan Yu. That's an unchangeable decision. Please step aside. So resolute. Disappointment flickered in Li Zengbai's eyes before they turned cold. A terrifying aura burst forth as he took a step forward. Today, you're coming with me, whether you like it or not. Yin Xiu took a deep breath, gripping the 7-kill sword tightly as he pushed his infinite dharma to its limits. Although he had managed to repel Li Zhongbai earlier with a high-probability critical strike from the system, such odds were too slim. Facing this seasoned martial master, victory seemed nearly impossible. Yet, he chose to resist, his sword aimed directly at his formidable opponent. Don't worry, they'll hold back. ITLL just hurt a little, Li Zhongbai said as he prepared to strike. But just then, a hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder. Old Li, I always thought you were a decent guy. What's with this sudden turn to dirty tricks? A voice, tinged with amusement, echoed nearby. Li Zhengbai's heart trembled. The man's presence behind him was so ghostly and silent that he hadn't sensed it at all. When he turned to see who it was, his face darkened instantly, and he spat out the name, syllable by syllable. Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, the headmaster of Hongyang Academy, stepped out from the crowd at a measured pace, positioning himself firmly in front of Yin Xiu. He glanced at the youthful, inexperienced face behind him and, recalling the earth-shattering strike from earlier, couldn't help but marvel. Kid, you are truly unbelievable. To think that with just the power of your blood and energy, you forced Old Li to use the treasure-grade weapon, the Xinjing gloves. You know, even when facing a third-tier fierce beast, he never resorted to this trump card. Hearing this, Yin Xiu's expression shifted slightly. So those pitch-black gloves were actually the treasure-grade Xinjing gloves. And don't forget about me. Another voice rang out. The figure of the headmaster of Zilei Academy appeared, stepping forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Hongyang headmaster. He looked at Yin Xiu, his tone filled with admiration. Kid, honestly, you're astonishing. Back in my younger days, I was considered a top-tier genius in Tianling City, but compared to you, it feels like my life was utterly wasted. Li Zhengbai's face grew darker. The simultaneous appearance of these two had clearly caught him off guard. Before long, a third figure joined the Muing Long. He stood in front of Yin Xiu, aligning himself with the headmasters of Hongyang and Zilei academies. Gazing at the headmaster of Lan Yu Academy across from him, he shook his head and sighed. Old Li, you've really gone too far this time. Breaking the agreement first, then resorting to coercion, this is no way to treat the younger generation. Li Zhongbai stared intently at the three figures before him, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. Finally, he let out a long sigh and withdrew all his oppressive aura. In an instant, the headmaster of Lan Yu Academy seemed to age significantly. Yin Xiu, may I ask you a question? Yin Xiu exhaled deeply. He was well aware that if Li Zhongbai chose not to retaliate, he might have a slim chance of victory. But if it came to an all-out fight, he wouldn't last more than 3 moves before being subdued. Facing the elder's earnest gaze, he pondered for a moment and then nodded. Go ahead. Li Zhongbai took a deep breath. If you hadn't faced so much unfair treatment at Lan Yu Academy, would you have stayed? Yes. Yin Xiu's response was firm and unwavering. His gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, looking into the distance. Lan Yu was not only where his martial arts journey began, but also his first martial arts academy. If not for what happened later, he would have stayed in Lan Yu. But there are no what-ifs in life. The seeds sown yesterday inevitably yield today's harvest. Li Zhongbai shook his head with a sigh, his eyes full of regret. He cast one last, lingering glance at the group before turning away, disappearing into the bustling crowd. His hunched figure stretched long under the sunlight, exuding an indescribable loneliness. If only they had known this would happen, why act that way back then? Principal Hongyang muttered, as he watched Li Zhengbai's retreating figure. If they treated Yin better and extended a helping hand, there wouldn't have been any room for me and old Zhao. Principal Zilei nodded in agreement, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Yin Xiu, however, remained unusually calm, staring in the direction where the old principal had departed, his expression unreadable. In this world, there are no remedies for regret. What has happened is irreversible. Let's go. This isn't the place for conversation. Let's head to Baiwei Xian, Mu Long suggested at the right moment. By now, the crowd of onlookers had completely blocked the street, and everyone knew that lingering any longer might cause an even bigger commotion. Using their martial arts aura to part the crowd, they quickly left the scene. The incident soon spread throughout Tianling City, causing a massive stir in the martial arts world. At Baiwei Xian restaurant, the group found a windowside table and sat down. Only then did Yan Xiu feel some of the pressure lift from his shoulders. After all, Li Zhengbai, being a seasoned martial artist, carried an oppressive presence even without making a move. Mu Long leaned in close to Yan Xiu, a sly grin on his face. Kid, well done. You have no idea how much I gained because of your victory. Yan Xiu was momentarily stunned before realization dawned on him. Senior, you all were here the entire time, just staying hidden, and you even placed bets? Smart boy. Mu Long's grin widened as he turned to the two principals. Hey, you two, stop pretending. According to the wager, since Yan Xiu defeated Li Zhengbai, I win. You'll have to increase your original offer by another 30. The smiles on principals Hong Yang and Zilei instantly froze, their faces twitching with visible pain. The terms they had originally promised were already astonishing. Adding another 30 felt like a death sentence. In the end, under Mu Long's mediation, the two principals reluctantly agreed to jointly recommend Yan Xiu for the Songqing examination. In exchange, each would provide 30 top-grade blood chi pills, 5 divine blood dragon pills, and grant Yan Xiu unrestricted access to their academy's libraries. Watching the principals' expressions, as if they'd just suffered a great loss, Yan Xiu couldn't help but marvel at Mu Long's clever use of the prisoner's dilemma. But when Mu Long reminded them that they'd still need to honor the wager and add the extra 30 to their original terms, the two principals glared at the cunning old fox as if they were bleeding internally. Damn it, old Mu. The kid isn't even your grandson-in-law, yet do you have to go this far? Another 30%? Yan Xiu was stunned upon hearing the details. The original cost was already steep, and an additional 30% would be an enormous burden even for a martial master-level expert. Principal Zilei's expression twisted into one of frustration, his gaze sharp as a blade as it landed on Mu Long. He then turned to Yan Xiu, his face etched with helplessness. Yan boy, 30 top-grade blood chi pills are one thing, but 5 divine blood dragon pills? That's practically my life savings. Adding another 30%? I simply can't manage that. How about I offer something else in exchange? Yan Xiu looked at the old man's pitiful expression and felt his heart soften. But before he could speak, Mu Long interjected. Let's hear it. What do you plan to offer? And don't think you can fool us with some worthless martial techniques or equipment. Unless it's a grandmaster level technique, don't even bother mentioning it. Principal Zilei cursed Mu Long's ancestors in his heart, but had no choice. After all, Yan Xiu was close to the Mu family, and there was even a possibility he could become their grandson-in-law in the future. Gritting his teeth, he said, I truly can't provide the divine blood dragon pills. Instead, I'll offer Federation credits to make up the difference. How much? Mu Long asked. 1 billion. Yan Xiu silently swallowed the words he was about to say. With Principal Zilei showing such sincerity, the additional 30% didn't seem unreasonable anymore. Mu Long took a sharp breath, surprised by the sheer scale of the offer. 1 billion Federation credits would be more than enough to sustain Yan Xiu's training in Tianling City for years. Without hesitation, he agreed, deal. The trio's attention then shifted to Principal Hong Yang, and the pressure naturally fell on him. Under their collective gaze, Principal Hong Yang's expression flickered between hesitation and determination. After a few minutes of internal struggle, he suddenly asked, Yin boy, how much do you know about true essence? The question was so basic that it caught Yan Xiu off guard. It was fundamental knowledge taught in the compulsory courses at Blue Rain Martial Academy. Although puzzled, he answered truthfully, true essence is formed by absorbing violent spiritual energy, condensing it in the dantian, and refining it with the fire of one's own blood chi. It's the first step on the martial path. Principal Hong Yang continued pressing for details, and Yan Xiu explained the 3 grades of true essence and their characteristics. Growing impatient, Mu Long said, Old Zhang, are you giving a lecture here? Just get to the point. Principal Hong Yang's lips curved into a sly smile. Unlike Old Zhao, I don't have the luxury of pulling out 1 billion Federation credits. However, I can offer an opportunity for fortune in exchange for the 30%. He then recounted how, in his youth, he had discovered a fortune pool in the wilderness, a place likely formed by the death of an exceptionally powerful beast. At the time, his strength was insufficient to explore it fully, and when he later tried to locate it again, it was nowhere to be found. His words held everyone's attention, and the room grew silent. When Principal Hong Yang revealed that he would hand over the map he had painstakingly drawn over the years to Yan Xiu, even Mu Long's expression grew serious. If that fortune pool could be found, It could offer a chance to break through as a martial artist and condense high-grade true essence. Such an opportunity far exceeded the original 30% compensation. Without hesitation, Mu Yinglong declared, "That's more than enough." Yin Xiu gladly accepted the proposal from the two deans. For him, going to Chongqing for further studies was already part of his plan. The Advanced Martial Arts Academy held abundant resources on martial techniques, perfect for refining his infinite method. Moreover, the benefits offered by the two deans were practically a gift, leaving him no reason to refuse. Once their discussion concluded, Dean Hongyang and Dean Zilei promptly fulfilled their promises. 60 top-grade blood chi pills and 10 divine blood dragon pills were neatly placed before Yin Shou. Dean Zilei even transferred 1 billion federal credits directly into Yin Shou's account, shooting a sharp glare at Mu Yinglong afterward. Dean Hongyang then took out a weathered notebook and solemnly handed it to Yin Xiu. "Kid, this map represents half a lifetime of my efforts. You must find the pool of creation and fulfill my wish." Though he had already surpassed the martial master realm and was over 50, making the pool less useful to him, years of obsession had driven him to continuously search for it. Entrusting the map to Yin Xiu was not just about completing the remaining 30% of the benefits, it also carried the weight of passing on his legacy. "Rest assured, Elder, I will find the pool of creation," Yin Xiu promised firmly. To refine a higher-grade true essence, he was determined to locate that uncharted land. Dean Hongyang patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. They proceeded to discuss various details, including the joint recommendation signatures from the two academies and other precautions. Yin Xiu also agreed to represent both academies in the Chongqing assessment in Tianlong City. As they were about to leave, Dean Hongyang suddenly remembered something and turned back to remind him, "Yin, with your talent, breaking through to martial artist is only a matter of time. But there are less than 20 days left until the Chongqing assessment. You must break through during this period, or you'll have to wait until next year." Dean Zilei nodded repeatedly. Exactly. The sooner, the better. It's best to take the assessment this year. Don't worry, elders. I will definitely break through to martial artist before the assessment. Reassured by Yin Xiu's promise, the two deans finally left Baiwei Winehouse with smiles. Mu Yinglong stood up and said, "Yin, come back to the Mu family with me for now. There are quite a few people looking for you outside, and Wang Tianshi is another trouble. My family has protective formations, so you'll at least have some peace." Yin Xiu readily agreed. Now that he had 60 top-grade blood chi pills and 20 divine blood dragon pills in hand, he desperately needed a quiet place to absorb these opportunities. In Tianling City, the Mu family was undoubtedly the best choice, though it meant owing another favor. The two returned to the Mu family without incident. Mu Yinglong, busy handling the aftermath of the beast tide, left in a hurry, leaving only Zhang Tianbai and Dong Rui behind. "Kid, can you really kill a second-tier ferocious beast?" Zhang Tianbai scrutinized the young man before him in disbelief. Dong Rui also stared intently at Yin Xiu. Yin Xiu thought to himself that not only had he killed a second-tier ferocious beast, but he had also just repelled a martial master. Since the news was already out, there was no need to hide it. He nodded and said, "It's manageable, not too difficult." "My God!" Zhang Tianbai exclaimed. "Doesn't that mean you're stronger than all of us?" Dong Rui's body trembled. "So, the heaven and earth twin fiends were actually killed by you, weren't they?" "More or less," Yin Xiu replied vaguely. In truth, only the earth fiend had fallen to his hand. The heaven fiend was killed by the second-tier Blackwater mystic snake. However, this explanation carried a different meaning to the two martial artists. Zhang Tianbai sighed. "No wonder the young lady is so fond of you. To slay martial artists as a martial apprentice, such a prodigy. If I were a woman, I'd fall for you too." Dong Rui nodded fervently. Exactly. Same here." Hearing these outrageous comments, Yin Xiu shuddered and quickly stepped aside. Once inside the villa, Yin Xiu intended to visit Mu Zixuan but was informed by the butler that she was in seclusion, consolidating her martial artist realm. Not wanting to disturb her, he returned to his room. 60 top-grade blood chi pills and 20 divine blood dragon pills. I wonder how far these can push my strength, Yin Xiu thought expectantly as he retrieved a bottle of top-grade blood chi pills from his small cosmos ring and consumed one, activating the infinite method. Congratulations. Your pill consumption triggered a 5-fold critical boost. Congratulations. Your pill consumption triggered a 13-fold critical boost. Congratulations. Your pill consumption triggered a 21-fold critical boost. Congratulations. Your pill consumption triggered an 18-fold critical boost. Congratulations. Your pill consumption triggered a 3-fold critical boost. Congratulations. Your pill consumption triggered a 1500-fold critical boost. As his cultivation advanced, Yin Xiu's ability to absorb martial pills improved significantly. In just half a day, he had consumed all 60 top-grade blood chi pills. The results were remarkable: 5 triple-digit critical boosts, 1 4-digit critical boost, and countless 1 and 2-digit boosts. His strength steadily increased. 103 elephant strength. 107 elephant strength. 110 elephant strength. 113 elephant strength. Finally stabilizing at 115 elephant strength. 60 top-grade blood chi pills, including a 1,000-fold critical boost, and my strength only increased by 15 elephants. Yin Shou sighed. As expected, the further I progress, the harder it is to improve. And with my damaged martial foundation, sigh. After a brief moment of disappointment, he took out 2 jade bottles from his small cosmos ring, his eyes brightening. Divine Blood Dragon Pills. This top-grade martial pill is the real deal, Yin Shou said with a fiery determination in his eyes. Let's begin. The Divine Blood Dragon Pill, a top-tier elixir crafted from the blood of dozens of high-level ferocious beasts combined with rare heavenly treasures, is hailed as the ultimate miracle drug for martial disciples. Each pill is worth over 8 figures, and its effects not only enhance physical strength but also condense blood energy, unleashing a force as powerful as a dragon. The pained expressions of the 2 deans, Hong Yang and Zi Lei, as they each handed over 5 Divine Blood Dragon Pills, were a testament to the pill's immense value. As the crimson pill entered his mouth, a surge of potent medicinal energy instantly coursed through Yin Shou's body. System notifications began flashing in rapid succession. Congratulations, you've received a 5x critical bonus, 12x critical bonus, 30x critical bonus, 47x critical bonus, 21,000x critical bonus. Excitement flickered in Yin Shou's eyes. This was the first time he had triggered such an overwhelming critical multiplier. With the support of the infinite critical system, the medicinal energy surged through his body like a tsunami, causing his blood energy and strength to skyrocket. 120 elephant strength, 130 elephant strength, 140 elephant strength, until it reached 198 elephant strength. Suddenly, Yin Shou's expression changed. The infinite technique was operating at full speed, attempting to harness the surging blood energy to capture the wild spiritual energy around him, pushing him toward a breakthrough into the martial artist realm. Breaking through now would allow him to condense at least mid-grade true essence, or perhaps even high-grade true essence. However, Yin Shou had no intention of breaking through at this moment. He planned to first locate the creation pool and absorb its power to ensure he could solidify high-grade true essence with certainty. Stop now. Gritting his teeth, Yin Shou's face twisted with determination as he fought to suppress the infinite technique's operation. This battle between his willpower and raw instinct lasted over 10 minutes. Finally, through sheer force of will, he managed to halt the infinite technique, calming the raging blood energy and dispersing the surrounding wild spiritual energy. Phew, that was close. Yin Shou exhaled deeply, his face still pale with lingering fear. If those martial disciples struggling to break through had witnessed this scene, they would likely have been furious enough to cough up blood. Testing his grip strength, the instrument displayed 203 elephant strength. This was already near the peak limit of 3 9th-stage martial disciples combined. Aside from rare prodigies like Li Hani, this level of power was unattainable for ordinary geniuses. By the time Yin Shou finished his closed-door training, night had already fallen. He considered seeking out Mu Zixuan but decided against it due to the late hour and went straight to bed. The next morning, as Yin Shou stepped outside, he ran into Mu Zixuan. She was dressed in a light purple gown, her long hair adorned with a butterfly hairpin, and her face beamed with happiness. However, her expression froze the moment she saw Yin Shou. What immense blood energy! Like a flood dragon. Mu Zixuan murmured to herself, clearly stunned by Yin Shou's progress. Yin Shou also noticed something unexpected. Mu Zixuan's true essence emanated faint electric sparks, crackling with sharp intensity. It was unmistakably high-grade true essence, an extremely rare achievement. Considering her even rarer purple thunder battle body, this was not entirely surprising. Congratulations on breaking through to martial artist, Yin Shou said. Thank you. Yin Shou, what's your current strength? Just standing near you feels oppressive. Not much, just 203 elephant strength. Mu Zixuan had the sudden urge to punch him. Not much? That was already beyond 99.999 of martial disciples in the Human Federation. Suppressing her frustration, she excitedly suggested, Yanga, how about a sparring session in the Mu clan's training arena? With the protective formations there, we can go all out. You, a martial artist, want to spar with me, a martial disciple? Yin Shou replied, exasperated. Mu Zixuan confidently retorted, of course. Yanga, you're the kind of person who can slay second-tier beasts as a martial disciple. If I hadn't broken through, there's no way I could match you. I think you're just trying to use your higher realm to suppress me while I'm still a martial disciple. Yin Shou teased. Hee hee. Fine, I'll take you on. Yin Shou agreed. In the Mu family's training ground, a sly smile appeared on Mu Zixuan's delicate face. Just as Yin Shou had mentioned, She indeed planned to use her advantage in cultivation to regain some dignity. After all, such an opportunity was rare. She had already refined the strength of 200 elephants and was on the verge of breaking through to the martial artist realm. Once she advanced, this advantage would vanish entirely. Yanga, I'm just a girl. So when we spar later, you must go easy on me. Before she could finish her sentence, Mu Zixuan transformed into a streak of violet lightning, closing in on Yin Xiu in an instant. With a sharp sword finger strike, she aimed directly for his face. Yin Xiu smirked disdainfully, feeling the sharp fluctuations of true essence and the tingling sensation of electricity in the air. With a light step, he executed his infinite law version of the free-roaming dragon step and effortlessly dodged the attack. As expected, so fast, Mu Zixuan murmured under her breath. Her sword finger turned into a palm strike as she unleashed a heaven-ranked martial technique. The training ground was instantly filled with dancing lightning serpents and rampant electric light. The Mu family's young lady seemed like a thunder god incarnate, her attacks growing increasingly ferocious. However, faced with this storm-like barrage, Yin Xiu merely continued to evade. After more than half an hour, Mu Zixuan finally lost her patience. Yin Xiu, I know you're fast, but can you stop dodging? Fight back. We're supposed to be sparring. Yin Xiu paused for a moment. It's not that I don't want to fight back, but I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you. This wasn't an exaggeration, couldn't control the multipliers of his infinite critical system. If it triggered a critical hit with thousands of times the power, even a basic attack could become a lethal strike. He had a certain fondness for this feisty girl, and definitely didn't want to see her blown to pieces. Mu Zixuan clearly didn't believe such an absurd explanation. She sneered coldly, if you're just going to dodge, then I'll make sure there's nowhere left for you to hide. As her words fell, an overwhelming surge of lightning erupted from her body, cascading across the entire training ground like a raging tide. It was only then that Yin Xiu realized the trouble he was in. The training ground was protected by a martial barrier, and its range was limited. This all-encompassing attack left him with no place to evade. You planned to use this move from the start, didn't you? He, of course. Yanga, don't blame me for being underhanded. It's your fault for being too fast. Without this move, I'd never stand a chance. Now, take this. Looks like I have no choice but to counter, Yin Xiu sighed. All right then. Bring it on. Forming his hand into a sword, he stood calmly before the oncoming lightning and lightly pointed forward. Infinite martial technique. First form, Infinite Dragon Sword. The system notification promptly sounded. Congratulations, 138x critical hit triggered. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the training ground as the raging lightning was shredded in an instant. Despite having just broken through to the martial artist realm, Mu Zixuan was so terrified by the sight that her soul nearly left her body. She desperately activated her Nine Heavens Violet Lightning art to dodge, but the residual force still flung her into the barrier with a heavy impact, nearly causing her to cough up blood. Boom! The sword energy slammed into the martial array barrier, causing the light screen to tremble violently, almost shattering it. Fortunately, the handiwork of Mu Yinglong, a master craftsman, had reinforced the barrier, preventing it from breaking. Are you all right? Yin Xiu hurried over to check on her. Fortunately, Mu Zixuan had managed to avoid the brunt of the attack and was only grazed by the residual force. After circulating her energy through 2 small cycles, she opened her eyes and angrily exclaimed, Yin Xiu, were you trying to kill me? You said this was just a sparring match. Did you really have to go that hard? Yin Xiu shrugged. I told you earlier, I was afraid I might accidentally kill you. Mu Zixuan was left speechless. The intense battle had come to an abrupt and anticlimactic end with a single, casual strike from Yin Xiu. She finally understood the terror of those second-tier savage beasts that Yin Xiu had slain and silently vowed never to spar with him again. Your true essence is impressive, must be of a high grade, right? Yin Xiu remarked, recalling the formidable destructive power contained within her lightning. Still fuming, Mu Zixuan shot him a glare before responding, yes, it's high-grade true essence, called Violet Lightning True Essence. Only those with the Violet Lightning battle physique can refine it. By the way, I've now broken through to the martial artist realm and completed my teacher's trial. They'll probably be heading back to Tianlong City today. Your teacher? A trial? My teacher is a very important figure in Tianlong City, one of the top elites. He gave me a trial. Before breaking through to the martial artist realm, I wasn't allowed to reveal that I was his student. At the time, I was already a 9th-level martial disciple, so I returned to Tianling City to seek an opportunity to break through. Yin Xiu finally understood. No wonder she had previously hinted at her impressive background and looked down on the prodigies of the Tsangqing Martial Academy's preparatory class. It all made sense now. What a remarkable background indeed. As Yin Xiu left the Mu family's training grounds, it was already midday. A sense of guilt stirred within him as he recalled the shocked and displeased expression of the martial artist who had been maintaining the formation. It was understandable the sheer destructive power of that sword strike, which triggered a hundredfold critical hit, was terrifying. It had nearly shattered the formation's barrier. If he unleashed such an attack a couple more times, the entire Mu family estate might have been reduced to rubble. Yin Xiao, Mu Zixuan suddenly turned to him, as if something had crossed her mind. Your blood energy and vigor seem incredibly strong. You should be able to break through to the martial artist realm anytime now. Why haven't you taken that step yet? There's no need to hide it, Yin Xiao replied candidly, explaining his plan to venture into the wilderness in search of the miraculous creation pool mentioned by the Hongyang Academy headmaster, hoping to use it to enhance the quality of his true essence. He added with a teasing tone, "You've already refined top-grade true essence. I can't afford to lag behind, can I?" Yes, you're the best, Yin Ge. Mu Zixuan's tone carried a hint of displeasure, clearly still upset about the harshness of his earlier attack. However, her expression soon shifted to one of concern. So, you're leaving Tianling City today to head into the wilderness and find the creation pool? Seeing Yin Xiao nod in confirmation, Mu Zixuan's eyes reflected deep worry. Yin Ge, you must be extremely careful. Although the martial arts guild has explored and classified some areas outside the city, that's only a tiny fraction. The true wilderness is vast and boundless, a haven for ferocious beasts, and its dangers are beyond imagination. Yin Xiao felt a warm surge in his heart and smiled. Don't worry, don't you know my strength by now? Thinking back to the earth-shattering sword strike earlier, Mu Zixuan felt slightly reassured, and a smile returned to her face. In 20 days, the Zongqing assessment will take place. Yin Ge, you'll definitely make it back in time to participate. We'll meet in Tianlong City then. Alright, see you in Tianlong City. That afternoon, the two shared a meal before parting ways. Mu Zixuan boarded the intercity train to leave Tianling City, while Yin Xiao said his goodbyes to Muing Long and set off on his journey into the wilderness in search of the creation pool. Not long after Yin Xiao left Tianling City, a deep voice echoed within the office of the Lan Yu Academy headmaster. The speaker was a middle-aged man with dark, leathery skin, an ominous expression, and a hoarse voice. If Yin Xiao were present, he would have recognized him as Martial Master Wang Tianshi. Li Jingbai, you must despise Yin Xiao, don't you? That boy was trained by Lan Yu Academy, yet he turned his back on you to join Hongyang and Zilei, even publicly severing ties with Lan Yu. At that moment, Li Zhangbai was bent over his desk, working. He looked much older than before, clearly still reeling from the blow of Yin Xiao's rejection. Join forces with me, and let's kill Yin Xiao together, Wang Tianshi said grimly. We can't hesitate any longer, Li Lao. You know better than anyone how fast that boy is growing. Give him another year or two, and we won't stand a chance of stopping him. As Li Zhangbai remained silent, Wang Tianshi pressed on. I've already received information that Yin Xiao has left the Mu family and is heading into the wilderness. I've hired assassins from the Black Sermon. It cost me a great deal, but even that isn't foolproof. That's why I'm here to ask for your help. If you agree, we'll track him down immediately and eliminate the threat once and for all. The Black Sermon? Li Zhangbai finally reacted, his eyes flashing with surprise. You were able to contact them? Call it a stroke of luck, Wang Tianshi replied with a sinister smile. Their people are wandering in the wilderness near Tianling City, seemingly searching for something. I took the opportunity to commission them. Li Zhangbai frowned deeply. Are the assassins at the martial master level? No, they're martial artists. Wang Tianshi's expression twisted slightly. But the Black Sermon is the most formidable assassin organization in the endless wilderness. Their members excel at assassination. Even as martial artists, they're more than capable of killing Yin Xiao. Besides, I'll be joining the hunt myself. The vast office was engulfed in silence. A peculiar glint flickered in Li Zhengbai's eyes, and his hesitant expression only made the atmosphere more oppressive. Under such an unsettling gaze, Wang Tianshi could no longer suppress the discomfort bubbling within him. What is it? What's so strange? He asked. Nothing. Li Zhangbai hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Haven't you heard about the wager between me and Yin Xiao yesterday? A wager? Wang Tianshi was momentarily confused. Having just recovered from a severe injury, he knew little of the outside world. In that brutal beast tide, a third-tier fierce beast had inflicted a nearly fatal wound on him, and he had been recuperating in a secluded place ever since. He had only learned by chance, through a friend, about Yin Xiao declining Lan Yu Academy's dean and instead choosing to participate in the Zongqing Academy's examinations led by Hongyang and Zilei. If you don't know, forget it. Li Zhangbai shook his head and sighed. It's just a pity for those members of the Black Ritual. They're going to suffer because of you. Irritated by this vague and cryptic attitude, Wang Tianshi cut straight to the point. Deanly, just give me a straightforward answer. Are you going to join me in eliminating Yin Xiao or not? If you don't want to get directly involved, fine. Just hold off Muing Long for me, and I'll take care of him myself. He calculated in his mind. As long as Li Zhangbai could restrain any potential protectors but the two deans of Hongyang and Zilei or Mu Yinglong, was confident he could deal with Yin Xiu. Wang Tianshi, you've misunderstood something. Li Zhangbai slowly raised his head, his aged eyes gradually opening. His voice was steady and resolute. I have never hesitated from the beginning. Wang Tianshi's heart leapt with joy. So, you're agreeing? No. Li Zhengbai's voice suddenly turned icy. There's something you got wrong. Yes, I hate Yin Xiu. I'm angry at him, and I'm frustrated with him. You're not wrong about that. His choice of Hongyang and Zilei over Lanyu indeed cost us a chance to rise. But you forget I am the dean of Lanyu, and more importantly, I am a teacher. How could I ever personally destroy one of my own students, especially one with such a bright future? Wang Tianshi's expression darkened, a mix of shock and fury. Then what were you thinking just now? I was thinking about how to make sure you stay. Before the words had fully landed, Li Zhangbai had already made his move. The wilderness stretched vast and boundless, with the wind howling fiercely across the desolate expanse. Yin Xiu walked alone through the dense, overgrown terrain, his plain robes billowing in the wind, his face calm and composed. At his feet lay the lifeless bodies of a dozen ferocious beasts, each slain with a single, precise strike to the throat. Since leaving Tianling City, he had been moving tirelessly, traversing through both the safe zone and the alert zone, following the route meticulously detailed in Dean Hongyang's journal. Along the way, he had encountered and effortlessly dispatched first and second-tier beasts. Now, having just concluded yet another battle, Yin Xiu stood still, his gaze fixed on the coordinates noted in the journal, a frown gradually forming on his face. The area explored by Senior Li over decades of searching seemed minuscule compared to the vast, uncharted wilderness before him. In this endless unknown, where should he even begin? The wilderness was immense and largely unexplored by the Human Federation, with only a few areas mapped and categorized. Most of it remained untouched by the Martial Arts Guild. No records, no information, and no classification of dangers. One could never predict when they might encounter a catastrophe level or even city-destroying beast. Because of this, only a few dared to venture deep into this unknown land. Treasure hunters, willing to risk their lives for fortune, or outlaws hunted by the base cities. For everyone else, the wilderness was a place to be avoided. Fortunately, when Dean Hongyang discovered the creation pool years ago, he had managed to retreat safely even while still at the martial disciple stage. This suggested that the area might not be overly dangerous. With the journal as his guide, Yin Xiu had decided to take the risk. The journal listed 21 potential locations that Senior Li had initially suspected. Over the decades, he had thoroughly investigated 18 of them, all turning out to be fruitless. Now, only 3 remained: the Gray Valley Mountain Range, 70 kilometers south of the coordinates XXX, the Tianquan River, 40 kilometers southwest, and an unnamed canyon, 96 kilometers southeast. Time was pressing, and Yin Xiu had at most 20 days to explore these 3 marked areas. As for other unknown locations where the creation pool might exist, there simply wasn't enough time to consider them. Yin Xiu quickly made his decision. He would head to the nearest location, the Tianquan River, followed by the Gray Valley Mountain Range, and finally, the unnamed canyon. The food and water stored in his Qinkuan ring would be sufficient for this period. Just as he was about to set off, his expression suddenly turned icy, his voice carrying a deadly edge. Come out. You've been following me for quite some time, aren't you tired? The surroundings were desolate and silent, with no response. If you don't come out now, I'll be on my way. Apart from the distant growls of beasts, the silence remained unbroken. Yin Xiu's cold demeanor softened slightly as he furrowed his brows, carefully scanning his surroundings. He couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of malicious, murderous eyes were watching him from the shadows. Yet, even when fully activating his infinite technique to heighten his senses, he found nothing. His earlier words had been a test, but there was still no response. Perhaps it was just my imagination, Yin Xiu muttered, shaking his head. Without further delay, he headed toward the Tianquan River as marked in the journal. Meanwhile, in a highly concealed spot nearby, 4 figures lay in perfect camouflage, blending seamlessly with the environment through a mysterious martial technique. They exchanged glances, their foreheads slick with cold sweat. Only after the young but overwhelmingly intimidating figure of Yin Xiu disappeared into the distance did they exhale in unison, relieved. That young man is the target? This is insane. He took down second-tier beasts so effortlessly. Is he really just a martial disciple? If it were just his combat strength, finite's rare but not unheard of for someone to cross realms and kill second-tier beasts. But his perception is terrifyingly sharp. He somehow sensed us, even with our concealment technique. It's unbelievable. Good thing we didn't fall for his bluff. If we'd been forced into a confrontation, the 4 of us wouldn't stand a chance. Damn it. That martial master from Tianling City said he'd bring reinforcements soon. But the target has already been out of the city for so long, and there's still no sign of them. Do you think he might have been killed? Boss, should we keep going with this mission? As the question hung in the air, the other three turned their gazes to a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and a square face. It was clear that he was the leader of this small group. The assassins of the Shadow Devotion had good reason to hesitate. Known as the most formidable assassin organization in the wilderness, they were famed for their unparalleled stealth and lethal techniques. Their prey often didn't even realize death was upon them until a poisoned dagger silently pierced their heart. But this time, their target unnerved them. Despite being merely at the martial disciple level, this individual could easily slay Tier 2 beasts. Even more alarming, he could sense their presence. The techniques of shadow devotion were derived from the Supreme Martial Art Manual, the Tome of Shadows. Even martial artists an entire realm above them would struggle to detect their movements. Yet this martial disciple could do so. How could they not feel a tinge of fear? The thick-browed member of shadow devotion clenched his teeth, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. That brat might have sensed something, but he can't pinpoint our exact location. This is our chance. His voice was low and cold. As assassins, our creed is to remain hidden, bide our time, and strike with precision. Even the most vigilant prey will falter eventually. Hell, relax. Hell need to rest, and that's when we strike. The middle-aged man paused briefly, greed flickering in his eyes as his voice trembled with excitement. Don't forget, there's something unusual about this kid. For someone at the martial disciple level to detect several of us from shadow devotion, he must be hiding some kind of treasure. Even without that commission from the martial master in Tianling City, this prey is worth hunting. Hearing this, the other members of shadow devotion exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with avarice. Boss, him with you. Exactly. Assassination is what we do best. Let him meet death in the shadows. As soon as the words were spoken, the four assassins from shadow devotion moved once more. Their figures seamlessly blended into the surroundings, and with astonishing speed, they closed in on their target. The path to Tianquan River lay through untamed wilderness, a region uncharted and ungraded by the Martial Arts Guild. Unlike areas with clearly defined danger levels or protective barriers of sword energy, this land was shrouded in uncertainty. Yin Xiu was well aware of the traits of such unknown territories. Calm surfaces often concealed turbulent undercurrents. While most of the region might be inhabited by low-tier beasts, there was no guarantee that a catastrophic or city-destroying entity wouldn't emerge at any moment. Every step he took was measured and deliberate. He avoided confrontation whenever possible, but when forced to fight, he unleashed his full strength, ensuring battles ended swiftly and silently. In a short span of time, dozens of beasts had already fallen to his blade. Congratulations! Your attack just triggered a 10-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations! Your attack just triggered a 6-fold critical hit bonus. Congratulations! Your attack just triggered a 15-fold critical hit bonus. Even so, he narrowly escaped danger multiple times. On one occasion, though the surrounding area appeared desolate, an ominous sense of peril emanated from the barren land ahead. Trusting his instincts, he halted and waited. Minutes later, a third-tier beast wandered into the area, only to be devoured instantly by a massive abyssal maw that emerged from nowhere. Its harrowing screams echoed long after. Perhaps it's the result of the nameless technique or the infinite method, Yin Xiu mused with a sense of relief. My perception has sharpened far beyond what it used to be. Without this heightened awareness, he knew he might have already met his end in this vast wilderness. Halfway through his journey, two second-tier beasts launched a sudden attack. Yin Xiu's expression turned icy as he swung his sword with precision, channeling the infinite method to its peak. Yet this time, he didn't rush to finish the fight. Instead, he appeared calm and composed. Congratulations! Your attack just triggered a 700-fold critical hit bonus. At that moment, Yin Xiu's lips curved into a faint smile. His swordplay shifted abruptly not towards the beasts in front of him, but toward the shrubbery to his rear left. Like a shower of cold starlight, the sword rain blanketed the area, carrying an unstoppable force of destruction. Within the thicket, a few members of the Black Abyss Order were whispering among themselves. Boss, this guy is ridiculously cautious. He hasn't left a single opening the entire way, almost as if he can sense us, one of them muttered. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, wore a conflicted expression. What they thought would be a simple assassination of a mere martial apprentice had turned into a nightmare. This was no ordinary apprentice, could defeat beasts of a higher tier, and possessed an uncanny level of perception. For an assassin, there was nothing more terrifying than facing such a sharp adversary. Quietly, the thought of retreat began to creep into his mind. Sigh. The middle-aged man let out a heavy sigh, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. If that martial master from Tianling City had come along, we might have had a chance. But now, he shook his head. This young man is beyond what we can handle. Let's retreat. The other members of the black ceremony let out a collective sigh of relief. After tailing him for so long and witnessing the terrifying power this young man had displayed, each of them felt as if a massive weight was crushing their chests. Secretly, they all harbored thoughts of abandoning the mission, but no one dared to voice it due to their position. Now that their leader had suggested retreating, they couldn't ask for more. However, just as they were about to turn and leave, the sky suddenly changed color. Countless streaks of icy light descended like meteors, sword energy raging in every direction, leaving no gaps. No! A terrified scream had barely erupted when 3 ordinary members of the black ceremony were reduced to blood mist in an instant, leaving not even a trace of their bodies behind. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen as he instinctively pulled out a round-shielded elite-grade defensive weapon. The storm of swords ravaged everything, carving 3-inch-deep trenches into the ground within a 100-meter radius, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Fortunately, the elite-grade shield proved extraordinary, allowing him to survive the onslaught. But the man felt no relief. Instead, his body trembled violently. He knew all too well that the truly terrifying part was yet to come. He was about to face the horrifying young man Hedon. Oh, still alive? A voice tinged with mild surprise echoed. That round shield must be at least an elite-grade weapon. Otherwise, there's no way it could have withstood my attack. The voice quickly turned icy. It seems my senses weren't wrong. Someone really was lurking in the shadows. Speak, who are you? And why were you following me? Nearby, the corpses of 2 second-tier beasts lay silently on the ground. The young man, dressed in plain clothes with a refined and delicate face, had somehow already appeared in front of the middle-aged man. His gaze was so cold it sent chills down one's spine. Yin Xiu stood there, his gaze icy and his face devoid of emotion. His instincts had been sounding alarms, though he hadn't found any concrete evidence of a stalker. The persistent feeling of being watched refused to dissipate. Finally, he decided to act. In the midst of battling a ferocious beast, he activated his infinite critical strike system. At the precise moment when a high multiplier critical strike triggered, he followed his intuition and launched an attack in a specific direction. To his surprise, the strike hit its mark, a hidden stalker lurking in the shadows. Even more astonishing, the target managed to withstand the blow, despite it being a strike amplified by a 700-fold multiplier. Speak. Who are you? And why are you following me? Yin Xiu's voice was as cold as ice. The middle-aged man opened his mouth to respond but abruptly dissolved into a blur, attempting to escape into the forest. Yet Yin Xiu had anticipated this. A dragon's roar echoed across the sky as his long sword plunged into the ground. A surge of sword energy ripped the earth apart, cutting off the man's escape route. This is your final warning, Yin Xiu said, his voice laced with murderous intent. Run again, and this sword will fall on your head. If you think you can withstand it, go ahead and try. The man's expression shifted rapidly, but the memory of his comrades being obliterated by a single, earth-shattering strike made him hesitate. Finally, he sighed, turned around and said, I won't run anymore. Young Masterno, great master, please spare my life. You still haven't answered my question. Well, my name is Jilu. I'm part of a wilderness assassin organization called Obsidian, right? Jilu admitted, quickly spilling everything, including the fact that he had accepted an assassination contract from Wang Tianchi, a martial master from Tianling City. Hearing Wang Tianqi's name, Yin Xiu's gaze grew even colder. He had thought that Wang, severely injured by a Tier 3 beast, would have been lying low for a while. But to think that the man had secretly hired assassins, very well, Yin Xiu thought. It's time to settle this grudge. Jilu was already regretting taking on this mission. The client had warned them the target was difficult, but no one had mentioned it would be this difficult. A single strike had wiped out 3 martial artist-level assassins, leaving the ground within a 100-meter radius sunken by 3 inches. Even his treasured defensive armor had sustained severe damage. When Yin Xiu raised his head again, Jilu was trembling under the weight of his gaze. I've already explained everything. By our agreement, you can't kill me. I never made any agreement with you, Yin Xiu replied, lifting his sword, the air around him brimming with killing intent. Ji Liu's face turned pale. Wait, I'm a member of Obsidian, right? Even top-tier base cities like Shangjing and Tiandu show us respect. Seeing that Yin Xiu's sword was still poised, Ji Lu hurriedly added, I can teach you Obsidian Right's combat techniques and assassination skills. Our stealth and killing methods are unmatched. Yin Xiu hesitated for a brief moment, but then continued his motion. Don't push me too far. Ji Lu roared. If I'm going down, I'll take you with me. Yet when his eyes met the unflinching resolve in Yin Xiu's, his courage faltered. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Fine. The truth is, we came here in secret to find the pool of creation. I've already uncovered a clue. If you spare me, I'll take you there. The pool of creation. Yin Xiu finally showed a trace of interest. The name brought to mind tales of the younger days of the Red Sun Academy's dean. Sensing Yin Xiu's reaction, Ji Lu hurriedly explained, It's a phenomenon formed by the death of a height-year beast. They say it contains the power to manipulate the forces of creation. Yin Xiu pondered for a moment, then retrieved a jade bottle. He poured out a white pill and tossed it to Ji Lu. Swallow this, and it'll spare your life. What is this? Ji Lu asked, his voice trembling. The 7-day soul-breaking pill, Yin Xiu said coldly. Nothing will happen in the first 7 days. But on the 8th day, without the antidote, your meridians will shatter, and you'll die. Yin Xiu's lips curved into a faint smile as he chuckled inwardly. His purpose for this journey was to find the pool of creation. How could he have anticipated being tailed by an assassin, let alone prepared some lethal poison in advance? What he handed Ji Lu was nothing more than an ordinary blood qi pill. As for the intimidating name, 7-day soul-severing pill, that was purely a spuro-themit fabrication. But Yin Xiu knew one thing very well. The assassin clad in black before him had a fatal weakness: feared death. And people who feared death never dare wager their lives. As long as Ji Lu believed it was the 7-day soul-severing pill, then to him, it was exactly that. Sure enough, Ji Lu's hands trembled uncontrollably as he held the pill, terror flooding his face like a rising tide. You can doubt whether this pill is real, Yin Xiu said, his expression impassive. But you must swallow it. Ji Lu's face twisted in agony as an internal struggle raged within him. He couldn't afford to gamble on the pill's authenticity, yet swallowing it would mean placing his life entirely in the hands of this young man. Young master, I swear I'll cooperate. This pill, you must swallow it. Yin Xiu interrupted coldly. I can't have a ticking time bomb following me around. If you don't eat it, you'll die. After a long silence, the fear of death ultimately triumphed over his longing for freedom. Ji Lu opened his mouth and swallowed the so-called 7-day soul-severing pill. Young master, I've swallowed it, Ji Lu murmured dejectedly, fully aware that his life was no longer his own. Yin Xiu inspected his mouth carefully, ensuring the pill was indeed consumed, then nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Take me to this pool of creation you spoke of. Under Yin Xiu's probing, Ji Lu divulged everything he knew about the pool of creation. To find it, 3 conditions had to be met. The right timing: sunrise in the east, sunset with a violet glow. The right location where water flows as a single thread between heaven and earth. And the right alignment situated in the chin position, facing north while seated south. They had already scouted several potential locations, and were now preparing to head to Tianquan River. This news made Yin Xiu's eyes light up. It was a destination he had intended to visit anyway. Along the journey, Ji Lu quickly adapted to his new role, showering Yin Xiu with sycophantic flattery like an overzealous fan. Young master, that sword strike of yours was absolutely earth-shattering. Not even a 7th-tier warrior could withstand it. That martial artist from Tianling City was courting death. Even the prodigies from Tianjing, Shangjing, and Duhang are nothing compared to you. Unable to tolerate the incessant praise, Yin Xiu cut him off decisively. Enough. Shut up and be quiet for a while. To change the subject, Yin Xiu inquired about the origins of the Black Banquet. Ji Lu explained that it was the largest assassin organization in the wilderness, rivaling the likes of the Fierce God Sect, the Ember Society, and the Crimson Kingdom. This answer piqued Yin Xiu's curiosity. According to the Martial Academy, the wilderness was supposed to be dominated by ferocious beasts, with scarcely any human presence. Yet the Black Banquet not only wielded significant power, but also showed little fear of the major base city's forces. Ji Lu seemed to read his thoughts. Young master, are you thinking there aren't many humans living in the wilderness? Seeing Yin Xiu nod, Ji Lu let out a derisive laugh. You're gravely mistaken. The real wilderness is far livelier than you'd imagine. City-states are everywhere. Factions clash incessantly. It's practically another world. This revelation left Yin Xiu deep in thought. If what Ji Lu said was true, why would the Martial Academy deliberately conceal this fact? Why propagate the notion that the wilderness was devoid of human life? It's not the Martial Arts Academy that's hiding the truth. It's the entire human federation that's suppressing information about the wild forces. Ji Lu's eyes flickered with a trace of disdain, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Yin Xiu frowned and asked, why would they do that? Ji Lu smirked and lowered his voice. Why else? They won't submit to control. Think about it, young master. The various wild forces operate independently and don't fall under the jurisdiction of the Human Federation. Naturally, as rulers, the Federation sees them as a thorn in their side, but there's little they can do. To maintain their authority, they resort to erasing the existence of these wild forces as much as possible. But can they really keep it hidden from everyone? Yin Xiu asked, even more puzzled. Of course not. Ji Lu shrugged. In truth, any martial artist worth their salt knows about the existence of the wild forces. More skilled martial masters have even ventured into the wild and interacted with them. The Federation's higher-ups know it's impossible to completely suppress the information, so they turn a blind eye as long as the wild forces don't openly provoke them. Has there never been a large-scale conflict between the Human Federation and the wild forces? Yin Xiu pressed further. How could there not be? Ji Lu sneered. The Federation frequently launches so-called operations to eliminate criminal organizations to attack the wild forces. Every battle is a bloodbath, like a meat grinder. Even martial artists who join the fray are often nothing more than cannon fodder. Yin Xiu nodded thoughtfully, gaining a preliminary understanding of the relationship between the Human Federation and the wild forces. However, he quickly frowned again. He couldn't shake the feeling that the Federation's reason for suppressing information wasn't so simple. The explanation seemed too shallow. There had to be deeper secrets hidden behind it. For now, though, such mysteries were far beyond the reach of a mere martial apprentice. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shifted his focus back to the creation pool. In the following days, the two continued their journey toward the Tianquan River. They avoided ferocious beasts whenever possible and dealt with any unavoidable encounters swiftly to prevent attracting greater trouble. Unlike before, Ji Lu now took charge of handling first and second-tier beasts, while Yin Xiu followed behind. The legendary stealth techniques of Heihe Zanli, the wild's top assassination organization, were indeed extraordinary. Even with Ji Lu nearby, his presence was so faint it seemed as though he had merged with the environment. Even if one saw him, they would instinctively overlook him. By evening, the pair finally reached the Tianquan River. Yin Xiu sat alone by the riverbank, a campfire flickering beside him. Gazing at the endless starlit sky and the horizon where water met the heavens, he murmured to himself, "The sun rises in the east, sets in the purple haze. Water flows as a thread between heaven and earth." Positioned in Qian, facing north while sitting south, the riddle isn't too hard to decipher. But I wonder if the Tianquan River is the right place. I hope this trip won't be in vain. Although Ji Lu was nowhere in sight, Yin Xiu knew he was nearby. For one, he understood Ji Lu wouldn't dare flee before obtaining the antidote to the 7-day soul-breaking pill. Secondly, Yin Xiu's powerful perception through the infinite techniques allowed him to sense Ji Lu's presence. However, the remarkable stealth skills of Heihe Zanli intrigued Yin Xiu. If he could learn such techniques, his future endeavors would undoubtedly become much easier. Over the next 2 days, Yin Xiu faced several dangerous situations. At one point, he even sensed the terrifying aura of a potential disaster classer, possibly city-destroying class beast upstream. Fortunately, the aura quickly faded, leaving him unscathed. During this time, he explored nearly the entire Tianquan River, trying various methods based on the 3 clues: timing, terrain, and human harmony, but he still couldn't locate the secret realm of the creation pool. By then, he was certain the creation pool's secret realm wasn't in this area. On the morning of the second day, after dispatching 2 wandering second-tier beasts, Yin Xiu and Ji Lu set off for the Grey Valley Mountains. As Ji Lu prepared to activate his stealth technique, Yin Xiu called out to him. "Wait, young master, what are your orders?" Ji Lu asked with a fawning expression. Yin Xiu said calmly, "Your Heihe Zanli's cultivation techniques are interesting. I'd like to try cultivating them as well. Are you willing to teach me?" "Of course, I'm willing," Ji Lu responded eagerly. "For a genius as extraordinary and talented as you, young master, someone destined to defy fate and achieve greatness, it's an honor for Heihe Zanli to have you practice our techniques." "I'm thrilled, more than willing." "Is there a problem with Heihe Zanli's techniques?" A cold, penetrating voice interrupted him. Ji Lu froze for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. "How could there be? I've practiced them myself." Yin Xiu's gaze was sharp as a blade, his presence imposing. "I suggest you think carefully before answering. A person only has one life, and if you bet wrong, there's no second chance." This wasn't an unfounded suspicion. As the foundational technique of Heihe Zanli, it should have been strictly guarded. Yet Ji Lu had agreed to teach it without hesitation and even seemed overly enthusiastic. Combined with a strong sense of foreboding, Yin Xiu was convinced there was something wrong with the technique. Ji Lu's expression shifted unpredictably before he finally slumped in defeat. "Young master, I swear I'm not lying to you. There's nothing inherently wrong with Heihe Zanli's techniques. It's just that there might be a tiny bit of a side effect." Yin Xiu's gaze remained icy, devoid of any warmth. The invisible pressure emanating from him made Ji Lu tremble involuntarily, his eyes darting away, unable to meet Yin Xiu's. "Our Heihe Zanli technique is called the Scroll of Darkness." Ji Lu's voice quivered slightly. "It is a simplified derivative of the supreme martial Tao's Tome of Darkness, encompassing cultivation methods, martial skills, and essential insights." He took a deep breath before continuing. "However, cultivating the Scroll of Darkness does come with a side effect. Every practitioner is bound by the Tome of Darkness, their life and death dictated by its holder's will. Currently, there are only 3 practitioners: the leader of Heihe Zanli, the Dark Saint Son, and the Dark Saint Daughter. The true master who transcends these limitations to control all practitioners, the Lord of Darkness, has yet to appear." Yin Xiu let out a cold laugh. On the surface, The chances of encountering those three individuals within the vast human federation and the sprawling wilderness seemed slim. But in reality, cultivating the scroll of darkness meant being eternally under Chi Zonli's control. This, perhaps, was the real reason Ji Lu had been so enthusiastic upon hearing of Yin Xiu's intent to cultivate this technique. The Lord of Darkness is... Yin Xiu narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the fact that even the leader could not fully control the Tome of Darkness. Relieved that Yin Xiu hadn't shown anger, Ji Lu exhaled deeply. That is said to be the child of the gods, favored by divine beings. Legend has it that the Tome of Darkness is a sacred relic bestowed by the gods upon their chosen one, granting them dominion over all darkness. Yet, for millennia, the true child of the gods has never emerged. The leader, the saint's son, and the saint daughter have been locked in an ongoing struggle, both openly and covertly, to claim this title. A sacred relic from the gods? Huh. Yin Xiu scoffed. More likely, it's just something left behind by a martial artist of extraordinary skill. The two continued their journey, avoiding two second-tier ferocious beasts they encountered along the way. A short while later, Yin Xiu suddenly spoke. I'm quite interested in the Scroll of Darkness. Teach it to me. Ji Lu's eyes widened in shock. He had assumed that after explaining the side effects, this fearsome young man would undoubtedly refuse. After all, anyone with a clear mind would understand the implications of being controlled by a more advanced technique. What's the matter? Unwilling? Yin Xiu's tone carried a hint of teasing. Ji Lu quickly nodded. Willing, very willing, young master. I'll teach you right away. In the days that followed, as they evaded ferocious beasts and traveled onward, Yin Xiu began studying the Scroll of Darkness. Although the technique was not of the highest tier, its mastery of stealth, infiltration, and assassination was near the level of Grandmaster doctrines, profoundly intricate. According to Ji Lu, completing missions within the organization and accumulating points would earn one the opportunity to receive revelations from the Tome of Darkness, further enhancing the technique's power. Young master, your comprehension ability is simply unparalleled, Ji Lu exclaimed in disbelief. In mere days, Yin Xiu had grasped 6 or 7/10 of the Scroll of Darkness, a technique notoriously difficult to master compared to most others. Yet, recalling this young man's ability to unleash a world-shaking sword strike while still in the martial disciple realm, Ji Lu found himself less surprised. It's still too slow, Yin Xiu remarked calmly. If luck were on my side, it would have been even faster. This was no exaggeration. Had he triggered a few more high multiplier critical hits, he would have already fully mastered it. As Yin Xiu quietly operated his nameless cultivation technique, he began integrating the essence of the Scroll of Darkness into his infinite method. By applying the infinite martial skills, he aimed to avoid being bound by the Tome of Darkness while still utilizing its stealth and infiltration capabilities, a perfect solution. 2 days later, under Ji Lu's guidance, Yin Xiu, aided by his infinite critical system, not only fully comprehended the Scroll of Darkness but also became adept at wielding it. At one point, he even managed to stand unnoticed before 3 second-tier ferocious beasts, a feat that left Ji Lu utterly astonished. When the two reached the outskirts of the Ash Valley mountain range, a sudden violent tremor shook the ground. A wave of savage energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Ji Lu's face turned pale. Young master, it's the Gale White Tiger and the Earth Giant Beartooth third-tier ferocious beasts are fighting. Yin Xiu stood amidst the desolate wilderness, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. The scene before him was truly rare. 2 Tier 3 ferocious beasts locked in a brutal life-and-death battle. Having roamed the wilderness for 5 or 6 days, Yin Xiu had encountered his fair share of savage creatures, even crossing paths with catastrophe-class beasts. Yet, such a spectacle was a first. Tier 3 beasts were known for their intelligence, instinctively avoiding unnecessary risks. It was uncommon to witness them engaged in such a ferocious, all-out fight. Is there a way around them? Yin Xiu asked. Young master. Ji Lu shook his head, a helpless expression on his face. The battlefield of these two beasts is in such a tricky spot that it's completely blocking the path. There's no way around. Yin Xiu pondered for a moment before responding. Then let's wait here for now. Wait. Wait until their fight is over. Ah, I see. Young master is truly wise and resourceful. Ji Lu flattered with a grin. I'll go keep watch nearby. If you need anything, just call for me. With that, he turned and walked away. Unbeknownst to Yin Xiu, as Ji Lu turned his back, a fleeting, sinister smile crossed his lips. Yin Xiu watched Ji Lu's retreating figure, his brows furrowing slightly. This member of the Obsidian Rite displayed a surface of servility and flattery, seemingly subdued by the 7-day soul-breaking pill. Yet, Yin Xiu couldn't shake the feeling that beneath Ji Lu's words lay a trace of mockery. Could this man have a hidden agenda? Was he somehow connected to the Obsidian Scroll? Soon, Yin Xiu's furrowed brows relaxed, and a subtle, enigmatic smile curved his lips. Had better behave himself, or hell regret it. In the valley below, the battle between the Gale White Tiger and the Earth Colossus Bear was far more savage than expected. The two colossal beasts were entangled in a deadly struggle, blood spraying in all directions, shattering stones into fragments. Violent gusts of wind and jagged earth spikes swept the battlefield, creating a chaos so perilous that even high-ranking warriors would be torn to shreds if they ventured too close. Yin Xiu activated the obsidian scroll, seamlessly blending himself into the environment as he cautiously observed the breathtaking fight. Despite his extensive experience, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the sheer intensity of the scene. As the golden hues of dusk bathed the valley, the blood spilled by the fighting beasts reflected the warm light, casting an otherworldly image. In the interplay of shadows and light, a surreal vision emerged. Veils of mist, ethereal plants swaying gently, and a massive pool radiating an unending aura of vitality and creation. The creation pool? Yin Xiu murmured, his eyes lighting up with excitement. At that moment, he finally understood the true meaning behind the cryptic verses. Heaven's timing. The sun rises in the east and sets in purple twilight. Earth's alignment. Water flows in a single line between heaven and earth. Human harmony. Stand in the Qian position, facing south from the north. All the clues aligned perfectly in this moment. The twilight hour, the blood of the battling beasts forming a singular flow, and his position in the northern Qian direction, gazing southward. The gateway to the creation pool's hidden sanctuary had revealed itself. Yin Xiu fixed his gaze on the mysterious path leading to the creation pool, his heart surging with excitement. It's so close. Once I acquire the creation pool, I can finally attempt to break through as a martial artist. After the initial excitement, Yin Xiu's brows gradually furrowed. Everything seemed far too coincidental. The battle between the two Tier 3 fierce beasts just happened to fulfill the conditions for activating the creation pool, revealing the path to the secret land. Could it be? As Yin Xiu muttered to himself, the actions of the two beasts confirmed his suspicions. The Gale White Tiger and the Earth Giant Bear suddenly stopped tearing at each other and dashed toward the secret land of the creation pool. Their swift reactions seemed as if they had been waiting for this moment all along. Damn it, kid. Those two beasts are also after the creation pool. Ji Lu appeared beside him at some point, his face filled with urgency. The earlier excitement from seeing the creation pool's secret realm open had vanished completely. After all, they had risked venturing into this uncharted wilderness for the opportunities within the creation pool. Now, it seemed the two Tier 3 beasts had beaten them to it. Yin Xiu felt equally anxious, but he knew there was a more pressing matter at hand. His voice suddenly turned cold. So now you don't even bother calling me young master and just go with kid instead? Ah. Ji Lu froze, realizing his slip in addressing him. However, instead of showing his usual fear, he straightened his back, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Kid, just because I praised you a little, you think you're the boss now? Yin Xiu silently stared at Ji Lu, his gaze growing colder by the second. Under this chilling stare, Ji Lu's body trembled, but he quickly steadied himself. He pulled out a pitch-black bronze token from his chest, a smug expression on his face. By the authority of the Abyss Apostle, I command you to submit to me and obey my orders from now on. Abyss Apostle? Yin Xiu frowned slightly. He could feel a faint pull on his cultivation technique as Ji Lu raised the token. However, with a simple circulation of his infinite technique, the disturbance dissipated instantly. I submit. Yin Xiu feigned a reluctant and furious expression, though inwardly he was delighted. Ji Lu became even more pleased with himself. Now, tell me the truth, this 7-day soul-breaking pill, is it real or fake? It's real, Yin Xiu replied, pretending to struggle to hold back his emotions. Damn it, it really is the 7-day soul-breaking pill. Ji Lu was both furious and shocked, but he didn't doubt Yin Xiu's word. She had absolute faith in the token's control over practitioners of the Abyss Codex. Hand over the antidote for the 7-day soul-breaking pill. All right. Yin Xiu's face twisted as he handed over a black pill. Ji Lu eagerly swallowed it, feeling the medicinal power course through his body and immediately sensing the dark shadow over his heart dissipate. Yin Xiu suppressed his laughter and continued his act. How is this possible? I thought only the Abyss Leader, Abyss Saint Son, or Abyss Saint Daughter could fully control practitioners of the Abyss Codex. You. Of course, I lied to you. Ji Lu, now completely at ease, said smugly. Kid, your martial talent is monstrous, but your brain isn't sharp enough. Besides the Leader, Saint Son, and Saint Daughter, our organization also has Abyss Apostles who wield tokens to enforce the Abyss Codex. I happen to be one of them. Yin Xiu silently calculated the time, sensing the drug's effects nearing their peak. He dropped his pretense, his expression relaxing. So, the reason you didn't use the token earlier was because you weren't confident you could fully control me? Who the hell has that kind of twisted hobby? I'm no masochist. Ji Lu shouted angrily, Then his face twisted with malice. Kid, I'll repay you for the humiliation I've endured these past days, slowly and painfully. He raised his hand, preparing to slap Yin Shou. Let me start with 2 slaps as a warm-up. Before he could finish, Ji Lu's expression froze, his eyes filling with terror. His wrist had been grabbed tightly by a cold, iron-like hand. A ghostly voice followed. Did you really think you're the only one in this world who knows how to deceive? Ji Lu's face was filled with shock and anger. The pitch-black token was supposed to have absolute control over anyone who had cultivated the black scroll. This was an unbreakable rule. Yet the young man before him seemed entirely unaffected. What terrified him even more was the hand gripping his wrist. It appeared gentle, but it rendered the flow of his internal energy completely stagnant, like a dead pool of water, and his strength was rapidly draining away. What exactly was that pill you made me take? Ji Lu trembled all over, his voice quaking with fear. The sealing pill, Yin Shou replied calmly. It's a martial arts pill that seals internal energy. I acquired it in a secret realm. I thought I'd never have to use it, but it seems to have come in handy today. Ji Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. You've been immune to my control from the very beginning? Correct. Then the 7-day soul-ending pill I took before. Was that fake too? Ji Lu was so furious he could barely stand still. Yes. You're despicable. Thanks for the compliment. You're not too bad yourself, Yin Shou said with a faint smirk. If you had the sealing pill, why didn't you make me take it right away? Ji Lu demanded. I needed you to lead me to the fortune pool. This desolate wilderness is full of dangers. If I sealed your energy from the start, I'd have to babysit you, Yin Shou replied nonchalantly. Ji Lu grew even more exasperated. Since you weren't under the token's control, why didn't you just attack me outright? Why go to all this trouble to trick me into taking the sealing pill? Simple, I was afraid you'd run, Yin Shou said with the same calm tone. As an assassin, Ji Liu's combat skills might not be exceptional, but his stealth and escape abilities were top-notch. Combined with the unpredictable nature of the infinite critical system, there was no guarantee a direct attack would have subdued him. As for the 7-day soul-ending pill, in life-or-death situations, who would hesitate over a mere poison? Survival always comes first. By the time 7 days had passed and the poison proved harmless, Ji Lu would naturally realize had been duped. Please, spare me. Ji Lu was completely broken now. This coward, who had even dared to swallow the 7-day soul-ending pill, was thoroughly terrified. I'm an envoy under the Black Saintess. If you kill me, shall never let you go. But if you spare my life, I'll serve you loyally. All my wealth will be yours. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Yin Shou said indifferently. Ji Liu's face lit up with a glimmer of hope, which was quickly extinguished by Yin Shou's next words. The situation in the fortune pool's secret realm is unclear, and 2 third-tier beasts have already entered. You'll make the perfect bait to scout the way. No, please, spare me. Ji Liu's face turned ashen, and he screamed in terror. Yin Shou ignored him entirely. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a rope-like weapon and securely tied up the now powerless Ji Lu, gagging him as well. Then, lifting him with one hand, Yin Shou headed towards the shimmering, unstable passage to the fortune pool's secret realm. The twilight had almost faded, and the blood of the beasts was beginning to dry, causing the illusory pathway to grow increasingly unstable. Without hesitation, Yin Shou dragged Ji Lu through. Although the legendary Hongyang Dean had once stumbled into the fortune pool's secret realm as a martial novice and escaped unscathed, Yin Shou wasn't about to take any chances. Not only had 2 third-tier beasts already entered, but there was also the unknown danger that had once forced the young Hongyang Dean to abandon the fortune pool and retreat. Yin Shou channeled the black scroll from the infinite method to its fullest, blending himself seamlessly with the environment and reducing his presence to the bare minimum. Ji Lu was tossed far ahead, tethered by a rope, to prevent him from attempting anything desperate, like deliberately luring the Riftwind White Tiger or the Earthquake Bear. This place. It feels a bit like the secret realm, Yin Shou murmured to himself. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted ahead. The mist was torn apart, the ground quaked, and an overwhelming, violent aura swept over them like a tidal wave. Yin Shou barely managed to steady himself, but his heart sank with a sudden chill. The earth-shaking roar and the violent tremors beneath his feet unmistakably signaled a ferocious battle between the Gale White Tiger and the Earth Giant Bear. A tempting thought flashed through his mind. Why not sit back and let the 2 beasts fight to exhaustion before making a move? But he quickly dismissed the idea. As a martial apprentice, he was all too aware of the fatal flaw in this plan. Whether it was the Gale White Tiger or the Earth Giant Bear that survived, either would spell his doom. His only chance lay in orchestrating their mutual destruction. Heh! A mere martial apprentice daring to scheme against 2 third-tier beasts on par with martial masters. Yin Shou chuckled bitterly at himself before regaining his focus. Activating the dark scroll, and with the aid of the infinite critical strike system, He suppressed his presence to the utmost limit. Gripping the rope tightly, he crept forward step by step. The mist gradually dispersed, and the air grew thick with the rich, invigorating scent of spiritual energy. What unfolded before his eyes was a pool of emerald green water, its surface shrouded in a swirling mist. At the center bloomed a pristine, white lotus. Even from a distance, waves of immense, gentle spiritual energy washed over him in an unending tide. That familiar sensation told him instantly this was the creation pool he had been desperately searching for. Just then, another violent tremor rocked the ground, shaking the entire secret realm as if it might be torn apart at any moment. Following the sound, Yin Xiu's gaze froze in astonishment. The sight before him exceeded all expectations. Three massive figures were locked in an intense struggle, and among them, a spectral white elephant held its ground against the other two, showing no signs of weakness. There was a third beast hidden in this secret realm. Yin Xiu's expression stiffened, his gaze fixed on the eerie scene before him. The massive elephant, rather than appearing as a ferocious beast, resembled a faint, illusory shadow shrouded in swirling white mist. Though it held its ground impressively against two opponents, its tusks inflicting significant injuries on both the Gale White Tiger and the Earthquake Bear, its overall form seemed strangely insubstantial. Could this be the divine will of a high-tier beast after death? Yin Xiu murmured thoughtfully, recalling Senior Tang from the secret realm at the bottom of the cliff. That powerful figure, long since fallen, had also lingered in the world in the form of divine will, preserved through the trials of the pillar. If so, this elephant's divine will must also rely on some kind of medium. His eyes swept quickly across the battlefield before locking onto the swaying lotus in the creation pool. The celestial plant emitted a hazy glow, exuding an air of profound mystery. The tide of the battle shifted swiftly. Despite the reinforcement of the secret land, the elephant's divine will was ultimately rootless, like a drifting duckweed. Under the relentless assault of the two ferocious beasts, it began to falter. With a mournful cry, the elephant dissolved into a streak of light and merged into the white lotus in the creation pool. The final defense of the secret land had been breached. However, the true ferocity of the battle was only just beginning. The Gale White Tiger struck first, its claw, enhanced by wind blades, tearing a deep gash across the Earthquake Bear's back, causing blood to spurt forth. The Earthquake Bear retaliated fiercely, delivering a strike imbued with mountain-splitting force to the tiger's waist, the sharp crack of breaking bones echoing clearly. The power of third-tier beasts is truly terrifying, Yin Xiu thought to himself, deeply shaken. At this moment, he was channeling the Black Scroll technique with all his might, perfectly blending his presence into the environment. Without this top-tier concealment skill, it would have been impossible to evade the sharp senses of these third-tier beasts. He was waiting for the right moment, a perfect opportunity to send these two ferocious beasts to their doom. And soon, that moment arrived. The Earthquake Bear let out a thunderous roar, its massive paw pinning the Gale White Tiger down. Despite the tiger's desperate counterattacks, its wind blades slicing the bear's flesh into ribbons, it could not break free. Their ranks are comparable, but the difference in endurance has finally become apparent, Yin Xiu realized. As the Earthquake Bear raised its paw, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the tiger, the moment he had been waiting for finally came. Now, Ji Lu, Yin Xiu whispered to himself, suddenly swinging his arm to hurl the rope-bound Ji Lu forward. His timing was impeccable just as the Earthquake Bear, triumphant, let its guard down for a brief instant. At this critical juncture, even the slightest disturbance could alter the course of battle. Bound and terrified, Ji Lu arced through the air, hurtling toward the two third-tier beasts. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist with sealed true essence would have no place in a battle of this magnitude. But in this precise, calculated moment, everything could change. The earth-shaking roar of the massive earth bear abruptly ceased as it was startled by a sudden figure. Instinctively, it raised its colossal paw, covered in thick, dusty yellow fur. The power of the earth gathered within that paw, causing the very air to tremble. Boom! Ji Lu didn't even have time to scream before his entire body was obliterated into a mist of blood under the terrifying blow. His body, with its true essence sealed, was as fragile as paper against such force powerful enough to shatter mountains. Was I too ruthless? Yin Xiu muttered as he observed the scene, a hint of hesitation flashing across his mind. But the ripple of emotion quickly faded, and his gaze returned to its usual calm. In that instant, the battle took a dramatic turn. The Gale White Tiger seized the moment when the Earth Bear was distracted, letting out an earth-shaking roar. It seemed to descend into madness, its entire body enveloped in sharp wind blades. With ferocious intensity, its razor-sharp claws tore toward the bear's head. The Earth Bear reacted immediately, lifting its paw to counter, but it was already too late. Roar! Wail! Two piercing cries of anguish echoed almost simultaneously. The gale white tiger's claws ripped through the earth bear's abdomen, shredding its massive heart into pieces. Yet, the earth bear's final strike landed squarely, smashing the white tiger's head into a bloody pulp. In the blink of an eye, both majestic tier 3 beasts lay lifeless in pools of blood, their formidable presence extinguished. Well, I was considering finishing them off, but I guess that's unnecessary now, Yanxio remarked with a faint chuckle as he stepped out of the mist. He gazed at the two enormous beast corpses before him, a mix of emotions stirring in his heart. Initially, he had planned to wait for them to weaken each other before stepping in to claim victory. Unexpectedly, the two beasts had ended up taking each other out. With a wave of his hand, Yin Xiu stored the two massive corpses into his spatial ring. Then, his eyes shifted to the distance. There, amidst a dreamlike pool of water, lotus flowers swayed gently, painting an ethereal and otherworldly scene. The ominous Season 6 of the Black Abyss had been resolved, and the two third-tier ferocious beasts had perished together, leaving almost no obstacles in their wake. Yin Xiu stood before the pool of creation, his gaze fixed on the swaying lotus within, his expression growing increasingly grave. The massive phantom of the white elephant, though severely damaged by the combined efforts of the gale white tiger and the earth giant bear, had not been destroyed. Instead, it transformed into a streak of light and merged into the mystical lotus. Cautiously, Yin Xiu approached the pool of creation, his internal infinite law already operating at its peak, ready to execute the drifting dragon step at a moment's notice to retreat. As expected, an abrupt change occurred. Boom! The pool of creation churned violently, the white lotus swayed frantically, and the surrounding mist thickened in an instant. The massive white elephant's phantom reappeared. Yin Xiu muttered a quick curse under his breath, damn it, and prepared to retreat. But suddenly, he froze. The sight before him left him utterly speechless. A miniature phantom of a white elephant, scarcely 2 centimeters tall, was shaking its head atop the lotus, growling at him with hostility. Its tiny size rendered it entirely non-threatening and, instead, irresistibly adorable, exuding a fierce yet endearing charm that made it hard not to laugh. In that moment, Yin Xiu understood. No wonder the gale white tiger and earth giant bear hadn't pursued Ithis. Lingering divine consciousness had weakened to such an extent that it posed no real threat. With his sixth sense giving no warnings, Yin Xiu stepped forward confidently. The miniature white elephant grew frantic, letting out a series of urgent growls. Yet, due to its diminutive size, it only appeared even more comical and cute. Seeing that it couldn't stop Yin Xiu from approaching, it suddenly began chanting an obscure incantation. A miraculous scene unfolded. Pure white flames ignited on the lotus, their essence merging into the pool of creation. A vibrant, multicolored barrier rapidly took shape. Sensing the danger, Yin Xiu instantly executed the drifting dragon step, lunging toward the pool of creation. But it was too late. The barrier solidified in an instant, repelling him forcefully and causing him to tumble awkwardly to the ground. The miniature white elephant burst into gleeful laughter, its eyes filled with unmistakable provocation. Yin Xiu stood up expressionlessly. Do you think I can't break this barrier? The miniature white elephant tilted its tiny tusks as if to say, You? Really? Yin Xiu's gaze turned icy as he unsheathed his crystalline long sword and swung it casually. A dragon's roar echoed sharply. Congratulations. Your attack triggered a 15-fold critical strike bonus. However, when the sword's light struck the barrier, it didn't even cause a ripple. The miniature white elephant laughed even harder, bouncing joyfully within the pool of creation. Yin Xiu rubbed his temples, frowning. This barrier's strength. Even if the gale white tiger and earth giant bear joined forces, they probably couldn't break it in a short time. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. But in a different case, breaking stationary targets? That's my specialty. Give me enough time, and even a god wouldn't stand a chance. Yin Xiu's sword slashed down like falling meteors, each strike swift and relentless. System notifications flickered one after another. Congratulations, triple critical hit bonus triggered. Congratulations, 10-fold critical hit bonus triggered. Congratulations, 70-fold critical hit bonus triggered. Finally, on the 13th strike, an astonishing notification appeared. Congratulations, 100x critical hit bonus triggered. A brilliant blue sword light descended with the roar of a dragon, shaking the entire barrier violently. Its surface bulged and strained, as if on the verge of bursting under an immense force. The smug laughter of the miniature white elephant was abruptly cut short, replaced by a fit of violent coughing. Its eyes widened in disbelief as it stared at the scene before it, a mere human martial disciple capable of shaking the guardian barrier of the creation pool. Yin Xiu's lips curled into a menacing smile. Once I break this barrier, you're next. Those words shattered the last remnants of composure in the miniature white elephant. it stumbled backward, trembling all over, emitting pitiful whimpers. The arrogance in its gaze dissolved, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. But it was too late. Yin Xiu's attacks surged forward like an unstoppable tide. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and nearly 1,000 strikes had been unleashed. 15,000-fold critical hits, 4,700-fold critical hits, and countless smaller critical hits rained down relentlessly. Each time a 100-fold critical hit was triggered, visible ripples spread across the colorful barrier, leaving the miniature white elephant trembling with fear. 1,000-fold critical hits, however, brought the barrier to the brink of collapse, forcing desperate cries of despair and bitter tears from the tiny creature. Finally, as the grueling hour came to an end, the system unleashed its most thunderous announcement yet. Congratulations! 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 This attack has triggered a 31,000x critical hit bonus. Due to the overwhelming magnitude of this boost, proceed with caution, host. A cold, chilling smile spread across Yin Xiu's face. Roar! The miniature white elephant let out a terrified scream, curling into a corner like a frightened cub. The power of that sword strike was truly overwhelming. After being amplified 10,000 times, the sword light crashed down with a deafening roar, causing the entire secret realm to tremble. The ice crystal longsword shattered instantly under the immense force, slicing through the thick mist and leaving a gaping fissure. The vibrant barrier crumbled into pieces. The little white elephant whimpered in despair and was about to flee when a massive hand emerged from the mist, firmly seizing it. "Where do you think you're going?" a cold voice echoed. The little white elephant frantically kicked its tiny legs, trying to break free. But it had already been severely injured by the Gale White Tiger and the Earth Giant Bear, leaving it nearly powerless to escape. Yin Xiu sneered. "Weren't you so smug just a moment ago? What now? Not so tough anymore? Come on, make some noise, let me hear it." Realizing there was no chance of escape, the little white elephant's gaze suddenly softened. It blinked its large, watery eyes and gently licked Yin Xiu's palm, emitting a pitiful whimper as if trying to curry favor. If a girl were to witness this scene, her heart might have melted on the spot. However, Yin Xiu's heart remained unmoved. His eyes were filled with killing intent, though there was a hint of hesitation. This miniature white elephant might very well be the spiritual remnant of a fallen height-ear beast, possessing profound knowledge of the creation pool. Keeping it alive could prove useful, but its ability to hold its own against two third-ear beasts made it a formidable threat. Eliminating it, while it was gravely injured, seemed like the safest option. Just as Yin Xiu was about to strike, the little white elephant sensed his murderous intent and began trembling all over. It whimpered while pointing toward the fully bloomed pure white lotus in the creation pool, as if trying to convey something. "What are you trying to say?" Yin Xiu frowned. The little white elephant grew more anxious. It pointed at itself, then at the lotus, letting out urgent cries. "You want me to let you recover inside the pure white lotus?" The little white elephant nodded and shook its head simultaneously, flailing its limbs even more frantically. A sudden thought struck Yin Xiu. "Are you saying that putting you into the pure white lotus would bring me significant benefits?" The little white elephant chirped excitedly, indicating that was exactly what it meant. "And why should I trust you?" The little white elephant tilted its head in thought for a moment. Yin Xiu loosened his grip, letting it land on the ground. It began drawing a crude image. A pool of water with a lotus blooming in the center, atop which a hazy figure radiated pure energy. Though simplistic, the meaning was unmistakable. Yin Xiu came to a realization. "You're saying this lotus can aid a warrior's cultivation and is incredibly valuable. And since you're spiritually bound to it, your fate is tied to the lotus. If I want the lotus, I must spare your life." The little white elephant nodded eagerly in agreement. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Xiu decided to place it back into the white lotus. This spiritual remnant was already gravely weakened and posed less of a threat than a first-tier martial artist. If it had any hidden tricks, it would have used them by now instead of falling into such a dire state. With ease, he leapt to the center of the creation pool and plucked the lotus. The little white elephant let out a joyful cry before transforming into a streak of light and merging with the flower. "I wonder what makes this lotus so extraordinary." Before he could finish the thought, Yin Xiu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the object in his hand. He had intended to store the lotus in his small universe ring and examine it after absorbing the creation pool's energy to break through. But the moment he touched it, an incredibly pure essence began emanating from the lotus, instantly enhancing his martial foundation. What excited Yin Xiu even more was yet to come. When the system notification popped up saying, "Congratulations, you have received a 5-fold critical bonus for improving your martial talent this time," his pupils widened sharply. "This lotus, it can actually enhance a person's physique?" Yin Xiu's voice trembled slightly with excitement. This surprise even surpassed his feelings when he discovered the creation pool. He knew exactly what this meant. His damaged martial foundation had always been his greatest obstacle. If not for this issue, with the infinite critical hit system and ample resources at his disposal, his martial progress would never have stagnated at its current level. Although this lotus couldn't directly repair his damaged martial foundation, it improved his physique to enhance his martial talent, achieving a similar result. What thrilled him even more was that it could also trigger the infinite critical hit system. The white lotus swayed gently, and from within came the soft, woo-woo-woo sounds of a miniature white elephant, as if it was affirming his thoughts. "Haha, little one, you've done me a great favor. Don't worry, I won't harm you anymore." Yin Xiu laughed heartily. He then focused all his attention on the pure white lotus. After about 2 hours of meticulous study, he finally figured out how this divine artifact worked. Every hour, the lotus would release an incredibly pure spiritual energy to cleanse the holder's body and enhance their martial talent. During the intervals between releases, it continuously absorbed the chaotic spiritual energy from the world to replenish itself. When Yin Xiu placed the lotus into his small universe ring for testing, he discovered that this divine artifact could directly communicate with the outside world, neither hindering its absorption of spiritual energy nor interrupting the transmission of pure energy. Calling it just pure white lotus all the time isn't very convenient. It needs a name. Yin Xiu pondered for a moment before coming to a decision. Since it enhances martial talent and is almost like a rebirth for martial artists, I'll call it the Nirvana Lotus. A cheerful woo-woo-woo sound came from the storage space, clearly indicating that the miniature white elephant also approved of the new name. With everything settled, Yin Xiu's gaze shifted back to the creation pool, anticipation lighting up his face. Now I can finally attempt a breakthrough. I wonder what form my condensed true essence will take. Within the pool of creation, mist swirled and spiritual energy permeated the air, creating an otherworldly scene akin to a celestial paradise. Yin Xiu stepped into the pool with measured steps, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. With his current strength, he had long been capable of condensing true essence and breaking through to become a warrior. Moreover, with the infinite law as his foundation, the quality of his true essence would undoubtedly be extraordinary. He had waited until now to harness the pool of creation and elevate the quality of his true essence even further. A few moments later, Yin Xiu reached the center of the pool. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. The spiritual energy contained within the waters was not only of an exceptionally high grade, but also incomparably pure. If he could fully absorb this energy, the true essence he condensed would surely be of superior quality. Suppressing his inner excitement, Yin Xiu hovered above the water's surface and sat cross-legged. Closing his eyes, he began to meditate and activated the infinite law. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, circulating through his limbs and meridians before ultimately converging in his dantian. Congratulations! Your cultivation has triggered a 5-fold critical boost. Congratulations! Your cultivation has triggered a 13-fold critical boost. Congratulations! Your cultivation has triggered a 21-fold critical boost. Moments later, a look of delight spread across Yin Xiu's face. He could distinctly feel a faint sense of qi forming within his dantian sign of true essence beginning to manifest. However, he did not rush the breakthrough, as there was still a vast amount of spiritual energy in the pool waiting to be absorbed. He had a strong intuition that fully assimilating this energy would result in an extraordinary quality of true essence upon his breakthrough. Just then, the Nirvana Lotus within his storage space began to tremble violently, and the miniature white elephant emitted urgent cries, as if trying to warn him of something. Yin Xiu felt a pang of unease, and his expression darkened. Had sensed something amiss. As he continued to absorb the pool's spiritual energy through the infinite law, a latent will buried deep within the pool was awakened. This will was highly unusual. It possessed immense spiritual power but lacked self-awareness, while also containing an enigmatic martial arts essence that seemed closer to a law. If that were all, it would not have alarmed Yin Xiu to such an extent. The most terrifying aspect was that this will was intertwined with the pool's spiritual energy and was now flowing into his body. For a person to harbor two wills within them would inevitably lead to madness. You knew there was something wrong with the pool of creation, and you didn't tell me? Yin Xiu roared in fury. When we get out of here, they'll grind you into powder and drink you with water. Whimper whimper, the Nirvana Lotus made a pitiful sound, as if trying to defend itself. I didn't know either. Yin Xiu had no time to discern the truth. He focused all his efforts on using the infinite law to eliminate the invading will. Yet this will was disturbingly resilient, fortified by the martial arts essence it carried, and the infinite law could not shake it. Worse still, the will seemed to grow stronger upon entering his sea of consciousness, as if it had found nourishment, and its once dormant spirit was becoming increasingly active. If this will fully awakened, the consequences would be catastrophic. In his desperation, a sudden thought struck Yin Xiu's nameless technique from the bronze door. Without hesitation, Yin Xiao activated the nameless technique. Nearly 1,000 abstract symbols began to stir. Moments later, a smile of relief appeared on his face. Was working. The will that had been impervious to the infinite law was melting away under the power of the nameless technique, like snow exposed to blazing fire. As the will dissolved, it split into three components. The essence containing martial arts laws merged with the infinite law, the spiritual energy flowed into his dantian, and the spiritual essence was absorbed into his sea of consciousness. No, a furious, hateful, venomous, and terrified roar echoed. The will was unwilling to flee. It had just achieved self-awareness, only to face annihilation. Yin Xiao remained unmoved, knowing he could not afford to show mercy. Should this will exploit any opening, the consequences would be dire. He intensified the operation of the nameless technique. As the invading spiritual essence was absorbed, a series of unfamiliar visions unfolded before Yin Xiao's eyes, memories belonging to the unknown will. Curiosity piqued, he observed these scenes. Time rewound, revealing how the faint remnants of a high-level beast's consciousness had fused with a pure white lotus, sustained and nurtured by the pool of creation's spiritual energy. He saw the white lotus sprout, grow, and blossom under the pool's influence, and even glimpsed the pool of creation's primordial origins. The visions eventually traced back to the moment before the high-level beast's demise. It was an incomprehensibly terrifying creature, resembling a western dragon, with a body spanning nearly 100 miles. A single breath from it could reduce 1,000 miles of land to scorched earth, leaving death and destruction in its wake. Even humanity's greatest cities were no match for its devastation. A chilling dread filled Yin Xiao's heart. What kind of beast was this? A calamity? A king-level creature? Or something even more powerful? Yet what intrigued him most was how such a monstrous entity had met its end. The answer soon became clear, as the visions reached their climax. In its final moments, the colossal beast encountered a lone human. The figures stood on the vast earth with their back to the beast. Though their form was as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to the creature, they exuded an overwhelming aura of supremacy over all things. Before the human, the beast trembled and recoiled in terror, desperate to flee. But it was too late. A calm, deep voice echoed, "I am the Dragon Emperor, and I have come to slay you." In the next instant, a beam of light pierced through the heavens and the earth. The beast's massive body was instantly torn apart, its remains scattering across the boundless land. Dragon Emperor? When Yin Xiao emerged from the fragmented memories, his mind was in turmoil. This legendary supreme figure was prominently featured in both the core curriculum of Lanyu Academy and the historical texts of the martial age. The history of the Human Federation is relatively short, spanning nearly 1,000 years. In the distant past, human civilization had undergone several eras. The era of dawn, the era of emperors, the era of ashes, and the era of fallen gods. Among these, the era of emperors lasted nearly 3,000 years, dominating much of the martial age's recorded history. At the dawn of the era of emperors, as the remnants of the era of dawn faded, human civilization struggled to survive under the crushing oppression of ferocious beasts, with its living space reduced to the brink of extinction. It was during this life-or-death crisis that the Dragon Emperor emerged. With unmatched power, he swept through the reigning beast overlords of the time, founding the Dragon Martial Empire amidst the ruins and restoring humanity's dominion over the land. However, historical records about the Dragon Emperor are unusually sparse, leaving many to wonder whether they were lost to the passage of time or deliberately erased. Several mysteries about this martial arts legend linger in the minds of scholars and the public alike. If he was capable of defeating the beast overlords, why did he not eradicate all ferocious beasts? Why did he suddenly vanish? Did he die of old age or fall in battle? Yin Xiao never imagined that the mysterious warrior who had slain the height-ear beast was none other than the legendary Dragon Emperor from 4,000 years ago. This revelation blurred the lines between reality and myth before his eyes. The origin of the will within the creation pool also became clear. When the Dragon Emperor slew the ferocious beast all those years ago, its flesh and blood scattered across different locations, and this place was but a small fragment of that aftermath. Yet even this minor fragment had been sufficient to evolve into a secret realm, birthing the creation pool and even reviving a trace of the slain height-ear beast's consciousness, allowing it to regain the power of a third-ear beast after countless years. What was even more astonishing was that the will did not originate from the fallen beast, but from the martial intent left behind by the Dragon Emperor's casual strike. This intent was so profound that it could give rise to a new will, a feat akin to the power of a deity. At this moment, that will had been completely absorbed by Yin Xiao's nameless cultivation technique. The boundless, pure spiritual energy within the creation pool, infused with the Dragon Emperor's martial intent, was now surging endlessly into Yin Xiao's dantian. Time ticked by. As the spiritual energy compressed to its limit, a wisp of mist condensed within his dantianthus was the martial true essence. Yin Xiu had broken through. When he opened his eyes, the morning sun was just rising in the east, its golden rays dispelling the darkness and illuminating the earth. The creation pool had lost all spiritual energy fluctuations, and its waters now appeared ordinary. Could this be a sign that the secret realm was merging with the outside world? Retracting his gaze from his surroundings, Yin Xiu focused on the powerful energy coursing through him. Unable to contain his curiosity, he decided to test the quality of this true essence. Activating the infinite technique, he channeled the true essence and flicked his finger toward a nearby 2-meter-tall boulder. Congratulations, your attack triggered a triple critical hit. With a tearing sound, the boulder instantly crumbled into dust. The remaining true essence struck the ground, carving a 10-meter-long, 2-meter-deep fissure into the earth. Such power, Yin Xiu gasped in shock. While he had anticipated that the true essence condensed from the creation pool's spiritual energy and the Dragon Emperor's martial intent would be extraordinary, he had not expected it to be this terrifying. A single wisp of true essence, even with the triple critical hit enhancement, had unleashed destruction far beyond his imagination. Even a high-tier martial artist would likely suffer severe injuries or be outright obliterated by such an attack. A sharp glint flashed in Yin Xiu's eyes. Perhaps now, I truly have the qualifications to challenge a martial master. And this was just the beginning? He continued to ponder. Yin Xiu focused intently, feeling the surging true essence within his body, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. Compared to Mu Zixuan's fragile purple thunder true essence, the power he had cultivated was akin to the difference between the radiant moon and a flickering firefly. The Human Federation categorized true essence into 3 grades: lower, middle, and upper. However, Yin Xiu was well aware that the force coursing through him far surpassed such simplistic definitions. This was a wholly unprecedented form of true essence, rooted in the infinite law, fused with the martial intent of the Dragon Emperor, and refined through the boundless spiritual energy of the creation pool. It was a truly unique existence. If this is an unheard-of form of true essence, it deserves a name to match, Yin Xiu murmured, a subtle yet meaningful smile playing on his lips. This power contained a terrifying destructive potential, capable of devastating anything in its path. Paired with the infinite critical strike system, once he ascended to an even higher realm, not even gods would stand unbowed before him. I'll call it Godslayer True Essence, he said softly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Guild in Tianling City, it had been nearly half a month since the Beast Tide's rampage, and the aftermath tasks were finally nearing completion. Taking advantage of a rare moment of leisure, Mu Winglong had invited the deans of the Red Sun and Purple Thunder Academies for a drink. The 3 of them sat together, enjoying wine and conversation. After 3 rounds of drinks and several dishes, the conversation naturally shifted to Yin Xiu. That kid's been gone for over 10 days now, the Purple Thunder Dean remarked thoughtfully, raising his glass. I wonder if he's managed to find the creation pool and break through to become a warrior? The other 2 exchanged glances and shook their heads, signaling their uncertainty. Mu Winglong suddenly narrowed his eyes and teasingly looked at the Red Sun Dean. Boldly, don't tell me you made up the story about the creation pool just to cash in your bets? That's utter nonsense, the Red Sun Dean immediately retorted, his beard bristling and his eyes glaring. I swear by my martial path, the creation pool truly exists. Calm down, Mu Winglong said quickly, waving his hands and offering a conciliatory smile. It was just a joke. No need to get so worked up, Oldly. Still fuming, the Red Sun Dean turned his head away, refusing to engage further. At that moment, the Purple Thunder Dean suddenly posed a question. What do you think? If Yin Xiu really broke through to become a warrior, what grade of true essence would he form? This question immediately piqued the interest of the 2 martial masters seated at the table, sparking a lively discussion. The eyes of Deans Hongyang and Zilei shimmered with a mix of anticipation and concern. As one of Yin Xiu's earliest angel investors, Mu Winglong, however, appeared particularly relaxed. At this moment, the 3 martial arts masters were fervently discussing the potential quality of true essence that the young man might condense. It should be of middle grade, Dean Zilei cautiously remarked. I believe it'll be top grade, Mu Winglong responded with unshakable confidence. That kid managed to slay a second-rank beast while still just a martial apprentice. He's a true prodigy. Condensing top-grade true essence should be well within his reach. Dean Hongyang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you that sure? Dean Zilei frowned and said, Old Mu, while that kid is undoubtedly talented, condensing top-grade true essence is no small feat. Out of a million martial apprentices, you'd be hard-pressed to find even one. A single misstep, and the quality could plummet. Even the most gifted talents of the Federation wouldn't dare claim absolute certainty. This was undeniably true. Across the entire Human Federation, countless so-called prodigies among top-tier martial apprentices had, for various reasons, ended up condensing only middle-grade or even lower-grade true essence. Mu Winglong merely smiled slyly without refuting. How about we place another bet? The two deans immediately recalled the painful lesson from their last lost wager. Shaking their heads in unison, they clearly had no intention of falling into another trap. At that moment, Mu Winglong's phone rang. As the conversation progressed, his eyes sparkled brighter and brighter. The other two martial masters couldn't resist teasing him. Old Mu, judging by the grin on your face, what's the good news? Yin Xiu's back, Mu Winglong announced. The moment the words left his lips, the two deans couldn't hold back their excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go meet him. Meanwhile, Yin Xiu was strolling leisurely along the bustling streets of Tianling City. After breaking through to the martial artist realm, his strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. With the stealth abilities of the Black Scroll, his return journey had been much smoother. Watching the lively crowd around him, he couldn't help but reflect on the thrilling dangers of his recent wilderness adventure. Suddenly, he sensed three familiar and powerful presences approaching. A mischievous idea flashed through his mind, and he immediately activated the Black Scroll, blending seamlessly into his surroundings. The three martial masters arrived shortly after, only to find their previously locked target vanish into thin air. They exchanged puzzled glances. Just as they were about to investigate further, a hand suddenly landed on Mu Winglong's shoulder. Senior, who are you looking for? Startled, Mu Winglong instinctively struck out with a palm. Though he managed to restrain most of his strength, a fraction of the force still escaped. Dust and debris filled the air, causing the three martial masters' expressions to shift drastically. However, as the dust settled, Yin Xiu emerged unscathed, wearing a faintly wry smile. Senior Mu, your strikes are as ruthless as ever. The three martial masters hurriedly checked him over, insisting on taking him to the hospital for a thorough examination. Once they confirmed that Yin Xiu was indeed unharmed, a flicker of astonishment passed through Mu Winglong's gaze. He knew full well the power behind his earlier strike. Even a martial artist at the peak of their abilities would struggle to walk away unscathed. Yet this young man appeared only slightly disheveled. Yin kid, what kind of true essence have you condensed? Mu Winglong couldn't help but ask. Hongyang and Zilei, the two deans, watched the scene before them with intense gazes. They had just witnessed Mu Winglong unleash a palm strike of astonishing power, undeniably at the level of a martial master. While some of the force had been dissipated, it was still an attack that ordinary martial artists could hardly withstand. Yet, this young man, facing such a formidable blow, appeared merely disheveled, without any significant injuries. Even with superior true essence, such an extraordinary display seemed inconceivable. Senior, I wouldn't mind explaining it to you right now, Yin Xiu said, glancing around the devastated surroundings. But shouldn't we find a better place to talk? The air was thick with dust, the ground riddled with cracks, and a crowd had gathered, all drawn by the commotion caused by Mu Winglong's strike. Mu Winglong nodded in agreement. Discussing this matter in front of so many onlookers was indeed inappropriate. Inside the vice president's office on the third floor of the Martial Arts Guild. Speak up, speak up, Mu Winglong demanded impatiently as soon as he entered. Kid, what kind of true essence have you cultivated? To take 3/10 of my strength hidden, without a scratch, it's simply unbelievable. Hongyang and Zilei also fixed curious eyes on him. To answer you, senior, my true essence is called Godslayer. Godslayer, true essence? The three exchanged puzzled glances. As some of the most experienced martial masters in Tianling City, they had seen and heard much, but this was something entirely new. Yin Xiu smiled and explained, it's a name I came up with myself. My cultivation method is rather unique, and I was only able to form it by absorbing the spiritual energy from the creation pool. As far as I know, it's unprecedented in the martial arts world. Wait a moment, did you say the creation pool? Hongyang suddenly reacted, his expression lighting up with excitement. Could it be that you found that secret location? Just a stroke of luck, Yin Xiu replied modestly. He then recounted his journey through the wilderness in vivid detail, though he carefully omitted any mention of the Nirvana Lotus and the Dragon Emperor. It wasn't a matter of distrust toward the three seniors, but the gravity of those details meant revealing them would invite unnecessary trouble. Listening to how he had snatched the opportunity of the creation pool from under the jaws of three third-tier ferocious beasts, the three martial masters couldn't help but marvel repeatedly. The story unfolds with equally captivating developments, maintaining the original plot while becoming more dynamic and engaging. Later, in the martial arena, when Yin Xiu shattered the Nine Heavens' profound crystal training post structure, said to be nearly indestructible even by martial masters with a single sword strike, the three martial masters were left utterly speechless. Yin Xiu quickly reminded them, Senior Mu, you did say I wouldn't have to pay for damages. You can't go back on your word now. You. Mu Winglong's eyes widened as he stammered in shock, unable to form a complete sentence. The martial pillar, forged from the legendary Nine Heavens' profound crystal, had shattered explosively under Yin Xiu's single sword strike. Such domineering true essence left even the Red Sun and Purple Thunder Deans utterly dumbfounded. Yin Xiu felt a twinge of guilt but quickly straightened his back as a thought crossed his mind. You were the one who claimed this martial pillar was indestructible, capable of enduring 3 days and nights of relentless attacks without a scratch. I just used a little extra force. How could this be my fault? Hit me, Mu Yinglong suddenly said. What? Yin Xiu was taken aback by the unexpected request. Mu Yinglong explained, Yin boy, your Godslayer true essence is absurdly powerful, far beyond any true essence I've ever encountered. I want to personally experience what makes it so extraordinary. The Red Sun and Purple Thunder Deans, having recovered from their shock, chimed in eagerly. Count me in? Haha, let me try it too. I'm sorry, seniors. Yin Xiu shook his head and refused. I can't strike you. Why not? Mu Yinglong frowned, pressing for an answer. Yin Xiu only shook his head again, offering no explanation. He couldn't reveal the truth that he feared his luck might falter, and he could accidentally kill them. After sparring with Mu Zixuan, he had secretly vowed never to casually attack those close to him, even with the lightest blow. The 3 martial masters tried every tactic to pry an answer from him, but Yin Xiu remained tight-lipped. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. Fine then, boy. Just strike the martial pillar again. That should be acceptable, right? Mu Yinglong relented. Let this old man witness the power of your Godslayer true essence once more. All right. This time, Yin Xiu didn't refuse. With a flick of his finger, his true essence burst forth, striking the martial pillar. Congratulations. This attack triggered a 5-fold critical enhancement. Although the martial pillar didn't shatter this time, it bore a faint scratch on its surface. Yet, the expressions of the 3 martial masters grew even more serious. This time, they had truly felt the unique nature of the Godslayer true essence. What an overbearing true essence! The Red Sun Dean exclaimed. It suppresses everything, annihilates everything, and destroys everything. Even among top-tier true essences, few could rival it. The Purple Thunder Dean nodded in agreement. If the martial world classified true essence beyond 3 grades, I would suspect this Godslayer true essence has already surpassed the top grade and reached a 4th level. Such a true essence, Mu Yinglong said gravely. If Yin Boy reaches the highest realm of martial arts, he might actually have the power to slay gods. Yin Xiu stood silently with a faint smile, watching the astonished expressions of the 3 seniors. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. In the following moments, Yin Xiu demonstrated his true essence twice more, thoroughly convincing the 3 martial masters of the Godslayer true essence's overwhelming might. As investors, they were already envisioning the immense returns this talent would bring, their excitement written all over their faces. Back in the vice president's office, Yin Xiu sipped a glass of water before suddenly asking, Seniors, has there been any recent news about Wang Tianchi? The 3, still immersed in their amazement over the Godslayer true essence, were momentarily stunned by the question. Wang Tianchi? Ha ha ha. Mu Yinglong burst into laughter. That guy's had some rotten luck. For some reason, he went to ask Li Jingbai to join forces against you, only to be severely injured by that old man. Who knows where he's hiding now? Blue Rain's Dean injured Wang Tianchi? Yin Xiu was genuinely surprised. The Red Sun Dean sighed. Boy, that old man Li is your dean, but you might not understand him well. He's a bit obsessive. He only values top students and treats average ones poorly. But he has one principle. He would never harm his own students. The Purple Thunder Dean added. We can't entirely blame him. He promised the former dean to turn Blue Rain into the top martial arts academy in Tianling City, so he focuses solely on nurturing elite talents. Deep down, he's not a bad person. Yin Xiu's face remained expressionless. What had happened was already in the past. While he appreciated Li Jingbai for injuring Wang Tianchi, he couldn't easily forgive the events that had transpired. Boy, Mu Yinglong narrowed his eyes. Why are you asking about Wang Tianchi? Is it because? To kill him, Yin Xiu replied without hesitation. Now that I've broken through to the martial artist level, I'm heading to Tianlong City. It's time to settle my grudge with him. The 3 martial masters had anticipated this, but were still shocked by his words. A newly advanced martial artist challenging a martial master? The gap between these 2 realms was several times greater than that between a martial disciple and a martial artist. But remembering the scene where the martial pillar was shattered by a single strike, they felt it might not be impossible. Yin boy, leave it to us. That's right. Wang Tianchi may be a newly advanced martial master, but he has already grasped the essence of martial arts. You've only just broken through to martial artistry. You'd be taking a huge risk. Stay home and wait for the news. Although the 3 martial masters believed in Yin Xiu's talent, they couldn't bear to see him take such a risk. This prodigy was too valuable, and they had invested heavily in him. If he were to fall, the loss would be immeasurable. Then I'll trouble you, seniors, Yin Xiu said without protest. If they could eliminate this threat for him, why risk his own life? Of course, if it came to it, he wouldn't hesitate to act himself. After chatting a bit longer, the Red Sun and Purple Thunder Deans excused themselves. Yin Xiao was about to leave as well when he suddenly remembered something at the door. By the way, Senior Mu, I have the corpses of 2 third-ear ferocious beasts. I'm wondering if... Just take them to the Myriad Medicine Pavilion, Mu Inglong interrupted, giving him a peculiar look. You started by selling materials from first-tier beasts, and now, in such a short time, you're dealing with third-tier ones? Just a stroke of luck? Yin Xiao replied with a sheepish smile. Mu Inglong snorted. Luck? Huh? How come I never had such luck during my martial artist days? Sometimes, being too modest makes you seem insincere. Yin Xiao. After leaving the martial arts guild, Yin Xiao did not go straight home. Concerned that Wang Tianshi might be lying in wait nearby, he decided to head to the Mu family's villa estate instead. Settling into the room Mu Zixuan had previously arranged for him, he fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake for 2 whole days and nights. On the morning of the 3rd day, as he finally woke up, he couldn't help but reflect. In the wilderness, his nerves had been constantly on edge, making even rest a luxury. Now, back in Tianling City, as the tension eased, the accumulated exhaustion hit him like a tidal wave. After freshening up, Yin Xiao headed straight to the Myriad Medicine Pavilion. Despite using the Mu family's hover vehicle, it still took nearly half an hour to travel from the southern part of the city to the northern part. Welcome. A warm greeting rang out as soon as he stepped into the hall. The bustling space was filled with warriors and martial apprentices queuing at the counters to exchange materials from ferocious beasts or purchase martial arts pills. The lively scene contrasted with the absence of a familiar figure, stirring a faint unease in Yin Xiao's heart. A middle-aged man in professional attire approached him respectfully. I'm the manager of the Myriad Medicine Pavilion. Are you Mr. Yin Xiao? After Yin Xiao confirmed his identity, the manager led him to a vast warehouse. There, Yin Xiao retrieved the corpses of the Gale White Tiger and the Earth Giant Bear, 2 third-tier ferocious beasts from his small universe ring. The sight of them made the manager's eyes flash with astonishment. Over 30 professional beast dissectors completed their inventory work in just 2 hours. Mr. Yin, raced the materials list. 2 Gale White Tiger eyes, 5,000 milliliters of essence blood, 1 Earth Giant Bear gallbladder, 1 bear hide. The manager detailed. The total value is 2.3 billion federal credits. Shall we transfer it directly to your account? Yin Xiao was delighted. Combined with the 3 billion credits given earlier by Dean Zilei, he was now a wealthy man with 5.3 billion credits. Do you have any refinement essence pills here? He asked. We do, but not many, the manager replied. Refinement essence pills require materials from second-tier beasts and rare heavenly treasures. We currently have only 100 pills in stock, priced at 2 million credits each. We'll take them all, Yin Xiao said decisively, not forgetting to present his 10 discount card. The manager looked troubled, but quickly completed the transaction. When the news reached Mu Inglong, the old man lamented. What a loss. The discount amounted to a whopping 20 million credits. As he stepped out of the Myriad Medicine Pavilion, Yin Xiao was in high spirits. After being cleansed by the Nirvana Lotus recently, his physique had significantly improved. Though still far from his peak, his cultivation speed had increased by at least 20. With proper use of these refinement essence pills, along with the infinite law and infinite critical strike system, breaking through to a second-tier martial artist seemed just around the corner. Just as he was about to return to the Mu family estate for secluded cultivation, a familiar figure caught his eye. Wang Tianshi, wearing a hat and keeping his head lowered, was walking down the street from the other end, his eyes occasionally flashing with malice. Yin Xiao's heart sank. It appeared that, after being injured by Li Zhengbai, Wang Tianshi had been frequenting this area to buy healing pills. Yin Xiao turned and activated the Black Scroll technique, intending to slip away unnoticed. Unfortunately, it was too late. A chilling voice rang out from behind him. What a coincidence, boy. Along with it came the terrifying pressure unique to a martial master. Without hesitation, Yin Xiao executed his drifting dragon step technique to flee. Seeing the murderer of his son, Wang Tianshi could no longer contain himself. True essence, infused with martial intent, erupted from him, causing the ground to crack and buildings to collapse as he gave chase with reckless abandon. The commotion quickly alarmed all of Tianling City. At the entrance of the martial arts guild, Mu Inglong, upon hearing the news, was anxious and about to rush out to assist. However, he was blocked by the sword duo, Lin Buhui and Wang Yin. I have urgent matters to attend to, Mu Inglong said, cupping his hands. No need to rush, the two said in unison, raising their hands. We just want to ask if Yin Xiao is as powerful as you claim. Why hasn't he helped Xiaohua and Xiaoqian? Coming here now to question Measurely, this isn't a coincidence. Mu Inglong said coldly. Go ahead, tell Mu Hin, did you collude with Wang Tianshi? The The tension outside the martial arts guild escalated in an instant. Mu Long narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping back and forth over the sword couple. Empty-handed, without even bringing your weapons? Seems like you didn't expect Wang Tianshi to make a sudden move in Tianling City, so you came in quite a hurry, huh? The sword couple's expressions shifted slightly, but quickly returned to calm. We didn't bring our weapons because there's no need. The two of us together are more than enough to deal with you alone. More than enough, is it? Mu Long's fury ignited as his true energy surged, roaring like an enraged titan. After all these years of holding back, have you all forgotten the name of the madman? Move aside. Or don't blame this old man for being ruthless. The sword couple's faces turned cold. Then let's see what you've got, senior. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the air as the three of them clashed in an instant. Meanwhile, inside the Purple Thunder Martial Academy. Damn it. The Purple Thunder headmaster seethed with anger upon hearing the news. That Wang Tianshi has some nerve, daring to make a move in Tianling City. Just as he was about to leave to provide support, a gray-robed elder blocked his path. The elder spoke in a raspy voice. You are not allowed to leave for the rest of the day. The headmaster, anxious to act, swung his sleeve to strike the elder aside. To his surprise, the gray-robed man effortlessly deflected the blow with a subtle countermove, sending the headmaster stumbling back several steps with a single flick. A martial master, the headmaster's expression grew grim. You're one of the wildlings, aren't you? The elder sneered coldly. Wang Tianxi's offer was too tempting to refuse. So, you're saying if I want to leave today, I'll have to knock you down first? That's correct. To hell with you, the headmaster roared, unleashing an unending torrent of thunderous energy. At the same time, similar scenes unfolded at the gates of Red Sun Academy and Blue Rain Academy, where martial masters from the wildlands blocked the headmasters who were also attempting to join the fray. Several battles between martial masters erupted across Tianling City. At the Xia family estate. Father, the entire Tianling City is in chaos, Xia Shang said in distress. We need to ask great-grandfather to step in, or I'll be too late. Xia Shang's father stopped him and shook his head helplessly. Your great-grandfather was gravely injured in his battle with the four-headed demon snake. He's still recovering and cannot take action. So, we're just going to stand by and watch Tianling City fall into turmoil? Of course not. Your grandfather has already gone to the martial arts guild to activate the city's defensive array. It'll take no more than half an hour for the array to fully awaken, and the wildlands martial masters will have no choice but to retreat. Half an hour? Xia Shang stomped his foot in frustration. Wang Tianshi is a martial master. Even if the young talents in the mountains are geniuses, they're no match for him. By the time the array is activated, they'll already be dead. Can it be any faster? It can't. Xia Shang's father sighed. The beast tide drained too much energy. The array's power is only a third restored, and half an hour is already the limit. Damn it. Xia Shang punched a wall, causing it to collapse with a loud crash. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao was doing everything in his power to evade Wang Tianxi's relentless pursuit. Using the infinite technique, combined with the characteristics of the carefree dragon step and the divine slayer true energy, and with the support of the infinite critical strike system, he weaved through the terrain, trying to lose his pursuer. Since breaking through to the martial artist level, his techniques had undergone a qualitative leap under the enhancement of his true energy. The speed of the carefree dragon step had tripled, allowing him to stay just out of Wang Tianxi's reach. Half an hour passed. It seems I'll have to settle this grudge with Wang Tianxi on my own, Yin Xiao thought to himself with a shake of his head. With such a commotion going on for so long, Mu Long and the others had yet to appear, clearly caught up in their own battles. Wang Tianxi's words confirmed Yin Xiao's suspicions. Boy, are you still waiting for old Mu and the others? Ha ha ha. Don't bother. Do you have any idea what I sacrificed to kill you? There's no one in Tianling City who can save you now. You hired martial masters from the wildlands. Yin Xiao's mind quickly pieced things together as he thought of the dark ceremony he'd witnessed. That's right. Wang Tianshi no longer bothered to hide the truth. Let me tell you, once I kill you, you'll escape to the wildlands. No one will be able to avenge you. Avenge me? Yin Xiao sneered coldly. Well, see who avenges whom. As the chase continued, the two of them reached the outskirts of Tianling City. The towering city walls loomed ahead. Congratulations, your technique Carefree Dragon Step has triggered a 100-fold critical strike. Yin Xiao's speed surged as he bolted toward the city outskirts. He had no desire to fight in the densely populated city. He had a different battleground in mind. Where do you think you're going? Wang Tianshi roared, unleashing true energy attacks that Yin Xiao dodged skillfully. Gritting his teeth, Wang Tianshi pursued him relentlessly. Before long, the two of them burst out of Tianling City, crossing the wall of Sword Qi and entering the outer defense zone. During the chase, Yin Xiao didn't simply flee. Every time the Carefree Dragon Step triggered a high critical strike, He used the opportunity to counterattack with the infinite dragon sword. Unfortunately, the attacks failed to trigger critical strikes and were easily deflected by Wang Tianshi. Finally, Wang Tianshi's patience snapped. Damn it! If you've got guts, stop running and fight me, Hedon. Boom! The earth split open with a deafening roar, countless trees crashing to the ground. The terrain within a radius of several dozen meters sank slightly as two figures darted through the desolate wilderness, one in pursuit, the other fleeing. Wang Tianshi's eyes burned with fury, his entire being radiating a murderous aura. His anger wasn't baseless, his quarry's speed was unnervingly elusive. Though it didn't seem particularly fast, each time Wang Tianshi was about to catch up, the young man would suddenly surge forward, widening the gap in an instant. What unsettled Wang Tianshi even more was Yin Xiu's performance throughout the chase. Though he himself had only recently stepped into the martial master realm, he had already grasped the essence of martial arts, wielding power far beyond that of a peak martial artist. Yet, despite unleashing numerous techniques including those of the highest tier, they were either evaded with ease or forcibly deflected by Yin Xiu. It's the true essence. Wang Tianshi quickly identified the crux of the matter. This young man's true essence was overwhelmingly dominant, possessing the qualities of suppression, destruction, and obliteration far superior to ordinary mid-grade true essence, and even rare among high-grade ones. A grimace twisted Wang Tianshi's face as a sinister thought crossed his mind. I can't let him escape this time. I must kill him now. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I may no longer be his match. Kill him. He's really going all out now. Yin Xiu, still fleeing, felt the increasingly menacing pressure behind him, his expression growing grim. Though he had encountered many martial masters before, and even witnessed battles between a Gale White Tiger and an Earth Giant Bear, this was his first time facing a martial master unleashing their full power. Only now did he truly grasp the terrifying might of someone who had mastered the essence of martial arts. Die! With a roar brimming with killing intent, a spear tore through the air like a meteor streaking across the sky, carrying an earth-shattering force. Despite having faced similar attacks multiple times, Yin Xiu's heart still raced. Relying on his heightened senses and his shadowless dragon steps, he narrowly dodged the lethal strike at the last moment. Boom! The ground trembled violently as Wang Tianshi's strike carved a massive 3-meter-deep crater into the earth. Yin Xiu, long accustomed to such terrifying assaults, glanced at the destruction with an unflinching expression before continuing his escape. Retrieving his spear from the crater, Wang Tianshi snarled, "Let's see how far you can run." 10 minutes passed in a flash, as the two engaged in a relentless chase with brief skirmishes. Eventually, they reached the edge of the warning zone. Unlike the danger zone, this area lacked any barriers of sword energy. Setting up a formation capable of repelling Tier 3 beasts was prohibitively expensive. Although Tianlong City had the resources to do so, the surrounding danger zones near Tianling City were rated relatively low, with fewer than 20 roaming Tier 3 beasts. Thus, a simple warning sign sufficed. Finally, we're here. Yin Xiu's eyes gleamed with determination as he darted into the danger zone without hesitation. This brat dares. Wang Tianshi was momentarily startled before breaking into a cold grin. First, he fled Tianling City, and now he's heading deeper into the wilderness. Just as I suspected, trying to repeat his old trick, using Tier 3 beasts to deal with me, just like he did with the twin demons of heaven and earth. Too bad for him. I'm prepared this time. As he spoke, Wang Tianshi retrieved a white jade bottle and swallowed its contents without hesitation. The pills inside were Tianxiang pills, a grade 3 elixir with a unique purpose. They neither enhanced martial cultivation nor healed injuries, but instead caused the user to emit an alluring fragrance that instinctively drew beasts closer. Wang Tianshi had spent over 1 billion Federation credits purchasing these from a wilderness martial master, along with additional fees for their services. It could be said that he had nearly emptied his fortune to avenge his son. Yin Xiu, I will kill you. With that, Wang Tianshi charged into the danger zone as well. He's coming. Yin Xiu felt the overwhelming presence behind him and his gaze turned icy. Wang Tianshi was hunting him down, but Yin Xiu also wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate his pursuer once and for all. The key to his plan was luring Wang Tianshi into the danger zone. He had feared Wang Tianshi might abandon the chase or, worse, attract Tier 3 beasts to attack him instead, a safer strategy. Yin Xiu had gambled that Wang Tianshi wouldn't take that risk, worried the beast wouldn't stop him from escaping. It seemed his gamble had paid off. With this thought, Yin Xiu picked up speed, utilizing his shadowless dragon steps to head purposefully in a specific direction. Wang Tianshi followed closely behind. As the chase continued, the two arrived at a hilltop. Ahead of them loomed a fearsome Biasta 2-headed lion with 6 claws, its body crackling with lightning and exuding an air of dominance. This was the Thunder Twin-Headed Lion, a Tier 3 beast. Yin Xiu reached it first, channeling his true essence to unleash the Black Scroll technique. Before concealing his presence, He casually slashed at the thunder twin-headed lion with his sword. Roar! A furious roar echoed through the surroundings as the thunder twin-headed lion, roused from its slumber, scanned its territory with wrathful, bloodthirsty eyes, searching for the intruder who dared disturb its rest. At that moment, Wang Tianshi arrived. He saw the enraged thunder twin-headed lion but remained unfazed. Like the gift I prepared for you? Hiding behind a tree, Yin Xiu spoke softly, his presence suppressed to the minimum, confident he wouldn't be discovered. To his surprise, however, Wang Tianchi's expression remained calm, even breaking into a smile. So this is the trick you used to kill the twin demons of heaven and earth? Did you really think I'd fall for the same ploy? Yin Xiu's expression remained neutral, though his brow furrowed slightly. As expected, the thunder twin-headed lion didn't attack Wang Tianchi. Instead, after sniffing the air, its ferocity gradually subsided. It even took a few steps back, seemingly indifferent to the human who had trespassed into its domain, before preparing to resume its slumber. Lion, the one who disturbed your rest is still here. I can help you find him, and together, we'll tear him to pieces. Exploiting the effects of the Tianxiang pill, Wang Tianchi attempted to ally with the Tier 3 beast. The thunder twin-headed lion's eyes glinted with disdain. One of its heads opened its maw, releasing a bolt of lightning that struck the ground at Wang Tianchi's feet. Forced to retreat, the martial master's face darkened. This beast dares to look down on me? Although Wang Tianchi was seething with anger, he forced himself to suppress it. The two-headed thunder lion in front of him, a Tier 3 ferocious beast, was not to be trifled with, especially with that domineering youth, Yin Xiu, lurking nearby, watching like a predator. Closing his eyes, Wang Tianchi activated his cultivation technique, extending his senses across a 3-mile radius in search of the suddenly vanished Yin Xiu. A moment later, he opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise flashing within them. Gone? Within his perception, aside from the two-headed thunder lion in front of him, there were no other signs of life. Escaped? Impossible. A cold glint flashed in Wang Tianchi's eyes. He had already locked onto Yin Xiu's energy signature. No matter how domineering the boy's true essence was, it was inconceivable for him to escape Wang Tianchi's detection in mere seconds. He must be hiding somewhere. With a sneer, he retrieved an item from his storage space. Meanwhile, Yin Xiu observed the two-headed thunder lion refraining from attacking Wang Tianchi. Though he felt a tinge of disappointment, he wasn't surprised. As the employer of the infamous dual calamities of heaven and earth, Wang Tianchi must have known the cause of the two martial artists' deaths. The fact that he dared to enter such a perilous area meant he was undoubtedly prepared. Still, Yin Xiu hadn't expected Wang Tianchi to pacify the hostility of a ferocious beast. Was it due to his own methods, or something acquired from the wilderness factions? When he saw the object Wang Tianchi produced, Yin Xiu's expression grew grim. It was a wind-sensing stone. This rare treasure could not only be forged into a weapon, but also significantly enhance the wielder's perception abilities. Though the Scroll of Shadows excelled in stealth and concealment, and coupled with his god-slaying true essence and infinite critical strike system, it barely allowed Yin Xiu to evade detection by martial artists of the same level. But with the wind-sensing stone boosting Wang Tianchi's senses, sure enough, the next moment, Wang Tianchi abruptly turned toward Yin Xiu's hiding spot, his voice dripping with hatred. Found you. Without hesitation, Yin Xiu turned and fled, pushing his drifting dragon step to its absolute limit. He even brought a perception-enhancing tool. Looks like he spared no expense to kill me, he muttered to himself as he darted away. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed behind him. It was the two-headed thunder lion. It had finally realized that this human was the true culprit disturbing its slumber. Enraged, it joined the pursuit. Die! Wang Tianchi's furious shout rang out amidst the crackle of lightning. Electric arcs danced wildly in the air, illuminating the entire area. His domineering spear swept across the battlefield, splitting the earth and toppling trees, fully displaying the might of a martial artist. Yin Xiu, however, remained eerily calm, utilizing his drifting dragon step to its fullest. His movements were elusive. One moment he was atop a tree, the next he was 10 meters away, narrowly evading each attack with his nimble footwork. Damn it! This two-headed thunder lion is too troublesome. Yin Xiu muttered darkly, his expression grim. Compared to Wang Tianchi, the naturally lightning-aligned Tier 3 beast posed an even greater threat. Its speed was astonishing, and it had nearly injured him several times. Another bolt of lightning streaked toward him. Although Yin Xiu dodged most of it, a stray arc still struck him. Forced to meet the attack with his sword, the immense destructive force sent him flying, his internal organs feeling as though they were scorched by lightning and fire. Thankfully, he managed to block the strike in the end. I can't let this Tier 3 beast keep chasing me, Yin Xiu thought, gulping down recovery and healing pills as he strategized his next move. Behind him, Wang Tianchi's mocking voice rang out. Trying to use a tier 3 beast to take me down? Ha ha ha. Naive. Do you have any idea how much I've prepared to kill you? Entering this danger zone will be the decision you regret most in your life. Yin Xiu's face remained emotionless, his eyes calm as he sped off in another direction. Before long, he arrived at a lake. The two-headed thunder lion suddenly halted, its eyes wary as if sensing a potential threat. The Blackwater Wyvern's territory, Wang Tianqi's expression darkened. This boy was attempting to use another tier 3 beast to distract the two-headed thunder lion. A dragon-like roar shattered the stillness of the area. From the lake emerged a semi-black, semi-white wyvern with two claws. Its lantern-like eyes locked onto the two-headed thunder lion, radiating intense hostility. Clearly, it regarded the lion as an intruder. The two-headed thunder lion roared in defiance, purple lightning flickering across its body as it squared off against the Blackwater wyvern. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Wang Tianchi sighed inwardly, knowing that a clash between the two tier 3 beasts was inevitable. Though slightly disappointed, he wasn't overly concerned. With or without the Thunder Lion's assistance, he was confident in his ability to kill Yin Xiu. However, what happened next completely defied his expectations. Instead of hiding, Yin Xiu boldly struck at the Blackwater wyvern with his sword before taking off at full speed. The wyvern froze momentarily, clearly unprepared for such provocation from a mere human. When it regained its senses, it unleashed a deafening roar and abandoned the Thunder Lion entirely, focusing its furious pursuit on Yin Xiu. What? Wang Tianchi was momentarily baffled, unable to comprehend Yin Xiu's intentions. Still, he wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Relying on the effects of the heavenly fragrance pill, which allowed him to approach ferocious beasts, he joined the chase alongside the two tier 3 creatures. Half an hour later, Yin Xiu had visited the territories of 4 different tier 3 beasts. At each location, he would strike the resident beast with his sword before fleeing wildly. Watching this unfold, Wang Tianqi's brows knitted tightly, a growing sense of unease creeping into his heart. The ground trembled violently in the danger zone as the roars of 4 third-tier ferocious beasts echoed through the air. Countless first- and second-tier beasts succumbed under the terrifying pressure, collapsing into lifeless corpses. Ugh! Yin Xiu spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, his face growing paler. Even though he pushed his drifting dragon step to its limits and triggered multiple critical hits, he was still gravely injured under the relentless assaults of the sorcerer Wang Tianchi and the 4 third-tier beasts. Luckily, I have the Godslayer true essence. A faint smile curved at Yin Xiu's lips. For third-tier beasts this is indeed my limit. But to take down Wang Tianchi, it's more than enough. 10 more minutes passed. Die, reverse God Spear. Wang Tianchi roared as he hurled his treasured spear with devastating force. The terrifying power tore through the void, aiming straight for Yin Xiu's vital points. However, after the prolonged skirmish, Yin Xiu had already adapted to the rhythm of these attacks. Not only did he effortlessly evade the deadly strike, but he also maneuvered behind the two-headed thunder lion and another third-tier beast, causing them to stumble awkwardly to the ground. Damn it, you little brat! Wang Tianchi gritted his teeth in fury. Though he couldn't fathom why this youth had lured so many third-tier beasts to the fight, a nagging sense of unease lingered in his mind, as if he had overlooked a crucial detail. Suddenly, Wang Tianchi's expression shifted dramatically, realized the strange fragrance on his body was fading. The heavenly fragrance pill is wearing off? Could it be? A dreadful thought surfaced in his mind. He shook his head in denial. No, impossible. He's just a kid under 20. How could he have calculated everything to this extent? The 4 third-tier beasts continued their relentless assaults on Yin Xiu, their devastating power leveling nearly half of the danger zone. The other third-tier beasts, unwilling to get involved, remained hidden. Wang Tianchi stopped attacking, instead slowing his steps as he prepared to retreat. Xiaolu, your father has failed you. I'm afraid I won't be able to avenge you in this lifetime. Forgive me. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. Wang Wushi, why the sudden retreat? Could it be that the trait on your body, the one that suppresses the hostility of ferocious beasts, is fading? You figured it out. Wang Tianchi turned around in disbelief. Though Yin Xiu was battered, his clothes in tatters, his face pale and blood-streaked, his expression remained confident, his smile unwavering. It wasn't hard to guess. If the ability to suppress a beast's hostility could last indefinitely, humans wouldn't regard them as calamities. A little thought makes it clear this effect must have a time limit, a very short one at that, and likely comes at a great cost. The heavenly fragrance pill? So that's it. Yin Xiu dodged another round of attacks from the 4 beasts. Otherwise, why do you think I deliberately lured these beasts to chase me? Wang Tianqi's face turned ashen as he turned into a streak of light, trying to escape. However, Yin Xiu had anticipated this. Utilizing his drifting dragon step, he circled around, evading the beast's attacks while blocking Wang Tianqi's path. Die! Wang Tianshi roared, brandishing his spear. But Yin Xiu easily avoided the strike. The four third-tier beasts, still intent on pursuing Yin Xiu, charged in Wang Tianqi's direction instead. Curse you! Stop running if you dare! Wang Tianshi was nearly driven mad with rage. Yin Xiu smirked. Not dodging isn't an option. But if you think you can shake me off, think again. The tables had turned. Wang Tianshi frantically tried to break free, but Yin Xiu's elusive movements kept him locked in place. As the effects of the heavenly fragrance pill were about to dissipate, Wang Tianqi's voice grew desperate. Get out of my way. Don't push me. When you tried to kill me in the classroom of Blue Rain Academy, you should have anticipated this day. Yin Xiu replied coldly. Wang Tianshi activated a forbidden technique, merging with his spear to become a divine weapon that pierced through the heavens. But Yin Xiu, like a shadow, clung to him relentlessly, dodging the beast's attacks while refusing to let him escape. Finally, the fragrance on Wang Tianqi's body completely faded. The gazes of the surrounding beasts turned feral and bloodthirsty. He'll kill you. Wang Tianqi's voice trembled with fear as he felt the hostility of the beasts closing in. Kill me? Yin Xiu chuckled. Why don't you focus on surviving these third-tier beasts first? Good luck. Farewell. With that, he activated his black scroll technique, blending into the environment and swiftly leaving the battlefield. The four third-tier beasts fixed their lantern-like eyes on Wang Tianshi, as if recalling how this human had deceived them with some mysterious trick. Roar! A deafening roar shook the entire danger zone. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.